Chapter 181 Fighting on Three Fronts, Raiding the Hunter Camp. Chao Xing ordered, "Others in the territory, all follow me to fight." Although, with the Book of the Dead of Ascalon, Chao Xing can solve the battle without so many people. But this thing only has the last two chances. This is a life-saving thing at a critical moment. If you can solve it with your own strength, there is no need to use this powerful trump card. When the group of wild boar warriors heard that they could not go out to fight, they were all a little depressed. "My powerful lord, do you think we are too weak? Although we are a little weaker than other companions, our wild boar warriors are all brave and skilled fighters." "That's right, my lord. We will use the sharp knife in our hands to pierce the enemy's heart." Chao Xing smiled and said, "You think too much. I know that wild boar warriors are powerful fighters. But this time we have enough manpower. Compared with that, the territory needs you more. Wait a few days. I will take over. Even using the ice dragon horn. It will be a large-scale battle. I hope you can withstand such a high-intensity battle." Hearing this, all the wild boar warriors said excitedly, "Oh, we are not afraid. With the blessing of the Lord, I feel that I have endless power. Yes, I can chop the enemy all night without rest." "Jasmine, you are just bragging. You chop all night." Listening to the wild boar warriors fighting, everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. At this time, little Elisa came over with her little brothers, holding a bow and arrow in her hand. "Lord, take us with you. Elisa will fight with you." Hearing this, Chao Xing glanced at the archer team behind her, and then looked at Mel in the distance. Old Mel had a respectful look on his face, and then nodded. Chao Xing replied directly, "Okay, then you can go together. But in this battle, all your actions will be under the command of Rennies. Understand?" When little Elisa heard Chao Xing's agreement, she jumped up excitedly. "Long live the Lord. Elisa promises to obey Sister Rennies' command." Chao Xing smiled, then took out the ejection hook from his backpack and gave one to all the Ascalon warriors, or some of the wild boar warriors. As for the blue-grade ejection hook, he gave it to his backbones. Everything is ready. The city gate opened. This time, Chao Xing brought 102 Ascalon warriors, 21 wild boar warriors, and most of the other combatants. 2 centaurs, 2 dragonblood fighters, Assam, Brown, Isabel and others, including Tong Chu Chu and Volibear. They were all taken out by him. This time, Chao Xing was ready to take down the camp with thunder. A group of more than 100 people marched in the snow in the night. Boom, boom, boom. The dull footsteps of the mammoth came. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua sat on Dabai's back. To his surprise, Tong Chu Chu also sat on Volibear's back. 2 days ago, this little white bear was less than half a meter tall. But today it has become a giant beast of 2 or 3 meters long. Tong Chu Chu can even lie directly on its back. Chao Xing hurried on his way with a strange look in his eyes. Can I unlock the mount function for other people to ride? But it was normal after thinking about it. After all, Chao Xing had used the back of Dabai to transport many people. And this little girl seemed a little nervous because it was her first time to go out to fight. However, because of Chao Xing's instructions, she only went to watch the battle, and there was no plan for her to participate in the actual battle. The purpose is to adapt to the battle rhythm outside as soon as possible. Even Xia Yani expressed her support, because she knew that Tong Chu Chu would eventually grow up, and she would have to be able to survive in the world alone. 10 minutes later, they had left the territory for almost 5 kilometers. This was a vast snowfield. At this time, Chao Xing rode on a mammoth, standing in the middle of the team, surrounded by more than 100 people. As the wind and snow stopped, the bright moon also poked half of its head out from behind the dark clouds. The white snow was reflected like fine sea salt. Little Elisa looked at the moon above her head, put her hands together, and then bowed. She was still mumbling something. At this time, Lu Mushua, who was sitting behind Chao Xing, said softly, "Axing, look at Elisa." Chao Xing looked over after hearing this. He found that after Elisa prayed to the moon, a layer of light glow appeared on her body, and the whole person looked extremely sacred. Chao Xing whispered, "This little girl, there is indeed a secret on her." Ever since he rescued her from Luoshua Lake last time, Chao Xing knew that Elisa was a little unusual. It is impossible for a little girl to survive alone for 3 or 4 days in this icy and snowy place with a temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero. Lu Mushua also nodded. "Yes, I have asked her several times before, but she said she didn't know." Chao Xing smiled. It doesn't matter if she doesn't want to say it, as long as it doesn't cause any impact on our territory. Yeah. Lu Muxua also agreed softly. Then, Chaoxing looked at the map. He found that their current location was about 9 kilometers away from the large hunting camp. So, he ordered Sarah, go ahead and explore the way. If you see an enemy or other target, kill them directly if you are sure. If you are not sure, report to me through the communication device on your ear. Sarah nodded her masked head lightly. Yes, sir. After saying that, she disappeared into the night. The stealth skills of this dark elf assassin were really superb. Chaoxing didn't even see her footprints on the snow. With Sarah leading the way, everyone continued to move forward. A few minutes later, Chaoxing heard a system prompt. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Hunter Guard LV-17, gained experience points, 170. Combatants gained experience points, 85. At this time, Sarah's voice sounded in his ears. Found a disguised Hunter Guard, but I have solved it. Chaoxing praised. Well done, Sarah. Continue to explore. This place is less than 10 kilometers away from the large camp. In order to prevent exposure, the hunters will send out some guards to patrol nearby. Once a night or regular army passes by, they will evacuate without hesitation. The Church of Light is a mouse in the dark. They know that their current strength cannot compete with a kingdom head-on, so they can only develop in secret. At the same time, the mammoths are stepping on the snow that is above their ankles, moving at a constant speed. Their current forward speed is not fast. It is only about 10 kilometers per hour. This is to prevent their march from making too much noise and being discovered by the hunters in advance. In fact, the Great Rift Valley is 7 kilometers away from Chaoxing's camp. If you go another 12 kilometers along the Great Rift Valley, you will reach the large camp of the hunters. However, Chaoxing is not going to follow the rules and attack from the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. Instead, he plans to go up there to check the situation first, when they are still 4 kilometers away from the camp. Sarah's voice sounded. When we get here, there will be some hunter guards patrolling nearby. I will try my best to eliminate all the guards. Please be careful, Lord. After searching for several hours during the day, Sarah has already mastered the defense situation around the camp. Okay, I got it. At this time, Chaoxing looked around. The surroundings were all white. It had snowed for 2 days in a row, and many things had been buried. He ordered, pay attention to the surroundings, and report any abnormalities immediately. After hearing the order, everyone was alert, especially Rennie's. Her sharp eagle eyes began to scan the surrounding snow. Inch by inch, everyone moved forward. And at this moment, Chaoxing suddenly saw that there were still some things that were not covered by the snow. Those were several large rocks about 2 or 3 meters high. An idea flashed through Chaoxing's mind. Since the camp is under the Great Rift Valley, can we take advantage of the terrain and throw a few large rocks down first? Let some of the hunters inside be killed or injured, and then we can launch an attack. This idea should be feasible. As long as the hunter guards above the Great Rift Valley are eliminated, we will not be discovered. So, he looked at the 3 elite soldiers who came out of the training camp and ordered, you lead the Ascalon soldiers, use the catapult hook, and drag a few boulders to follow the team. Hearing this, the 3 elite soldiers took the order at the same time. Then, they led 8 Ascalon soldiers, aimed at 4 boulders in the snow, and fired the grappling hook. Swish, swish, swish. The grappling hook firmly hooked the gap between the boulders. Then, they formed groups of 2 and began to drag the boulders, which were 1 or 2 meters high, forward in the snow. Rustle, rustle. Because of the accumulated snow, the sound of the boulders dragging on the ground was not loud. At the same time, Sarah cleared the way ahead, killing the hunter guards one by one with her terrifying attack power. Because the Church of Light was hated by everyone, they did not dare to be too ostentatious. Even the guards outside the camp were mostly disguised as ordinary people. Therefore, after being targeted by Sarah, these guards were basically doomed. Along the way, Chaoxing asked the Ascalon soldiers to drag away the stones he liked. Soon, they dragged 16 huge stones and followed the team. A moment later, Sarah sent a message. The hunter guards above the canyon have been cleared. Hearing this, Chaoxing praised again. As expected of my top general, this efficiency is really amazing. They also gradually quickened their pace. When they were about to reach the edge of the Great Rift Valley, a dark shadow appeared in front of them. It was Sarah who had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Chao Xing coming, Sarah bowed slightly. Then, she pointed down and said, "Lord, this is it. The base of the group of hunters is below." Chao Xing jumped off the back of the mammoth, and then looked in the direction she pointed. As expected, at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, there were faint red lights, which were the campfires in the camp. The Great Rift Valley at this location seemed to have become deeper. From here to the bottom, it was at least 100 meters deep. If someone jumped down, I'm afraid only a 4th level leader would not fall to death. And Chao Xing didn't know if the Holy Shield could withstand this kind of fall damage. Even if it could, the scene of more than 100 people jumping off the cliff was indeed a bit too noisy. After observing the surrounding terrain, Chao Xing had an idea in his mind. Assam, you and Cantel, Canar, and Rennies led all Ascalon warriors and the archer team to the back of the Great Rift Valley. Find a place to go down, and be careful not to be discovered. When you are in position, send me a message through the communication device on your ear. Assam immediately straightened his body. Follow your orders, Lord. Chao Xing continued. Lab, you lead 10 wild boar warriors to stand on top, wait for my instructions, and then push all the boulders down. Others, follow me from the front. Because Chao Xing was going to catch all the hunters in this camp, he had to block all the roads on both sides of the Great Rift Valley to achieve an outflanking effect. Together with Lab and others on the Great Rift Valley, it was equivalent to launching an attack from 3 directions. After hearing Chao Xing's order, everyone began to act. Assam and Rennies led more than 100 Ascalon soldiers, and continued to move forward along the edge of the Great Rift Valley. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua led the remaining combatants and walked to the rear. About 10 minutes later, Chao Xing had walked almost 1 or 2 kilometers, but he did not find any suitable place to go down. This rift valley is too deep, and the cliffs on both sides are basically vertical. Chao Xing was lost in thought. It's a bit difficult. I can't find a place to go down. Do I really have to jump down directly, or use the catapult hook? After all, Chao Xing's hook is 90 meters long, which is enough for them to land safely at the bottom of the canyon. But there is a problem with this. That is, Dubai and Volibear. They can't hold the rope and slide down. They can't participate in the battle. At this moment, Sarah appeared again and brought good news. Lord, 1 kilometer ahead, there is a trail opened by hunters, which leads to the bottom of the canyon. The nearby hunter guards have been killed by me. Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Well done, Sarah. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. Then, they continued to move forward for about 1 kilometer. And indeed, they found a gap at the edge of the Great Rift Valley. This gap presents a slope, so you can safely reach the bottom. Soon, they all landed. At the same time, Assam also reported, Lord, we didn't find a suitable place to come down, but all of us slid down using the catapult hook, and now we have safely reached the bottom of the valley. Chao Xing replied, Okay, you continue to lead the team towards the hunter's base. Stop at about 600 meters. Because according to Sarah, there are actually more than a dozen primary elemental arrow towers in this camp. And 600 meters is almost the attack range limit of the elemental arrow tower. Yes, Lord. Assam hung up the communication. The bottom of the Great Rift Valley was also covered with thick snow and rubble. There were also some buried green plants. Chao Xing did not delay, and continued to approach the camp. Sarah was still exploring the way ahead, and sneaked into the camp. Soon, Chao Xing and his men stopped behind several boulders 600 meters away from the camp. Then, he began to observe the situation in the camp. Since breaking through the 3rd level, his vision has also been greatly improved. Chao Xing saw that there were many buildings in the camp. There were hundreds of tents of various sizes. There were also several small houses built with wood and stones. In addition, a wooden fence was built in front and behind the camp. Behind it were tall sentry towers and elemental arrow towers. Chao Xing thought to himself, It's interesting. This group of hunters actually relied on the terrain of this canyon to build the prototype of a territory here. It seems that they have been developing here for a long time. Chao Xing asked through a small communication device, Assam, how is the situation over there? After a moment, Assam replied, My lord, we just encountered a hidden hunter scout, but he was discovered by Ms. Rennies. And then we quickly dealt with him. Chao Xing was determined. That's why he arranged Rennies to the opposite side. They have Sarah on their side, who can target the stealth skills of those scouts. The opposite side has Rennies' hunting eye, which can also see through the opponent's disguise. Chao Xing replied, "Very good, you don't act rashly, wait for my instructions." "Got it, Lord." Chao Xing was also waiting silently. After a while, Sarah appeared again, and then said, "It has been confirmed that all the black-robed priests and the white-robed priest are in the camp." After hearing this, Chao Xing's face suddenly showed joy. "Very good. This way, we can catch all the hunters here in one fell swoop." Of course, the reason why it was so smooth was also related to Chao Xing's attack speed. Almost as soon as Sarah came back, he immediately started the action without stopping for a moment. So, Chao Xing dialed the number 4 through a small communication device, and then said, "Lab, are you in position?" "My strong lord. We are ready." "Okay. Listen to my command. Push the boulder down directly. Then ambush in the snow and observe the surroundings. Don't come down to join the battle. Next, if you see any moving targets above, kill them." Chao Xing was worried that these hunters had some hidden secret passages, and worried that some would slip through the net. In this way, multiple insurances can be achieved. Lab said solemnly, "Yes, my powerful lord." After waiting for a few seconds, Chao Xing said directly, "Lab, push it down." At the same time, at the top of the canyon, following Lab's instructions, 10 wild boar warriors began to push the boulders violently. Boom! Boom! Then, these boulders began to roll down crazily. Bang! The boulders hit the rock wall next to them, making a violent impact sound, and even shook down the snow on both sides of the Great Rift Valley. When the hunters patrolling the camp heard the noise, they suddenly raised their heads. Then, they saw several shadows rolling down from above. "God of light, what is that thing?" Bang! Before he could finish his words, a huge rock fell directly, smashing him into a meat paste. Then, more huge rocks fell from the sky with the power to destroy everything. Chapter 182 Head-on Confrontation, the powerful Chao Xing. More boulders fell from the sky, and instantly hit the buildings in the camp, making a shocking sound. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking violently. The tents in the camp, when they came into contact with the boulders, were crushed in an instant like paper. And the hunters resting inside, before they could react, were crushed into meat paste in their sleep. Bang! More than a dozen boulders rolled down one after another, making a shocking sound. Some of the hunters managed to survive, their eyes filled with intense horror. God of light! How could so many boulders suddenly fall down? Damn it! What happened? Was it an earthquake or an avalanche? My leg is broken. Save me. The entire hunter camp was in chaos. What surprised Chao Xing even more was that several of the boulders actually hit the elemental arrow tower directly during their rolling. Boom! Minus 2,578. A large damage number appeared. The durability of the elemental arrow tower was 2,000 points, and it was instantly reduced to 0. The arrow tower collapsed, and even smashed a hole in their wooden fence. At the same time, in the entire camp, a large number of hunters came out of their tents or small houses, including 4 black-robed priests and a white-robed high priest. They all looked at the chaotic camp with anger. Damn it! What's going on? Why did so many boulders suddenly fall down? Where are the guards arranged on the Great Rift Valley? Only the high priest had a calm look in his eyes. He glanced at the top of his head, and then at the falling boulder, seemingly understood something. At this moment, a deep cold light appeared in the eyes of the high priest, like a poisonous snake that chooses its prey. Everyone, get ready for battle. It seems that our camp has been targeted. All archers, quickly return to your positions. Others, gather quickly. After receiving the high priest's order, the hunters in the entire camp have already taken action. Chao Xing, who was hiding in the dark, also noticed these 5 figures. His eyes were on the white-robed priest. He found that the weapons he held were 2 short knives. A white-robed priest of melee combat. This guy reacts really fast. It seems that he has realized it. So, Chao Xing directly ordered, Assam, led all Ascalon soldiers to fight out, and then use fearless charge. After receiving Chao Xing's order, Assam on the opposite side rushed out directly. He rode on the Frust Wolf, holding the king's blade high, like a knight going to war. Behind him, there were more than 100 Ascalon warriors with amazing momentum. Assam raised his sword and shouted, "Charge! Charge! Use the swords in our hands to cut the throats of these cultists." The Ascalon soldiers shouted in groups, "Kill! They rushed towards the hunters' camp at high speed. The moment the white-robed high priest saw Assam appear, a look of, as expected, appeared in his eyes. Interesting. This is indeed an attack against us. But it seems that the armor on these people is not the style of the regular army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Which means that it is not the Ice Crystal Kingdom that is targeting us. Thinking of this, the white-robed priest was determined. He directly ordered, "Go. Stop these soldiers. Archers. Aim at the knights in the front. And shoot." The high priest commanded in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, there was another terrifying tremor behind the camp. Two white shadows suddenly rushed over. Moo! Roar! It was the Baymax that used Furious Charge. And the Volibear that was running wildly. They ignored the attacks of the archers and elemental arrow towers on the sentry towers, and slammed into the wooden fence at the edge of the camp. Boom! In an instant, Baymax broke through the wooden fence, and then crashed directly into one of the sentry towers. Bang! Minus 2,733. Primary sentry tower. The durability of more than 1,000 returned to 0 in an instant. The hunter archer standing on top shouted in fear, and watched the sight change. And the sentry tower collapsed. After demolishing the first sentry tower, Dubai did not stop at all and continued to crash into the primary elemental arrow tower next to it. At the same time, Volibear next to it was not to be outdone. It roared, and the power of thunder and lightning emanated from its body. It jumped directly next to one of the elemental arrow towers, with its claws carrying thunder and lightning. It swept over fiercely. Minus 733. Minus 743. Compared with Dubai, the damage was a little worse. After all, there was a difference of more than 10 levels between them. However, Volibear's attack speed was also terrifying. It swung out two claw strikes again. The durability of this elemental arrow tower was reduced to 0, and it also collapsed. Since Chao Xing's order to them was to demolish all sentry towers and elemental arrow towers. So these two huge creatures began to go crazy and demolish the house. When the white-robed priest saw the scene, his face gradually became ugly. There are enemies on both sides, which means that the guards outside have been killed by them. This is a premeditated attack, which also means that the situation in my territory has been basically understood. Even so, he did not panic and continued to command, "Villard, Craig, Jasm, you three lead a squadron to deal with the knight and the soldiers behind him. Finn, you lead another squadron to deal with the enemies here. I'll deal with the mammoth and the bear." The four black-robed priests replied at the same time. "God of Light, we will kill all those who dare to offend God of Light. Everyone, follow me." In the entire camp, the remaining 500 hunters instantly split into two waves to fight against Chao Xing's team. At the same time, Chao Xing had already rushed up with a dozen wild boar warriors and his core combatants. Seeing more than 200 hunters rushing towards them, Chao Xing was not afraid at all and gave orders directly. "Zilda, start hatching blood spiders. Jonad, Josen, use the dragon spear to attack directly, jump into their team, and then use the ice dragon spear to disperse their formation." The two dragon blood fighters did not hesitate at all and directly raised their spears. Under the shocked gazes of the hunters, the two men leaped high. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, they rushed out instantly. Whoosh! After a burst of air-breaking sound, the two men landed directly in the group of more than 200 hunters, and the tips of their guns directly penetrated the bodies of several hunters. The hunters hit by their guns were like being hit by a cannonball. A ball of frost power exploded in their chests instantly. Bang! Minus 2073. Minus 2181. Minus 2045. Minus 2173. 7 or 8 damage numbers as high as 2000 appeared. The group of hunters were shocked and angry. How dare they rush into our team? Kill them! The next moment, the nearby hunters began to attack the two frantically. However, the two dragon blood fighters did not dodge or evade, and directly let all kinds of attacks hit them. First, they were offset by 3 layers of holy shields, and then by Volibear's lightning shield. Later, they were weakened by ice armor and frost shield. The final damage number that fell on them was only a little over 200. Minus 217. Minus 204. Minus 243. Minus 276. At the same time, a terrifying icy aura condensed from their bodies. From this aura, there was even a faint dragon's might. Only by forgetting pain, death, faith, and everything can we gain the power to fight against the dragon. Ice Dragon Spear. Break. Then, the two of them, holding their spears, suddenly thrust forward. Two icicles with a diameter of more than 2 meters and a length of more than 50 meters erupted instantly. At this moment, at least hundreds of damage numbers appeared. Minus 3071. Minus 2981. Minus 2744. Minus 3122. Minus 3185. Minus 3285. In addition to the horrific damage, hundreds of hunters were frozen in place. This visually stunning scene shocked everyone on the field. The black-robed priest, who was rushing over, gasped. Hiss! What kind of monster is this? Even Chao Xing couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a fighting nation that dares to integrate the blood of the dragon into its body. This fighting power is really off the charts. However, after using this move, veins on the foreheads of the two dragon-blooded fighters bulged. They seemed to be in great pain. The blood of the dragon gave them powerful strength. But every time they used it, it was a painful torture. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly commanded, charge. Kill all the hunters. Braun, use a defensive posture. Try to block those arrow attacks. Andrew, switch to the owl form. Start to output at full power. Isabel, condense the holy light cinder shield. Block those arrow attacks. Others, attack with full power. Following Chao Xing's command, everyone rushed forward, and he himself also raised the dawn light staff. Then an ice wall rose up casually. At the same time, the hunters also reacted, and the archers pulled their bowstrings and attacked frantically. Puff, puff, puff. Various arrows hit the ice wall. The durability value dropped rapidly. However, Chao Xing was not panicked at all. He found that since he learned basic ice control, he felt more comfortable casting these basic spells. Not only did the casting speed become faster, but it also became smoother. Then, Chao Xing condensed 3 ice balls as big as his head with ice spikes. Icebreaker blade, go! Swish, swish, swish. 3 ice balls landed directly in the area where the hunters were most concentrated, and then exploded. Bang, bang. Minus 4,327. Minus 4,531. Minus 4,712. Minus 4,613. Minus 4,322. More than a dozen damage numbers all above 4,000 floated up. Icebreaker blade. The first wave of explosion damage coefficient, as much as 267%. With Chao Xing's attack power now exceeding 1, 600, 5 or 6 hunters fell in an instant. However, this is not the most terrifying part of the icebreaker blade. It has a second attack. As the ice ball exploded, dense ice spikes burst out instantly. Puff. Minus 1,432. Minus 1,337. Minus 1842. Minus 1,471. The ice shards penetrated the bodies of the hunters, and dozens of damage numbers appeared. More than a dozen hunters with low health fell on the spot. You killed the Hunter Scout LV-27 and gained experience points, 810. Combatants gained experience points, 204. You killed the Hunter Warrior LV-16 and gained experience points, 320. Combatants gained experience points, 160. You killed. More than a dozen kill messages appeared instantly. Haha. It's a purple skill indeed, the damage is really fierce. This is a powerful mage, the threat on the battlefield. If it is not stopped, with just one mage, it is enough to overturn the outcome of a war. Seeing this scene, the high priest who was dealing with Dubai and Volibear suddenly showed panic in his eyes. Disperse. All disperse. They have a powerful mage. Don't gather together. Hearing this, the remaining hunters were about to retreat. At this time, Chao Xing immediately raised his staff. Poor fellow. Rest in frozen memories. After the chanting, a hexagram array with a diameter of more than 15 meters appeared. A strong cold air gushed out from the array. It was Chao Xing's golden skill, Ice Blossom. Huh. The range of the Ice Blossom array suddenly became so large. This is more than a 30% increase. You know, Crown of the Ice Dragon only increases the attack range by 30%. And now the improvement, even more than 50%. Chao Xing immediately understood the reason. which might be related to his breakthrough to the 3rd level. The substantial improvement of spirit also expanded the attack range of these spells. However, the surprise is not over yet. Another system prompt appeared. Ding! Your spell triggered the weapon's special effect. Light of Dawn, the skill cooldown has been reset. Fuck. The cooldown has been reset, ha ha ha. Chao Xing was very excited, raised his staff, and another ray of extreme ice bloomed. Instantly, 2 large magic arrays, with a diameter of more than 15 meters appeared, directly covering dozens of hunters. The white-robed high priest saw this scene and became anxious. Finn, follow me to kill that alien lord. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Chao Xing. At this moment, Chao Xing felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. This white-robed priest was an assassin at least at the level of a 4th-level leader. It was not fun to be stared at by him. Even Dubai's health was cut in half by him. If it was Chao Xing, he would probably be killed by this guy with 2 or 3 strikes. But Chao Xing did not panic, and directly ordered Sarah, hold back the white-robed high priest. Andrew, you and Hilda go deal with the black-robed one together. After receiving Chao Xing's order, the 3 of them acted quickly. Sarah aimed at an empty area and threw a dagger of obstruction. Directly, ding! The next moment, Sarah's attack was deflected. Even the dagger of obstruction, which never missed a single shot, was blocked. The reaction of this white-robed priest was very fast. He was also forced out of stealth mode. At this moment, the white-robed priest looked at Sarah holding 2 knives with a puzzled look. Dark elf? Also a killer? Sarah didn't waste any words with him. The shadow blade bit down, like a poisonous snake. Ding! The weapons of both sides collided. The next moment, both of them began to attack each other's vital points frantically, and parry each other's attacks. Ding! 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 The sound of weapons colliding continued. Their movements were so fast that after images appeared, even Chao Xing couldn't keep up with them. This was a fight between 2 top assassins, full of deadly beauty. And Chao Xing, while casting spells against those hunters, glanced at the attributes of the white-robed high priest. White-robed priest, Mantra Hassan LD 35. Level, 4th level leader creature. HP, 75838/87430. Attack power, 4123 to 4186. Armor, 577 to 593. Skills, advanced assassination skills. After practicing hard for 40 years, he spent all day with a short knife in his hand, finally broke through the limit of the human body. All the basic assassination skills have been integrated by him, and the attack speed is increased by 30%. Shadow swiftness, advanced stealth skill. You will not be easily discovered when you hide in the shadows, and in stealth mode, the movement speed is increased by 50%. Assassination code, when the attack hits the enemy, add a layer of assassination. Mark, the next attack will cause 10% more damage, up to 4 layers. Shattered shadow, concentrates the power of shadow, causes 247% of attack power * 247% of shattered damage to enemies in a certain area in front. Cooling time 3 minutes. Phantom flash, quickly jumps 50 meters forward, can jump up to 3 times in a row. Skill cooling time 40 seconds. Talent, Assassin's Heart, born assassin. When learning various assassination skills, learning speed is accelerated by 50%. Introduction, Montella was picked up by a member of the Church of Light in a slum. After a series of brutal training, all his companions died, only he survived to the end. Because of his outstanding assassination ability, he gradually climbed to the top of the Church of Light, and was about to become the White Robe High Priest. However, to become the White Robe High Priest, he still needed to complete a trial task, which was to kill the person he once loved the most. On that day, Montella gave everything to the Church of Light for the assassination in his heart. As expected of a 4th level leader, a bit strong. But Sarah is the strongest. Even though this Montella has amazing assassination skills. But the Dark Elves, as natural assassins, are not inferior in talent. And Sarah has also undergone brutal assassin training. Chao Xing doesn't believe that Sarah, who has been blessed with so many states, will not be a match for this guy. At this moment, the speed of the 2 top assassins is getting faster and faster. The 2 of them are fighting and moving quickly. Puff! Crack! The holy shield on Sarah's body was shattered layer by layer. And the damage numbers appeared on the head of this Montella High Priest. -2017. minus 2,144, minus 3,742. At this moment, there were several bloodstains on his body, but a surging fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. How many years have I met an assassin who is on par with me? Great. After saying that, he slashed with both knives, pressed down Sarah's shadow blade, and slashed her body. Swish. Minus 4,184. Sarah groaned. This guy's lethality is also amazing. Montella licked the blood on the blade, and an intoxicated look appeared in his eyes. The blood of the dark elves is so delicious. Interesting. So interesting. I really want to catch you, imprison you at a prison, and then cut your skin bit by bit. In this way, I can taste your blood and screams every day. He looked at Sarah, as if looking at a fine work of art. However, Sarah said nothing. He pounced on her like a tiger again. Chapter 183 Complete Victory. The high priest at the end of his rope. Sarah pounced on him again, like a vicious tiger. At the same time, Assam also launched a head-on battle with the 200 or 300 hunters led by 3 black-robed priests. Soldiers, charge head-on. Archer team, shoot down their archers. After receiving the order, Alyssa, Rennies and other archers instantly aimed at the archers on the sentry tower and launched a fierce offensive. Hundreds of Ascalon soldiers activated their bond skill, Fearless Charge. At this moment, a blue energy seemed to rise from them. The energy of hundreds of people merged into a blue torrent, giving people an unstoppable feeling. Then, they suddenly charged forward. For the glory of the Lord. Smash them. Charge. In the state of Queens will plus Fearless Charge. Their speed at this time was not even inferior to the undead legion of the Duke of Paladin. The 3 black-robed priests felt the attack launched by this group of soldiers, and quickly gave orders. Quick! Stop these soldiers! Those hunter warriors and hunter scouts rushed forward quickly. However, at the moment of contact, they were scattered by the blue torrent. Swish! The long sword slashed through the hunter's skin, and dense damage numbers appeared. Minus 647. Minus 698. Minus 1,024. Minus 647. Minus 533. Minus 783. Even though the hunter warriors here are generally a few levels higher than them, there is still a large class between them. But they were still killed on the spot by the Ascalon soldiers. Even the 3 black-robed priests could not stop their charge. Where they passed, there were corpses everywhere. At least dozens of hunter warriors lost their lives in this wave of charge. The hunters looked at this scene in horror. So strong. What's wrong with these soldiers? Why do they have so many shields? And their recovery ability is so fast. Damn it! My attack landed on them, and their injuries recovered in a short while. They are just like a group of undead monsters. Oh my god! This is a group of undead legions. We can't defeat them. Hearing this, the hunters felt even more terrified. With over 500 HP restored per second, the HP of these Ascalon soldiers can be restored to full value in just a few seconds. Chao Xing, who saw the scene from behind, was pleasantly surprised, because he had seen the prototype of the undead army led by Duke Palatine. In the near future, he will have his own Ascalon army. At this moment, the 3 black-robed priests hurriedly ordered, "Don't be scared. There can't be an immortal army in this world. They must be blasphemers of the God of Light. Let's impose sanctions on these evil guys." Hearing this, the hunters regained their fighting spirit. That's right, we have the strongest God of Light. God of Light above. Please give me the power to kill the enemy. The group of hunters rushed over again. At this time, Assam, riding on the frost wolf, raised the king's blade and wielded the sword of justice. Swish! With the blessing of the king's blade, Assam's sword attack reached more than 10 meters. The hunters who were swept by his sword energy felt as if they were hit by a door panel and then were knocked away again. The formation that was finally organized was broken down by Assam again. Not only that, there was an archer behind him whose arrows were almost all critical hits, who was madly harvesting the heads of the low-health hunters. And Dubai and Volibear, after dismantling the arrow tower, also quickly rushed to Assam's side to help deal with the 3 black-robed priests. This time, Chao Xing showed his strongest strength, directly and forcefully raided this large camp of 600 people. On both sides of the battlefield, they had the upper hand. The number of hunters was getting smaller and smaller. Not only that, up to now, they discovered a horrifying fact. That is, not just those soldiers. Everyone on the field seems to have an immortal ability. No matter what kind of attack they receive, they will recover in a short time. Chao Xing's eyes healing technique is really abnormal. Recovering more than 500 HP in 1 second, how to fight this? Until now, it's basically their side that's dying, and the number of Chao Xing's side has basically not decreased. Several elite hunters were shocked and said, "What's going on? Are they really immortal? No. They must have accepted the power of the evil god, and the great god of light will punish them." At this time, Chao Xing continuously cast several large-scale magics, and he alone killed at least more than 30 hunters. After his mental power was overdrawn, he swallowed a drop of medium-quality tree sap directly into his mouth. And then he became lively again. At the same time, he condensed a long ice spear. And then the spear began to spin at high speed, with the sound of wind tearing everything apart. He instantly rushed into the hunter, causing a large area of damage of more than 2,000. It was the ice soul spinning spear. With so many powerful skills, Chao Xing found that his output ability was already much stronger than the demon transformation. State. Haha, a powerful mage is a big threat on the battlefield. If I see such a mage, I must kill him first by any means. The white-robed priest understood this point. He ordered the black-robed priest to organize several raids, just to kill Chao Xing. And often at this time, his men would be like a madman, and attack the enemy crazily. Especially the big guy Brown. He smashed his shield to the ground directly, and then threw out his ultimate move Glacier Fissure, freezing a large number of hunters in place. Even other elite killers were slapped away by Lu Muxue beside Chao Xing with a shield. After Lu Muxue advanced to the 3rd level Aurora Knight, her combat power was also amazing, and she didn't let them get close to Chao Xing at all. So this led to a situation where Chao Xing could attack without worrying about it. And no one could control him. Time passed slowly. 3 minutes later, there were some casualties on Chao Xing's side. The 2 wild boar warriors were besieged by several elite killers, and the archers nearby focused their fire, causing their health to be reduced to 0 in an instant. After triggering Holy Light Redemption, they were focused on by them again and killed instantly. Not only the wild boar warriors, but also 2 or 3 casualties on Assam's side. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's eyes were solemn. Sure enough, no matter how many states you have, you are not truly invincible. You still have to be careful. But compared to the casualties of the enemy, this is nothing. Up to now, the enemy has lost 300 or 400 people, and the hunters are almost unable to hold on because of the increasing number of deaths. At this moment, the 2 dragon blood fighters relied on a lot of states on their bodies and rushed through the crowd. Isabel also kept dropping big light balls, causing group attack damage. Tong Chu, who was hiding behind Chao Xing, also tried to throw out the self-destruction robot and G1 Corona, and let them fight next to the hunters. Soon, almost half of the hunters on Chao Xing's side were killed. As for Assam, with the addition of Dabai and Wally, the 3 boss-level creatures firmly suppressed the 3 black-robed priests on the opposite side. As for the other Ascalon warriors, fighting 1 against 2 or 3 was no problem at all. The white-robed high priest also noticed that the number of hunters in this camp was rapidly decreasing. He asked with a sinister look, "Who are you? Why did you raid our Church of Light camp?" However, Chao Xing said, "Who do you care who I am? You just said something rude to my dark elf. Right? Isabel, I don't need your help here. Go and kill him." After hearing Chao Xing's order, Isabel directly shifted her firepower and began to condense a large ball of light to bombard the white-robed assassin. Seeing this scene, Sarah, who was fighting the white-robed priest, had a hint of shame on her face. It was a feeling of being protected. At the same time, her heart seemed to surge with a warm current, which actually made her move her sword a little faster. The white-robed priest's expression darkened. He could only suppress Sarah. Now there was another leader-level mage, and the situation was reversed. Sarah's double sword suppressed the guy's blade, and then chopped it down directly. Swish. 2 swords slashed. Minus 3,072. Minus 4,577. At this moment, the health of this white-robed priest had been reduced to less than 50,000. Although Sarah's HP also dropped to 15,000. It quickly recovered due to Isabel's healing chains and Chao Xing's eyes healing. Seeing the situation becoming more and more critical, the white-robed high priest said in a deep voice, "Among the lords of the other world, there is no one as powerful as you. A few days ago, the one who raided the camp of priest Sodaf was you. Right?" He had roughly guessed Chao Xing's identity, And Chaoxing did not deny it. So what if it's me? The white-robed high priest said in a deep voice, sure enough. However, although you are very strong, this is the stupidest decision you have ever made. Those who are enemies with us will not have a good end. The power of our Church of Light is far beyond your imagination. I have already reported your information to the bishop. You just wait to bear the wrath of the Church of Light. At this point, the white-robed priest changed the subject. However, if you surrender now, I might be able to get the bishop to spare your life. But Chaoxing said sarcastically, do you think I will believe it? He had already confirmed that this guy had not reported the matter, because this white-robed priest would never have thought that it was surprising enough for a lord of another world to destroy the base of a black-robed priest. Now, he actually had the opportunity to flatten the base where he was. And his actions were so swift. You know, among the forces of the Church of Light in the snowstorm, his place is already one of the strongest strongholds. So, with the strength of this lord from another world, wouldn't it be possible to flatten the snowstorm in more than 90% of the camps of the Church of Light? Thinking of this, the white-robed priest had a hint of hidden shock in his eyes. But Chaoxing ignored him and said directly, Isabella, use the sacred ring to control him. As Isabel raised her staff, the experienced white-robed high priest instantly felt the danger. He flashed like a phantom and disappeared. The sacred ring was also released into the air. Sarah quickly disappeared and intercepted the white-robed priest again. Seeing this, Chaoxing sighed. This guy can really run. But it doesn't matter. He can't run faster than us anyway. It's only a matter of time before he is worn down. Thinking of this, Chaoxing continued to increase his output. Bang! Ice-breaking flying blade exploded again, taking away a large number of hunters' lives. You killed Hunter Warrior LV-27, a third-level ordinary creature, and gained experience points, 810. Combatant gained experience points, 405. You killed Hunter Killer LV-28, a third-level elite creature, and gained experience points, 2,800. Combatant gained experience points, 1,400. You killed. Kill prompts kept appearing. At the same time, as more and more corpses appeared on the ground. Chaoxing, Lu Muxua and others, a white light rose above their heads again. Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 23. Attributes upgraded with this upgrade, strength plus 6, agility plus 5, spirit plus 9, physique plus 7, HP plus 500. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua's level has been upgraded, current level, level 23. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance's level has been upgraded, current level, level 28. After a while, there was only one high priest in white robe left on the field, and the 4 priests in black robe were still resisting. It's not that they didn't think about escaping, but the dark elf Sarah was like a leech. They couldn't get rid of her no matter how hard they tried. And every time Sarah forced them out of the phantom flash state, the holy light priest over there, and the spider queen next to them would throw a control skill at them, which made them tiresome. They were almost suppressed to the point where they had no power to fight back. At this moment, the white-robed high priest looked at the other 4 black-robed priests with hope. Only then did they realize that they were besieged by dozens of powerful beings. It was even worse than his situation, especially the black-robed priest on Chaoxing's side, who was besieged by a group of people. Not only that, he had 7 or 8 claws hanging on his body, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Seeing this scene, the white-robed high priest knew that he was completely screwed this time. With the last glimmer of hope, he quietly looked at a corner next to the Great Rift Valley. In the dark, the white-robed high priest had arranged several hunter-killers, who sneaked out secretly. He was going to ask for help from other hunter camps. However, what he didn't know was that there were also people arranged by Chaoxing on the Great Rift Valley. At this time, Rab was already fighting with those hunters on it. At this moment, Chaoxing was dealing with the dying black-robed priest, as a big ice spear was thrust out. Puff! Minus 1,739. The black-robed priest's health was reduced to 0, and he fell on the spot. You killed the black-robed priest, Finn Hansen LV-31, a 4th-level boss-level creature, and killed the monster above the level. Experience points, 12400*2. Combatants gain experience points, 6,200. Please note, because you have killed too many priests of the Church of Light, the implicit favorability of this camp has been reduced to the lowest. Once exposed, you will attract the attention of the Bishop of the Church of Light and even be hunted down. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was stunned. Have we killed too many? The favorability has dropped to the lowest. But who cares? I don't want to have a good relationship with this camp anyway. There is no other way. The profit from destroying a hunter camp is too great. Not counting other gains, the things dropped by these hundreds of dead hunters alone are a huge fortune. Chao Xing has seen the equipment, hearts of power, and even souls all over the ground. If he collects them all, it will definitely greatly increase his strength. At the same time, the battle in Assam was also coming to an end. The fighting power of Dubai and Volibear was too amazing. One was Mammoth Trampling, and one was Thunderbolt. Both were various group attack and control skills. In particular, Volibear also had a big move, Sky Sound Shock. Of course, the elite among the hunters, some also had group attack skills. For example, Rain of Arrows, such as Sweeping, such as Hammer Slam. However, as mentioned before, Chao Xing's survivability was too abnormal. Fighting for 3 minutes was equivalent to refreshing the Holy Shield 9 times, plus Volibear constantly released Thunderbolt, which gave them another layer of lightning shield. The HP that was reduced with great difficulty is often restored when the Holy Shield appears. Dealing with this kind of enemy is simply hopeless. As Assam swung his sword, he directly killed the Black-Robed Priest in front of him. Your territory member, Assam killed the Black-Robed Priest. Willard Lynch LV32, gained experience value, 12,800. Combatants gained experience value, 6,400. Your pet, Volibear killed the Black-Robed Priest. Craig Ross LV28, killed the enemy above his level, gained experience value, 5,600 by 2. Combatants gained experience value, 2,800. Volibear's level has been upgraded, current level, 16. Your pet, Dubai killed the Black-Robed Priest. Jasm Kadir LV34, gained experience value, 13,600. Combatants gained experience value, 6,800. At this point, the 3 Black-Robed Priests here were all killed. Assam led hundreds of soldiers and 2 giant beasts to surround the last White-Robed Priest and blocked all the ways out. Moreover, all the soldiers took out the catapult hooks. As long as the White-Robed Priest dared to rush over, he would be hooked by dozens of hooks in an instant. Seeing this scene, Montella also realized that he had reached the end of the road. He sighed. You blasphemers. Don't think you have one. You will soon know that today's actions will bring endless disasters. The news here will soon reach the ears of the bishop. You wait for the punishment of the Church of Light. Listening to his threatening voice, however, Chao Xing laughed. You mean those hunter scouts who escaped from the secret passage? Hearing this, the White-Robed Priest was shocked. How did you know? Chao Xing did not answer, but still had a smile on his face. Because Lab had received a battle report. 4 hunter scouts who wanted to escape were killed, and one of them was an elite. It seems that his multi-line defense strategy is correct. Chapter 184, Looting the Camp, Tons of Resources. At this moment, the White-Robed Priest also realized that his backup plan had failed, and there was complete despair in his eyes. He was surrounded by a group of big men, watching his injuries getting worse. However, his eyes were fixed on Chao Xing. Who are you? Why, you know the location of my territory? Why, you have such terrible power? Who are you? Under the unwilling questioning of the White-Robed Priest, Chao Xing threw an ice-breaking flying blade. Over. Bang! 3 ice balls exploded. Minus 3,748. Minus 3,894. Minus 3,691. The health of the White-Robed Priest was completely reduced to 0. Even before his death, he held his dagger tightly. Mantra was an excellent killer. The rigorous training since childhood allowed him to easily escape even if he was surrounded by hundreds of people. But unfortunately, he met Chao Xing. A system prompt appeared. You killed the White-Robed Priest. Mantra Hassan LV35, a 4th level leader-level creature, killed a monster above your level, gained experience points. 17500*3. Combatants gained experience points, 8750. You destroyed a large stronghold of the Church of Light, gained reputation points, 1000. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's face showed joy again. Because this meant that this camp had completely fallen into his hands. Such a large camp, there must be a lot of good things. Plus the souls and equipment of the hunters on the ground. After this battle, his strength will surge again. Chao Xing gave the order directly. Assam, take people to clean up the battlefield. Yaskin. You lead other Ascalon warriors. Enter the rooms of these hunters. And search carefully for any living hunters. Then collect all the supplies and hand them over to me. Sarah. Continue to scout the area around the camp to ensure that no hunter is left out. Others. Guard the camp. Under Chao Xing's orders, everyone began to execute in an orderly manner. He took Lu Muxue and Tong Chu directly to the center of the territory, and searched the rooms on the second floor. It seemed that this was the room of the black-robed priests, which was divided into 2 floors. The first floor was the usual activity area, and the second floor seemed to be the bedroom. Muxue, you and Xiao Chu go to the second floor to search. Okay. Lu Muxue took Tong Chu to the second floor of the room, and Chao Xing started searching on the first floor. There are some simple furniture here, tables, cabinets, and stoves. There are also several shelves next to them, which seem to have some supplies on them. There are also some piles of wood and coal next to the stove in the corner. Chao Xing opened the cabinet, and some seasonings, or food, etc. suddenly appeared inside. Then, he collected all the supplies on the first floor. The system prompt appeared. Obtain, wood asterisk 373. Obtain, coal asterisk 63. Obtain, raw meat asterisk 38. Obtain, white sugar asterisk 17 cans. Obtain, honey asterisk 4 cans. Obtain, craft tequila asterisk 3. Obtain, black goat cotton clothes asterisk 2. Obtain, coins asterisk 2919. Obtain books, bright age. Not bad, these black-robed priests usually have good living conditions. In addition to 17 cans of white sugar, there are 4 cans of honey. I'm really not afraid of diabetes. Chao Xing smiled. At this time, Lu Muxue and Tong Chu came down from the second floor, holding a piece of armor that was as shiny as stone. Lu Muxue said softly, axing, "Look at this." "Oh, there is another piece of equipment?" Chao Xing took it, and felt a heavy weight in his hand. This piece of armor alone weighs at least 30 or 40 kilograms. Obtained, crystal plate armor purple. Huh? It's actually a purple plate armor. Chao Xing praised, not bad. Mushu. Lu Muxue chuckled. Xiao Chu and I found it in the small wooden box under the bed on the second floor. It seems to be the equipment collected by the black-robed priest. Chao Xing also laughed. Xiao Chu is also very powerful. He saw Tong Chu's performance today. Although she didn't participate in the battle much, she didn't drag Chao Xing and the others down. As a 5 or 6-year-old girl, it was already good enough for her to achieve this level in her first battle. Tong Chu had a happy smile on her face, and she seemed happy to receive Chao Xing's praise. Chao Xing took a look at the properties of this plate armor. Crystal plate armor purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, above level 30. Armor, 317 to 334. Additional effect 1. Constitution plus 80, Strength plus 80, Hit rate dash 20%, Attack speed minus 20%. Additional effect 2. Intermediate force removal, when attacked by physical attacks, reduces the damage received by 20%. Additional effect 3. Crystal shield, when attacked by magic attacks, reduces the damage received by 20%. Equipment introduction. It is hard to imagine that the dwarves can make such hard crystal into armor. It looks so heavy. It is really amazing forging technology. Gilby Mejia. Wow, such a purely defensive plate armor? All the special effects of this armor are to reduce damage. Adding more than 300 armor, the defensive ability is really abnormal. If you cooperate with Chao Xing's Frost Magic Shield, that is almost 40% of the damage reduction. Then, he directly handed the equipment to Lu Muxue. Muxue. You hold it, you can change it after level 30. Uh-huh. Lu Muxue did not push off, pick up directly. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. The harvest in the first room is not bad. Then, they continue to search for the next room. Like the previous house, Chao Xing searched for the first floor area. Lu Muxue and Tong Chu searched the second floor area. After searching for a while, they handed all the items to Chao Xing. Obtained, wood asterisk 291. Obtained, coal asterisk 78. Obtained, pepper asterisk 7. Obtained, ceviche vinegar fish asterisk 13. Obtained, pickled ham asterisk 2. Obtained, coarse salt asterisk 3 cans. Obtained, ferocious beast leather pants, purple, asterisk 1. Obtained, coins asterisk 3633. Not bad. Not bad, there is another purple equipment. Chao Xing looked at the attributes. Ferocious Beast Leather Pants Purple. Quality, Rare. Equipment Level, above level 30. Attached Special Effect 1. Agility plus 100, Strength plus 50. Attached Special Effect 2. Rage Soul, when attacking, increases critical hit rate by 15%. Attached Special Effect 3. Soul of Ferocious Beast. When receiving damage, there is a 30% chance to activate the soul of the ferocious beast in the leather pants, causing a mental shock to the enemy, making it enter a short state of unconsciousness. The triggering interval of this special effect is 120 seconds. Equipment Introduction. Pants made of the cerebral cortex of a dead heart-eating tapir, and there is still a trace of resentment from the heart-eating tapir on it. TSK, it is indeed a level 30 equipment, and the attributes added are really a lot. However, this is an agility type equipment, and Chao Xing can't wear it. After thinking for a while, he already had a candidate in mind. Then, the three continued to search the remaining 2 houses. However, the harvest in the remaining 2 houses was not satisfactory. In addition to some supplies and coins, no other purple equipment was found. Then, Chao Xing took them to a house in the central area of the territory. It was 2 stories high and covered an area of nearly 100 square meters, which was considered a large building. This was also where the white-robed priest rushed out. Obviously, this should be the most important place in the entire camp. Even the gate is made of iron. I looked at the properties. Camp Iron Gate. Armor, 150. Durability, 4,500. More than 4,000 durability. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua launched attacks at the same time, and then broke the gate in a few seconds. Boom! The iron gate collapsed, and a spacious living room appeared inside. The decoration inside was quite gorgeous, and all kinds of furniture were available. There was a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and a gray carpet was laid on the ground. There was a round conference table in the middle of the living room, and several murals of the sun hung on the wall. Other than that, there was nothing else. After searching for a while, they only found some wood and coal on the first floor. Chao Xing said, "I'll go to the second floor to check, and you continue to search the first floor." Lu Muxua and Tong Chuchu nodded at the same time. After that, Chao Xing stepped onto the wooden ladder leading to the second floor. In the bedroom area on the second floor, there was also a bed and several cabinets. He began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. Even the bed was turned upside down. In the end, he only got 3 sets of cotton clothes, a set of attributeless high priest robes, and some coins. Chao Xing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Huh? A white-robed high priest's lair actually only has these things. This is not as good as a black-robed priest's lair. You know, Chao Xing had found a black diamond in the camp that he had pushed down in front of the Great Rift Valley. This large camp of 600 people actually had so few resources, which was really hard for Chao Xing to imagine. At this moment, Tong Chuchu's clear voice came from downstairs. "Big brother, I found an entrance to the basement downstairs." Basement? Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Then he walked down the second floor quickly. At this time, he saw Tong Chuchu hiding under the round conference table with a happy look on her face. Chao Xing also showed joy on his face. It turned out that the entrance to the basement was at this location. Except for Tong Chuchu's petite physique, it is estimated that Chao Xing and Lu Muxua would not think of hiding under the table. He smiled and said, "Xiao Chuchu, you did a good job." Tong Chuchu laughed. Chao Xing pushed the table away, and then lifted the carpet next to it, and saw a wooden door leading to the basement. Basement wooden door. Armor, 30. Durability, 200. This is just an ordinary wooden door, without any special effects. It is estimated that this white-robed high priest would not have thought that his camp would be captured. So, Chao Xing casually used an ice ball spell, and destroyed the small wooden door. A deep passage suddenly appeared below. Wow! This basement looks quite deep. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. The deeper the basement, the larger the space inside, and there might be more supplies. He walked straight down. The deeper he went, the more he smelled the aroma of food. After walking up more than 30 steps, they successfully reached the bottom of the basement. The system prompt appeared. You have discovered a special area, the supply storage room of the Mantra camp. Supply storage room? After the system prompt ended, Chao Xing took out a magic stone torch. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Tong Chuchu and Lu Muxua, who were following behind him, also opened their mouths in surprise. Then, Chao said in surprise. Fuck. Fuck. I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Ha ha ha. What did they see? A whole basement of food, wine, and a lot of dried bacon. And the reserves far exceeded Chao-Shing's territory. There were so many bags full of food. Just one look, and you'll know how amazing the reserves here are. Great. Ah Xing. Lu Muxue said excitedly. So much food. Enough for us to eat for a long time. Tong Chu next to her was also excited, because she saw the candies, and some bottles, and jars on the shelf. Wow! There are so many candies! Those seemed to be Chu's favorite blueberry jam and corn candy. Chao-Shing also smiled. In this world, candies are more expensive luxury goods than honey and sugar. Only the rich or the nobles can afford it. The three of them had joy on their faces. Chao-Shing walked over and took a look. The shelves in front of him were filled with mysterious mints, toffees, and other candies. In addition, there were various jams. Behind the shelves, there were neatly stacked bags of various grains. There were hundreds of bags. Mainly peeled wheat, there were also potatoes, corn and so on. A bag weighed 20 to 40 kilograms, that is, there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms of food here. In addition, those air-dried bacon, ham, and so on hanging overhead. Just looking at it makes people excited. Because these grains will soon fall into Chao-Shing's pocket. Dahua told Chao-Shing yesterday that there was not enough food in the territory. Chao-Shing was worried about this matter, and was preparing to go to the town to purchase a large batch the next day. Now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome, and it can save him a lot of expenses. It is worthy of being a camp of 600 people. If all these grains are transported back to the territory, there will be no need to worry about food for the next few months. Chao-Shing said excitedly, "Take it away, take it all away." Then, he started a large-scale search. With so much food, it would take at least a dozen carriages just to transport it. But as survivor lords, they have something more convenient. That is a backpack. In addition to the 20-grid backpack that the lord brings with him, Chao-Shing also has a silk inscription backpack with 80 grids of space. And 1 grid of space can hold 400 kilograms of food. Even if Chao-Shing doesn't have enough space, Lu Muxue still has 60 grids of space. So he can take away all the supplies here. Chao-Shing first took away all the candies and other bottles and jars on the wooden shelves. Obtained 7 bottles of fine salt. Obtained 3 cans of blueberry jam. Obtained 6 cans of toffee. Obtained 1 can of honey. Obtained. After clearing the shelves, Chao-Shing began to collect other supplies on the ground. Obtained 20 bags of peeled wheat, 30 kilograms. Obtained 17 bags of peeled corn kernels, 30 kilograms. Obtained 1,766 corn cobs. Obtained 178 dried hams. Obtained 13 bags of wheat, 20 kilograms. Obtained. While Chao-Shing was packing, he had a happy smile on his face. Ha ha ha. This kind of house raiding feels so good. Sure enough, these hunter camps are my resource acquisition points, and I can always find a lot of supplies in these camps. If those survivors knew that Chao-Shing had obtained so much food at once, they would probably be envious and crazy. These resources, whether they are sold or used for anything, are a huge fortune. No matter which survivor gets so many supplies, the strength of the territory will be greatly improved. Of course, among the survivors in Area 174, only Chao-Shing could do this. If it were anyone else, not to mention the survivors, even the indigenous forces of this world would not necessarily be the opponents of these hunters. Chao-Shing was able to flatten the stronghold of the Church of Light because of his strong territorial strength. They began to frantically pack the supplies in this basement into their backpacks. It took about 5 or 6 minutes for Chao-Shing to empty the supplies here. The three of them gathered together, and Chao-Shing counted the harvest. The total harvest was fine salt * 32 cans, candies, toffees, mints, corn candy * 28 cans, jams, blueberry jam, raspberry jam, winterberry jam * 47 cans, white bread * 33.72, peeled wheat 30 kilograms * 272 bags, wheat 20 kilograms * 145 bags, peeled corn kernels 40 kilograms * 79 bags, dried corn cobs * 27.95, potatoes 30 kilograms * 74 bags, rice 40 kilograms * 45 bags, Air-dried bacon asterisk 454 kilograms. Air-dried ham asterisk 72 sticks. Dead mice asterisk 112. It was about the same as Chao Xing expected. All the wheat, bacon, and other food here add up to more than 20,000 kilograms. Enough for Chao Xing's territory to eat for 2 months. If they save some food, 3 or 4 months is not a problem. Not only that, after Chao Xing put away all the food in the basement, he also saw a storage box. This made Chao Xing even more excited. Last time, in the storage box of the black-robed priest, I found a black diamond. In this storage box, there should be something more precious. Right? With anticipation, Chao Xing walked over quickly. When he got closer, the system prompt appeared. Mantra storage box, orange can be opened. Fuck. It's an orange storage box. Chao Xing's breath stopped on the spot. Because this means that at least one orange item can be opened in the storage box. He immediately became more excited. Then he clicked to open it. Opened the hunter storage box successfully. Obtained, Advanced Assassin Manual, orange. Obtained, Shadow Killer Training Barracks Construction Drawings. Obtained, Leah Medina's Transfiguration Potion. Obtained, Leah Medina's True Vision Potion. Obtained, Livia Cherry Beer asterisk 17. Obtained, Frost Moose Hind Leg Meat, Gold, asterisk 8. Obtained, List of Black Robe Priests. Obtained, Mantra's Treasure Box asterisk 1. Chapter 185 Counting the Harvest, Burning the Camp. After opening the storage box, a lot of acquisition prompts appeared. So many new things. Chao Xing's eyes showed excitement. He couldn't wait to check the properties of these props. The first one is the orange quality book. It is written in a bordered golden font. Advanced Assassin's Manual. The signature next to it is not Montella, but another unknown assassin. Advanced Assassin's Manual, orange. Quality, epic. Effect a prop. It records the life of an unknown assassin, including his various assassination techniques, experiences. By constantly practicing the techniques in the book, you can master the various assassination skills of this unknown assassin. Learnable skills. Advanced Assassination Techniques, Shadow Step, Assassination Code, Shattered Shadow, Phantom Flash, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Learnable skills. Advanced Assassination Techniques, Shadow Step, Assassination Code, Shattered Shadow, Phantom Flash, Instant Prison Shadow Kill. Reading requirements, Assassin, Thief, Stealth, Killer and other assassination professions. Reading time, unknown. Note, depending on personal talent and effort. The time required to learn the various skills recorded in it varies. Only by practicing hard can you become a true assassin king. Seeing the introduction of this thing, Chao Xing was shocked. Huh? This is actually a manual that allows people to learn various advanced skills. This book records 6 skills, including the first 5, which the White Robe Priest has already learned, and their properties are very powerful. As for the last one, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, it is probably a more advanced skill. Even the White Robe Priest has not comprehended it. Obviously, the value of this book is inestimable. No wonder its quality is marked orange. For any assassin or killer, it is a priceless treasure. But unfortunately, this thing has restrictions, and only killers or assassins can learn it. In addition, you need to study the knowledge in the manual carefully, and then practice day after day to learn the skills in it. It is very convenient for survivors like them. After obtaining these skill books, they can learn how to use the skills with just a clap of their hands. However, no matter what, the value of this book is definitely more than the tens of thousands of kilograms of food mentioned above. And this is almost tailor-made for Sarah. This powerful dark elf assassin, if he learns any of the skills in it, can be greatly improved. It's really an orange quality item. It's so powerful. With excitement, Chao Xing began to check the second thing, which was a training barracks blueprint. Shadow Killer Training Barracks Blueprint. Blank effect. You can build a training barracks in the territory. Train ordinary non-professional residents into shadow killers. Learn basic assassination skills. Shadow stealth and other skills. Area, 124 square meters. Durability, 1800. Materials required for construction, stone asterisk 300. Wood asterisk 150. Iron asterisk 100. Refined iron asterisk 50. Mithril asterisk 20. Shadow crystal asterisk 5. Construction time, 1732. Can you train a barracks for shadow killers? Chao Xing's thoughts became active again. If I have this training barracks, Can I train a group of shadow assassins and then let them learn the advanced assassin manual? Although the various skills in this manual have very high requirements. But as long as one person learns one of the skills, it will be a profit. At that time, I can even use this manual to train a group of powerful assassins. Through the combination of this blueprint and the manual, Xiaoxing seemed to see a different development model. However, it will take time to practice these. Moreover, to build this barracks, a new material is needed. Shadow crystal. So, Xiaoxing clapped his hands, clicked on this blueprint to learn, and continued to check the next thing. Leah Medina's transformation potion, special item. Potion effect, after use. You can transform into a creature you have contacted before. Imitate the opponent's strength, breath, etc. And the transformation effect lasts for 60 minutes. Note, the potion can only imitate the breath of creatures within the 5th level at most, and will be detected by beings with strength 20 levels higher than you. Transformation potion? This is a good thing, Xiaoxing thought to himself, but this transformation should not be a buff effect. Right? If it is blessed by the power of the eternal force, and then permanently transformed into another creature, it will be fun. But no matter what, this bottle of potion is still very useful, and it may come in handy at some point. He put it in his backpack. He continued to check the second potion. Leah Medina's True Vision Potion, special item. Potion effect. After taking it, you will have the True Vision Eye effect for the next hour, and can see through the enemy's disguise, transformation, stealth, and other effects. Note, this potion can only see through the camouflage effects within the 5th level. Interesting, these two potions are still matched. Right? After drinking the transformation potion, you can change into the aura of other people. After drinking the True Vision Potion, you can see through some existing disguises and transformation effects. Xiaoxing was happy, and then he continued to check the next thing. Lydia Cherry Beer, after taking it, you can instantly restore 300 HP and increase your agility by 15 points within 300 seconds. There is an 80% chance of entering a drunken state. A kind of beer loved by the lonely strong. Sold in the Territory Tavern. And there is a chance of attracting some stealth or rangers to your territory. There is nothing much to say about this. It is the same type of consumables as champion liquor and rose wine. It just attracts agile heroes. Xiaoxing continued to check. This time, there were several pieces of cold hind leg meat. Hind leg meat of frost moose, gold. Hind leg meat with icy breath, first time consumption, can increase ice attack by 5%. Note, frost moose is a very rare magical creature, and has extremely strong magic power. It is said that they can spit out frost breath that freezes everything. Oh my god. Golden meat. This is the first time I've come across it. This hind leg meat of frost moose actually increases damage by percentage. The effect is too strong. Isn't it? Obviously, this thing is very valuable. Only 100 G is needed to take effect. Here 8 pieces or 80 portions. Xiaoxing can not only eat it for himself, but also for other subordinates with ice abilities in the territory. For example, the 2 dragon blood fighters, such as the frost archer Elisa and the others. 5% ice damage increase, still very powerful. Such precious beast meat, Xiaoxing certainly would not sell it. The most important thing is to keep it to improve his own strength. At this moment, Xiaoxing still has 2 things left in his hand. One is a list, and a square box. He first checked the introduction of this list. List of black-robed priests. It records some black-robed priests that Montella has contacted, and their identities, and secretly recorded the names of these people. Name, Kulin Kurtz, Evershine City. Kulin Pharmacy Merchant. Name, Marcia Glass, Malayan City. Baron's wife. Name, Tashid Cotton, Evershine City. Kingdom Garrison 3rd Army. Lieutenant General. Name. After reading these dozens of names, Xiaoxing's eyes were filled with shock. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. These dozens of people include people from all major towns in the Ice Crystal Kingdom and various industries. From potion merchants to relatives of nobles. From knights to knight commanders. The one with the highest position among them is a general named Tashid. Xiaoxing sighed. It seems that the Ice Crystal Kingdom is almost infiltrated by the Church of Light. You know, on this list, there are only some black-robed priests that Montella has contacted. For the Church of Light, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg of their huge power. At this time, Xiaoxing thought, the name Tashid seems familiar. He thought about it for a moment, and then suddenly startled. I seem to remember it. in the underground prison of that village. The Lieutenant Declan, who was rescued by me, said that they were sent out by General Tashet to investigate. It's bad. It turns out that the biggest traitor is their boss. No wonder Declan and his team were all exposed. This also made Xiaoxing feel a sense of crisis. The infiltration ability of the Church of Light is really terrifying. Even high-ranking officials of this position can be transformed into members of their church. Xiaoxing felt more and more that his actions today were correct. At his current development speed, the Church of Light will sooner or later notice him. And Xiaoxing's actions today can be said to have greatly delayed this time. It seems that the Church of Light has great plans. In the near future, these conspiracies may all break out, which may have an impact on the entire kingdom, and will also affect us survivors. With my current strength, I can't make any impact on such a huge force. Even if I have killed a lot of white-robed and black-robed priests recently, it will only be a pain for them. Xiaoxing knew this clearly, and he did not feel inflated because of his successive victories. Moreover, through these analyses, Xiaoxing also made up his mind. That is to continue to make steady progress, gradually improve the strength of himself and the territory. Then, when these crises break out, have the power to protect himself. Thinking of this, he put all these things away. Then, a square box appeared in his hand. This is also the last item in this storage box. Mantra's treasured box. Item information. It seems to contain something extremely important to Mantra. The treasure of the white-robed priest. Is it something good? Looking at the item introduction, Xiaoxing felt a little curious, including Lu Muxue, who also leaned forward with some curiosity. He slowly opened the box. When they saw what was inside, their faces turned pale, and they felt a chill at the same time. Lu Muxue, who was next to him, almost couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Bang! Xiaoxing closed the box on the spot, and then cursed inwardly, "Damn! This Montella is really perverted." In this box, there is a head. A woman's head. She didn't know how long she had been dead, but in the low-temperature environment of this world, she still maintained a lifelike expression, as if she had just died. Thinking of Montella's character introduction, Xiaoxing roughly understood the identity of the woman in the box. He was about to throw the box away, but after thinking for a moment, he sighed. Forget it. Find a place to bury her after you get out. She is also a poor person. After doing this, Xiaoxing searched the basement again. After confirming that nothing was missed, he took Lu Muxue and Tong Chuchu and left. When they came out, they saw that Assam had cleaned up the battlefield. Hundreds of hunters' bodies were piled together, and their equipment was stripped off. At the same time, 3 elite Ascalon warriors came over and reported, "Lord, we have carefully searched every corner, including the hidden basement, or the cabinets have been searched 2 or 3 times, and we have confirmed that there is nothing missing. In these rooms, we found more than a dozen hiding hunters, but we have executed them on the spot." Xiaoxing nodded. "Very good." Sarah came over quietly and reported, "The secret passage has been found, just behind the big rock on the edge of the cliff. I checked it once, and there are no other hunters in the secret passage." Xiaoxing nodded again. Then, Assam also came over. "Lord, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and the bodies of the hunters have all been piled up together, and all the things that fell from their bodies have been collected. Please take a look." Xiaoxing was also excited after hearing this. This time, they killed nearly 600 people, and it was unimaginable how many things could be found among them. He suppressed his excitement and collected all the spoils on the ground. First, there are 4 bosses, and the equipment dropped by 1 boss. Obtained, Silent Blade, gold, *2. Obtained, Swift Boots, purple. Obtained, Cruel Gloves, purple. Obtained, Believer Hammer, purple. Obtained, Shadow Dual Blades, purple. Obtained, Abyssal Staff, purple. 5 purple equipment. 2 golden assassin knives. Obviously, this wave of harvest is huge. Then, there are the weapons on the bodies of the elite hunters and ordinary hunters. Obtain, Assassin's Blade, blue, *11. Obtain, Stone Crushing Great Sword, blue, *12. Obtain, Sandalwood Longbow, blue, *6. Obtain, Standard Weapons of the Church of Light, sword, axe, gun, bow, *437. Obtain, Arrows *4172. After this wave, Xiaoxing's territory arrow reserves will also be greatly supplemented. Next are some souls and hearts of power, as well as various attribute books. Obtained, Mantra Shadow Soul *1. Obtained, Black Robe Priest Soul *3. Obtained, Hunter Elite Soul *18. Obtained, Advanced Power Heart *1. Obtained, Intermediate Power Heart *6. Obtained, Primary Power Heart *52. Obtained, Large Agility Book *1. Obtained, Medium-Sized Attribute Books *28. Obtained, Small Attribute Books *172. 1 Leader Soul, 3 Leader Level Souls, plus 18 Elite Souls. If these resources can be digested, Chao Xing's strength will be greatly improved. However, Chao Xing did not check it immediately, because he had to hurry to clean up the battlefield. He looked at Assam, and said in a serious tone, "Have we found the bodies of our soldiers who died in the battle?" Hearing this question, Assam was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. "We found them all. There are 5 dead in total. 2 soldiers from the Kanda Empire, an Imperial archer, and 2 warriors from the Wild Boar tribe." Hearing this death toll, no one on the field said anything. After all, in a large-scale battle like this, and when the enemy's level and number are generally higher than theirs, it is impossible not to have casualties. Only 5 people died, which is almost a 1 to 100 casualty ratio. This is simply a miracle. Chao Xing sighed and said, "These dead soldiers are heroes of our territory. Wrap their bodies with cotton clothes and carry them back to the territory." Assam nodded solemnly. "Yes, Lord." After they wrapped the bodies of the 5 dead soldiers, Chao Xing ordered, "Now everyone prepare to return. Andrew, take people to burn this place." After hearing the order, everyone took action. Andrew brought several soldiers and threw several torches in various corners of the camp. The flames gradually rose and engulfed the entire camp. In the light of the fire, Chao Xing and his group gradually left the camp. 10 minutes later, Chao Xing returned to the top of the Great Rift Valley and successfully reunited with Lab and his group. Chao Xing said at this time, "Everyone, follow me. Lab, you follow the team and erase our marching traces." The Wild Boar warrior Lab nodded and said, "Yes, Lord." Then, Chao Xing took more than 100 people and changed the direction along the Great Rift Valley. Not only that, he deliberately took a detour of more than 20 kilometers. During the journey, he passed through mountains, frozen rivers and forests. It took more than 2 hours before he began to move towards the territory. Not long after Chao Xing and his men left, the large camp of the Church of Light had already been burning with flames. A shadow was still lurking near the secret passage. It was Sarah, who was instructed by Chao Xing. At this moment, she entered a deep phantom invisible state, and with a shadow cloak. Her breath had been concealed to the extreme. Since Chao Xing left, she has been standing here quietly waiting for more than an hour, watching the blazing flames rising into the sky, and the flames spreading to the entire camp. She still maintained the same posture, motionless. After a moment, Sarah noticed that there was an open area in the camp, and suddenly a piece of floor was lifted up. A hunter wearing a mask and with a terrified look came out. He looked at the camp engulfed by flames and the pile of burning corpses, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! High Priest Mantra is dead, and everyone in the camp has been killed." It's hard to imagine that this was done by a lord from another world and his men. I have to report this matter quickly. After that, the hunter came behind a large rock on the edge of the cliff. He wanted to leave the Great Rift Valley through this secret passage. Not long after he entered the secret passage, the hunter suddenly felt a pain in his back, and a dagger pierced his body. Puff! Before he could make a sound, 2 shadow blades slashed down silently. -3,766. -3,172. -5,733. -3,154. Dagger of obstruction. Plus 3 consecutive slashes, causing more than 10,000 damage. At the same time, Shadow Bloom recorded the previous damage, and then directly detonated. Chapter 186 Returning in Triumph. Reward according to merit. -12,056. A huge damage exploded. This hunter-killer, with the strength of the 3rd level elite, was directly taken away by Sarah. Before his health value dropped to 0, he tried to use up his last strength to turn around and take a look at the attacker. But Sarah broke his neck directly. He probably never thought until his death that there was an assassin lurking in the dark, and he was so powerful. After killing this guy, Sarah dragged his body aside. Then he went into stealth mode again, waiting silently, until he confirmed that the fire had completely engulfed the camp and there was no one alive. Sarah left the place. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chao Xing led the army back to the vicinity of the territory, and Sarah also returned to the team silently. Chao Xing knew the situation in the camp through the communication device beside his ear. There was actually a living person hiding, but fortunately, he made multiple preparations, and now all the hidden dangers have been eliminated. At this moment, the iron gate of the territory opened. A dozen wild boar warriors, like victorious warriors, stepped into the territory with great momentum, and the people in the territory also walked out of the door at this moment. They all knew that Chao Xing led people out to fight tonight, and it was the first time that he led so many soldiers to fight. So, these people in the territory wanted to know the result of this battle, or the casualties. When they saw that most of the faces on the field were there, they also showed joy on their faces. However, they also saw the bodies of the soldiers, and their faces froze. Chao Xing slowly said, "As you can see, we won this battle, but at the same time, we suffered some casualties. This is a sad thing, and it is also the reason for my lack of ability." Hearing this, the wild boar warrior lab said excitedly, "Lord, you don't have to be sad and blame yourself. We wild boar tribe warriors are proud of fighting, and death is just returning to the arms of the beast god." The Ascalon elite next to him, Yaskin, also said, "That's right, Lord. It is our honor for soldiers to die on the battlefield. Besides, this time, we have achieved unprecedented results. This is the most amazing battle I have participated in since I joined the army. With the sacrifice of 5 people, we wiped out the cult organization of nearly 600 people. This is simply a miraculous victory." Yaskin's words were recognized by everyone. Even the Holy Light Priest Isabel and the Blood Spider Queen knew how amazing the battle tonight was. But Chao Xing shook his head and said, "I know. Compared to the results of the battle tonight, the death of these 5 soldiers seems insignificant. But they are not cold numbers. They also have their own names and identities. They are my subjects. We can't just forget these heroes who died in the battle." Hearing this, the group of Ascalon soldiers and wild boar warriors were stunned. No one expected that Chao Xing would attach so much importance to the sacrifice of these 5 people. "Lord," Assam seemed to want to say something, but Chao Xing shook his head. "Tomorrow, we will hold a funeral for these heroes and set aside a hero tomb area in the territory. From now on, whether it is the staff or our warriors, anyone who sacrifices their lives for the territory will be buried in this area. As long as our territory exists for 1 day, they will be remembered for 1 day. As long as our territory exists for 1,000 years, they will be remembered for 1,000 years." After Chao Xing finished speaking, all the people on the field stood in awe, and it seemed as if a warm current surged in their hearts. Especially those Ascalon soldiers, the soldiers of the Kanshan Empire, even had tears in their eyes. Before this, they had never thought that they would be treated like this. After all, they were just a group of ordinary soldiers. They only needed to capture a few strong people among the civilians, train them a little, then they could join the battlefield and fight. In this world, the lives of ordinary soldiers were worthless. Even if they died on the battlefield, they would not receive too much attention. A large-scale war would kill tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. For these soldiers, at best, their relatives would receive a small pension after their death. This was the treatment only given by powerful empires. More often, they were buried on the spot after they died in battle. And then one day, they were dug out of the ground by hungry beasts, leaving no body behind. However, their lords actually treated these deceased people with such solemnity. In this cold world, for the first time, they realized that as human beings, they should be respected. At this moment, Assam, with tears in his eyes, was the first to kneel on one knee. "It is our honor to fight under your leadership. I seem to understand the meaning of being sealed in the other space, which was to allow me to meet a lord like you. I am willing to shed my last drop of blood and sweat for the Lord and the territory." Assam was also an ordinary knight, and was promoted step by step by Chao Xing. He felt more than anyone else, and had a deeper feeling for this territory. Therefore, the tone of this resolute knight was filled with tremors. The emotions of the members of the entire territory were mobilized. Hot tears flowed from their eyes. "I am willing to sacrifice everything for the Lord." At this moment, The system prompts were swiping the screen like crazy. Because of your words and deeds, you have touched the territory member, Lab, and your loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 91. Because of your words and deeds, you have touched the territory member, Hilda Blood Kiss, and your loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 83. Because of your words and deeds, you have touched the territory member, Isabel Gospel, and your loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 81. Because of your, whether it is the Polar People, the Tree Spirits, the Wild Boar Warriors, or the Ascalon Warriors, all their loyalty has skyrocketed. Even the most difficult Hilda and Isabel have also been improved. However, the system prompts have not ended yet, because you are the first lord in the server. With 100 subjects with loyalty of more than 90, you get the personal title, Noble Lord. Noble Lord, personal charisma plus 50. And increase the probability of persuading wild rangers, and the probability of wild soldiers surrendering or joining the territory by 30%. Title introduction. Through strong personal charm, you conquer your subjects. Whether it is hypocrisy or sincerity, at least you make your subjects have hope in their eyes and faith in their hearts. If you can keep it up, hypocrisy for a lifetime is noble. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing showed a strange look on his face. Building a hero's tomb was just a sudden idea. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Not only did the loyalty of the people increase greatly, but he also got his first title. However, Chao Xing always felt that the introduction of this title was weird. But who cares? This did not prevent the title from being really powerful. It actually added 50 points of charm. And there was a 30% chance of persuading the enemy to surrender, or conquering the ranger. Combined with the tavern recruitment function, the effect was outstanding. Chao Xing was secretly happy. In fact, he had a golden blueprint in his hand, called King's Altar, which was said to be able to resurrect heroes who died in battle. But these soldiers who died in battle were just ordinary creatures. Chao Xing didn't know what the resurrection range of the King's Altar was, so there was no hope for the resurrection of these people. At this moment, the Holy Light Priest Isabel walked out slowly. You are a lord with noble character. In this territory, I seem to see what the Holy See once pursued. On behalf of the Holy See, I express my deep respect for you. Chao Xing looked at the woman and nodded silently. The influence of the church on her is really great. But it doesn't matter, sooner or later, Chao Xing will be able to raise her loyalty to 100. By then, won't she be at my mercy? Ahem. I'm getting off topic. At this time, Chao Xing straightened his expression. Then he looked at the excited people, and continued, the sacrifice of the heroes certainly makes us feel sad. But it is precisely because of your heroic fighting that we won a great victory in this battle. And we also obtained a lot of resources. After that, Chao Xing winked at Lu Muxue. Then, the two of them took out tens of thousands of kilograms of food from their backpacks, and piled them on the stone floor of the territory. Seeing the pile of food bags in front of them, everyone's pupils shrank, because these food were found in the basement. So they didn't know that Chao Xing had such a harvest. The scene of so much food piled together was really shocking. Dahua even exclaimed directly, Gods! I just told the Lord yesterday that the food in the territory was running out. As a result, the Lord brought back so much food today. Oh my God! You are really an omnipotent Lord. Dahua's eyes were filled with strong admiration. A system prompt appeared. Because your behavior has touched the people in the territory, Dahua, loyalty has been increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Now, the other party will unconditionally execute your orders. As an old employee in the territory, Dahua's loyalty has been directly increased to 100. And those soldiers, wild boar warriors, of course, understand the importance of food. This almost determines how far a territory can go. The tears in everyone's eyes were diluted by surprise. Assam said excitedly, these foods are enough for our territory to eat for several months. Chao Xing nodded and said, yes. Through these supplies, our territory can get better development. This is also one of our gains in this battle. De Zhuang, work hard tonight, and take people to move these grains into the basement. However, after hearing this, De Zhuang said excitedly, Lord, we are not tired at all. We have endless energy to move food. Ha ha. You are right. We polar people love to move food the most. After that, these polar people started to work. In fact, Chao Xing could have put it directly in the basement, without De Zhuang and the others having to work so hard. But surface work is also necessary. After all, some things cannot be reflected on the system panel. For example, morale, the emotions of the people, etc. When they see so much food, they will have more hope for the territory. Whether it is fighting or working, they will be more efficient. Chao Xing continued at this time. In addition to these supplies, we also obtained other resources, which can help us improve our strength. Now, let's start rewarding according to merit. Hearing this, all the fighters on the field became excited. They all looked at their lord with expectant expressions. Chao Xing's eyes also swept through the crowd, and then stopped at the group of wild boar warriors. Lab. Hearing Chao Xing calling him, Lab came over excitedly. My strong lord, I'm here. Chao Xing said, today, your wild boar warrior team obeyed the command and killed the enemy. So I decided to reward you with 3 elite souls to help your tribal warriors break through. At the same time, I will reward you with a new weapon. After saying that, Chao Xing took out 3 elite souls from his backpack, as well as a pair of black swords that exuded a faint black aura. This weapon is called Magic Shadow Dual Blades, and it is a purple grade weapon. Chao Xing has not checked the specific attributes yet, but among his subjects, only this group of wild boar warriors can use dual blade weapons, so he simply gave them to him. At this moment, Labo almost trembled as he took the gift from Chao Xing and thanked him respectfully. Thank you, strong and generous lord. Then, Labo turned around, looked at 3 of the wild boar warriors, and said loudly, You 3 are the ones who killed the most enemies tonight. I'll give you these 3 souls first. Remember, this is the opportunity given to us by the Lord to become stronger. The 3 wild boar warriors were immediately excited. They didn't expect that there would be such a reward for fighting bravely. For a moment, they also took the soul with trembling hands. Then, they said respectfully, Thank you, powerful Lord. Long live the Lord. Because of your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Lab, has been improved. And the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full. And now the other party will unconditionally execute your orders. Because of your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Derek, has been improved. And the current loyalty is 94. Because of your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Miles, has been improved. And the current loyalty is 91. Because of you, persistent prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. The leader level Lab even reached 100 loyalty directly. Chao Xing looked at the group of Ascalon warriors again. I also saw your heroic performance today, so I decided to give you 10 elite souls as a reward to the soldiers who killed the most enemies this time. Of course, don't worry if you haven't made a breakthrough. As long as you perform well, you will have plenty of opportunities to break through in the future. Yaskin, come here and receive it. At this moment, the elite Ascalon warrior Yaskin came over with excitement and then took it respectfully. He also sent these souls down. The next moment, 10 messages about loyalty improvement appeared. The loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers all increased to above 95. Among them, 3 soldiers even had a loyalty of 100. Then, Chao Xing looked at the 2 new members, the Dragon Blood Fighters. John chosen. 2 Dragon Blood Fighters with firm faces and spears in hand came out at the same time. Dear Lord, I am here. Although you have just joined, your performance today has been recognized by everyone. What Chao Xing said was right. Today, these 2 Dragon Blood Fighters, the first 2 waves of Ice and Snow Dragon Spear break, really shocked everyone. It can be said that with this wave of outbursts by the 2, the momentum of the Hunter Squadron was directly dispersed. Although they were only elites, their strong combat capabilities were not even inferior to some leaders. Chao Xing said, I will also reward you with 2 souls, which will give you more powerful power. After that, he directly took out 2 leader-level souls. The 2 Dragon Blood Fighters also took them excitedly. As a fighting nation, their desire for power far exceeded Chao Xing's imagination. You are not only a powerful lord, but also an excellent leader. Even in our Norn clan, leaders like you are extremely rare. Josette next to him also echoed, yes. We really hope that during the Dragon War, there will be such an outstanding leader to help the Saints share the pressure. In this way, we will not have such a hard time. The 2 of them were moved. 2 system prompts appeared. Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Johnner's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 86. Due to your generous gift, your territory member, Josen's loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty, 87. At the same time, Chao Xing called Brown and Hilda over again. Then he took out 2 intermediate power hearts. Looking at the red crystal in Chao Xing's hand, Braum was so excited that the muscles in his upper body were shaking wildly. Braum is also going to break through the 3rd level and become a powerful warrior. Mom will definitely be happy for Braum. Hilda next to him was also very happy. She had wanted to break through to the 3rd level for a long time. She had always been suppressed by Isabel before, which made her feel very frustrated. At this moment, under the lavender eyeshadow, Zierda's pair of green compound eyes looked at the red crystal in Chao Xing's hand. With a little uncertainty, she asked tentatively, "Can you really give it to me?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "Of course. I promised you." Hearing this, Zierda's mouth curved up. At this moment, the smile of this enchanting woman was like a purple enchantress in full bloom. Beautiful beyond description. Even Chao Xing was slightly stunned. Obviously, Zierda was as beautiful as Isabel and Lu Muxue. It's just a completely different style. But soon, she changed to a look of disdain. "TSK, this queen doesn't care about your charity. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, has been increased. Current loyalty, 89. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Braun Iron Wall, has been increased. Current loyalty, 100. Loyalty is full. Now, the other party will unconditionally execute your orders." Chapter 187. All members are promoted. The new form of the druid. Hilda's arrogance made Chao Xing speechless. However, when he saw that Braum's loyalty was full, he also showed joy on his face. So far, the harvest this time has almost been distributed. The people who received the rewards were all excited. And those who did not receive the rewards felt very envious. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart, if there is such a battle next time, I must perform well in front of the Lord. Chao Xing has a leader-level soul, a chief-level soul, and 7 elite-level souls. The most valuable of these, naturally, is the leader-level soul. To be honest, he has many people with great potential under his command. For example, Dabai and Volibear, or Rennies and Assam, and even the 2 dragon blood fighters. They are only elites or leaders now, but have already shown strong combat power. Once they break through the leader, they will definitely usher in another qualitative change. But there is only 1 leader-level soul. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to continue giving it to Andrew. After all, Andrew failed to give one last time. He just didn't believe it. Could he fail twice in a row? Andrew looked at the leader-level soul in Chao Xing's hand, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. "Lord, why don't you give it to someone else? After all, I have failed once." But Chao Xing smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's good to succeed this time. As you said, the law of nature is balance. Isn't it?" Hearing this, Andrew also laughed. "You are really a wise lord. Nature will bless you." He no longer refused and took it respectfully. At this point, the harvest from this battle has almost been distributed. There are still some equipment left, and Chao Xing has not had time to check the properties yet. So he decided to wait and see. At the same time, at Chao Xing's signal, everyone began to use these souls and hearts of power to break through. The scene of more than a dozen people improving at the same time was still very shocking. Although it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, the hundreds of people in the territory were all awake. First, the 3 wild boar warriors broke through first. Your territory member, Derek, successfully advanced to the 2nd level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skills. Double blade wheel dance. Your territory member, Miles, successfully advanced to the 2nd level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skills. Double blade wheel dance. 2 system prompts. 2 of the 3 elite souls succeeded, and 1 failed. This success rate is okay. Then, it was the group of Ascalon warriors. The first system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Nikita, successfully advanced to an elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. New skill learned. Sword of the Broken Army. Sword of the Broken Army. Suddenly charge forward, impact all enemies along the way, cause damage of attack power *141%, and have a greater chance of knocking enemies away, dispersing the enemy's formation, cooling time 3 minutes. Seeing the skill introduction, Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. This skill is good. Combined with their legion skills, Fearless Charge, there is almost no existence on the battlefield that can stop this army. As the first breakthrough prompt appeared, 5 system prompts appeared in succession. Chao nodded secretly. 10 souls, 6 have broken through, not bad. Next are the 2 dragon blood fighters. For this powerful army, Chao can't help but look forward to it. The elite level is already so powerful. I wonder what skills they can activate after breaking through to the leader. At this moment, the ice dragon blood in the 2 people is constantly being activated, and even a dragon's might is constantly emanating. This makes the faces of the tree spirits show some fear. System prompts appear. Your territory member, Jonard, successfully advances to a boss level creature, attributes increased by 30%, learn new skills, dragon blood extraction. Your territory member, Josen, successfully advances to a boss level creature, attributes increased by 30%, learn new skills, dragon blood extraction. Dragon blood extraction. Extract the blood as Wama in the body. In the next 120 seconds, all skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%, all attack ranges are increased by 30%, attack speed is increased by 30%. After the skill ends, you will suffer a huge backlash of pain, cooling time, 5 minutes. Note, those who steal the dragon's power, while gaining great power, will gradually be eaten away by great pain, until the frost covers the neck, and finally can only look at their own stiff body, and wail in despair. Ha ha. Both of them succeeded. And this new skill is so damn powerful. What does it mean to reduce the skill cooldown by 50% and increase the attack range by 30%? The 2 signature skills of the Dragon Blood Fighter, Dragon Spear Assault, only have a 40-second cooldown. Ice and Snow Dragon Spear Break only has a 3-minute cooldown time. After it is reduced by half, their output capacity will increase dramatically. Coupled with the increase in attack range, this means that Dragon Spear Assault can jump to a longer distance. Ice and Snow Dragon Spear Break can also increase its attack range from the original 50 meters directly to 65 meters. It is so powerful that it is terrifying. Chao was delighted. However, this skill has a huge side effect. That is, after the effect ends, you will suffer great pain. Jonard had said before that, ever since the blood of the ice dragon was absorbed into their bodies, their Norn tribe had been constantly suffering from the backlash of the ice dragon's power. Obviously, the sequelae of this skill were more severe than the pain they had experienced before. Chao pondered. I wonder if this skill will be blessed by the power of eternity. If so, will they continue to suffer from this side effect after using it? Or will they never have to bear the backlash? He decided to give it a try. So, Chao came directly to the 2 dragon blood fighters. Jonard, use your dragon blood extraction skill to try it. After hearing Chao order, Jonard nodded and said, yes, Lord. At this time, Jonard seemed to remember something, and then said solemnly, but there is something I need to remind you. Because this move, it is to extract the dragon blood in the body to gain power. And the dragon blood is quite unstable. After using this skill, I may lose my combat effectiveness, and even fall into a short state of madness and attack our companions. Then please subdue me, Lord. Hearing this, Chao frowned, because the skill introduction only said that it would cause great pain, but it did not say that it would make people crazy. It seems that the backlash of the dragon's blood is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Chao nodded. Okay, I will subdue you. Don't worry. Hearing this, Jonard also smiled. Then, he stretched out his left hand, as if he was absorbing some power. The next moment, he clenched his fist, and the veins all over his body suddenly bulged. Not only that, Chao even saw his blood vessels moving, as if there were worms wriggling inside. From his body, a strong and contemptuous power gradually emanated. At the same time, Jonard's eyes became cold, and a trace of emotion that did not belong to humans appeared. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. Jonard, a member of your territory, successfully performed the skill Dragon Blood Extraction. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. As Chao expected, this skill has also become permanent. Chao was a little nervous, observing Jonard's changes. Will he have to endure this backlash forever? Or will he be able to suppress this pain forever? After a while, Chao asked Jonard, how do you feel about your current state? Hearing Chao figure, the coldness in Jonard's eyes gradually faded. He looked at Chao with an expression of disbelief. Lord, this is really a magical power. This power not only helped me suppress the backlash of the ice dragon blood in my body, but also allowed me to use the power of the ice dragon at any time. Hearing this, even Joseph beside him was shocked. Oh my god! Are you serious? Jonard? Suppressing the backlash of the ice dragon blood, and using the power of the dragon at any time, are things that even the saint can't do. Joseph said excitedly, yes. Although I also feel very unconfident, but this is indeed the truth. Lord's great power is simply omnipotent. After getting confirmation, Joseph beside him was even so excited that he almost became incoherent. Great! Great! Our Norn tribe is saved. Looking at their excited reactions, Chao Xing also smiled. At this time, Joseph said apologetically, I'm very sorry. Lord, we are too excited. Because in our tribe, there are some powerful dragon blood fighters, who can also use the dragon blood extraction technique. However, whether it is the leader level, or the chief level dragon blood fighter, after using dragon blood extraction many times, they will completely lose their minds, and even become one of those ice nest monsters. We have no choice but to kill these brave warriors. The blood of the dragon gave us great power, but for us, it is also a curse that cannot be escaped. And now, because of your great power, we have gotten rid of this curse. That's why we are so excited. Chao Xing smiled, and shook his head, because he was also very excited. The stronger the two dragon blood fighters, the more help they will bring to him. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly had a different idea. Since the Norn clan has the talent to fuse the blood of the ice dragon into their bodies, then, can they fuse the blood of other races? Yes. That is, demon blood. After Chao Xing defeated the soul-eating demon last time, he obtained a job transfer item. Demon blood. This drop of blood can increase the user's attack power by 50%, which is quite powerful. At that time, they will be both dragon blood fighters and demon warriors. Will it receive a double bonus? So Chao Xing asked directly, Jonard Jocelyn, see if this drop of blood can be integrated into your blood? Looking at the drop of black blood in the wooden bottle in Chao Xing's hand, Jonard felt an evil and powerful breath. Then, he shook his head and said, Lord Jocelyn and I are not the top warriors of the Norn tribe. With our physique, melting one blood is already our limit. However, if you can find a Norn with a stronger talent in the future, you can try to fuse the two bloods. After hearing Jonard's explanation, Chao Xing nodded suddenly. It seems that just as I imagined, the blood talents of the Norn clan are also divided into different levels. Although these two dragon blood fighters are strong, they are not the best among them. They cannot withstand the fusion of two strong bloods. Chao Xing also temporarily gave up this idea. During their conversation, Braun and Hilda had all broken through to the third level. Chao Xing took a look at their attributes. Ice Shield Guard, Brown Iron Wall. Race, Human. Level 20/100000. Level 3 Boss Level Creature. Detailed Attributes, click to view. Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Blood Kiss. Race, Blood Spider. Level 20/100000. Level 3 Boss Level Creature. Detailed Attributes, click to view. After reading the attributes of the two, Chao Xing showed a strong joy in his eyes. After being blessed by the pale tree, Brahm's HP has exceeded 30,000, and his armor has exceeded 500, and this Blood Spider Queen, her HP directly exceeded 37,000, and her attack power exceeded 2,000. At this moment, Hilda, whose strong blood energy burst out, even made everyone feel breathless. It seems that she has the aura of the Blood Spider Queen, who destroyed two principalities in one fell swoop. Chao Xing praised. Braun, Hilda, you are very good. Braun touched his bald head and said embarrassedly, thanks to the gift from the Lord. Braun did not expect that within just a few days of being summoned by you, he would have such a strong strength. Hilda had just broken through the third level, and seemed to be in high spirits, and her blood energy continued to radiate. Only Isabel frowned slightly, and gathered holy light to dispel the blood energy in front of her. At this point, everyone's breakthrough is almost complete. Only Andrew is still transforming into a leader. It takes him a little longer. I don't know if it's because of the previous breakthrough. This breakthrough is very smooth. In Chao Xing's surprised eyes, a breath of life rises from Andrew. Your territory member, Andrew successfully transforms into a leader-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skills. Tree Man Form. Tree Man Form. Transform into a powerful tree man. Movement speed reduced by 30%. Health limit plus 30%. And additionally learn skills Life Bloom, Entangled Roots, Strengthened Bark, Thorns, transformation duration 5 minutes, cooling time 10 minutes. Seeing the system prompt, Xiaoxing was immediately surprised and said, haha. Sure enough, a new form has appeared. He couldn't wait to check the attributes of Andrew after the transformation. Icefield Druid, Andrew. Race, Druid. Level 25197992/200000. Level 3 leader level creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Xiaoxing was shocked. So powerful. The HP is about to break 40,000, and the attack power has also exceeded 2000, which is almost comparable to the attributes of the Blood Spider Queen. In other words, if Andrew enters the Owl Beast form, now, any Starfire can cause more than 3000 damage. And Moonfire can also cause more than 2000 damage. With its output frequency, Andrew's damage will surpass Xiaoxing again, and he will firmly sit on the throne of the second output of the team. However, this is not the biggest improvement of Andrew this time. The biggest improvement is the new form he unlocked. Xiaoxing said excitedly, let me see. What surprises are there in the new skills I got this time? Enhanced Spark, passive skill, armor increased by 30%. Entangled Roots, release 5 to 10 roots. Bind the enemy in place for 1 to 30 seconds. Absorb the opponent's attack power * 72% of the health value per second. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Life Bloom, within 7 seconds. Restore the health value of the spirit * 3 of the self or friendly unit. Cooldown time, 45 seconds. Thorns, surround yourself or friendly units with a layer of thorns. When attacked by melee, it will rebound 9 points plus Andrew's agility * 0.5 damage. The effect lasts for 600 seconds, and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. Wow! So strong? Obviously, Andrew's new form tends to be more defensive healing, and auxiliary, very versatile. The most important thing is, Andrew's transformation this time has 2 more status skills. One for health recovery, and one for damage counterattack. Life Blossom can restore Andrew's health by 3 spirits in 7 seconds. That is, the recovery value is nearly 2,200. And it can recover about 314 health points per second. The most important thing is that this skill can be used in conjunction with Ice Healing. In other words, with Andrew's Life Blossom, Xiaoxing and his team's recovery data per second will reach 854 points. After calculating this data, Xiaoxing's face suddenly showed a strong joy. Haha. Such a high blood recovery. It will be difficult to die now. In addition, there is also a Thorns. This thing should be equivalent to a damage-reflecting aura, fixedly rebounding 9 plus Andrew's agility * 0.5 damage. That is to say, a unit with Thorns applied to it will rebound about 370 damage every time it is attacked by melee. It doesn't sound like much, but you have to know that the health value of some first-level creatures is only about 500 or 600 in total. In other words, as long as you apply Thorns to a Polar Man and stand in the monster group, those monsters can kill the Polar Man by slashing at him twice. With the terrifying recovery method, it is a cockroach that cannot be killed by all the soldiers. Xiaoxing can even imagine the scene on the battlefield. Those soldiers looked at Xiaoxing's army, which was unkillable and untouchable, like a group of iron hedgehogs. That scene must be very funny. Xiaoxing was shocked. Too abnormal. Even he, facing such an army, had no way to deal with it except using various long-range attacks to kill them in one wave. He said excitedly, Andrew, your new form is very strong, and will be of great help to our territory. Chapter 188 Late at night, Renai's wish. Hearing Xiaoxing's praise, Andrew said modestly, thanks to the power of the Lord. Without the Lord, Andrew wouldn't be where he is today. Xiaoxing smiled. Although he wanted Andrew to add Thorns plus Life Blossom to all of them right now. But it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, a little too late. So Xiaoxing said directly, okay, everyone has worked hard. Except for the people who are on guard in the second half of the night, everyone else should go back and rest. Hearing Xiaoxing's order, everyone dispersed. In the second half of the night, Sarah and Assam led an army to guard. After everyone left, Xiaoxing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. The gains from pushing down the hunter camp this time were really huge. Everyone's strength was greatly improved because of this. For Xiaoxing, this is the real way to fight to support the war. The more enemies he killed, the stronger he became. Not only that, He still had several pieces of equipment in his hand that he hadn't checked the attributes of. After everyone left, Chaoxing gave Lu Muxua 2 instructions and asked her to go back to her room to rest first. Lu Muxua also obediently returned to the Lord's hut. Then, he began to silently check the properties of these equipment. The first item was 2 short knives that were as black as ink. After blending into the night, there was no trace of their existence at all. It was also very light in the hand, and it was basically impossible to feel any weight. Good knives, Chaoxing praised. These 2 short knives were the weapons that Montella used at the time. He looked at the properties. Silent blade gold. Quality, rare. Equipment level, above level 30. Weapon type, two-handed weapon. Note, two-handed weapons have the same special effects and share attribute bonuses and special effect cooling time, and do not overlap with each other. Attack power, 632 to 674. Additional special effect 1. Agility plus 120. Strength plus 60. Additional special effect 2. Dexterity, attack speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 20%. Additional special effect 3. Silent attack in stealth mode. Enhance the breath concealment by 30%. And there is a 70% probability that after attacking, the stealth will not be lifted. Additional special effect 4. Pain deepening, for enemies in bleeding state. An additional 30% damage is added. Equipment introduction. Have you ever heard the sound of blood flowing? I mean, when the dagger cuts through your blood vessels, you are unaware of it until your own blood gushes out. You can hear the sound. Miss Thief, lured Baburin. A very powerful, pure assassination blade. This pair of weapons should be very suitable for Sarah. Chaoxing continued to check the next piece of equipment. Swift boots, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 25. Armor, 57 to 66. Additional effect 1. Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 20. Additional effect 2. Agile steps, dodge rate increased by 20%. Additional effect 3. Swift steps, after being attacked, you can actively activate the sprint effect. Within 30 seconds, running speed increased by 50%, cooling time, 120 seconds. Equipment introduction. Don't chase me. Otherwise I will let you know. What is a win like Man Ranger, Lorraine Haney. The attributes of this pair of boots are also pretty good. Although the above attributes are not suitable for me. They are more suitable for agile professions such as Rennie's and Sarah. But as mentioned before, I am a fragile mage. He must try his best to ensure his survivability. Running is also a kind of survivability. With the blessing of Queen's will, his running speed has already exceeded the killers of the same level. After turning on the special effects of Swift Boots, I am afraid that only a leader-level assassin like Sarah can catch up with me. Chaoxing put it on without hesitation. Suddenly, I felt that I was more energetic when running. Okay. Please call me Swift Mage from now on. Then, he continued to check the next piece of equipment. This is a pair of gray gloves. Cruel gloves, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 25. Armor, 17 to 25. Attached special effect 1. Strength plus 30. Agility plus 20. Attached special effect 2. Bloody hands. When performing physical attacks, increase the bleeding chance by 20%. Attached special effect 3. Cruel hands. When attacking the same enemy continuously, the damage caused by each attack increases by 5%, up to 30%, and becomes invalid after the target is transferred. Equipment introduction. Gloves once worn by a murderer who has committed many crimes. It is said that he once dissected hundreds of people in succession. This pair of gloves also has very good properties. The premise is not to read the equipment introduction above. However, for Chaoxing, its origin is not important. When it is in his hands, it is an equipment that can enhance combat power. As mentioned before, strength itself is not terrible. What is terrible is its user. Chaoxing thought, this pair of gloves seems to be quite suitable for Rennie's. I can give it to her together with the beast leather pants later. So far, the purple equipment obtained in that camp has been almost finished. Finally, there is a purple square hammer and a purple staff. Because no one uses heavy weapons like hammers, Chaoxing did not check them out. That staff can be given to the mage apprentices Ai Li or Sylvia. After all, Chaoxing already has a level 20 golden staff, and the purple staff is not very attractive to him. He looked at the attributes. Staff of the Deep, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, Level 20. Attack power, 254 to 274. Additional special effect 1. Spirit plus 20, Physique plus 10. Additional special effect 2. Primary magic power amplification, increases all magic attack damage by 10%. Additional special effect 3. Eye of the Deep, after the attack hits, reduces the target's magic resistance by 20%, lasts for 10 seconds. Equipment description, a staff with special power, origin unknown. Seeing the third special effect on this staff, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Hey! It can actually reduce the opponent's magic resistance. This staff is pretty good. Reducing magic resistance by 20% is equivalent to increasing the damage of the team members' magic attacks by 20%. The output capacity of magic-type professions will be greatly increased. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At this point, he had seen everything, and he already had a candidate in mind for the distribution of these equipment. The first thing to do was, of course, to distribute the golden dagger to his first general. At this moment, Sarah was patrolling the territory. However, Chao Xing searched around but could not find the dark elf assassin. There was no way. If Sarah wanted to stay undetected, Chao Xing would not be able to find her at all. In desperation, he called out softly, "Sarah." A moment later, a slender black shadow appeared silently beside Chao Xing. "Lord, I'm here," Chao Xing thought to himself. As expected, when Sarah could not be found, she would appear as long as he called out. Looking at the dark elf half kneeling in front of him, he asked directly, "Sarah, what weapon are you using now?" Hearing this, the dark elf handed the weapon in his hand to Chao Xing without hesitation. Obtain, Shadow Blade, purple, *2. Chao Xing looked at the attributes. It was a level 20 double blade weapon. The attributes were not bad, but compared to Silent Blade, it was much worse. After all, one was a level 30 golden weapon, and the other was a level 20 purple weapon. So, Chao Xing directly handed the two black short knives to Sarah. Sarah looked slightly surprised. "Is this the weapon in the hands of the white-robed priest?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "Yes, it has good properties. You are now level 28, and you should be able to equip it in the next 2 days. By the way, your heart of power to break through the 4th level is also ready. Although this thing has a probability of failure, but..." Before Chao Xing finished speaking, a pair of hot lips had already kissed him, directly interrupting what Chao Xing was about to say next. The next moment, Chao Xing only felt that she was constantly teasing him. The dark elf's heavy breathing kept hitting Chao Xing's face. Chao Xing only felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen, and then he hugged the beauty in his arms. Not only that, Chao Xing's hands gradually reached into the assassin's leather jacket. Sarah muttered in her mouth, and her body kept twisting. The two of them lingered for nearly 5 minutes. The dark elf in front of him had a dazed look in his eyes, and it seemed that the fire in his heart was aroused again. She held Chao Xing's neck and gazed at him affectionately. Chao Xing asked, "Do you want to go back to the room, Sarah?" Hearing this, Sarah's eyes flashed with struggle. Then she shook her head and said, "Not yet, Lord. I will be on duty in the second half of the night. There needs to be someone in the territory to be on guard against those stalkers at all times." Chao Xing nodded. He also knew that what Sarah said was true. She and Rennies were the only two people in the territory who had the means to see through the assassin's sneaks. She stood on tiptoe, bit Chao Xing's earlobe, and said unwillingly, "Remember to come to me tomorrow night, dear Lord." After that, Sarah was about to turn around and leave, and continue to patrol the territory. But Chao Xing grabbed her wrist, and said, "Don't worry. I have something to give you." Then, he took out the assassin's manual, orange. Sarah's beautiful eyes were full of doubts, and she began to read the information recorded in the manual. After just flipping through a few pages, the doubt in her eyes gradually disappeared, and turned into a strong shock. Goddess of Dark Moon. The various assassination techniques recorded in this book are so advanced and profound. Its owner is at least a 6th-level master assassin. A top assassin of this level is a master even in the entire continent. Lord, where did you get this manual? Sarah looked at Chao Xing with surprise. But Chao Xing smiled and said, "I found it in that camp. I thought it should be helpful to you, so I brought it back." Hearing this, Sarah, who had always been calm, lost her usual calmness. She said in a slightly hurried tone, "This is more than helpful. If this manual appears in our Dark Elf tribe, it will be kept as a treasure. Even in our tribe, there are not many master assassins, and their assassination methods are not easily taught. And in this manual, there is even a detailed record of the life of this master assassin, and the understanding of each stage of these skills, which is equivalent to recording all the details. As long as you learn all the knowledge in it and practice diligently, within 20 years, I am even confident that I can break through to the master level. Chao Xing was stunned after hearing this, and then thought to himself, 20 years? For the natives of this world, it should be considered a relatively fast speed to become a master in 20 years. However, for Chao Xing, this speed is still too slow. At his speed of development, it will probably not be long before a sixth-order creature will appear under his command. Of course, the premise is that there is no limit to his breakthrough. After all, the survivor lords and the advancement of his people require different kinds of power hearts. The advanced power heart he currently possesses can only allow them to transform from the third to the fourth order. As for what the higher fifth order requires, it is unknown. But Chao Xing still encouraged, not bad. Sarah, I am looking forward to the day when you become a master assassin. Sarah solemnly put away the assassin's manual in her hand. Then he knelt on one knee and said, Lord, this is the most precious gift Sarah has ever received since she was a child. In the name of the Dark Moon Goddess, Sarah Blade Dance will defend everything you have with her life from now on. This promise is very heavy. It means that Sarah is even willing to give up everything for Chao Xing, including race, faith, life. Chao Xing smiled, and then helped the Dark Elf assassin up. Go, Sarah. Sarah nodded, then disappeared from the spot and went to inspect the territory. After Sarah left, Chao Xing thought to himself, next, I have to give the beast leather pants and cruel gloves to Rennie's. These two pieces of equipment are very suitable for her. Thinking of this, Chao Xing went straight to Rennie's residence and began to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Although he had the authority to enter all the buildings in the entire territory. But after all, it was a girl's room, so he still had to knock on the door before entering. At this time, a cold voice came from inside. Who is it? Me. After hearing the voice, there was a rapid sound of footsteps from inside. Tap, tap. Then the door opened. In front of Chao Xing, a strange woman appeared. She had long, smooth hair draped over her shoulders, and wore loose silk pajamas. Through the light, she could see her curvy figure. Chao Xing looked at her for a moment, and wondered, are you Rennie's? At this moment, this woman who looked like a girl next door, lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't you look like her? Lord. Speaking of which, this was the first time Chao Xing saw Rennie's in this image. Before, she always tied her hair up to facilitate fighting, and she looked heroic. But now, she looks much gentler. Chao Xing smiled. Not really. But I just didn't react at once. Rennie's asked softly, then, does the Lord like me like this? Her voice was very soft. But Chao Xing still heard it. After a moment, Chao Xing said, yeah. Hearing this, Rennie's raised her head, and then showed a beautiful smile. The moonlight above her head fell, making her skin as white as snow. In terms of appearance, Rennie's might be slightly inferior to Lu Muxue, but at this moment, she was like a fairy under the moonlight, exuding her own beauty. Before Chao Xing could react, he suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed. Then, he was pulled into the room by Rennie's without any explanation. As a woman who has been dealing with bows and arrows for many years, Rennie's wrist strength is very strong, and Chao Xing can't even break free. Bang! The door closed directly, and Rennie's pushed Chao Xing against the door, looking at him affectionately. The scene in front of him was a little weird, which made Chao Xing couldn't help thinking, was I pushed against the wall by my own men? However, after the bold move at the beginning, Rennie seemed a little afraid to continue. She lowered her head shyly, and said softly, Lord. The entanglement with Sarah just now had made Chao Xing feel a burst of fire burning his body. So, Chao Xing took Rennie's into his arms, with her surprised eyes. Through her pajamas, Chao Xing could feel the woman's slender curves, especially her waist, where there was no fat at all, and it felt like a full waist. Then, Chao Xing put his hands down, gradually stroking her perky buttocks. Under his caress, Rennie's gradually twisted her body involuntarily. The body in his arms gradually heated up. After a while, Chao Xing took off her loose pajamas with his own hands. Rustle. The pajamas fell off. In front of Chao Xing, there appeared a slender and healthy body. Because of years of exercise, Her body curves were very perfect, and there was even a clearly visible vest line on her abdomen. Looking down, there was a pair of round and perky buttocks. Renai's figure was not as soft as Lu Mushue, Sarah and others. On the contrary, it seemed a little tight. The woman crossed her arms, turned her head to the side and said, Lord, my figure may not be as good as Sister Sarah's. Will you dislike me? However, after hearing this, Chaoxing walked up to her, held her hands, took off her coat, and Renai seemed even more shy. However, in her shy and expectant gaze, Chaoxing lowered his head and kissed her. At this moment, all the anxiety and shame in her heart disappeared. Only the constant mumbling in her mouth remained. Renai's gradually changed from being immature to actively responding. Her slender arms also hugged Chaoxing, and took off his clothes one by one. The two of them were entangled, and soon came to the bed. Then, she stroked Chaoxing's chest with her slightly rough palms, and then whispered, Sorry, Lord. Renai's palms are a little rough. I have always felt a little inferior because of this. Because of pulling the bowstring for many years. Renai's palms had many calluses. Chaoxing laughed after hearing this. It's okay. Renai's, you are a perfect woman. Hearing this, Renai's gradually showed a touching look on her face. You are the first person to praise me like this. On the battlefield, my subordinates all think I am too fierce. Because of my severity, no one regards me as a woman. Before she finished speaking, Chaoxing had already taken her hands, clasping their fingers. Her muscles tensed instantly, and a trace of discomfort appeared on her face. After a moment, the pain on Renai's face disappeared. She was so gentle. Chaoxing almost didn't have time to think, and only felt his brain empty. 1 hour later. This hour, Renai's was the one who took the initiative. She had no strength left. She lay softly on the floor, looking at Chaoxing with a dazed look. Time was passing quietly. Although Renai's physique was much stronger than Chaoxing's. But it was her first time, and she did it for 2 hours straight, which made the beauty in front of her exhausted. Then, Chaoxing carried this soft beauty from the ground back to the bed. The two of them lay in the warm bed together. Chapter 189. The difficulty of survival increases. The 4 major legions in Area 174. Renai nestled in Chaoxing's arms, with a satisfied blush on her face, and then whispered, Finally, I have received the care of the Lord. Chaoxing was stunned after hearing this, and then smiled. Have you been waiting for a long time? Yeah. Renai nodded embarrassedly. Chaoxing smiled and said, I will come to see you again when I have time in the evening. Hearing this, Renai was even happier, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. At this time, Chaoxing suddenly said, By the way, this is for you. After that, she took out the cruel gloves and ferocious beast leather pants from her backpack. Renai took the 2 pieces of equipment gently. After feeling the aura on them, she also knew that these 2 pieces of equipment were very suitable for her. She gently put the 2 pieces of equipment away. Then, in Chaoxing's surprised eyes, Renai went straight into the bed. The next moment, Chaoxing only felt a softness wrapping him up. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hiss! Half an hour later, Chaoxing finally left Renai's room. The cold wind howled at night. Mixed with the warmth from the furnace, the feverish brain gradually cooled down. It was almost the middle of the night. Chaoxing said with a strange look on his face, I still have some elite souls and some equipment in my backpack that I haven't distributed yet. But it's too late now. Forget it. Let's go back to the room and sleep today. Just as he was about to return to the Lord's hut, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash in front of him, and sneaked into the cowshed. Huh? Who is it? Chaoxing was shocked. Is it another stalker? Didn't Sarah find out? Thinking of this possibility, Chaoxing suddenly became a little nervous. After all, the cowshed had more than a dozen cloud yaks locked up in it, which was a huge fortune for him. No matter who it was, sneaking into the cowshed in the middle of the night, it must be no good. He followed him quietly. Then he stopped in front of the wooden door of the cowshed. Through the gap, he saw a petite figure, carrying a small wooden bucket and crawling into the cloud yak pile. After seeing the figure inside clearly, Chaoxing's face was already black. Crack! Chaoxing directly pushed open the door of the cowshed, and then asked with a dark face, Alyssa, what are you doing? Hearing Chaoxing's voice, the little girl who was milking was so scared that she almost jumped up on the spot. She hurriedly put the small wooden bucket in her hand behind her back. Leader. Leader. Lord. Why are you here? Chao Xing said speechlessly. You still ask me why I am here? You don't sleep in the middle of the night and come here to steal milk? Seeing that she was found out, Elisa simply stopped hiding. She quickly ran to Chao Xing and knelt down gently, hugging his thighs and pleading. Whoa. Lord, Elisa was wrong. Please forgive Elisa this time. I will never dare to do it again. Seeing her like this, Chao Xing was speechless again. He said, Okay. Get up. I didn't say anything about you. Hearing this, the little girl jumped up on the spot and said happily, Wow. Thank you, Lord. I knew you would forgive me. Chao Xing was speechless. I didn't say I forgave you. Tell me first. Isn't there milk in the cafeteria? Why did you come here to drink it secretly? After hearing this, Elisa was excited and said, Of course, it's because milk tastes better when it's fresh. Especially the milk of cloud yaks. It only tastes the most delicious within the first few minutes after it is squeezed out. Elisa loves milk the most. After hearing this, Chao Xing's mouth twitched, and then he showed an evil smile. Really? Then do I need to tell Mr. Mel about you coming to drink milk in the middle of the night? Hearing this, Elisa suddenly became nervous. Wow. Don't tell my father, he will hit me on the head, and won't give me milk for a few days. Just then, Elisa came over shyly, turned around, and bent down. She pointed her small buttocks at Chao Xing. Chao Xing was confused. What are you doing? Elisa said aggrievedly, I know I was wrong, I will spank the Lord a few times. Can you please not tell my father? Chao Xing wanted to say no, but he suddenly had a mischievous thought in his mind. So, Chao Xing directly put the little girl on his thighs, and then slapped her buttocks several times. Snap! Snap! Every time he slapped her, Chao Xing would feel a soft touch, and Elisa's body trembled slightly, and she begged for mercy. Woo! Woo! Lord! Elisa was wrong. The girl's begging for mercy did not slow down Chao Xing's strength, but made him hit harder. Woo woo! But after a few times, Elisa suddenly stopped moving. Chao Xing thought he was too heavy-handed, and stopped moving. Elisa? Did I use too much force? But at this moment, the little girl raised her head, under Chao Xing's surprised eyes. She held Chao Xing's cheek, and then kissed him directly. At this moment, Chao Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that Elisa would actually make such a bold move. Their lips touched. Although Elisa's movements were still unfamiliar, they had a unique flavor. There was a burst of fresh fragrance coming from the tip of my nose. There was also a burst of milk fragrance. After a while, the two parted their lips. Elisa wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. She had a sly smile on her face. Lord, don't tell my father. After saying that, Elisa trotted out of the cowshed. It took Chao Xing a long time to recover. He touched the lingering fragrance at the corner of his mouth, and said speechlessly, Oh my! I seem to have been tricked by this little girl. Next time I get a chance, I'll teach you a lesson. Mr. Chao couldn't swallow this breath. Then, he patted the dust off his body. After leaving the cowshed, he returned to the Lord's hut. Chao Xing simply washed up, and then got back into bed. However, before he fell asleep, a pair of slender legs hooked up, and were still rubbing gently. Chao Xing raised his head, and saw the fiery eyes under Lu Mushua's beautiful face. The depression of the previous 2 nights also made this woman a little eager. Axing. Chao Xing sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he is now a 3rd-level mage with a strong physique. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. After satisfying Lu Mushu again, the two fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, after most creatures fell into a deep sleep, the Great Rift Valley camp where Montef was located was still burning fiercely. However, after 7 or 8 hours of burning, the fire had gradually subsided, and the various buildings inside, including the bodies of the hunters, were basically burned to ashes. Several hunter-killers with elite strength came quickly to the side of the Great Rift Valley, and saw the flames rising from the camp. They looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. God of Light. The base of Priest Mantra was destroyed. We were only away for a few days on a mission. How could this happen? Priest Mantra is a master at the level of a 4th-level leader. Except for the captain of the Knights of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Who else has the strength to deal with him? At this time, a hunter-killer whose aura was about to reach the 4th level said, Don't worry about it for now. Let's go and investigate, and see if we can find any clues. Leave one person to search on the Grand Canyon, and find the direction where the perpetrators left. After this person said this, the other killers nodded. Yes. Then, they went down to the bottom of the Great Rift Valley and began to search. 10 minutes later, the killers gathered together again and shook their heads. There are no clues. The battle should have happened several hours ago. It is impossible to determine the identity of the enemy based on the situation here. Another killer also replied, all the bodies were burned. And it is impossible to tell the strength of the enemy from the wounds on their bodies, including the killer who was responsible for searching above the Great Rift Valley. They also came over. I have just searched the canyon, and there are still no clues. The other party is very clean. After several people finished speaking, the other hunter-killers fell into silence. The killer captain frowned and said, it's troublesome. The ability to destroy Montra's camp shows that the other party has the strength to threaten many of our Church of Light strongholds. If they keep targeting our Church of Light, the plan of the snowstorm field may be hindered. Hearing this, the other hunter-killers also frowned. After a moment, the assassin captain continued. But the only good news is that the other party deliberately erased all traces, which means that they should not want to attract the attention of our Church of Light. In other words, the strength of this group of people is not too strong, and it is impossible for them to be the regular army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The other assassins nodded. For them, this may be the only good news. The assassin captain changed the subject and said in a deep voice, but no matter what, we must report this matter to the bishop as soon as possible. If we find these guys who dare to blaspheme the God of Light, we must impose the most severe sanctions on them. Several assassins made a decision and left here quickly. The next day, Chao Xing still held the beauty in his arms and slept soundly. A system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note, you have passed the 5th day of the official period. The difficulty of the monsters in the ice nest has increased. A second-level ice nest monster will appear from today. Weather forecast, light breeze, it is suitable to go out, develop the territory. Please pay attention to the snow on the ground. See the system prompt. The two opened their eyes. Chao Xing thought to himself, has the second-level ice nest monster appeared? Can the survivors keep up with the level? So, he went to see the discussion in the chat channel, and roughly understood the current situation. In the entire 174th area, there are more than 2,000 survivors who have broken through to the second level, which is about 1/10 of the total. The other survivors are at level 7 to 9. He nodded secretly. Sure enough, with Ice Nest, everyone's level is rising quite fast. As the number of second-level survivors increased, the Legion also began to rise. As discussed with Wu Xinghu at the time, it is a big trend for survivors to stick together. The founders of these legions began to advertise in the chat channel. Wu Xinghu, the first legion of District 174, Ice Tiger is recruiting people. We have 57 second-level warriors in our legion, 47 territories, sufficient supplies, joining Ice Tiger, all those who come are brothers. Zhou Bo, the Sky Blade Legion is recruiting people. We have 43 second-level warriors in our legion, 54 territories. As long as you join our Sky Blade, you can lead your family and polar people to our territory headquarters. No longer have to worry about the threat of ice nest monsters. Qiu Yuting, the Xinzhou Legion is recruiting people. We also have 18 second-level warriors, and a third-level elite warrior, enough to easily deal with the current stage of the ice nest. Currently, District 174, there are only 4 legions. After all, at the current stage, it is still quite difficult to create a legion. What surprised Chao Xing was that Qiu Yuting was not dead, and she even established a legion. Since the last time she came out of the witch forest, she had not contacted her. Chao Xing thought to himself, it's interesting. It seems that they have also gained some opportunities in the witch forest, and they actually have a third-level elite subordinate. I just don't know if the task she mentioned has been completed. However, this has nothing to do with Chao Xing. Although the third-level elite is powerful, it is insignificant to Chao Xing's territory. A wild boar warrior can kill it. At the same time, seeing the recruitment information of those legions, the survivors also raised a series of questions below. Zheng Yan, Boss Wu Xinghu. How can you bring to join? I am a second-level mechanic, and I have 2 second-level warriors under me. I want to join your territory. Feng Yu, yes. Now everyone's territories are too far away. If I join your legion, how can I go to your territory? Wu Xinghu replied, don't worry about the distance. As long as you join the legion, the survivors of the same camp will have a 10% movement speed bonus when they go to another Legion territory. And as the Legion level increases, the movement speed bonus increases. If the distance is too far, after a while, we will build a Legion transporter, and we can travel back and forth. Also, even if you join the Legion, it does not mean that you must give up your territory. You can still maintain your own pace of development. The role of the Legion is just to unite everyone, and then better allocate resources. Hearing this, other survivors asked, Boss Wu Xinghu, if we join your Legion, do we have to hand over all the resources in our territory? What can we get? Yes. Besides being able to go to the territory of the same camp, are there any other benefits to joining the Legion? Wu Xinghu answered, as mentioned above, there are 2 development modes after joining the Legion. First, you bring your family and everyone to my Legion's territory headquarters, which is my territory. In this way, you need to hand over all resources, and then the personnel will be under my command. The advantage is that you don't have to worry about the development of the territory, nor the safety of the ice nest monsters. The disadvantage is that you lose your own territory. The second way is that you continue to develop the territory as before, and I also have the authority to check the basic materials of your territory, but I can only mobilize 40% of the resources at most. However, I promise here that as long as you join our Ice Tiger Legion, I will never call on your resources privately, and I will also allocate some materials to other territories based on contributions, based on the urgency of the situation, to achieve common development. After Wu Xinghu finished speaking, he immediately received a lot of support. Many survivors decided to join the Ice Tiger Corps. Currently, a level 1 corps can accommodate up to 100 territories. If so many resources are concentrated and distributed reasonably, their territories will develop rapidly. Of course, some people also joined Xiao Bo's Tiandao Corps. Even Qiu Yuting Xinzhou Corps recruited more than 30 people. The heated discussion in the chat channel, it is hard not to attract the attention of the survivors. In the Lord's hut, Lu Muxua asked softly, Axing, don't we need to form a corps? Chao Xing shook his head. Not for the time being. If the territory wants to develop, in addition to population, it also needs materials. At present, we have both, and we just need to maintain the current pace of development. The main reason is that Chao Xing thinks that when there are too many people, it will be troublesome to manage. After hearing Chao Xing's explanation, Lu Muxua nodded suddenly. Let's go. Muxua, we have to get up. Okay. Soon, the two pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. Because the development pace of Chao Xing's territory was the same as yesterday. So the people in the territory got up early and went to work. Some were mining. Some were logging. Chao Xing didn't need to give any more instructions. However, some people were still waiting outside the territory. Old Mel and Duan led a group of polar people to pay respect to Chao Xing. After the routine greetings, Chao Xing asked, Mr. Mel, what's the matter? Old Mel nodded, with a look of joy on his face. Lord, according to your instructions, I have collected all the hair from 19 cloud yaks. Please take a look. Hearing this, Chao Xing also became interested. As long as the hair is processed, he can wear clothes that generate heat on their own. He quickly glanced at the blue and white hair in Old Mel's hand. Cloud yak hair, special material. Material properties, thermal energy storage, absorbed heat energy can be stored in the hair and released slowly. Remaining service life, 12 years. Tip, if the hair no longer generates heat, you can put it next to a stove or other heat source and let it stand for a while to allow it to absorb heat again. And then it can resume its heating function. Seeing this explanation, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. Although the hair of the cloud yak can store heat energy, it cannot generate heat permanently. As the magic power is lost, it will gradually lose its spirituality. However, 12 years of use is already a long time. Chao Xing collected the hair of Old Mel and put it all into his backpack. Obtained, Cloud Yak Hair * 22.84 kg. Not bad. Nearly 23 kilograms of hair. Can make several sets of wool coats. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, Mr. Mel, you have worked hard. These hairs are of great help to the territory. Mel nodded respectfully, and then retreated. Duan also came over at this time. Then he reported, Lord, according to your instructions, the alchemy workshop has been built to the intermediate level by us, and the medical room has also been built. In addition, we also upgraded the Polar Man's hut to level 5. Do you need to check it out? Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned. The Polar Man's hut has been upgraded to level 5? He looked over and saw at a glance the 3-meter high, 1-story stone building next to the Lord's hut. Polar Man Hut, Level 5. Building function. You can consume food to summon polar men to work for you. Survey area, 60 square meters. Maximum recruitment, 8/20 people. Required to upgrade to Level 6. Level 6 Lord's Mansion, Stone * 500, Wood * 300, Iron * 200, Refined Iron * 100, Intermediate Element Crystal * 10. Chapter 190 Hog Village seeks help. Action plan. After reading the properties of the Polar Hut, Chao-Shing exclaimed, "Not bad. Not bad. I can summon 12 more polar people to work. However, if you want to continue upgrading, you must first upgrade the Lord's Hut to the Lord's Mansion." Chao-Shing looked at the upgrade conditions of the Lord's Hut again. Lord's Hut, Level 5. Armor, 150. Durability, 4,000. Currently accommodating population, 342/606. Required conditions for the next level, Level 11 Furnace, Wood * 1,000, Stone * 600, Iron * 300, Refined Iron * 100, Mithril * 10, Intermediate Element Crystal * 20. Time required for upgrading, 95 hours and 51 minutes. Number of people working at the same time, 0 out of 4. Since the bonfire is the core of this territory, the prerequisites for many buildings require the bonfire to reach the required level. However, Chao-Shing had already upgraded the bonfire to Level 15, turning it into a furnace. So there was no need to worry about this. Yes, if the Lord's Hut is upgraded by 1 level, it can become the Lord's Mansion. But the upgrade will take a long time. Now is the perfect time to recruit another batch of polar people to speed up the work progress. Thinking of this, Chao-Shing went directly to the Polar Hut and clicked on Recruit. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume food * 600? Recruit polar people * 12? The food required to recruit polar people can be easily borne by most of the current survivors. However, the requirements for recruitment are not difficult. But how to provide food for these polar people is difficult. After all, a polar person needs to eat 20 pieces of food a day. Of course, Chao-Shing just obtained tens of thousands of kilograms of food last night, which can be said to be sufficient. Not to mention 12 polar people. Even if there are 120 more polar people, it is not a problem at all. He directly clicked yes. At the same time, the polar people's hut began to shake, rumble. Then, 12 polar people wearing gray cotton clothes and cotton hats, and with different appearances came out one after another. Dear Lord, polar people, Vivek Dinesh Danilo, report to you. Although they are short, they stand very straight, like a group of recruits waiting for inspection by their superiors. At the same time, these polar people's eyes are also secretly looking at this territory. And as they observe, the surprise in their eyes becomes stronger. Obviously, the development of Chao-Shing's territory is beyond the imagination of these polar people. Chao-Shing also said, I am Lord Chao-Shing, and you are welcome to join us. Let us work together to build a more prosperous territory. For these staff members, Chao-Shing treats them equally and gives them due respect. The polar people saw that the new lord seemed quite kind, and gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a polar person named Danilo smiled and said, Lord, the aura on you is as fierce as that of a dragon. I feel that the strongest warrior in the tribe is not your opponent. His words were recognized by other polar people, and everyone echoed, yes, this lord has shocking strength. And this territory. It's the first time I have come to such a magical territory. It is so warm, just like lying in the arms of a mother. Haha. Other polar people also told us that being recruited by a lord from another world means having a hard life. But now it seems that it is not the case. Listening to their exclamations, Chao-Shing smiled. Then, he glanced at their attributes again and nodded secretly. They were all polar people of level 2 to 4, similar to the first batch of recruits. Their loyalty was also in the early 60s, which was pretty good. Chao-Shing said, from today on, you will be under the command of Duan, and he will lead you in your work. The 12 polar people immediately straightened up, and then said respectfully, yes. The powerful lord. Then they looked at Duan next to them. Lord Duan, please lead us to start working. Duan seemed unaccustomed to being called lord, and looked at Chao-Shing a little awkwardly. Chao-Shing smiled, and then said, Duan, today you will continue to upgrade the lord's hut, and then build the primary brewery. In addition, you must continue to build the elemental arrow tower. As for the extra polar people, You can ask them to repair the city wall. Duan hurriedly wrote down Chaoxing's tasks one by one. After he finished speaking, Duan immediately straightened his body and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord. We promise to complete the task." After speaking, he took these dozen polar people, and the polar people behind him, and started to work. After everyone gradually dispersed, Chaoxing went straight to the sewing shop. Currently, only Xia Yanni was inside. After seeing Chaoxing coming in, Xia Yanni smiled gently. "Sir, you are here." Chaoxing nodded, and then asked in confusion, "Yanni, where is Choo Choo?" Xia Yanni replied softly, "Sir, Choo Choo took little Wally out to deal with those ice nest monsters. She also told me excitedly that she followed you to fight last night and summoned robots to blow up several hunters." At this point, the beautiful woman had a maternal smile on her face, as if she was relieved to see her child grow up. However, without Tong Choo Choo's company, Xia Yanni seemed a little lonely. Chaoxing thought to himself, the workload of the sewing shop is still quite large. After the beast leathers we hunted before are processed, they also need to be sewn. Xia Yanni can't handle it alone. Let's see if we can recruit someone to help her share the pressure. Thinking of this, Chaoxing took out all the cloud yak hair in his backpack and said, "Yanni, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Use these hairs to make a few sets of clothes first. See if you can cut it into the style of that coat. We will use it when we go out." Hearing this, Xia Yanni hurriedly said, "No, not hard. The adults are the ones who have to work, not only taking care of us mother and daughter, but also taking care of such a large territory." At this point, she lowered her head shyly and said softly, "If you feel stressed, you can come to see Yanni anytime." When she finished speaking, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Chaoxing heard it clearly. The mature and shy beautiful woman in front of him lowered her head, and her legs were pressed together. One look at her made one want to hold her in his arms and love her. He was about to step forward, and at this moment, a system prompt appeared. "Militia from Hog Village, Arno has requested to visit your territory. Do you agree?" Chaoxing stopped and wondered. "Militia from Hog Village wants to visit my territory. How did they find me?" Xia Yanni saw the expression on Chaoxing's face, and then whispered, "Sir, is there something going on outside?" "Yes, there is something." Then you go and do your work first. Put the hair in the storage box first. Yanni will do it according to your instructions." Chaoxing also knew that business was more important. He nodded and said, "Okay." After that, he agreed to Arno's request for a visit. Then, Chaoxing left the sewing shop and went straight to the outside of the territory. In the distance, a familiar figure approached the city wall quickly. Since most of the survivors' territories have built arrow towers, when the natives approach, they must apply first. Otherwise, once they enter the attack range, they will be attacked mercilessly by the arrow tower. Chaoxing took a glance and found that only Arno came. Then he opened the city gate and came to the other side. When the militiaman Arno saw Chaoxing, his face was filled with excitement, fear, and other complex expressions. He said almost tremblingly, "Lord Chaoxing, I finally found you." Chaoxing asked in confusion, "How did you get here?" Compared to Arno's purpose, Chaoxing was more curious about how these natives found him. After all, he had just made a big profit last night, and he didn't want to be exposed so soon. Arno took a few deep breaths, as if to calm down his excitement. Then, he slowly explained, "It's like this, Lord Chaoxing. When you came to Hog Village before, you told the village chief that your territory was nearby. So we sent out several militiamen to search everywhere. During the period, I also met several nearby surviving lords, and paid a certain amount of crowns to ask them if they knew where Lord Chaoxing was. Then, they told me a rough direction. I started searching along the way according to the direction they pointed, and I saw this huge territory from a distance, so I guessed that this might be your territory." After listening to Arno's explanation, Chaoxing nodded. The location of his territory is no longer a secret. After all, the last use of the ice dragon horn has made many survivor lords know that Chaoxing's territory is nearby. Moreover, although Chaoxing did something last night, those hunters should not suspect him, because in their cognition, the lords of the other world are a group of weak beings, and it is impossible for them to have the strength to overthrow a camp of 600 people. Chaoxing continued, "Arno, what do you want to see me for?" Militia Arno hurriedly said, "Lord Chaoxing, We are here to ask you for help. Our hog village has encountered trouble recently, and we have no choice but to come to you. Trouble? Chao-Shing frowned. Yes, Arno explained. In recent days, there have been snow demons appearing in our hog village every night. And there are more than one. At the most, there were even 5 snow demons. They knocked on the doors of the villagers every night, making people panic. You should know that if you are targeted by a creature like a snow demon, even if you don't open the door at night, it will break into the house and devour the hearts of the villagers inside. In just a few days, the number of villagers whose hearts were dug out by the snow demons has reached dozens. At this point, the militiaman Arno's tone contained great fear. Chao-Shing also realized it after hearing it, and he subconsciously asked, "Is Elena okay?" Hearing this name, the militiaman Arno was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly said, "Ms. Elena is fine for the time being, but she seemed to have almost been attacked by the snow demon last night, and now she dares not go out. You know, the village is very weak, and we can't do anything." Hearing this, Chao-Shing breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this woman is somewhat related to him, and she is not bad. If possible, Chao-Shing didn't want her to get into trouble. But when he heard that Elena was attacked by a snow demon last night, he became a little worried. Arno suppressed his fear at this time, and then continued, "Lord Chao-Shing, the evil creatures like snow demons are too powerful and cannot be killed at all. And the power of our hog village is very weak. If we don't ask for help, it won't be long before the whole village will be destroyed by these snow demons. But our hog village does not belong to the territory of those nobles, and we don't know those powerful beings. After thinking about it, the most powerful person around here is you. So we decided that the entire hog village will contribute together, and every household will raise 87,442 crowns. Please help us once. Please, kind Lord Chao-Shing." After Arno finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. Hog Village issued a commission task to you. Exit Snow Demon. Mission content: at night, exile or kill the snow demon that invaded the village of Hog. Make them no longer hit the village. Task reward: Hog Village has improved favorability. Coin *87422. Is it acceptable? Mowing. See this system prompt, Chao-Shing is thinking. He still knew the difficulty of Shuemo. So many people last time almost escaped by the snow demon. In the end, it was still relying on Sarah's shadow blooming, only the snow demon ended. This time, the snow demons that appeared in Hog Village were probably stronger than the ones that came to Chao-Shing's territory last time. But compared to the previous few days, their strength has increased several times. Chao-Shing remembered something at this time. He thought to himself, "I remember that the champion fighter once said that it takes a lot of snow demon tongues to catch the king salmon in the falling snow lake. And the king salmon involves a complete legendary weapon, the sword of the lake girl. Before, I didn't know where to find a large number of snow demons. This time is an opportunity." After thinking for a while, Chao-Shing said, "I know. You go back and tell the village chief. I will bring people to Hog Village in the afternoon to help you drive away the snow demons." Hearing Chao-Shing's promise, the militiaman's eyes suddenly showed excitement. He knelt on his knees on the snow, kowed to Chao-Shing and said, "Thank you. You are a powerful and kind lord. We in Hog Village will always remember you." The system prompt appeared. Successfully accepted the commission task. Expel the snow demon. Chao-Shing helped Arno up. Then under his gaze, Arno quickly left here and returned to Hog Village. After he left, Chao-Shing also began to think about countermeasures against the snow demon. These snow demons have strong survivability, and are also very cautious. When facing a large number of enemies, they will run away directly. And when their health drops to a certain limit, they will use a skill Snow God to remove all control states and escape. So, to deal with this kind of creature, you can't bring too many people. You can only use the strongest attack power to kill it in one hit. Otherwise the opponent will run away again. And in my territory, only Sarah has such a strong explosive power. But this time, there is more than one snow demon in Hog Village. Chao-Shing fell into thought again. After a moment, he thought of a new plan. Since there is no other way to kill the snow demon except Sarah, let's use its skill characteristics. The snow demon can only use the bug-like escape skill of Yuxueshen when its health drops below 30%. So, I can use some means to control these snow demons first, and then start to deplete their health when their health drops to about 30%. Several ranged players will launch the strongest attack at the same time, and there should be a chance to kill the opponent instantly. Thinking of this, Chaoxing already had an idea. That is, bring a few more powerful ranged units. Then bring some melee units, use catapult hook. Secretly, control these snow demons. When the health of the snow demon drops to a certain level, directly focus fire, kill it in seconds. So, he quickly returned to the territory, and then shouted, "Ailey, Sylvia, come here." Hearing Chaoxing's call, the two mage wives held their staffs and walked over together. "Lord, are you calling me?" Sylvia, with some freckles on her face, smiled happily. Ailey was holding a staff, standing timidly by the side. She also greeted softly, "Lord, Lord." Chaoxing didn't say much, but glanced at their levels. Both of them had reached level 18, which was a pretty good progress. So, Chaoxing said directly, "I'm going out tonight, and I need to take all the ranged units with me. So you have to go out with me." Their loyalty was already above 90, and they basically would not disobey Chaoxing's orders. The two wizards nodded at the same time. "In the name of Goddess Melando, we will follow your orders." Then, Chaoxing took out 2 elite souls from his backpack and handed them to them. "Use them. We will deal with an evil creature tonight. Before that, improve your strength." Looking at the souls in front of them, the two wizards were surprised at first, and then they were incredulous. After all, through what happened last night, they all knew the powerful effects of these souls. This is actually a magical item that can improve their potential. Sylvia asked in disbelief, Lord, are you really going to give us such a precious thing? We are just wizard apprentices who have mastered some basic magic. We are not qualified to use such a precious thing." But Chaoxing said directly, "You are wizard apprentices now. Are you going to be wizard apprentices for the rest of your life? Don't you want to become a wizard, a great wizard?" Hearing this, the two women looked at each other, and then said firmly, "Yes. We also want to become a powerful wizard." Chaoxing smiled and said, "Then use it. Follow me, all these dreams will come true." Chapter 191 Departure to Hog Village, the advanced form of Druid. "Follow me, all these dreams will come true one by one." Chaoxing's steady voice came. At this moment, Sylvia and Ellie looked at the man in front of them, their lord. There was a touch of emotion in their eyes, and a hint of admiration, because they knew what Chaoxing said was true. This man has the ability to help them realize their dreams. The two women saluted respectfully. "In the name of nature and flowing water, we will follow you with our lives." Then, they took the soul from Chaoxing's hand. "Due to your generous gift, territory member, Sylvia's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 98. Due to your generous gift, territory member, Ailey's loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 99. The favorability of the two wizards is almost full. They also know how to use the soul, and directly slap it into the body. After a while, a breath of flowing water rose from Sylvia's body. Walala. However, the moment these water vapors came into contact with the cold air of this world, they turned into clusters of ice crystals. Click! Click! The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sylvia successfully advances to an elite creature. Basic attributes increase by 30%. Learn new skills. Water gushing. Water gushing condenses a water column, gushing out from the ground, causing 137% magic damage to enemies within a certain range, affected by the world environment. This skill becomes an icicle eruption. Damage increases by an additional 30%. Cooling time, 45 seconds. Seeing the effect of this skill, Chaoxing's eyes showed joy. The skill attributes are okay, and the damage coefficient is also good. The key is that the water gushing has turned into an icicle explosion, and the damage has increased. Sylvia was delighted. Lord, I succeeded. Ailey next to her was a little frustrated, and looked at Chaoxing with some fear. Lord, Ailey failed. Are you going to punish Ailey? Looking at her delicate appearance, it seemed as if she would cry in the next second. Chaoxing was speechless, and directly took out another elite soul from his backpack and handed it to her. Not only that, he also took out the demon spider cane, an ancient magic staff, from his backpack. Both weapons were level 10 blue equipment. Compared to Chaoxing's current strength, they were not as good as before, but they were just right for them. The two magician ladies took them with surprise, especially Ailey, who had a complicated look in her eyes, and stared at Chaoxing for a long time. The system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, The loyalty of the territory member, Sylvia, has been improved, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and you can now give her any order. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Ailey, has been improved, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and you can now give her any order. Very good. The loyalty of the two magician ladies is full. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. He watched Ailey inject the elite soul into her body. This breakthrough was very smooth. Ailey also successfully advanced to an elite creature. Then, Chao Xing left here. He was going to improve the strength of another long-range soldier. After searching around the territory, he saw Elisa, who was training with her archer team. When the little girl saw Chao Xing, she shrank her head in fear and was ready to run away on the spot. Elisa, stop! Hearing Chao Xing's voice, Elisa froze in place. She held the bow and arrow and gradually turned around. Lord, what happened? I didn't mean it last night. I apologize. The little girl thought that Chao Xing was going to make trouble for her because of what happened last night. Chao Xing said speechlessly, okay. There is a mission tonight. You have to take your archer team out with me. If you perform well, I won't punish you. After hearing this, Elisa straightened her body and said, yes, Lord. Elisa will definitely perform well. Then, a playful smile appeared on her face again. At this time, Chao Xing took out 5 elite souls and 1 leader soul from his backpack, and then said, the enemies to be dealt with at night are more difficult. So I will give you 5 elite souls and 1 leader soul to help you improve your strength. Keep the leader soul for yourself, and distribute the other 5 yourself. Understand? The elite skill Ice Burst of the Frost Archer has a high burst ability. If a wave of concentrated fire is used, it can contribute a lot of output. That's why Chao Xing was willing to take these things out. As for the boss level soul, Chao Xing wanted to see it himself. After the Frost Archer advances to the boss, what new skills will be activated? Seeing the soul in Chao Xing's hand, the little girl seemed to be hit by a huge surprise. Wow! What did you say? Lord? You want to give me a boss level soul? I love you so much. After saying that, she flew directly in front of Chao Xing and hugged him tightly like a little raccoon. The 5 Frost Archers behind him watched the scene in amazement. And Elisa seemed to realize that there were other people here. She blushed immediately and let go of Chao Xing's hand. Then, she excitedly took the 6 souls and quickly ran to the other archers. Xian Yang said, hee. This is given to us by the handsome lord. Everyone shout with me, thank you, handsome lord. Hearing this, the 5 Frost Archers looked at each other and then said, thank you, handsome lord. Chao Xing was speechless behind him. At this moment, 5 system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. Except for Elisa. The loyalty of the other 5 people all reached above 90. Since Elisa's loyalty had already reached 100. There was no further improvement this time. After all, it is not easy to cultivate a loyal subordinate. Then, Elisa and the other 6 people simultaneously slapped these souls into their bodies. Not long after, a strong chill rose from the Frost Archers, including Elisa, who also burst out with amazing breath at this moment. For system prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Habla, successfully advanced to an elite creature. Attributes increased by 30%. And learned a new skill, Ice Continuous Shot. Your territory member, Elisa, successfully advanced to a leader level creature. Attributes increased by 30%. And learned a new skill, Ice Explosion Arrow. Your Chao Xing nodded secretly. 6 souls, for succeeded. This success rate is very good. What excited him most was that Elisa succeeded in advancing to the boss level. A boss can be equivalent to the improvement of at least 4 or 5 elites. He couldn't wait to check the properties of the new skill. Ice Explosion Arrow. Ice Explosion Arrow condenses a large amount of ice breath, shoots an ice explosion arrow, causing 167% of the attack power to the enemies within 5 meters, and adds 30% more damage to the enemies in the frozen state. And according to the charging time, the damage to the enemy is different. For every 1 second of charging, the damage coefficient increases by 30%. The maximum charging time is 3 seconds. The skill cooldown time is 90 seconds. Seeing this skill, Chao Xing was shocked. This skill is good, and it is very suitable for Chao Xing's next action. Charging for 3 seconds, that is a full 257% of the damage, and it is a group attack. In this way, You can cause more damage to the snow demon in a short time. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Elisa. After receiving Chaoxing's praise, Elisa giggled. Then, Chaoxing took out 6 green-grade longbows from his backpack and asked Elisa to distribute them. Although there were a few blue longbows, they were level 20 equipment, and they could not use them yet. After doing this, Chaoxing asked Elisa to go out and deal with the ice nest monsters. He himself waited silently in the territory. Time passed slowly. It was afternoon. Chaoxing brought Lu Mushua out of the Lord's hut, and then shouted directly, "Fighters, assemble!" After hearing Chaoxing's order, a large number of fighters gathered from various locations in the territory. Hundreds of eyes firmly stared at him. They were all waiting for Chaoxing's next order. Chaoxing said directly, "Assam, Andrew, Sarah, Rennies, Blot, Braun, Hilda, Isabel, Johnner, Josen. You go out with me tonight." He named 10 people in a row, all of whom were his core members. None of them were inferior to the leader, and they were so powerful that they were terrifying. At this time, Chaoxing looked at the wild boar warriors in the crowd again. "Lab, you lead 20 wild boar warriors, and then go to the blacksmith shop to get a pair of catapult hooks for each person. And follow me out." Hearing that Chaoxing actually brought them with him, Lab also became excited. Yes, the powerful lord. After saying that, Lab selected the people and took them to the blacksmith shop. Then, Chaoxing looked at Elisa and Ellie again. "Are you all ready?" Ellie and Sylvia nodded gently, and Elisa, who was standing next to them, held a bow and arrow and said eagerly, "Don't worry, Lord. We'll just watch Elisa show her skills tonight." Chaoxing also looked at everyone with satisfaction. This time, he took away almost all the ranged units and main members, including Dubai and Volibear, who were also taken out by him. It was to kill more snow demons in one fell swoop. After everything was ready, a group of more than 30 people walked out of the territory. Bang, bang, bang. The huge mammoth walked at the front of the team. When the elephant's hoof was raised, it would step out a deep pit in the thick snow. Volibear and the others followed the mammoth's pace. A few minutes later, Chaoxing and Lu Mushua sat on the big white back together. He looked at the map. The current location is only 4 or 5 kilometers away from Hog Village. As mentioned before, Hog Village is not far from Chaoxing's territory. In the early days of coming to this world, it may take 1 or 2 hours to arrive. But now, if they go at full speed, it will only take a few minutes to reach Hog Village. However, Chaoxing did not walk too fast. Instead, he called Andrew over and asked him to release the ancient tree form. To see. After receiving the order, Andrew executed it without hesitation. As a breath of life emanated from his body, Andrew's body changed again in an instant. His thick limbs disappeared and gradually turned into branches. His body also turned into the trunk of an ancient tree. Not only that, a large number of green leaves grew from the top of Andrew's head. Hualala. After a while, Andrew turned into an ancient tree that was 3 meters tall. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully used the skill Ancient Tree Form, and with the blessing of the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state, can be exited and switched at any time, without a cooldown time. Chaoxing's face showed joy again. Sure enough, as he expected, this new form will also be affected by the Eternal Power and become a permanent state. The Balbron watched Andrew's changes with a happy face. "Mr. Andrew, you look like the ash tree of my hometown." At this moment, a human face appeared on the ancient tree. Andrew said in a vicissitudes of life, "This is the power of nature." "Mr. Braun?" Braun asked curiously, "Then you druids, can you change into other forms?" Andrew thought for a moment. "Yes. In our tribe, according to the natural spirits we communicate with, we can also change into other forms. For example, cheetah form, cat form, raven form, etc. Of course, these forms can only work in specific environments, and are not as powerful as my owl form and ancient tree form." Chaoxing, who heard their discussion, also became interested. He asked, "Andrew, is the ancient tree form your final form? Can you become a stronger creature?" Hearing this question, Andrew thought for a while, and then replied, "Lord, generally speaking, the ancient tree form is the end of our evolution. But I heard the old patriarch once said that when our druids evolve to a certain level, some unknown transformations will occur and new forms will be unlocked. For example, unicorns, moose, whales, etc. You can even become the legendary beast. Behemoth? Behemoth? Chaoxing asked in confusion. Andrew said, yes. This is a powerful and ferocious creature. They even have the power to fight against dragons. But I have not witnessed it with my own eyes. Which druid has unlocked this form? This is just a legend in our tribe. Chaoxing nodded after hearing this, and did not ask any more questions. He said, Andrew, now let's start to bestow new blessings on our territory members. If you are not energetic enough, remember to take the sap. The leaves above Andrew's head made a rustling sound, and he replied respectfully, yes, Lord. After that, he lifted one of the branches. From the end of the branch, a strong vitality appeared, and then fell directly into Chaoxing's body. Your territory member, Andrew, successfully performed the skill Life Blossom, and was blessed by the gifted eternal power. This skill has become permanent. At the same time, from above Chaoxing's head, green recovery numbers of plus 540, plus 378 appeared one after another. Then, Andrew released thorns for Chaoxing, which was also blessed by eternal power. Not bad. Not bad. Chaoxing praised sincerely. They moved forward at a steady speed. 20 minutes later, almost everyone had received Andrew's 2 new blessings. Then, they saw a village in the snowy plains ahead, and several sentry towers at the entrance. At the same time, the militiamen in Hog Village also saw the mighty figures of Chaoxing and his group. Because they couldn't see their faces clearly, everyone immediately became alert. Throughout the entire Hog Village, 20 to 30 militiamen came out with weapons in hand. Then, when they saw that the person coming was Chaoxing, the vigilance on their faces disappeared instantly and turned into surprise. They quickly put away their weapons and ran to Chaoxing. Militiaman Arno said excitedly, Sir, you are really here. Chaoxing smiled and said, Of course. After all, I have accepted this task. Hearing this, Arno became even more excited. Great. Lord Chaoxing is here. Our Hog Village is saved, including the other militiamen. Their faces were also filled with excited smiles. They all heard from Arno that Chaoxing agreed to their request and came to Hog Village tonight to drive out the harm of the Snow Demon. However, because the evil creature of the Snow Demon is too powerful and has a bad reputation, even the best demon hunters and mercenaries are unwilling to deal with this creature. They did not have high expectations for Chaoxing. Unexpectedly, this young lord really came. Arno said excitedly, Lord Chaoxing, please wait a moment. I will go and call the village chief. He will discuss with you the specific matters of expelling the Snow Demon tonight. Chaoxing nodded and said, Okay. Go. Arno ran back to the village excitedly. The remaining militiamen looked at the people behind Chaoxing with either awe or curiosity. They had a feeling that everyone here was so powerful. Even the seemingly weak wizard apprentice Aili had the strength to massacre the entire village. The militiamen exclaimed, Lord Chaoxing, you have changed so much. Your current aura has surpassed the most powerful knight I have ever seen. Yes. Yes. Compared to the last time we met, Lord Chaoxing's men have also become much stronger. The other militiamen echoed. Chaoxing smiled, but said nothing. Hog Village is just a small village, and they will never see many strong people in their lifetime, so it is normal to have such a reaction. A moment later, the village chief of Hog Village, Maldo, trotted over. The old man was wearing a thick cotton coat, a black hat on his head, and walked briskly. After seeing Chaoxing, he said excitedly, Lord Chaoxing, you are finally here. If you hadn't come tonight, I would have taken the villagers to the mine in the Borlease Mountains to spend the night. Chapter 192 Excited Villagers. The Snow Demons are coming. If you hadn't come tonight, I would have taken the villagers to the mines in the Borlease Mountains to spend the night. The village chief said excitedly. Is it so serious? Chaoxing was stunned. The village chief of Maldo nodded and said, Yes, Lord Chaoxing. You don't know, the group of snow demons is too ferocious. We haven't slept for several nights, and we have no appetite for tea these days. There is really no other way, so I asked the militia to go out to look for you. In fact, we have already made plans to move out of the village. Chaoxing smiled and said, Don't worry. Village chief, we are here. Aren't we? This village chief is quite easy to talk to. When he took Old Mel and his cattle away before, the other party didn't say much. After hearing this, the village chief Maldo also smiled. You are right. Lord Chaoxing is here, we are finally saved. He believed in Chaoxing's strength, and the other militiamen also had smiles on their faces. The village chief continued, Lord Chaoxing, the snow demon will only appear in the second half of the night. I have already cleared a room in the village. Why don't you arrange for your men to go into the house and rest for a while, and then we can talk in detail? Chaoxing nodded. Okay. Then, he entered the village of Hog under the leadership of those militiamen. On the street, the villagers looked at them with hope, as if they were looking at a group of saviors. They all knew that Chaoxing was here to help Hog Village. As the village chief Maldo said, many empty houses had been vacated in the village, with stoves burning inside and blankets spread out, which was quite warm. He arranged the combatants, including Lu Muxue, in a room in the center of the village. Then, Chaoxing followed the village chief and walked alone in the streets of Hog Village. As they walked, Chaoxing asked Chief Maldo, through the observations of the past few nights, do you have a rough estimate of the number of snow demons? Chief Maldo nodded and said, yes. Although we dare not go out at night, we still know the number of snow demons through the number of casualties on the second day, and we found that the number of snow demons is gradually increasing. On the first night, only one snow demon appeared. It broke into the house and devoured the heart of a villager. When we found it the next day, the bodies of the family were already frozen. Chief Maldo sighed. But you know, in this world, death is very normal. We didn't take it seriously, thinking that the snow demon would not come again the next day after eating. As a result, the second night, the snow demon appeared again, and the number of casualties became 2 households. Last night, the number of snow demons appeared became more. We even heard frequent knocking on the door in the middle of the night. After dawn, we found that 5 households of villagers had suffered from the murder of the snow demon. In these 3 nights, the number of villagers who died at the hands of these snow demons has exceeded 50 people. Village Chief Maldo's face turned pale. Chaoxing was thoughtful after listening to this. There were 5 snow demons that appeared last night. This number was similar to what the militiaman Arno told him. Chaoxing continued to ask, do you have a general impression of the strength of these snow demons? Maldo thought for a moment and replied, because most of us in Hog Village are ordinary people. We don't know how powerful these snow demons are. But I think the aura of those snow demons should be similar to that of the knight next to you. After listening to what the village chief Maldo said, Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. It was about the same as a psalm. That is, the strength of a third-level leader. And he already had a bottom line in his heart. 5 third-level leader-level snow demons appeared at once. If it were a few days ago, Chaoxing would not have been so sure. But now, with the power he brought, it was enough to deal with it easily. At this time, the village chief Maldo said worriedly, Lord Chaoxing, we all know that the legendary monster of Snow Demon is very powerful. Even those powerful knights said that Snow Demon cannot be killed. We don't ask you to kill the Snow Demon. You just need to show your powerful strength and scare them away. The Snow Demon will not appear again in a short time. Chaoxing listened thoughtfully, and then replied, okay. I know. Village Chief Maldo, remember to tell all villagers not to come out tonight. Okay. Lord Chaoxing, Village Chief Maldo said solemnly, if it succeeds, our Hog Village will remember your kindness. After that, Village Chief Maldo went to report excitedly. Chaoxing and other people in the territory quietly waited for the night to fall in their rooms. Time passed slowly. At night, the cold wind howled in Hog Village. Because of the order of the village chief, there was no one in the whole village. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing decided to go see Elena. Because she was targeted by the Snow Demon last night, she escaped by luck. Maybe the Snow Demon will come to her again tonight. So, Chaoxing looked at Lu Muxue in the house and said, Muxue, I'm going out for a while. I'll call you if there's any problem. At this moment, Lu Muxue was holding a broken sword and shield, leaning against the stove to rest. After hearing the voice, he nodded his head. Okay. Ah Xing. After saying that, Chaoxing pushed open the door. In an instant, the temperature suddenly dropped a lot. I don't know if it was because of the invasion of the Snow Demon. There was no street light in Hog Village at night, and the silence was a bit depressing. To be honest, this was also the first time Chaoxing stayed outside the territory overnight, and he was a little uncomfortable for a while. However, He didn't think much about it. Following the route in his memory, he turned around in the village's small roads. Soon, Chao-Shing arrived at the door of the grain store. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, but there was no response from inside the grain store. And even the stove was not burning. But Chao-Shing knew that Elena should be in the room. But she was frightened by last night's experience, so she didn't dare to respond. Elena? It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, there was a sound of moving tables and chairs inside. Then there was the sound of tap. Tap. Tap footsteps. After a while, the door of the grain store opened a little, revealing a face as white as snow, with charming eyes and eyebrows, but with a mature face that looked a little tired. After seeing the figure at the door, the beautiful woman in front of her opened her mouth slightly, and then exclaimed, "Sir! It's really you." There was a strong surprise in her eyes, even a little bit unbelievable. Am I dreaming? Why are you here at this time? Are you a snow demon in disguise? Elena asked several questions in a row. But Chao-Shing smiled and said, "Of course I'm not dreaming. Also, who told you that the snow demon would disguise itself as a human?" Hearing this, the charming mature woman in front of him already believed that Chao-Shing was real. There was a strong joy in her beautiful eyes. At this time, she seemed to remember something, and her delicate features trembled. "Sir, there are snow demons at night. Please come in quickly." After saying that, she opened the door. Then she took Chao-Shing's hand, expertly lifted his arm, and placed it in the soft flesh under his armpit. However, Elena's body seemed a little cold, because she didn't dare to turn on the stove. She could only rely on her body temperature to survive the cold winter night. After entering the room, the temperature inside was also very low, reaching -28 degrees Celsius. Chao-Shing said, "Light up the stove." Elena. Elena seemed a little hesitant and a little scared. However, Chao-Shing said, "Don't worry. I'm here." Hearing this, Elena smiled charmingly. "It's up to you, my lord." After saying that, Elena turned around and bent over to light the stove. After a while, waves of warmth came. Chao-Shing found a stool and sat by the stove. Elena stroked her hips with both hands, then sat on his legs skillfully, with one hand around his neck, and snuggled in his arms. The soft touch made Chao-Shing pinch it subconsciously. Elena said coquettishly, "My lord." Chao-Shing hugged Elena and said directly, "I heard that your grain store was almost invaded by the snow demon last night." Hearing this, the beautiful woman in his arms trembled. And then, there was a little fear on her face. "Yes, luckily I sensed the danger and hid in the basement in advance. The snow demon didn't find me after it came in, so it went to the house of Salma next door. The next day when I went out, I saw the bodies of the 5 members of Salma's family lying on the ground." Her voice was a little trembling, and it was obvious that she was really scared. Elena said softly, "I also heard from the village chief. He asked each household to contribute some money, and wanted to ask you to come and deal with the snow demon. But I know that monsters like snow demons are very powerful. I was worried that you would be in danger, so I didn't agree. In the end, you still came." Speaking of this, Elena looked worried, and looked at Chao-Shing with great concern. "How about before the snow demons come out? Sir, you should run away first?" Elena looked at Chao-Shing with a serious look under her smoky eyeshadow. However, Chao-Shing smiled and said, "I'm leaving. Aren't you afraid of the snow demons?" Hearing this, the woman in his arms lowered her head and said softly, "Afraid?" Chao-Shing patted her back and comforted her. "Don't worry. I will deal with those snow demons." Hearing this, the worry in Elena's eyes became even stronger. She didn't want Chao-Shing to be in danger. But now that things have come to this, she could only trust the man in front of her. "Sir, you must be careful," Elena whispered softly. Chao-Shing nodded and replied, "Okay. I know." At this time, she took Chao-Shing's hand and said, "Sir, your hands are a little cold. It will take a while for the temperature of the stove to rise. I will warm you first." After saying that, Elena put his hand into her collar. Chao-Shing only felt that his hands were wrapped in 2 warm and soft balls, and the faint body temperature of the beautiful woman in his arms came. As an ordinary person, Elena's physique is not strong, and her body is still cold. Chao-Shing held her and slowly warmed her up. As the stove continued to burn, Elena's body temperature gradually recovered. She snuggled in Chao-Shing's arms, and her body was no longer so stiff, and she looked gentle as water. After a while, Elena lay in Chao Xing's arms, enjoying this rare warm time. Although she was still worried about the snow demon, she snuggled in the man's arms and felt a sense of security. As Chao Xing moved, Elena continued to make charming sounds, and her body temperature rose again. The soft buttocks twisted in Chao Xing's arms. In the surprised eyes of the beautiful woman, Chao Xing placed her face in front of him. Elena instantly grabbed Chao Xing's collar. Then, she swung her body to her heart's content, making waves of charming sounds from her mouth. My lord, my lord. Elena's voice was very pleasant, as soft as honey, and at this moment of joy, she was like a lark singing loudly, making waves of pleasant songs. Half an hour later, Chao Xing picked her up directly. Elena's eyes widened. Her plump and slender legs were swaying in the air. Elena only felt herself trembling all over. She said in a trembling voice, Master? Master! Go! Go to the room. Chao Xing held her directly, and came to the room in the same posture. Chao Xing once again experienced the power of a mature woman. After 2 hours, Elena was completely exhausted, and lay on the bed like a puddle of mud. Sir, you are really amazing. If this goes on, Elena will never forget this feeling in her life. After hearing this, Chao Xing said directly, Elena, do you want to go to my territory? After hearing this, Elena was stunned, and the charm in her eyes disappeared. Then, she said timidly, a woman like me, can I also join your territory? After hearing this, Chao Xing laughed. Of course, my territory still needs a lot of manpower. After hearing this, Elena bit her lower lip lightly, and seemed to be still a little hesitant. Chao Xing saw her thoughts. She was worried that she could not fight, and had no special skills. In this way, she would not be able to help much when she came to Lord Chao Xing. So, Chao Xing asked directly, Elena, can you sew clothes? Elena raised her head after hearing this, and then replied softly, yes. I made all the clothes I wear myself. That's great. Our territory just needs more tailors. Chao Xing said with a smile on his face, currently, there is only one person working in the sewing shop, and she is a little too busy. If you are willing to join my territory, I will be very happy. Elena seemed to be persuaded by Chao Xing, and asked softly, Sir, can you really let me join your territory? Of course, don't you want to? Hearing this, Elena burst into tears of joy. She nodded quickly and said, yes. Elena is very willing. At this time, she seemed to have thought of something, and said shyly, in this case, won't I be yours from now on? Chao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said, yes. Getting Chao Xing's affirmative answer, Elena Fong felt sweet juice rising in her heart. Just when she was trying to gather her strength to have another go with Chao Xing, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock, Elena shuddered. It was already late at night, and if there was a knock at the door, it was obvious that it was probably the snow demon. Chao Xing patted her soft back, and said, don't worry. Put on your clothes first. At the same time, Chao Xing quickly put on his clothes. With his powerful hearing, he even heard 4 or 5 knocks on the door in the whole village. So, Chao Xing dialed the communication device numbered 4 on his ear. Labo, is the wild boar warrior ready? Zizi. Zizi. The sound of electricity sounded, and after a while, Labo's voice came to his ears. My lord, everything is ready. I am squatting on the roof of a villager. As you expected, all the snow demons have appeared. There are 6 snow demons in total. 1 more than the intelligence reported. Moreover, we found a snow demon with a very strong aura among them, which seems to be near your location. A snow demon with a very strong aura? Chao Xing said, I see. You let 4 wild boar warriors approach the snow demons on my side. Then let the other wild boar warriors form a group of 3. Approach the other snow demons. Stop when they reach the attack range, and then report to me. Yes, my lord. After giving instructions to Lab, Chao Xing dialed other communications, and told them to go to their respective locations. At that moment, everyone was ready for battle. Knock. 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 The knocks on the door continued, becoming more and more urgent. Chao Xing held the staff, and was ready. According to Lab, the snow demon outside had a very strong aura, and was more terrifying than other snow demons. In other words, the opponent was either a 4th level creature, or a 3rd level leader. At this time, the person outside the door seemed to have lost patience. Bang! The wooden door of the grain store was directly knocked open. Chao Xing heard a heavy sound of footsteps. At the same time, Chao Xing had asked Elena to hide in the basement. He picked up his staff and walked out of the room. Chao Xing saw a monster with antlers, grayish-white body, and crawling on all fours like a wild beast appeared in the grain store. At this moment, the monster seemed to have discovered Chao Xing in the room. It slowly opened its dark mouth. It is indeed a snow demon, but this one is much stronger than the one I encountered last time. Chao Xing was not afraid, but quickly checked the attributes of the snow demon. Snow demon. Level 27, level 3 boss level creature. Race, unknown. HP, 52890/52890. Attack power, 2261 to 2317. Skills, Body of the Wraith, immune to 60% of physical damage. Elemental Body, immune to 60% of magic damage. Heart-snatching tongue, extends a long tongue, attacks the heart of an enemy 15 meters away, causes 230% damage, with a certain chance of causing instant death. Snow God, when HP drops below 50%, dodge probability increases by 50%, and can transform into an elemental body, melt into the snow and quickly escape. In the state of Wandering Snow God, immune to all control skills, Snowstorm is coming, creates a blizzard area, reducing the defense of all enemies within the range by 30%, reducing the movement speed by 30%, increasing the attack power of the Snow Demon Leader by 30%. The snowstorm lasts for 5 minutes. The skill cooldown time is 60 minutes. Talent, Snow Body, in the snow, recover 5% of health per second. Wow, it's really a leader level snow demon. But this snow demon's skills seem to be much stronger than the boss level snow demon. The damage reduction of Elemental Body and Ghost Body reaches 60%. In addition, Snowfield Body can restore at least 2,600 HP per second. If the output is insufficient, even if you stand still and let it be hacked, you can't suppress its HP. So don't look at it as only level 3. But this guy is more difficult to deal with than some level 4 leaders. When Chao Xing saw its Snow God skill, he frowned. It's a bit troublesome. For a leader level snow demon, you only need to reduce its HP to 50% to use this escape skill. That is to say, I must knock down at least 27,000 HP in a short period of time before I can kill it. At this moment, Chao Xing took a deep breath. The outbreak damage of 27,000, coupled with the reduction of 60%, in other words, at least 60,000 injuries should be burst instantly. Extract. No wonder no one has killed the snow demon. This is to let the 4th tier leader come over. There is no way to make such a high harm. At the same time, this snow demon has attacked Chao Xing. In the big mouth of the black paint, subtally vomiting the scarlet tongue, like a sharp arrow, fitted Chao Xing. Call out. And Chao Xing did not avoid it. Raising your hand directly is a broken blade. The attacks from both sides hit at the same time. Crack. Bang. A layer of the holy shield on Chao Xing's body was shattered. And on the head of this snow demon leader, 3 damage numbers appeared. -1932. -3214. -2078. Because Body of the Vengeful Spirit reduced Chao Xing's damage by 60%. But even so, it directly knocked off more than 7,000 HP of the snow demon leader. Roar! The snow demon leader was attacked and let out a roar. It stuck out its tongue and seemed to want to continue attacking. Chao Xing casually released an ice wall, then followed by an ice soul spinning spear. Bang! The ice wall blocked the snow demon's attack, and the ice soul spinning spear spun at high speed, passing through the snow demon leader. Whoosh 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 -1189. -1163. -1321. -1032. For damage numbers appeared. The battle started 2 seconds ago. Chao Xing knocked off tens of thousands of the snow demon leader's health, and it also recovered more than 5,000 health. Elena, who was hiding in the basement, saw this scene through the cracks in the floor, and was immediately surprised. She didn't know how strong Chao Xing was. She only knew that Chao Xing seemed to be able to deal with this snow demon with ease, and she would have to go back to his territory with this man in the future. When she thought of this, Elena felt a strong sense of security. However, after throwing these 2 skills, Chao Xing was happy, but he also fell into a slump. After all, the more powerful the skills, the longer the cooling time. At this moment, seeing that the snow demon was still trying to attack him. Chao Xing shouted, "Sarah!" The next moment, the shadow blade appeared from behind the snow demon leader and slashed across in an instant. -1,732. -1,633. -4,754. Grace of Liberation. The high damage caused the snow demon leader to be severely injured, and several deep knife wounds appeared on his back. Roar! It had never expected that there was such a powerful assassin hiding in the dark. The blood volume that the snow demon leader had just recovered was knocked down again. Not only that, 5 or 6 figures appeared at the door. They were the 4 elite wild boar warriors led by Lab, and Lu Mushua holding a shield. The snow demon realized on the spot that this was a premeditated siege. The sense of crisis in its heart prompted it to turn around and run towards the door. Chapter 193 Golden Ancient Coin, Heart of the Leader. The snow demon leader sensed the danger and ran all the way to the door. Boom! Boom! It landed on all fours and ran as fast as a deer. Just when the snow demon leader was about to rush out, the 4 wild boar warriors took out a cylinder device at the same time and pressed the button. From the cylinder, a hook was ejected instantly. Puff puff puff. -177. -186. -193. -171. For weak damage numbers appeared. However, the damage was not the main thing. The main thing was that the strong claws penetrated the skin of the snow demon leader and firmly hooked his body. Roar! The snow demon leader had already come to the village street at this time, completely ignoring the injuries on his body, and seemed to want to escape from here. The huge force almost took the 4 wild boar warriors away. Lab shouted from behind, "Pull!" The 4 wild boar warriors shouted at the same time and grabbed the vines in their hands. "Lord Beast God, give me strength. We are the strongest wild boar warriors. We will not lose in strength." Who? The 4 wild boar warriors used all their strength to directly stop the snow demon's momentum. Roar! Roar! The snow demon leader frantically scratched the ground with his limbs, and the dirt flew everywhere. However, the 4 wild boar warriors used all their strength, and would never let it go, including Lu Mushua, who also directly raised the golden shield and stuck it in front of it. Bang! Shield slam. The snow demon was knocked to the ground by Lu Mushua. Chao Xing ordered, "Attack! Attack quickly! Listen to my orders, don't use skills first, just use normal attacks to reduce its health." Lab directly held 2 knives and rushed up to slash. Sarah, like a ghost, appeared behind the snow demon, and her shadow blade instantly fell. -1,754. -1895. -3,371. -1,125. -1,071. Compared to Sarah, Lab's damage is much lower, but his attack frequency is high enough. Swish! The 2 melee fighters slashed with a few slashes, and directly reduced the snow demon's health to less than 40,000. At the same time, the battles in the other 5 battlefields of Hog Village have already started. Swish! Ejection hook emits a series of air-breaking sounds, and then hits the target, hooking the other leader-level snow demons tightly. Then, Andrew, Assam and others launched the fiercest offensive. Chao Xing quickly commanded, "Control all the snow demons, and then attack with all your strength. Don't use skills first. Listen to my command. When I tell you to burst, throw out your most powerful skills." His voice echoed in the village, and all the people received Chao Xing's instructions. 5 battlefields. Chao Xing arranged at least 2 third-level boss-level main output, 1 or 2 archers or mage apprentices as auxiliary output. 3 more wild boar warriors controlled the snow demon. This was also the tactic Chao Xing had arranged at the beginning. Although some changes occurred due to the addition of a leader-level snow demon, the plan still seemed to be successful under Chao Xing's response. All 6 snow demons were controlled by them. At this moment, after the 2 dragon blood fighters used dragon blood extraction, without limit, they danced with 2 spears and left after images. In the name of the Norn clan, let us devour you with a violent storm-like attack. Puff puff puff. The snow demon's body was pierced with blood holes by the spear tip. Behind them, there was an elite thrust archer, who was constantly attacking. -1,217. -1,168. minus 1,273, minus 1,154, minus 372, minus 364. The boss level Snow Demon had only a little over 40,000 HP. 2 Dragon Blood Fighters and a Frost Archer reduced the Snow Demon's HP by more than 3,000 per second. Andrew was in a group with Rennies. Assam, Wally, and the Blood Spider Queen were in a group. Isabel, Dubai, and Braun were in one group. Blot and Elisa were in one group. Various fierce attacks fell madly on the Snow Demons. Because they were controlled by Wild Boar Warriors, they only needed to focus on output. Therefore, the damage of all the people in the 5 battlefields was enough. It exceeded the blood recovery of the Snow Demons. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. As long as we follow the plan. There are 6 Snow Demons here, and there is a high probability that they can all be killed. In this way, I can collect several tongues of Snow Demons, and then try my luck in Luoxua Lake to see if I can catch the legendary King Salmon. Xiaoxing was full of expectations. In the late night of Hog Village, the roars of the Snow Demons and the shouts of the Wild Boar Warriors continued to sound. Roar! Roar! The villagers were in their rooms, praying in their hearts, hoping that the powerful lord and his men would succeed. Almost 3 minutes had passed. Xiaoxing noticed that the health of the Snow Demon that Andrew and Rennies were fighting was about to drop to 12,000. Seeing this scene, Xiaoxing quickly gave orders. Andrew, burst with all your strength. Rennies, storm arrow rain. Archers, icy continuous shooting. After receiving Xiaoxing's order, the 3 people over there launched the fiercest attack at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. The Frost Archer shot 5 or 6 arrows in succession, and Rennies' storm arrow rain had already fallen. Including Andrew, Starfire and Moonfire were also exploding in succession. Minus 1,642. Minus 1,542. Minus 1,132. Minus 1,218. Minus 654. Minus 672. More than a dozen damage numbers appeared in succession. In this wave of explosion, they knocked off nearly 10,000 HP of the Snow Demon. Only 2,000 left. However, at this moment, the Snow Demon let out a strange cry. Then with a bang, it turned into a black shadow and quickly disappeared from the spot. The claws that were originally hanging on it also lost their target in an instant and fell to the ground. Xiaoxing knew that this was the skill of the Snow Demon Snow God. This also meant that the Snow Demon had run away. Seeing the scene, Andrew and Rennies both showed a look of frustration in their eyes. They said in the headset, Lord, we failed. But Xiaoxing said directly, it doesn't matter. It's normal to lose a Snow Demon. Now, you guys hurry to Brown. His Snow Demon is also dying. The first Snow Demon ran away because of a little short burst, which was also within Xiaoxing's expectations. However, in this way, his fighters were free. The other Snow Demons had no chance of escaping. After hearing Xiaoxing's order, Andrew took Rennies and several Wild Boar Warriors, and rushed to the battlefield where Brown was. At this moment, the big guy Brown was trying his best to block the attack of the Snow Demon leader. Behind him, Isabel, who was emitting holy light, kept raising her staff to cast light magic. Large balls of light exploded above the Snow Demon's head. Bang! Minus 1,574. Minus 1,533. Minus 1892. Minus 1,719. Although Isabel's ability tends to be auxiliary. But this does not mean that her output ability is not good. In addition, Volibear next to him kept waving Lightning Claw, causing lightning damage to the Snow Demon leader. ZZ. ZZ. The sound of electricity continued to pass, making the Snow Demon leader twitch. With the cooperation of the 2 archers, they had already reduced the health of the Snow Demon to less than 20,000. With the addition of Andrew and Rennies, the health dropped even more. When the health of the Snow Demon was about to drop to 12,000, Xiaoxing said directly, burst with all your strength. Braun used Glacial Fissure. Isabel, detonate Holy Light Cinder Shield. Wally, use Thunderbolt, and then follow up with Heavenly Sound Shock Down. The next moment, Isabel raised her staff, and chanted, God, please give me the teachings that can dispel darkness, and give me the power to save those struggling in pain. A holy light shield appeared, and then suddenly detonated. Braum also raised his shield, and smashed it down on the ground. Of course, the most terrifying one was Volibear. He stood up, raised his paw, and a terrifying ball of lightning gathered in front of him. Zizi! Zizi! The next moment, the ball of lightning fell instantly. Crack! The area within a 10-meter radius of the Snow Demon leader was instantly covered by lightning. Minus 671. A damage number appeared. Not only that, as Volibear roared, a strong lightning power appeared in his body. Roar! Wally jumped high, and then, like a bomb, he slammed into the Snow Demon leader. Boom! Minus 1,624. The violent vibration made the houses on this street shake continuously. Instantly, the Snow Demon leader was severely injured, and a dense number of damage numbers appeared on his head. Minus 3,321. Minus 2,743. Minus 1,654. Minus 753. Minus 1,749. After more than a dozen damage numbers, the remaining 13,000 health points of this Snow Demon instantly returned to zero. Your pet, Volibear, killed Snow Devil LD27, level 3 boss creature, killed monsters above their level, gained experience points, 8,100 by 2. Combatants gained experience points, 40-50. Chaoxing showed joy on his face. Haha, finally killed the first one. Little Volibear is so strong. It's so strong before it breaks through level 3. Will it be so strong when it breaks through level 3? As long as the first Snow Devil is killed, more combat power will be released, and the other Snow Devil will be even less of a concern. Chaoxing quickly commanded. Andrew, you guys go to Zierda quickly. As more companions joined, everyone began to do the same. First, ordinary attacks reduced the health of the Snow Demon. When it was about 13,000, Chaoxing would directly give orders. Then, more than a dozen damage numbers burst out instantly. Bang! Clatter! All kinds of attacks fell. The Snow Demon leader let out a wail, then turned into a pile of black water, and disappeared from the world. Your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, killed the Snow Demon LD26, a 3rd-level boss creature, gained experience points, 7,800. Combatants gained experience points, 3,900. The second Snow Demon was killed. At this moment, there were only 2 boss-level Snow Demons and 1 leader-level Snow Demon left on the field. Chaoxing also kept an eye on the health of these Snow Demons, especially this leader-level Snow Demon. When its health drops to 50%, it can directly use Snow God to escape. So Chaoxing never dared to reduce its health too much. Chaoxing couldn't help thinking, I don't know if anyone has killed a 3rd-level leader-level Snow Demon. Although it is very difficult, if it can be killed, using the tongue of a leader-level Snow Demon, wouldn't the probability of catching a king salmon be greater? At the same time, the remaining 2 Snow Demons, watching their companions die one after another, felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. They ran wildly, trying desperately to escape. However, 7 or 8 wild boar warriors held them tightly with their claws, not giving the Snow Demons any chance to escape. Then, Chaoxing's large army arrived. Under his command, everyone began to focus their fire frantically. Bang! The remaining 2 Snow Demon leaders also exploded one after another because their health was reduced to 0. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Blot Brimstone, killed the Snow Devil LD29, level 3 boss level creature, experience gained, 8,700. Combatants gained experience, 4,350. Your territory member, Johnard, killed the Snow Devil LD30, level 3 boss level creature, experience gained, 9,000. Combatants gained experience, 4,500. All 4 boss level Snow Devils were killed. At this moment, only the last boss level Snow Devil was left on the field, still resisting. It looked at the powerful figures rushing from all directions, and a strong sense of crisis appeared in its heart. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the Snow Demon leader suddenly stood up. A cold wind suddenly blew around. The next moment, a snowstorm swept over. Whoosh whoosh, you have been hit by the Snow Demon leader's skill. Snowstorm is coming. Defense power decreases by 30%. And movement speed decreases by 30%. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing smiled. Don't worry about the snowstorm. Keep attacking. After hearing this, everyone also braved the overwhelming snowstorm and continued to launch ordinary attacks on the Snow Demon leader. It was useless to summon the wind and snow, because Chao and the others didn't need to move at all, and it couldn't attack other people, and it couldn't cause any impact at all. So, this caused its skill Snowstorm to be directly useless. Roar! The snow demon leader kept roaring, looking angry and anxious. But Chao ignored its roar, and kept an eye on its health. At the same time, the group of wild boar warriors and archers had already arrived. The snow demon looked at the group of ferocious beings that surrounded him, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. At this moment, the snow demon leader looked weak and pitiful. This scene, it seems that it is the victim. When the health of this snow demon dropped to about 32,000, Chao quickly ordered Alyssa, "Start charging the ice explosion arrow. Others, prepare to use the strongest attack." Hearing this, more than 20 people on the field all raised their weapons. When the health of the snow demon leader dropped to 27,000, Chao ordered again, "Sarah, use Shadow Bloom. Lab, double blades dance. Others, output at full strength." At the same time, Chao also raised his staff and condensed ice-breaking flying blade. At this moment, at least dozens of attacks fell on the head of the snow demon leader. Swoosh! Bang! Minus 2047. Minus 2172. Minus 2056. Minus 1322. Minus 2715. Minus 1984. Dozens of damage numbers appeared directly above the head of the snow demon leader. 27,000 HP was directly reduced to 0 in just 2 seconds. Even Sarah's Shadow Blossom second stage detonation attack was not used. Bang! The snow demon exploded on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the snow demon LV-26, a 3rd level leader level creature, gained experience points, 10,400. Combatants gained experience points, 5,200. The battle is over. Dozens of people on the field had unbelievable looks on their faces, because tonight's battle was too easy for them. These ferocious-looking snow demons did not show their strength at all, and were always passively beaten. They could only be unilaterally ravaged. Everyone looked at Chao with more and more awe, because they knew that all this was because of Chao proper tactical arrangement. The wild boar warriors cheered, "Aha! I have never fought such an easy battle. The Lord's tactics are great." Alisa next to him said excitedly, "Wow! The Lord is so powerful. Alisa is almost in love with you." Chao looked at the little girl speechlessly. "What do you mean I'm so powerful? Am I not powerful at ordinary times?" However, Chao was also quite satisfied with the results of the battle. "Not bad. Not bad, the catapult hook has played an unexpected effect. If this thing is used well, it is a long-term control method, haha." At the same time, he looked at the ground. Where the leader snow demon died, there appeared a red heart and a black tongue. And next to it, there were even a few ancient gold coins. Let me see, a leader-level snow demon, what can it drop? With anticipation, Chao collected all the things on the ground. Obtained, Snow Demon Leader's Heart, Gold, *1. Obtained, Fallen Leader's Soul, *1. Obtained, Snow Demon Leader's Tongue, *1. Obtained, Gold Ancient Coins, *5. Obtained, High-Level Element Crystals, *4. Huh? A gold Great Heart. And 5 gold Ancient Coins. This is a good thing. Chao did not check it out immediately. Instead, he suppressed his excitement and picked up all the items dropped by the other 4 boss-level snow demons. Obtained, Snow Demon Boss Heart, Purple, *4. Obtained, Fallen Boss Soul, *2. Obtained, 3rd level Snow Demon Tongue, *4. Obtained, Silver Ancient Coin, *17. Obtained, Intermediate Element Crystal, *18. Sure enough, the items dropped by the 3rd level boss level snow demon are of higher quality than those dropped by the 2nd level snow demon. Chao checked and found the properties of these newly acquired items. The first one, naturally, is the Golden Heart. Heart of the Snow Demon Leader, gold, a heart with a strong breath of life. Effect 1, can be eaten. Increases the upper limit of life by 800 points. Life recovery speed plus 8%, can take effect once at most. Effect 2, allows magic plants to absorb the vitality contained in it. Accelerates the growth cycle by 5 to 10 years. Speed up by 5 years at the minimum? Such a good effect? But this thing seems to be only absorbed by magic plants. And it can't accelerate the growth of Dubai or Volibear. Chao tried to pass the heart to Volibear. but it seemed a little uninterested, and thought to himself, as expected. Then, Chao Xing continued to check the next thing. Heart of the Snow Demon Leader, purple, a heart with strong vitality. Effect 1, can be eaten. Increases the upper limit of life by 500 points. Life recovery speed plus 5%, can be effective once at most. Effect 2, allows magical plants to absorb the vitality contained in it. Accelerates the growth cycle by 2 to 5 years. Not bad. I have 4 leaders' hearts. And because I have used one on the pale tree before, it can be effective twice. That is to say, it should be able to accelerate the pale tree for another 2 or 3 years. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After all, 2 or 3 years is equivalent to a 3% health bonus for all members, which is still a big improvement. The extra hearts can also be eaten by yourself to increase life and recovery speed. The premise is that you can overcome the appearance of this thing. He continued to check. Fallen Leader Soul. This is the soul of a powerful guardian, but it has fallen into a dirty snow demon and has lost the ability to advance creatures. If you can find a sacred altar and purify the fallen soul, the soul will resume its function and gain the friendship of this ancient country. Fallen Leader Level Soul. The soul of an ancient guardian has lost the ability to advance creatures. Note, same as above. What a pity. It's another soul that needs to be purified before it can be used. Otherwise, this time, I will probably have another leader level creature. Chao Xing had purified a leader level soul in the wild boar tribe before, so he was quite familiar with this kind of prop. As for other things, such as snow demon tongue and golden ancient coin, there is no need to check them. After all, the functions of these things are already known. One is used for fishing, and the other is used to open ancient treasure chests. The harvest of this battle is relatively large. After all, the hearts of the snow demons alone can make the pale tree grow for several years. At the same time, the villagers of Hog Village also heard the fighting outside gradually subsided. Many villagers cautiously pushed open the door, looking anxiously at the scene outside the street. At this moment, Chao Xing shouted, "Villagers of Hog Village, the snow demons have been killed by us. From now on, these snow demons will not come to harass you again." Hearing Chao Xing's voice, the militiamen hiding in the room had a confused look in their eyes. What did Lord Chao Xing say? They killed the snow demons? Didn't they say that snow demons are immortal? Yes, did we hear it wrong? At this time, Militiaman Arno bravely pushed open the door, and other militiamen followed him out of the room. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Chapter 194 Mission completed, the upcoming merger. They saw, Chao Xing was holding a scarlet tongue in his hand. Militiaman Arno's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he exclaimed, "Oh my god! That's the tongue of the snow demon." Lord Chao Xing actually killed this evil creature. Including other militiamen, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, their initial idea was just to ask Chao Xing to come over and use powerful means to drive away the snow demon. According to the habits of the snow demons, if they suffer a loss in one place, they will not come back for the second time in a short period of time. Although this method cannot solve the problem once and for all, it can bring peace for a period of time. But no one thought that Chao Xing actually killed the snow demons directly. Arno asked tentatively, "Master Chao Xing, those snow demons, were they really killed by you?" "Yes." After getting confirmation, Arno's face showed ecstasy. "Master Chao Xing, you really surprised me. I have never heard of anyone who can kill snow demons in my life." The other militiamen also echoed. "That's right. Lord Chao Xing's power is incredible. The snow demons have been killed. We will not be disturbed by these monsters for a long time." Militiaman Arno said excitedly, "Great. I will tell all the villagers in Hog Village this news." After that, he trotted towards the village. "Everyone in Hog Village, Lord Chao Xing has killed those snow demons. We don't have to worry about the threat of snow demons anymore." Hearing his voice, all the villagers were like a shot of stimulant in the middle of the night, and were very excited, including Elena, who was hiding in the basement. She also heard Arno's voice, and showed a look of joy on her face. She knew that Chao Xing succeeded. After hearing the news, the village chief Maldo quickly walked out of the room, and came to Chao Xing. He said solemnly, "Lord Chao Xing, I have heard that you actually killed those powerful snow demons. In this way, in the next few years, you don't have to worry about the invasion of snow demons. On behalf of all the villagers in Hog Village, I express my sincere gratitude to you." After saying that, Maldo bowed solemnly. Chao smiled and said, "You are too polite, Village Chief Maldo. This is what I should do." Village Chief Maldo quickly asked the militiaman next to him to bring a cloth bag, which was heavy with more than 80,000 crowns. "Master Chao, this is the reward I promised you." Chao did not hesitate to take the 80,000 crowns directly. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Successfully completed the task. Expel the snow demon. Obtain the task reward. Coins *87422. Hog Village's favorability has been improved. Current relationship, intimate. Intimate, every week. You can go to Hog Village to recruit a group of new people for free. Seeing the system prompt, Chao face showed surprise. Huh? After the relationship with Hog Village has been upgraded to close, there is actually such a function? What a great relationship. In this way, in addition to the recruitment function of the tavern, I have an additional fixed source of population. Thinking of this, Chao laughed happily. At this time, Village Chief Maldo continued, "Lord Chao, it is late at night now, and your men should be tired from the battle tonight. Let's stay in Hog Village tonight. How about leaving early tomorrow morning?" "Sure," Chao replied. On Maldo's wrinkled face, I smiled. "Okay, Lord Chao. If you have any requests or other questions, you can come to me at any time, and I will do my best to complete them." Hearing this, Chao suddenly said, "Village Chief Maldo, I do need your help with something." Maldo said respectfully, "Please go ahead, Lord Chao." Chao got straight to the point. "It's about Elena. My territory is currently short of manpower, so I want to take her back to the territory. I hope the village chief can agree." Hearing this, Village Chief Maldo showed a thoughtful look on his face, and then said, "To be honest, Lord Chao, you can take Elena away. It's just that her grain store is actually opened by the village. Her grain, mostly the grain tax paid by the villagers every year, is sold in the store, and the kronor earned will be used by me to build the village. Her husband died in the mountains, and we felt that she was alone, so we let her work in the grain store." So, Chao nodded suddenly, and then said, "I understand, Village Chief Maldo. We will not take the grain in the grain store. I just need to take Elena away." Although Elena's grain store is a considerable fortune, Chao did not take her away for the grain. After hearing this, Maldo nodded and said, "That's great, Lord Chao. You can take Elena away tomorrow morning." Chao shook his head and said, "Nothing. But I'll have to trouble you to find a new grain store owner." Maldo waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that it was no trouble. Then, Chao asked Assam and others to go back and rest. As for himself, he took Lu Mushua back to the room arranged by the village chief to rest. However, the two did not go to bed, but leaned against the stove and fell asleep. The next day, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, please note, you have passed the 6th day of the official period. After tomorrow, there will be the first merge of servers. Please be prepared. The Dragon Resurrection expansion pack will be updated for the 2nd time. The Dragon Store will add more items. A new ranking challenge will be launched soon. Look forward to it. Today's weather, light breeze. There will be a cold current at night. Please be prepared to keep warm." After hearing the system prompt, Chao and Lu Mushua woke up together. Lu Mushua blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered, "Another update is coming." "Ah, Chao nodded and said, "Yes. And there are new ranking challenges." Lu Mushua's face also showed excitement after hearing this. The last ranking reward was quite good. Summoning Zirda, a leader-level creature. This made them taste the sweetness. Lu Mushua clenched her fists, excitedly saying, "We have to take the first place this time too." "Huh?" Chao laughed. "It's probably not that easy. This time the ranking is quite difficult. After all, it is a merger of 10 regions. At least hundreds of thousands of people." Hearing this, Lu Mushua suddenly realized, "That's true. But I believe axing is the best. I will work hard with axing." Chao also laughed. "Okay, let's work hard together." Rubbing her head, Chao said, "Let's go. Get ready to return to the territory." Chao and Lu Mushua walked out of the house and came to the entrance of Hog Village. Soon, the others gathered at the entrance of the village again, including Elena, who had packed her things. She had received a notice from the village chief Maldo last night, telling her that she could leave with Chao if she understood. This made Elena feel embarrassed, but also somewhat expectant. Lu Mushua, who was next to her, looked at the shy Elena and seemed to understand something. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then she came to Elena. Elena was a little uncomfortable at first, looking at Lu Muxua with awe in her eyes, and her behavior was also very cautious. However, with Lu Muxua's enthusiasm, after a while, the two girls started talking happily, even talking and laughing. Chao Xing looked at them with a strange look on his face. Just when he was about to send a recruitment invitation to Elena, he seemed to remember something. By the way, I have a close relationship with Hob Village, and I can use the recruitment function once a week. It's just right to try to bring some people back this time. So, he directly clicked recruitment. Recruitment successful. The head of Hob Village is arranging personnel. Chao Xing was stunned. Is it so convenient? But he didn't think much about it, after all. The function of the system itself is very powerful. It can be said that it is the golden finger that all the survivors of Blue Star have. He waited silently. Not long after, several villagers came running over with big and small bags. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 30s, said, Lord Chao Xing, the village chief said that your territory needs manpower, so let us come to assist you. You will be our lord from now on. The other villagers said with smiles on their faces. I never thought that. We would also be favored by Lord Chao Xing. We will work hard for you in the future. Chao Xing also smiled. Welcome. Let's build a rich and vibrant territory together. After saying that, he issued a recruitment invitation to these villagers, and Elena. Recruitment successful. Elena Ruben Gasna Yuli joined your territory population +8. Chao Xing took a glance. There were both men and women among these people, and most of them were between 20 and 40 years old. The head of Hob Village was quite kind, and he didn't give him some old, weak, and disabled people. However, these are just some ordinary villagers, with no special skills. They can be arranged to collect resources under Chao Yi, or to farm with Dahua. However, the loyalty of these villagers is quite high, and the newly recruited ones have a loyalty of more than 70. What surprised Chao Xing was that Elena, who just joined, had a loyalty of 90. Looking at the charming woman, Chao Xing had a gentle smile on his face. Young lady is good. She is obedient and sensible. Then, he took out the sled and continued to hang it on to buy. Chao Xing looked at the villagers and said, Let's all get on. The villagers looked at the sled on the ground with curiosity, and then got on it carefully. As for Elena, she accepted Lu Muxua's invitation with a shy face, and sat behind the mammoth. Dong dong dong. The mammoth took a step forward. Beside it was a snow-white violent bear volleyball. The group rushed to the territory unscathed. After more than 10 minutes, they had already seen Chao Xing's territory. Compared with the previous few days, the territory has undergone significant changes. With the unremitting efforts of Duan and others, all primary city walls have been upgraded to intermediate city walls. Intermediate city walls are 4 meters high and 60 centimeters wide, which looks very heavy. With this width, some defensive facilities such as large crossbows can be placed. In addition, they also saw a total of 23 intermediate elemental arrow towers, 7 sentry towers, and 12 ice arrow towers. This makes Chao Xing's territory look full of deterrence. The villagers were all looking at the scene in front of them with amazement, exclaiming from time to time, Gods above, Lord Chao Xing's territory is too powerful. So many arrow towers, and so many powerful soldiers, oh my god. Compared with Lord Chao Xing's territory, the defense level of our Hob village is simply useless. Living in such a territory, there is no need to worry about the snow demons coming at night. They will be shot away by these arrow towers before they get close, haha. The villagers of Hob village had happy smiles on their faces. Like old Mel, in this world, the first need of ordinary people like these is to ensure their own safety. Obviously, Chao Xing's territory can meet this need. Because your territory's prosperity has reached the requirements, new members feel safe. Territory member, Ruben, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 75. Because your territory's prosperity has reached the requirements, new members feel safe. Territory member, Elena, loyalty has been improved, current loyalty, 93. Because you. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. The gates of the territory were wide open. Seeing Chao Xing and others return safely, the people of the territory also had happy smiles on their faces. They greeted with a smile, Welcome back, Lord. Good morning, Lord. Madam Lord. You are beautiful again today. Chao Xing and Lu Muxua also nodded in response. Amidst the greetings, They came to the center of the territory. Chao Xing first asked the combatants to go back and rest. Then he called the citizen Chao Yi over. Chao Yi said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao Xing nodded. "These newcomers have just come to our territory. You should take them to familiarize themselves with the environment first, and then arrange their work for today." Hearing this, the citizen Chao Yi glanced at the villagers of Hog Village. They all lowered their heads somewhat embarrassedly. "Okay, Lord, I'll take them there right away." Then, Chao Yi led the 7 new members away. And Chao Xing looked at the charming woman next to him. "Elena, come with me." She nodded slightly. "Okay, Lord." Then she followed Chao Xing silently. The two went straight to the sewing shop and opened the door. As before, Xia Yani was still busy. She was sewing a batch of light animal skin armor, and it looked like she had been working for a long time. At this moment, Xia Yani saw Elena next to Chao Xing at a glance. There was some curiosity and doubt in her beautiful eyes. Chao Xing said, "Yani, Elena is our new member. I also know that you have to take on the sewing work of the entire territory alone, which is a bit stressful. Elena will work with you in the future. You take care of her." After hearing this, Xia Yani smiled gently. "Okay, sir. Thank you." She stood up, then took long steps and came to Elena's side. "Ms. Elena, please take care of me in the future." Elena quickly replied, No, I need you to take care of me. I will help you well. Just let me know if you need anything." Both of them seemed very polite. They introduced each other and knew each other's age and name. Elena is 1 year older than Xia Yani. Two mature women standing together have a unique flavor. However, Xia Yani is almost 1.8 meters tall, but she is a head taller than Elena. Elena looked at Xia Yani and exclaimed, "Oh, sister, you are so tall." Xia Yani said a little embarrassedly, "Yes. Sometimes I also feel that I am too tall, and I feel a little inferior in my heart." Elena shook her head quickly and said, "How could it be? Your figure is what I dream of. It is really perfect. This is a figure that is enough to drive those nobles and knights crazy." No. Perhaps because of their similar experiences, the two women also get along very well. After a while, they started talking happily. Seeing this, Chao Xing smiled and left the sewing shop. Then, Chao Xing found Juliet again. With Neve, the three of them came to the back garden area of the Lord's mansion. He took out a heart of the Snow Demon Leader, gold, and 2 hearts of the Snow Demon Leader, purple. Then he said, "Juliet, give these to the pale tree." Juliet nodded slightly. "Okay, respected Lord. I didn't expect you to find a new heart so soon. If you keep going like this, it won't be long before the pale tree grows into a big tree." Juliet didn't care about the appearance of the Snow Demon Heart. As a knowledgeable botanist, in her eyes, the Snow Demon Heart is just like the human face tree heart, a tool that can accelerate the growth of the pale tree. Chao Xing smiled. "I am also looking forward to the day when the pale tree grows up completely." Then, he watched Juliet pour the vitality contained in the heart of the first leader on it. At this moment, the crown of the pale tree began to shake gently. The sound of leaves rustling came. Then, the pale tree began to grow rapidly. From the original 5 meters in height, it quickly grew to 6 meters, 7 meters, until it reached about 10 meters before stopping. The system prompt appeared. "Your territory plant, pale tree, has gained accelerated growth, and the acceleration time is 7 years. Life blessing effect increased by 7%. Growth blessing effect increased by 7%. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing had a look of joy on his face. It has increased by 7 years in a flash. Very good. Now the amount of treatment of ice healing and life blossom can be greatly improved. After a moment, Juliet poured the vitality contained in the other 2 boss level hearts into the pale tree. Rumble. The pale tree continued to grow. The trunk rose higher, the branches continued to extend, and the dense crown looked like a big white umbrella. Your territory plant, the pale tree, has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time is 4 years. Life blessing effect increased by 4%. Growth blessing effect increased by 4%. Not bad, 2 boss level hearts, another 4 years a time. In this way, the total life bonus is 32%, too strong. At this time, the pale tree also ushered in greater changes. The height is over 14 meters. The trunk diameter is over 1 meter. and the crown has a lot of branches and dense white leaves. The breeze blows, and there is a rustling sound. The crown sways gently, and a few pure white leaves fall from time to time. It looks full of sacredness. Chaoxing also realized how powerful this legendary holy tree is. The epic quality of the pale tree alone can increase the life bonus by 100% at most. According to Juliet, the quality of the complete pale tree is even better than the legend. If one day, the legendary pale holy tree can be resurrected in one's own territory, then the improvement brought by this tree alone will be unimaginable. Juliet and Neve also had gratified smiles on their faces. That's great, sister. It feels like this pale tree is almost as tall as the one at the door of our tree house, Neve said excitedly. Juliet nodded slightly. Yes. It's hard to imagine that it was just a small sapling a few days ago. One day in the future, maybe we can really see the pale tree reappear. At this time, Juliet seemed to remember something, and whispered, by the way, Lord, I have something to report to you. Chaoxing asked in confusion, what is it? It's about the few seeds of the ancient war tree you gave me a few days ago. After being watered with cold spirit water for a few days, and the accelerated growth effect of the pale tree, they have successfully broken through the ground. Do you need to check it out? Juliet blinked her gem-like pupils and looked at Chaoxing. Chaoxing was delighted after hearing this. It grew so quickly. Very good. Then let's go and take a look. Chapter 195 Ancient Tree of Wind, Clues to the Ancient Tree of Knowledge. Very good. Then let's go and see the Ancient Tree of War now, Chaoxing said. The pair of tree spirit sisters nodded slightly, and then led him to the edge of the territory wall. From a distance, Chaoxing saw 3 more ancient trees in front of him, which were lush and green, and more than 10 meters tall. The branches of the ancient tree were twisted and vigorous, covered with wrinkles of the years, and the branches and leaves were dense and thick. The brown trunk was more than 1 meter in diameter, and it was straight, and the green leaves on the tree were like an open green velvet umbrella, swaying gently in the wind. Like all ancient trees, this tree also has an old human face on its trunk. At this moment, Sarah stood under the ancient tree, looking at the 3 ancient trees. After seeing Chaoxing coming, the dark elf bowed slightly to him. Sarah, why are you here? Sarah replied, Lord, I came to see the guardian of our dark elf tribe, the ancient war tree. Hearing this, Chaoxing suddenly realized, it turns out that the dark elves have this kind of origin with these ancient trees. At this moment, the 3 ancient war trees made of vicissitudes of life sound. We didn't expect that we could settle down here again, and even meet the dark elves. Miss Sarah, how is the Dark Moon Forest? What was the result of the invasion war? Sarah shook her head and said, I don't know what happened after the invasion war. On the eve of the invasion war, I died on the way to a mission, and then I was sealed in the summoning space. I was reborn recently. The 3 ancient war trees showed a look of realization in their eyes. So it seems that we have experienced more than you, Sarah asked. After I was sealed, what happened? Did we lose the war? The ancient war trees shook their crowns gently. We don't know how the war ended. We only saw the invaders' army falling from the sky, destroying the Dark Moon Forest along the way. A large number of ancient war trees, the Tree of Life, and the ancient Wind Tree were burned to ashes. And the Dark Elves also paid the price of their lives to resist. Later, our torsos were set on fire during the battle. The flames devoured us, and we turned into seeds at the last moment of our lives, sleeping for who knows how many years. Then I don't know what happened. We actually came to the Western continent. After listening to their conversation, Chaoxing's eyes were thoughtful. Is it another invasion war? It seems that Zierda also died in the invasion war before. I wonder if it is the same war they are talking about. Chaoxing decided to call them all together later, and then ask about this war. At this moment, the 3 ancient trees looked at Chaoxing, and then said respectfully, Thank you, Lord, for giving us a second chance to be reborn. We will guard your territory day and night like the stars in the sky. Chaoxing nodded and said, Welcome, several guardians from ancient times. Then, he also took a look at the properties of these ancient trees. Ancient War Tree, Gunata. Race, Ancient Tree. Level 15-0/50,000, Second Order Elite. HP, 7498/7498. Attack Power, 414 to 453. Armor, 133 to 147. Maximum Attack Distance, 2,000 meters. Skills, War form. Ancient war tree rises from the soil, changes to slow movement mode, armor increases by 100%. Attack method becomes melee, with knockback effect. Rooting mode. Ancient war tree reroots in the soil. Attack becomes long-range throwing fruit. Root piercing. Depending on different combat modes, this skill will have different effects. In melee mode, 10 to 20 roots burst out, causing 120% piercing damage to surrounding enemies. In rooting mode, 3 to 5 roots are released, entangled with enemies within 1,000 meters for 1 to 4 seconds. Cooling time, 100 seconds. Talent, Vitality, HP plus 30%. Talent, Revival, after the ancient war tree is destroyed. It will turn into seeds, and revive again after several years. Status, Blessing of the Pale Tree. After reading the attributes, Chaoxing thought with satisfaction, not bad. Although the level 15 elite monsters are not very useful to me, the skills of these ancient trees, as a defensive unit, are still very good. They not only have a range beyond the intermediate elemental arrow tower, but also have control skills and different defense modes. They will not be helpless after being touched by the enemy. And the most important thing is that these ancient trees can also receive various status bonuses. In other words, as long as these ancient war trees are given a status, their strength will usher in a transformation. At this time, Chaoxing suddenly had an idea. After the ancient war trees enter melee mode, although they are very strong, their movement speed becomes very slow. But if they are blessed with the Queen's Will of Hilda, can they run very fast? Thinking of this, Chaoxing decided to give it a try. He called Hilda, Eilina, Lu Mushua, Blot and others. Then he looked at the 3 ancient war trees. Several ancient guardians. Please accept the blessing we have bestowed on you now. After saying that, Chaoxing asked everyone to impose a lot of status on the ancient war trees. They clearly felt that their aura was surging. Even their calm and vicissitudes of life faces showed strong fluctuations. They looked at Chaoxing with shocked eyes, and then looked at Sarah. Miss Sarah, you seem to have come to an extraordinary territory. Sarah pursed her lips and nodded slightly. She agreed with the words of the ancient war tree. The 3 ancient trees looked at Chaoxing again. Lord, your power is amazing. With your blessing, we feel like we have been reborn. Chaoxing nodded and said, yes, as long as our territory continues to develop, you will receive even more powerful blessings in the future. Now, stand up from the ground and try your new state. Hearing this, the 3 ancient trees responded at the same time. Yes, Lord. Then, they began to stand up from the soil. Boom! The soil around them began to rise. White tree roots emerged from the soil. Then, the roots began to gather, and gradually turned into 2 feet. However, their feet seemed to be filled with red energy. Chaoxing said happily, Gunana, run a few steps and see. The ancient war tree whose name he called swayed its crown gently, and then it stretched its legs and ran on the ground. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps were heard. After a while, the tree ran 100 or 200 meters away. It ran at a speed of about 7 or 8 kilometers per hour. Although compared to Chaoxing and others, this speed was still a bit slow. But compared to the huge body of the ancient war tree, it seemed to be running fast. Moreover, this picture made Chaoxing laugh. After all, the sight of a big tree running wildly in the territory was really funny. The other 2 ancient trees also looked at Gunana with surprise. Oh my god! It runs as fast as a rabbit. Is this really the speed our ancient war trees can have? Soon, Gunana ran back. It's hard to imagine that with the blessing of the Lord, we even have the power of wind. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the defense area of the 3 ancient war trees can be changed at any time. No need to stick to a certain position as before. It is equivalent to a mobile arrow tower, which is still very powerful. Chaoxing encouraged them, and prepared to lead people away from here. At this time, the 3 ancient trees were whispering in the back. Gunana said, you all saw it. Right? The blessing of this Lord is beyond our imagination. If it is in its territory, our ancient tree clan should be able to get a good growth space. So I think we should tell this Lord about that. What do you think? The other 2 ancient trees thought for a moment, and then replied, agree. Agree. The 3 ancient trees agreed unanimously. At this time, Gunana looked at Chaoxing's back, and slowly said, Lord, there is something we need to report to you. Hearing this, Chaoxing stopped and looked at them in confusion. What is it? Gunana said, when we were sleeping, we vaguely sensed in our consciousness that there were several sleeping guardian seeds around us. Those are the seeds of the ancient wind tree and the ancient knowledge tree. Hearing this, Chaoxing asked in confusion, the ancient wind tree and the ancient knowledge tree? Yes. Gunana replied, the ancient wind tree has a stronger power than our ancient war tree, and the ancient knowledge tree can give the dark elves different abilities. Chaoxing immediately became interested. You mean? There are still a few seeds where you slept before? The three ancient trees nodded. Yes. After we turned into seeds, we slept for who knows how many years. And when I regained consciousness, I found that we were in almost the same area. Later one day, the seeds of our ancient war trees were suddenly picked up by a certain existence. But the seeds of the ancient wind tree and the ancient knowledge tree are still there. Chaoxing asked, do you know the specific location? The three ancient trees shook their crowns. When we turned into seeds and slept, we only had a little perception of the outside world. We don't know the specific location. After hearing this, Chaoxing's thoughts became active. Although the exact location of these ancient trees is unknown, Chaoxing has clues. They said that they were suddenly picked up by someone one day. The person who picked them up should be his neighbor Yao Yiming, because these three war tree seeds were obtained by Chaoxing from him. Yao Yiming told him before that he only picked up a few seeds, and he killed 2 of them. This means that the other party should know the location of the seeds. Okay. I know. I will pay attention to the whereabouts of the other ancient tree seeds. Hearing this, the three ancient trees also smiled on their vicissitudes of life, and then thanked him one after another. Thanks you, Relief Lord. Nympho. After leaving the places where the ancient trees are located, there was a smile in the corner of Chaoxing's mouth. I didn't expect. These ancient trees also provided me with useful information. Now, just ask Yao Yiming, see if you can get a valuable clue. Then, Chaoxing via the regional channel, I found Yao Yiming's name, then sent a private chat. Hello, I am Chaoxing, I want to talk to you. After waiting for a moment, Yao Yiming came back immediately. Boss Chaoxing. You are so polite. Just tell me if you have anything to say. You are the savior of our family. I promise to do my best to complete it. Chaoxing smiled and said, it's not an important matter. I just want to know where you got the seeds of the ancient war tree that you gave me last time. Hearing this, the other party thought for a moment and replied, Boss Chaoxing, actually, this place is a secret area we found. It's just a few kilometers away from my territory. It seems to be a sunken ancient battlefield. There are many rusted weapons, armors, etc. buried deep in the soil, but most of them can't be used. But sometimes, you can still dig up 1 or 2 useful things. Just 2 days ago, I dug up a green sword with a level of 40. For us, it is a treasure land. My sister and I often go there to hunt for treasures. Yao Yiming's tone was full of excitement. By the way, I'll send you the coordinates. After saying that, he directly sent the coordinates. But Chaoxing was stunned. He asked in confusion, such an important place. You just told me so simply? After all, just listening to Yao Yiming's description, you can imagine how great the opportunities are in that place. A huge ancient battlefield. Many strong men died in the battle. And there are many weapons, armor, etc. As Yao Yiming said, I picked up a high-level green suit at random. And I also picked up the seeds of the ancient war tree before. If it were someone else, they would definitely regard this place as their own forbidden area. But he told Chaoxing so simply. Yao Yiming said embarrassedly, it's nothing. After all, Chaoxing is our savior. Besides, that place is actually quite dangerous. There is a kind of corpse monster inside. And there are also undead creatures. The further you go in, the higher the level of the monsters. My sister and I have only dared to wander around outside before. If Chaoxing wants to go there, you must be careful. Hearing this, Chaoxing was silent for a moment, and then said, okay. I know. Thank you for your information. You are polite, Chaoxing. If there is nothing else, I will go and get busy first. Okay. After hanging up the private chat with Yao Yiming, Chaoxing was thoughtful. He looked at the coordinates sent by the other party, and found that it was not far from his territory. Only a dozen kilometers. If what the other party said was true, then the value of this information was still very great. Chaoxing thought to himself, this Yao Yiming is a good person. Let me go to that place and take a look. If it is true as he said, I can give his territory a little help. With Chaoxing's current strength, A little help can make the strength of other survivors soar. But now, let's get ready to go fishing. I hope this time, I can catch the legendary king salmon, and then take down the legendary weapon in one fell swoop. Ha ha. Qiaoxing thought happily. Of course, he also knew that he was daydreaming. After all, legendary weapons were not that easy to obtain. However, even if he could not catch the king salmon, it would be good to catch the golden salmon. And he also had a lot of secret pet food in his backpack. There were both green and blue grades. Last time, a few green grade food caught a few silver salmon. So this time, the harvest should be good. A smile appeared on Qiaoxing's mouth. But there is still a problem now. That is, if you want to fish, you need a fishing rod. And he doesn't have one. Ordinary fishing rods can be made at will. But this time he is not going to fish for those ordinary fish, but for those magical creatures. Those silver salmon, each of them is extremely powerful in the water, and can easily tear your fishing rod apart. The champion fighter he met last time, the fishing rod in his hand, was obviously very precious. When the silver salmon struggled wildly in the water, his strong and powerful hands held the fishing rod steadily, and the relaxation was very rhythmic. No matter how the salmon struggled, the fishing line did not break. Therefore, ordinary fishing rods should not be able to catch such magical creatures. However, just because Qiaoxing did not have one, it did not mean that it was not available in the market. After all, there were tens of thousands of people in the entire 174th district, and there would always be some strange things. So, he opened the market and typed in the word fishing rod. Dozens of messages immediately appeared on it. Consignment information: bamboo fishing rod, white. Required items: food, wood, stone. Consigner: Chunja. Seller's note: ordinary fishing rod, sell for money. Consignment information: Calyabang's old fishing rod, green. Required items: Frost Mage skill book, warm clothes. Consigner: Hisisi. Seller's note: 99% new fishing rod for females' personal use. Buy a fishing rod and get a pair of socks I've worn for free. Consignment information: red-grained wooden fishing rod, blue. Required items: recruitment scroll, weapons, skill book. Consigner: Wang Yunbao. Seller's note: excellent quality fishing rod. There are only a few in the entire trading channel. If you are interested, please contact me for details. After reading these consignment information, Qiaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. Sure enough, as expected, fishing rods are also divided into grades. Just don't know, what effects do different fishing rods have? Qiaoxing took a look at the attributes. Bamboo fishing rod, white. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 37/50. Fishing range, ordinary fish, Porphyrio, Robusta, piercing, etc. Maximum bearing strength, within 100 kilograms. Additional special effects, none. Calyabang's old fishing rod, green. Quality, excellent. Durability, 42/100. Fishing range, ordinary fish, green grade magical creature fish, bluefin trevally, yellow croaker, white snapper, etc. Maximum bearing strength, within 200 kilograms. Attached special effects, none. Red-grained wooden fishing rod, blue. Quality, excellent. Durability, 138/150. Fishing range, ordinary fish, excellent magical creatures, red salmon, cherry carp, cherry salmon, etc. Maximum bearing capacity, within 500 kilograms. Attached special effects, red grain blessing. When using this fishing rod to fish, strength is increased by an additional 30 points. After reading the properties of these consignment items, Qiaoxing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. Magic creatures are also divided into grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the power, and the more magical effects it has. And a blue grade fishing rod can only catch magical creatures, like red salmon at most. If you want to catch higher grade magical creatures, you need a higher grade fishing rod. Chapter 196 Fishing, meet the champion fighter again. If you want to catch higher grade magical creatures, you need a higher grade fishing rod. Qiaoxing scrolled down. In the entire trading market, there were only 2 purple grade fishing rods. They were Spirit Wood fishing rod, purple. Hack Frog fishing rod, purple. He looked at the properties of these 2 fishing rods. Spirit Wood fishing rod, purple. Quality, rare. Durability, 272/300. Fishing range, rare fish, silver salmon, trilobite, amberjack. Maximum bearing strength, 1000 kilograms plus 500 kilograms. Additional special effect, Spirit with Blessing, maximum bearing strength plus 500 kilograms. Introduction. This is a fishing rod that allows you to catch giants. Hack Frog Fishing Rod Purple. Quality, rare. Durability, 313/350. Fishing range, rare fish. Maximum bearing strength, 800 kilograms. Additional special effect, Hack Frog Saliva, strong breath can attract more fish, increase fishing success rate by 30%. Equipment introduction. If you are an Air Force guy, I suggest you choose the Hack Frog fishing rod first. The properties of these two fishing rods are very good. Chaoxing thought for a moment and decided to buy both fishing rods. Then he started fishing on both sides at the same time. He looked at the items that the consignors of the two fishing rods wanted. The first Spirit with fishing rod. The consignor was a survivor named Suji. And the price was a purple warrior weapon. This price was fair. After all, it was purple equipment for purple equipment. Chaoxing directly traded the fighter's dagger that Lu Mushua had eliminated with the survivor. The other party happily agreed. And the two sides quickly completed the first wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You get Spirit with fishing rod, purple. You lose fighter's dagger, purple. Chaoxing held the fishing rod with a faint green color in his hand and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Not bad, although it still doesn't look as good as the fishing rod in the hands of the champion fighter, but the quality of this fishing rod is good, and it can be used as a weapon." After the first wave of transactions was successful, Chaoxing looked at the consignment information of the second fishing rod. The consignor was a survivor named Wang Wenqing, and the thing he needed was a bit strange, called mysterious four-leaf clover. Chaoxing had never heard of this thing, but he didn't want to give up this fishing rod. So, Chaoxing sent a private message. "Hello. I don't have the mysterious four-leaf clover you need. Can I exchange it with you for something else?" A moment later, Wang Wenqing sent a message. "Yeah, it's Chaoxing." Her tone was full of excitement. "Chaoxing, do you want this fishing rod too?" Chaoxing smiled and said, "Yes. See if you can change it to other trading conditions." Wang Wenqing replied, "Let me see." Chaoxing, do you have a skill book for the mage? Chaoxing thought for a moment, and then replied, "No, because I am also a mage. So I usually use up all the skill books myself." Hearing this, Wang Wenqing suddenly realized, "I see." At this time, she continued then, "Do you have a purple staff or something?" Chaoxing looked at his backpack after hearing this. Speaking of weapons, there is indeed a Staff of the Deep. However, this weapon is a more auxiliary weapon, which can increase its own damage, and Chaoxing wants to keep it for himself. After thinking for a while, Chaoxing said, "Well, let me show you something good." After that, Chaoxing sent him leg meat of frost moose gold. Seeing the item information of the hind leg meat, Wang Wenqing on the opposite side was extremely surprised. "Oh my god! It's actually golden meat, and it directly increases the ice damage by 5%. Boss Chaoxing, you are too awesome. You can even get this kind of meat." Chaoxing smiled. Wang Wenqing continued, "I can trade." Boss Chaoxing, how much of this kind of meat are you going to give me? Chaoxing replied, "I don't have much of this kind of meat. I can give you 100 G, plus 5 cotton clothes. How about it?" He had 8 pieces of hind leg meat, which was 8,000 G, which could be decomposed into 80 trades. After hearing the conditions offered by Chaoxing, Wang Wenqing was thoughtful. After a moment, she said excitedly, "Okay. Deal." The two quickly made a deal. Transaction successful. You get Hack Frog fishing rod purple. You lose Frost Moose hind leg meat gold. Asterisk 100 G. You lose linen cotton clothes. Asterisk 5. After the transaction was completed, both parties felt very satisfied. This was also a fair deal. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "Survivor Lord, Wang Wenqing applied to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Chaoxing thought for a moment, and directly clicked to agree. Wang Wenqing replied, He. I've added Chaoxing as my friend. But don't worry. Chaoxing, I won't harass you when I'm free, and I'll keep in touch with you if I have something good." Chaoxing also smiled and said, "Okay." Both parties hung up the call. At this time, Chaoxing had another gray fishing rod in his hand. He said with satisfaction, "Very good, now everything is ready. Next we will go and show our skills. With these 2 rods, I will definitely not come back empty-handed when fishing today, haha. After that, Chao Xing quickly came to the center of the territory and shouted, Assam, Andrew, Zilda. Chao Xing called the same 10 core members. In addition to Lu Mushua, Dabai and Volibear, more than 10 people in the group continued to move forward outside the territory. Bang bang bang. Dabai ran wildly with the two of them on his back. The Volibear next to him also landed on all fours. Moreover, Chao Xing also discovered that, when Volibear ran, in addition to the red energy contained in his limbs, there were also flashes of lightning from time to time. With every step, there would be traces of lightning left on the ground. Not to mention anything else, this appearance alone was already very cool. 40 minutes later, Chao Xing led the team and returned to the huge falling snow lake. Just like the previous few days, the lake was covered with a thick layer of ice. From time to time, some white chocobos, aquatic dragon lizards, and snow wolves can be seen on the ice. Chao Xing said happily, let's see what we can catch after fishing. If it doesn't work, we can kill a few snow wolves today and bring them back to replenish our meat. At this time, Lu Mushua said softly, axing, look there. Following the direction she pointed, Chao Xing saw a familiar figure appear on the ice. The figure moved a small stool and sat on the ice, with a hunched posture and a cotton hat on his head. It was the champion fighter, Chinong Dutra. Chao Xing smiled. Why is this old man here again? Let's go down first, and then go over and take a look. After saying that, he and Lu Mushua jumped off the back of the mammoth together. Then, they gradually approached Chinong. The old man who was fishing sensed the breath of Chao Xing and others from a distance. After seeing them coming, the old man turned his head and said, Lord Chao Xing, you are here. Chao Xing also smiled and said, Lord Chinong, why are you here again? Has your wife finished the salmon we caught last time? Chao Xing heard from Chinong that he had a greedy wife who loved to eat the silver salmon from Luoshua Lake the most. Hearing this, Chinong's eyes were filled with sadness. Lord Chao Xing, it's not that my wife insisted on eating silver salmon, but because she was sick. It's a serious illness that has been tormenting her for many years. The doctor in the city-state told me that her body can't hold on for much longer, and she can only stay active by eating some foods with strong vitality. The last silver salmon made her look a little better, and she was finally able to get out of bed and walk. But a few days later, my wife fainted again, and this time the situation seemed to be more serious. She is just an ordinary person, and I don't know if she can survive this time. So I can only continue to come to Luoshua Lake to see if I can catch another silver salmon to make my wife feel better. Hearing this, Chao Xing was stunned, and then sighed and said, Lord Chinong, I'm sorry. He didn't know about this. If he knew, he would definitely not make such a joke. Chinong shook his head and said, Nothing. You don't know? Chao Xing nodded. With your considerate husband taking care of you, I think your wife will get better soon. Hearing this, Chinong also smiled. I hope so. Then, he continued to ask, Lord Chao Xing, why did you come to Luoshua Lake today? After hearing this, Chao Xing took out 2 fishing rods from his backpack and shook them in his hands. Of course we are here to fish. Chinong observed the fishing rod in Chao Xing's hand, nodded and said, not bad. It seems that Lord Chao Xing has made preparations. These 2 fishing rods are enough to catch magical creatures of the level of silver salmon. Chao Xing laughed. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he took out 10 special pet food green from his backpack and handed them to Chinong. The old man looked at the bait in his hand, and his old face trembled. He knew that it was with these baits that he caught 3 silver salmon last time. So Chinong understood the value of these baits. Lord Chao Xing, this is... But Chao Xing said generously, this is for you, Lord Chinong. I hope you can catch more silver salmon, and I hope your wife can get better soon. Chinong stood there in a daze, silent for a moment. Then he said solemnly, Lord Chao Xing, thank you for your help the second time. Chinong Dutra, I express my most sincere gratitude to you. He bowed slightly to Chao Xing. A system prompt appeared. Due to your generous gift, Chinong Dutra's favorability has been improved. Favorability has not reached the target value. New stage has not been unlocked. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing felt happy. Although, the value of 10 pet rations is not low, if you are lucky, you can catch 1 or 2 silver salmon. But for Chao Xing, it is nothing. And this is also equivalent to an investment. Chao Xing has discovered. This Chinong Dutra is really outrageously strong. He is now a level 23 Frost Mage. But when he checked the other party's attributes, there were still a lot of... What does this mean? It means that Qinong is definitely above level 40. Which means at least a 5th level strongman. For such a strongman, it is still very profitable to build a good relationship with them. Chao Xing replied, Sir Qinong, you are polite. Didn't you also give us 2 silver salmon last time? Qinong listened, and looked at Chao Xing gratefully again. Obviously, these 10 pep rations were like a timely help to him. For a moment, his favorability towards Chao Xing increased dramatically. Chao Xing continued, let's go find a place to fish in front. And we won't bother you here. I hope you have a good catch this time. At this time, Qinong said, Lord Chao Xing, the ice surface of Luoxua Lake is still very thick. And with the snowfall in the past 2 days, the ice layer is more than 12 meters deep. After you choose a place, I will help you break the ice. Hearing this, Chao Xing was thoughtful. The 12-meter thick ice surface is quite thick. Although Chao Xing can break it, it will take some time. Qinong's initiative is equivalent to releasing his goodwill. Chao Xing nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qinong. The old man waved his hand. Soon, Chao Xing led everyone to stop at a location about 1 kilometer away from Qinong's original fishing spot. Your Excellency Qinong, let's stop here. Help us break the ice surface and carve out 2 fishing spots. Qinong nodded. At this time, he suddenly said, Lord Chao Xing, do you have a spear? If not, just give me a stick. Hearing this, Chao Xing looked at his backpack. He really had a purple-grade spear, called the Gladiator Spear. Chao Xing didn't say much. He took it out and handed it to Qinong. It was unknown what material this spear was made of, and it weighed at least more than 60 kilograms. Qinong held it in his hand, but it was as easy as holding a stick. Then, he said, Lord Chao Xing, please step back a few steps, so as not to hurt you by mistake. Hearing this, Chao Xing nodded, and then led his men to retreat about 10 meters. At the same time, he was a little curious about the power of a strong man of this level when he attacked, including Assam and others. They were also looking at Qinong seriously. At the same time, Qinong, who held the spear, suddenly changed his aura. From him, a breath like a beast awakening suddenly emanated. In the woods near Luoxua Lake, the creature seemed to sense something. Instantly, the flocks of birds flew away in fright, and the beasts fled, including the chocobos and wolves on the lake. They also ran back as fast as they could. So strong, Chao Xing and others only felt a fierce breath coming towards them. And Jonard and Josent, the 2 dragon blood fighters who used guns, felt it even more clearly. This old man is really strong. Yes, the breath on his body is just like a spear that has been tempered 1,000 times. And at this moment, Shinan Dutra's aura suddenly shrank. And then, he concentrated all his strength on the tip of his gun. He thrust lightly. Bang! Ice chips flew on the ice surface, and rushed up more than 10 meters. Crash! Ice chips flew like snowflakes. When the noise disappeared, everyone saw a big pit with a diameter of about 2 meters, and a smooth and round surface in front of them. The big pit penetrated the ice surface directly, and the cold lake water below could be seen at a glance. This move surprised Chao Xing even more. Possessing powerful strength, and then bursting out to destroy the ice surface in one fell swoop, is not a difficult task. However, it is very difficult for someone like Kainan to concentrate the strength on one point, release it instantly, and control it so perfectly. This method is obviously not something Chao Xing can do. Isabel explained from behind, amazing. Such skillful and precise control of strength. This person must have master-level gun skills. Chao Xing also nodded and said, it is worthy of being a strong man who has won the title of champion fighter. Kainan shook the tip of the gun, as if he had done something insignificant. Lord Chao Xing, let's go to the second fishing spot. Okay. Then, Chao Xing led everyone and selected a spot about 500 meters away. Qinong did the same thing. He pointed directly with his spear, splashing ice chips all over the sky. He created another fishing spot with a diameter of about 2 meters. After doing this, Qinong said, Lord Chao Xing, the fishing spot has been set. I won't bother you anymore. Hearing this, Chao Xing said, okay, Mr. Qinong, thank you very much. Qinong waved his hand, returned to his position, and began to use the new bait to fish. Chao Xing took out 2 fishing rods and asked, Who wants to try? Hearing Chao-Shing's question, Assam and others looked at each other. Girls like Rennies and Isabel showed little interest. At this time, Braun said, Lord, let Braun try. In our hometown, Braun often goes fishing in the river next to the village. Chao-Shing smiled, and then gave Braun the spirit wood fishing rod. He also gave him 18 special pet food green, and 5 special pet food blue. Chao-Shing himself took the remaining bait, and came to the first fishing spot to start his fishing trip. According to the memory in his mind, Chao-Shing imitated the movements. First hung the bait on the hook, and then put the fishing line into the cold lake water. Then he waited quietly. Special pet food is very tempting to fish. In addition, Chao-Shing used hack frog fishing rod, which has a special effect of enhancing smell. Chao-Shing put it down for less than 2 minutes, and felt a huge force coming instantly. Huh? It's so fast. He quickly gripped the fishing rod. As a 23rd level Frost Mage, he now has hundreds of strengths, and can easily deal with underwater giants. Splash. Splash. Under the lake, waves surged. It seemed that something was struggling underneath. After a stalemate with the underwater creature for almost a minute, Chao-Shing felt that the opponent's strength was a little weaker. With a sudden pull, a fish with light green scales and a flat mouth was caught by him. Obtained, cod, green, *1. Haha. The first catch of the day. Green quality fish. Not bad. Chapter 197 Epic, Mad King Fishing Rod. Obtained, codfish, green, *1. Chao-Shing looked at the catch in his hand with satisfaction. This codfish is half the length of an adult's arm, with graceful lines and green scales, and looks very beautiful. It weighs about 3 or 4 pounds. I looked at the attributes. Codfish, green. Level 4. Weight, 3.4 kilograms. Effect, first consumption, spirit +2, constitution +2. Note, the extremely tender codfish can be directly decomposed into 3 pieces of codfish meat, and can also be sold to merchants or shops in the city. 2 points of spirit and constitution. This attribute is not bad. Both are higher than the bonus of some green quality beast meat. Chao-Shing was very excited. The first harvest today is not bad. At the same time, Braun also successfully caught his first fish. He laughed and said, Lord, Braun, this is a 6-kilogram nailhead fish. Chao-Shing was delighted after hearing this. 6 kilograms? That's a really big fish. He encouraged. Keep working hard, Braun. Yes, Lord. Then, he started the second round of fishing. He put the bait back in place, and put the fishing line into the water. In less than 2 minutes, Chao-Shing felt a strong force in his hands again. After the first time, he was not as awkward as before. Instead, he began to lift the fishing rod with ease, and stalemate with the underwater creature. After about a minute, Chao-Shing felt that the underwater creature seemed to have no strength. He lifted it again. Instantly, a creature with a pointed head, light brown protruding eyes and white scales, was caught by him. Obtained, nailhead fish, green, *1. Oh! Isn't this the fish that Braun just caught? Looked at the attributes. Nailhead fish, green. Level 3. Weight, 6.3 kilograms. Effect, first consumption, strength +2, constitution +2. Note, fish with slightly softer meat can be directly decomposed into 6 pieces of nailhead fish meat. 1 fish meat equals 5 food, can also be directly sold to merchants or taverns in the city. Not bad. Not bad. Another fish that is comparable to green beast meat. Chao-Shing began to continue fishing. As he lifted the rod one by one, system prompts kept appearing. Obtained, yellow croaker, green *1. Obtained, cod, green *1. Obtained, luahu carp, green *1. 5 times in a row, all the fish caught were green quality fish. The weight was also about 3 to 7 kilograms. Until the 6th time, Chao-Shing clearly felt that the fishing rod in his hand had a stronger force. The cold lake water began to churn, and waves of huge force came. There's a big catch! Chao-Shing was shocked, and then he grabbed the fishing rod in his hand even harder. Splash! Splash! The sound of water continued to appear. Under his control, the underwater creatures gradually lost their strength. Chao-Shing lifted it up suddenly. At the moment of breaking the water surface, everyone felt that Chao-Shing had caught a silver dragon. The scales on the whole body were shining with dazzling silver light, and the figure with smooth lines was full of beauty. Obtained, Silver salmon, purple, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. Ha ha! I finally caught my first silver salmon. He looked at the attributes. Silver salmon, purple magical creature. Level 11. Weight, 7.4 kilograms. Effect, when eaten for the first time, it can increase the upper limit of life by 300 points, and increase the upper limit of population by 3, can be effective up to 3 times. Note, the silver salmon with extremely tender meat is loved by the nobles and rich people. It can be decomposed into 7 pieces of silver salmon meat. 1 piece of fish meat equals 5 food. It's actually a level 11 silver salmon, which weighs 7 kilograms. Chao Xing was delighted. Because in this way, he can take the excess fish meat to the market and trade with other survivors. At present, no one has traded purple quality animal meat or fish meat in the market. The last time Chao Xing sold leader level wild boar meat, the market price was 100 G animal meat equals 100 ice dragon marks. As a magical creature, the quality of silver salmon meat is obviously stronger than that of leader level wild boar meat. That is to say, 100 G of silver salmon meat can be sold for at least 200 ice dragon marks. 7 pieces of fish meat equals 7 kilograms, which can be traded in 70 portions. This silver salmon alone is worth at least 10,000 ice dragon marks. Ha ha! I'm rich now. Chao Xing collected the silver salmon. Then he continued fishing. Obtained, cod, green, *1. Obtained, yellow croaker, green, *1. Obtained, red salmon, blue, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing was stunned. Huh? A blue quality fish appeared? He looked at the attributes. Red salmon, blue. Level 7. Weight, 6.9 kilograms. Effect, first time eating, can increase health by 200 points. Tender salmon, beautiful body, good ornamental value, can be decomposed into 6 pieces of red salmon meat. Not bad, the bonus of 200 health points is enough to drive the survivors crazy. This red salmon can be sold, or eaten by yourself. Chao Xing put it in his backpack. Continue fishing. Splash. He caught fish from the snowfall lake one after another. Because it was a purple fishing rod with special bait, there was basically no empty rod. Soon, the remaining special pet food, green, in his backpack, was used up. Caught a total of codfish, green, *5. Yellow croaker, green, *3. Nailfish, green, *4. Red salmon, blue, *3. Silver salmon, purple, *2. Not bad, about the same as I expected. The 2 silver salmons weigh more than 10 kilograms. He glanced at Braun and asked, Braun, how was the harvest? Braun shouted, Lord, don't worry. Braun has a great harvest, and caught 3 silver salmon. Hearing this, Chao Xing also smiled. According to Braun, this wave is really a great harvest. The silver salmon in his hand alone, according to the market price, are worth at least 60,000 or 70,000 ice dragon marks. With the material reserves in his hands, he can exchange for another gold treasure chest. That's great, Chao Xing thought happily. Then, he looked at his backpack. In addition to the green quality special pet food, Chao Xing also had 5 blue quality food in his hand. Higher quality food should be more attractive to fish. Let me see. Can this thing give me a surprise? Chao Xing hung the first blue food on the hook, and then slowly put it under the water. This time, only 1 minute later, Chao Xing felt a huge force coming from the fishing rod in his hand. The force burst out instantly, even made Chao Xing a little pulled half a step. Oh my god! So strong? Chao Xing got serious, and began to patiently compete with the underwater creature. The stalemate lasted for about 3 minutes. After the underwater creature had no strength, he instantly seized the opportunity. Then, a sparkling, silvery white salmon was caught by Chao Xing. And this salmon is as long as Chao Xing's arm. It is the biggest salmon he has ever caught. Obtained, silver salmon, purple, *1. Looked at the attributes. Silver salmon, purple magic creature. Level 17. Weight, 13.8 kilograms. Effect, same as above. Note, silver salmon with extremely tender meat can be decomposed into 13 pieces of silver salmon meat. 1 piece of fish equals 5 food. Ha ha. Almost 14 kilograms of silver salmon, if I were on Blue Star. I could brag about it for a year. Chao Xing's eyes were filled with excitement. To him, these were not silver salmon, but real money that could be exchanged for various resources. The blue bait was obviously more effective than the green bait. He continued fishing. One after another, Chaoxing caught huge fish of different colors and much larger than the previous ones. System prompts kept appearing. Obtained, red salmon, blue, *1. Obtained, flying fish, blue, *1. Obtained, silver salmon, purple, *1. Obtained, red salmon, blue, *1. It took about half an hour. 5 blue quality pet rations, all used up. The harvest can be said to be quite rich. Bron came over with a beaming face. It can be seen that he also had a good harvest. Ha ha. Lord, this time Bron caught 5 silver salmon. After hearing this, Chaoxing's face also showed joy. Well done, Bron. After saying that, he collected all of Bron's catches. Obtained, codfish, green, *6. Obtained, yellow croaker, green, *3. Obtained, nailhead fish, green, *4. Obtained, flying fish, blue, *2. Obtained, red salmon, blue, *3. Obtained, silver salmon, purple, *5. Remove those green quality and blue quality fish. The silver salmon alone, together with the 4 in Chaoxing's hand, weigh more than 64 kilograms. In other words, these silver salmon are worth nearly 120,000 ice dragon marks, which can be exchanged for a gold treasure chest. And this time, Chaoxing spent less than 3 hours on the journey. He said excitedly, "This wave is really a big profit, compared to the hundreds of thousands of crowns invested in buying pet food. It is estimated that selling 2 silver salmon will be more than this amount. Among the survivors, I should be the only one who knows that special pet food is very attractive to fish. And the fishing spot of Luoshua Lake has not been discovered by other survivors. For me, this is a huge resource point." Thinking of this, Chaoxing secretly decided, next time if I meet a merchant selling pet food, I must buy all his stocks. This is a sure win. But it's a pity that I didn't catch a golden salmon this time. Chaoxing felt a little regretful. But after thinking about it, this is normal. After all, the fishing rod in his hand is only purple grade, and it can't catch a creature like a golden salmon. Then, he looked at his backpack again. There were 5-liter level snow demon tongues, and 1-liter level tongue in it. Chaoxing thought to himself, the tongue of the snow demon should be a higher level bait, or a prop with a strong pungent taste, which should be enough to catch magical creatures of the golden salmon level. But the fishing rod in my hand is not high enough. And I guess what I catch will still be fish of the silver salmon level. He looked at the old man fishing in the distance, and there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Should I go to Qinong to borrow his fishing rod? After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing decided to go. After all, he had established a good relationship with this strong man. If he just wanted to borrow the fishing rod, the other party would not refuse. He brought people to Qinong. The old man had already finished fishing. Chaoxing smiled and asked, "Sir Qinong, how was the harvest?" Qinong also had a happy look on his face. "The harvest was not bad. I caught 2 silver salmon. Lord Chaoxing, I will give you one." Hearing this, Chaoxing waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. I also caught a lot of silver salmon this time. You should keep it for your wife." Qinong didn't say anything after hearing this. At this time, Chaoxing asked directly, "Lord Qinong, I want to ask you for a favor, and borrow your fishing rod. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Hearing this, Qinong thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Lord Chaoxing, it's okay to borrow my fishing rod." After that, he handed the fishing rod in his hand to Chaoxing. Obtained, Crazy King fishing rod, orange, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing's eyes trembled. Good guy. This is not the golden fishing rod he expected, but a higher quality orange fishing rod. In other words, epic quality. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the attributes. Mad King fishing rod, orange. Quality, epic. Durability, 1370/1500. Fishing range, epic fish. Maximum bearing strength, 50,000 kilograms plus 50,000 kilograms. Attached special effect 1. Natural recovery, every 1 hour, the fishing rod will automatically recover 1 point of durability. Attached special effect 2. Mad King power, with the Mad King's power, the fishing rod will not break easily, and the maximum bearing strength will increase by 50,000 kilograms. Attached special effect 3. Lucky Fishing King, when fishing, increased the chance of catching fish of rare quality or above by 20%. Equipment introduction. I declare. The champion of this fishing competition is the holder of the Mad King fishing rod, the host of the Measuring Waters fishing competition. After reading the properties of this epic fishing rod, Chao Xing's pupils shrank again. What a powerful attribute. The maximum bearing capacity is 100,000 kilograms. What does this mean? It is equivalent to 100 tons. It can catch any giant fish. It is really a good fishing rod. Chao Xing praised. Qiong beside him smiled and said, yes, this is a gift from an old friend of mine who passed away. He was originally a fisherman living in the permafrost sea. When I was young, I traveled all over the continent and met him by chance. In addition to superb fishing skills, he also has extremely powerful strength. People call him the Crazy King. Chao Xing also praised. Haha, what a resounding name. Qiong observed Chao Xing's expression, and then looked at the fishing rod in his hand, and seemed to think of something. The old man was very straightforward. So he asked directly, Lord Chao Xing, you suddenly asked me to borrow a fishing rod. Is it because you got the tongue of a snow demon? Chao Xing was shocked after hearing this. This Qiong was really good at judging people. Chao Xing was not prepared to hide it from him. So he replied, yes. I did get a few tongues of snow demons. Hearing this, Qiong's eyes showed a little surprise. He praised, it's amazing. Snow demons are very cautious and difficult to deal with. Although I have the ability to kill them easily. Once they sense danger, they will run away at the first time. The more powerful the snow demon, the harder it is to kill. Chao Xing nodded. He was very aware of this. If he hadn't made preparations in advance, there would be no way to kill these snow demons. Qiong said again, Lord Chao Xing, last time I said that the tongue of the snow demon can catch king salmon. Which is true. But the whereabouts of the king salmon are erratic. So you better not hold too much hope. And it is also related to a legendary weapon. It is said that the holder of each legendary weapon is destined. Chao Xing smiled and said, okay. Lord Qiong, thank you for the reminder. He really didn't hold much hope. If you don't catch the king salmon, it would be good to catch the legendary golden salmon. Thinking of this, Chao Xing picked up the Mad King fishing rod and returned to his original fishing spot. This location is still good. Qiong also followed him. He was also a little curious about what Chao Xing could catch with the snow demon's tongue. Under the gaze of everyone, Chao Xing took out a scarlet tongue from his backpack. It exuded an amazing bloody smell. For some reason, when the snow demon attacked with its tongue, it could become very slender and attack the enemy 10 meters away. After being killed, the tongue seemed to shrink, becoming only the size of an index finger, which was just right for bait. Qiong exclaimed, it is indeed the tongue of the snow demon. With such a strong smell, it is no wonder that it can attract fish underwater. Chao Xing smiled and hung it on the fishhook. Then he put it into the water. Everyone began to wait together. This time, it took less than a minute. A huge force appeared again. Chao Xing was carried forward 2 steps. But he reacted quickly and yanked the fishing rod. Although the underwater creature was very strong, it was not beyond Chao Xing's limit. The 2 sides were in a stalemate again. Soon, the underwater creature ran out of strength. As Chao Xing pulled it up suddenly, a huge silver salmon, with a body size of at least 1 meter, and sparkling water was caught. Obtained, silver salmon, purple, *1. Wow! So big? Chao Xing looked at the attributes. And it actually weighed 18 kilograms. So powerful. This silver salmon is worth the previous 2. The effect of the snow demon's tongue is really good. Moreover, Chao Xing used the tongue of a second-level leader-level snow demon in his backpack. The remaining ones were all third-level leader-level, or even leader-level snow demon tongues. When Chao Xing took them out, a stronger smell spread. After hanging the fishhook, as soon as he put it into the water, Chao Xing suddenly felt an unprecedented force coming. He was almost carried away. Chao Xing quickly grabbed the fishing rod, but found that he still couldn't stop the momentum, and he was about to be carried into the lake. Chapter 198. The legendary creature appears. King Salmon. Chao Xing was startled, and then shouted, Assam! Braun! Come and help me! Hearing Chao Xing's order, 2 big men hurried over to help hold the fishing rod in his hand. The 3 of them exerted force at the same time. At the edge of the ice cave, they finally stopped. The huge force was still coming. Chao Xing gritted his teeth and said, Hold on! Assam and Braun grabbed the fishing rod tightly at the same time. Crash! Under the ice. The lake water surged. It seemed that some huge monster was struggling wildly under the water. Chinong watched the actions of Chao Xing and others, ready to take action at any time, as Chao Xing and his team held on. After more than 10 minutes, the underwater creatures seemed to have finally lost their strength. Seeing this, Chao Xing hurriedly shouted, "Pull!" As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them exerted their strength at the same time. Ha! After a loud shout, the Mad King fishing rod instantly bent up in the shocked eyes of the crowd. A fish emitting dazzling golden light all over its body. The scales on its body were like exquisite handicrafts. The creature with beautiful lines all over its body, which was more than 1 meter long, was pulled up by Chao Xing and his team. Bang! The creature was hit hard on the ice, and began to tumble and jump constantly. Obtained, golden salmon gold. Golden salmon. This is the first golden quality magical creature that Chao Xing has caught. Before he could check the properties of this fish, the system prompt appeared again. Because you are the first survivor in the server to catch a gold quality fish, you will be awarded the title, Great Fisherman. Great Fisherman. When fishing, the maximum load-bearing capacity of all fishing rods is plus 500 kg, and the chance of successful fishing is increased by 30%. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. 30% success rate. With his own bait, he will rarely catch empty hooks in the future. Then, Chao Xing couldn't wait to take a look at the properties of this still jumping golden salmon. Golden salmon, gold magical creature. Level 22. Weight, 11.7 kilograms. Effect, when eaten for the first time, it can increase the upper limit of health by 2,000 points, 20 points of physical fitness, and increase the upper limit of population by 10. Note, the extremely precious golden salmon, the meat is extremely tender, contains strong vitality, and can be decomposed into 11 pieces of golden salmon meat. After reading the properties of the golden salmon, Chao Xing was shocked. Eating 100 g of meat can actually increase 2,000 HP and 20 pH. It is indeed the same grade of golden salmon meat as frost moose meat. If the survivors see it, it will definitely cause a frenzy. Even Chinong on the side couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Golden salmon, you actually caught a golden salmon. Lord Chao Xing, you are really surprising. Such a big golden salmon, you can even take it to the Yongchuang main city for auction. I wonder how many nobles will be willing to spend a lot of money to buy this salmon in your hand." Chao Xing laughed. "Sir Chinong, it's all thanks to your fishing rod, otherwise I can't catch this kind of creature." Chinong also smiled. Since living creatures cannot be put into the backpack, in order to ensure the freshness of the meat, Chao Xing decided not to kill the fish first. He took out 2 ancient vines from the backpack, and then said to Blot, "You and Lab work together to tie up this fish." Brot nodded slightly, and then worked with Lab, and soon strung the golden salmon with vines. Then, Chao Xing continued fishing. The third snow demon tongue went down, and soon the familiar force appeared again. The fish caught this time was still a silver salmon, weighing 10 kilograms. Chao Xing was happy. Very good, another 20,000 ice dragon marks. He got to the fourth one. A completely different fish from the previous ones. A big fish with a scarlet body was pulled up by Chao Xing. Obtained, scarlet snapper, purple. Chao Xing was stunned. Another purple grade fish? This is a species that has not been unlocked yet. He couldn't wait to check the attributes. Scarlet snapper, purple magical creature. Level 17. Weight, 8.7 kilograms. Effect, first consumption, increases agility by 15 points. Note, a very fast creature, one of the best ingredients, can be decomposed into 8 pieces of scarlet snapper meat. Wow! Such a pure attribute? Directly increases agility by 15 points. Chao Xing was shocked, then said happily, "Haha. This fish meat will definitely be very popular with those agile professionals. Put this scarlet snapper away." Chao Xing looked at his backpack. There were only 2 tongues of the snow devil left. One was a leader level, and the other was a chief level. This fishing trip had yielded a lot of fish so far. It was beyond Chao Xing's imagination. Even Sarah and Hilda, who were not very interested in fishing, could not help but come over. Seeing Chao Xing pull up big catches one after another was also a very interesting scene. Next, he hung up the last leader level snow devil's tongue. Then he put it into the water. This time, they waited a little longer. After 3 minutes, they still didn't feel any movement underwater. Chao Xing wondered. Strange. Why haven't they taken the bait yet? Have I caught all the big fish in Luoxua Lake? Obviously. This is impossible. Luoxua Lake is as big as this. And the width of the water area reaches hundreds of kilometers. In addition, it is at least hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters deep. So the fish in it must have reached a terrifying level. Chaoxing waited patiently. The next moment, a familiar force came. Chaoxing leaned forward. When he was about to be dragged out, Assam and Braun rushed over. The three of them grabbed the fishing rod together, and then started to fight with the powerful creature underwater again. Splash. Splash. The waves kept surging. It can be imagined that there must be another big thing under the water. Lu Muxua next to him held a shield and watched the situation underwater nervously. The underwater creature struggled for about 10 minutes, and gradually became weaker. Then, the three of them pulled hard. A golden figure appeared again. The moment he saw this figure, Chaoxing laughed. Ha ha ha. Another golden salmon. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden salmon hanging in the air, which was more than 1 meter long and golden, like a work of art. Bang! The second golden salmon was smashed on the ice again and began to flutter. Chaoxing took a look at its properties. Golden salmon, gold magical creature. Level 21. Weight, 10.5 kilograms. Effect, when eaten for the first time, it can increase the upper limit of health by 2,000 points. 20 points of physical fitness. And increase the upper limit of population by 10. Note, the extremely precious golden salmon, with extremely tender meat, has extremely strong vitality, can be decomposed into 10 pieces of golden salmon meat. Not bad, it's about the same weight as the last golden salmon. Fish meat of this level is a rare treasure. If it appears in the trading market, it will definitely cause the survivors to scramble for it. After all, the bonus of more than 2,000 health points is too tempting. Especially at this stage. Most of the survivors have just broken through the second level. This can almost double their health. Qinong exclaimed, Wow. It's amazing. Lord Chaoxing. You are not only kind-hearted, but also lucky. Harvesting a golden salmon is beyond imagination. But you actually caught 2 today. Even when I was young and wandering around the continent, I didn't encounter such a magical thing. Chaoxing also laughed. Then, under Qinong's surprised eyes, Chaoxing directly picked up the more than 1 meter long golden salmon, and then placed it at Qinong's feet. Qinong was surprised and said, Lord Chaoxing, what are you doing? Chaoxing said, Sir Qinong, isn't your wife seriously ill in bed? The vitality contained in the meat of this golden salmon is many times that of the silver salmon. I think this should be helpful to your wife's condition. When she gets better, you can take her to the city to see a doctor as soon as possible. I hope she can get better soon. After listening to Chaoxing, Qinong was stunned. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. With this old man's resolute character, he would never accept charity from others for no reason. He never thought of taking the golden salmon from Chaoxing. But, as Chaoxing said, he still has a seriously ill wife. After a moment, Qinong sighed, Lord Chaoxing, I have a rather eccentric personality, and don't have many friends. But from today on, you are my Qinong's friend. Due to your generous gift, Qiang Dutra's favorability has been improved. And the current favorability is intimate. Chaoxing felt happy. Under the intimate favorability, Qiang treated him as his own. Just like the Duke of Palatine in the underground palace. He would take the initiative to worry about his safety. Although, he paid a valuable golden salmon. But it is obvious that it is worth it to be able to make friends with such a strong man. Chaoxing smiled and said, You are polite. Compared to me, you need this salmon more. Qinong carried the golden salmon directly on his shoulder, and then said, Lord Chaoxing, although I accepted your gift, I never take other people's things for free. I think this fishing rod is very suitable for you, so I will give it to you. Hearing this, Chaoxing was shocked. He said quickly, Sir Qinong, this is an epic fishing rod. It is too valuable. I can't take it. Qinong waved his hand and said, Epic fishing rods are valuable, but they are useless to me. The purpose of taking out this fishing rod is to catch a few silver salmon or golden salmon. Now that the goal has been achieved, I will take my wife away from the snowy plains and rarely go fishing in the future. Qinong said solemnly, Take it, Lord Chaoxing. This fishing rod can only play its role in your hands. You will inherit the title of my friend, the Mad King. After listening to Qinong's explanation, Chaoxing was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Thank you. Sir Qinong, this gift is too valuable. And its value is definitely many times greater than this golden salmon. Chaoxing had never expected that Qinong would actually give him such a precious fishing rod. Sure enough, it was almost as he expected. Building good relations with these powerful aborigines would be of great benefit. However, not all powerful aborigines are worth building good relations with. You have to judge based on the other person's character and personality. After all, they are not NPCs in the game, but real people. If they are crazy cultists of the Church of Light, it is better to stay away from them as much as possible. At this time, Qinong asked Lord Chaoxing, I see you have a great harvest this time. Do you want to continue fishing? Chaoxing nodded and said, to be honest, I still have a leader-level snow demon tongue here. I want to use up this snow demon tongue before I leave. Qinong smiled and said, okay. Then I will accompany Lord Chaoxing to fish one last time. As Qinong said, he may not come to fish again in the future. This may be the last time they fish together. Chaoxing took out the leader-level snow demon tongue from his backpack and hung it on the hook of the Mad King fishing rod. As the hook entered the water, this time, the waiting time was particularly long. After more than 10 minutes, there was still no movement. Even Qinong felt something was wrong. It's a bit strange. Lord Chaoxing, Qinong asked in confusion, logically speaking, your leader-level snow demon tongue contains such a strong bloody smell. It shouldn't have taken so long without any fish. Chaoxing also nodded. It's a bit strange. Wait a few more minutes and see. If there is nothing, let's go back first. However, the words were not finished yet. Chaoxing suddenly felt vaguely that the entire ice surface was shaking. Huh? Qinong, as a being at least above level 5, realized something instantly. Lord Chaoxing, please be careful. There is a strong breath approaching rapidly from the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, everyone on the field looked at him. Swish. Assam drew out his sword instantly. Bron set up his shield. Lu Muxua raised her shield. And everyone else was also on full alert, including Andrew, who also directly entered the ancient tree form. Boom! The vibration of the lake's surface became stronger and stronger. Chaoxing even vaguely saw a black spot appear under the lake. The black spot quickly rushed up from the bottom of the lake and continued to expand. The next moment, it suddenly bit the fishhook. And Chaoxing only felt a huge force coming. The whole person flew directly in the air, and was about to fall into the cold lake water. Assam and Bron reacted immediately. They rushed forward in an instant, and directly grabbed Chaoxing's fishing rod. However, what people didn't expect was that the 3 third-level beings couldn't catch him, and he was about to be carried away. Chaoxing exclaimed, come and help. Hearing Chaoxing's order, Joseph, 2 dragon-blooded fighters rushed over and grabbed the fishing rod. However, despite their participation, Chaoxing and his team still didn't stop. It seemed that everyone was about to fall into the water. At this time, Qinong Dutra attacked. He stomped his feet on the spot. Boom! Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the ice under his feet. Then, he appeared directly beside Chaoxing and others, stretched out a strong and powerful hand, and grabbed the fishing rod. An unimaginable force appeared. Chaoxing and others who were about to be carried away, stopped instantly. Even the underwater creatures did not expect these people to burst out such a powerful force. It began to struggle more frantically. Splash. Splash. Not only that, water jets with extremely strong penetrating power were still gushing out from the bottom of the lake. It instantly passed through the 8-meter thick ice surface. You could imagine how terrifying the attack power of these water columns is. Puff. 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 Dense water columns rushed out one after another. Crack. Crack. The holy shields on Lu Muxua and others were broken layer by layer. Because Dubai was the largest, it received the most attacks. And the 3 layers of shields on its body were directly broken. When the 4th water column attacked it, it directly caused a terrifying amount of damage. Minus 23,178. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing took a breath. More than 20,000 damage. This is after the weakening of Frost's shield and armor. If it was Chaoxing, he might be killed instantly. Moo! Dubai screamed in pain. Qinong said quickly, everyone come closer to me. The guy under the water is very strong. Dubai, Lu Muxua, Zierda and others quickly moved closer to Qinong. Qinong picked up the gladiator spear, given by Chaoxing again, and stabbed it continuously, to offset the water columns that rushed out one by one. Within a radius of 10 meters, there was almost no water column that could hurt them. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Oh my god. What on earth is this underwater thing? So scary." At the same time, Qinong still held the fishing rod in one hand and the spear in the other hand, and began to stalemate with the underwater creature. It took nearly 20 minutes. The opponent finally showed signs of decline, and taking advantage of this time, Qinong suddenly exerted force and shouted loudly, "Ha!" He directly lifted the fishing rod. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he lifted up a salmon that was at least 8 meters long, with a head as big as an adult, and was completely black. What surprised Chao Xing and the others even more was that on the top of the salmon's head, it was wearing a golden crown inlaid with gemstones. "King Salmon!" Chao Xing blurted out. Yes, just by looking at the shape, Chao Xing knew the other party's identity. At this moment, this black king salmon was thrown heavily on the ice by Qinong Dutra and began to jump continuously. Pa! Pa! Every time it jumped, its huge body would create a crack on the ice. However, after leaving the water, this king salmon seemed to no longer be as fierce as it was underwater. While it was struggling, Chao Xing quickly glanced at the properties of this giant salmon. Guardian of the lake, king salmon, orange. Quality, epic. Level, attributes, skills, talents. Note, an epic creature, its meat has amazing vitality, can cure most diseases, and can even regenerate broken limbs. After reading the system introduction, Chao Xing was completely shocked. Epic magical creature. The system introduction said that its meat actually has the effect of regenerating broken limbs. This effect alone is enough to highlight the preciousness of this king salmon. You know, in this world, if you accidentally have your arms and limbs cut off during a battle, it is equivalent to being half disabled. It is extremely difficult to repair a broken limb. Even those masters cannot do it. And now, the meat of this king salmon actually has this ability. And its body is so huge. If it can be killed, Chao Xing will get at least thousands of kilograms of epic fish meat. Chapter 199 Lake Girl Trial, Knight's 5 Virtues. If he could kill this king salmon, Chao Xing would get at least thousands of kilograms of epic fish meat. Chao Xing's pupils shrank, and his heart was instantly filled with great temptation. Bang bang. The violent collision sound continued, and this king salmon seemed to be struggling. However, after it jumped several times, it finally ran out of strength and collapsed on the ice. This powerful epic creature seemed to be a fish meat that could be slaughtered at will. At this moment, the king salmon actually slowly opened its mouth, and then spoke human words. "Human, let me go." Hearing the other party's words, everyone on the field looked at each other in surprise. Brown touched his big bald head, and said with a ghostly face, "Gods, I actually heard a fish talking to me." But soon, they accepted this fact. After all, in this magical world, it is normal to have such a phenomenon. Chao Xing asked directly, "If I let you go, what can I get?" The salmon slowly said, "You get nothing. I am the guardian of this water area. I want to go back to the water." If ordinary people heard this answer, they would probably kill this king salmon without hesitation. Let's not talk about the fish meat harvest from killing this epic creature. The jeweled crown on its head alone is extraordinary. However, Chao Xing knew that this king salmon was related to the pre-task of a legendary weapon. Only by releasing it can the subsequent legendary quest be started. He looked at Qinong, and the old man nodded secretly. Chao Xing had a barely perceptible smile on his face. Then, he said with a solemn look on his face, "Poor guardian of the lake, I am sorry to have caught you and disturbed your peace. Now, let me put you back in the water." Hearing this, the king salmon in front of him had a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Human, are you sure you want to let me go? Do you know? Just eating a piece of my meat can give you strong vitality. No matter how serious your illness is, you can recover quickly. The crown on my head belongs to the third king of the Kan Empire. It is blessed by the true god Abaddon. It can give you powerful power instantly." Chao Xing was very dissatisfied after hearing this. Is this the way? In short, it is to use the treasures on the king salmon as temptation. Test this person's character. Only by resisting temptation and releasing the king salmon will the subsequent tasks be triggered. But he did not show it, but still said with a compassionate expression on his face, "Guardian of the lake, in this world, no one has an easy life. You have your mission. We also have our own mission. Now please return to the lake and continue to complete your mission. Chao Xing glanced at Qinong. The other party understood what he meant, and shook the fishing rod in his hand slightly, and the hook that was hooked on the king salmon slipped down. At the same time, the king salmon had an uncertain look in his eyes. Without the restraint of the hook, it slid its body, slowly came to the ice hole, and then fell back into the lake. Before diving into the water, it glanced at Chao Xing. Then, it dived in and disappeared completely. After a while, Chao Xing saw that the lake's surface had calmed down again. No one spoke, but waited silently. However, after almost 10 minutes, there was still no movement. It seemed that the king salmon was gone after it went down, and there would be no more reaction. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably wonder if he had been fooled. Chao Xing looked at Qinong. The old man also frowned and said, "The situation is a little different from what I thought. My old friend did not tell me the details of obtaining the sword of the Lady of the Lake. I didn't expect that Lord Chao Xing could actually catch a king salmon. Today's events have really refreshed my cognition again and again." Chao Xing was very open-minded. He chuckled and said, "It's okay, Lord Qinong. It's just a pity that I couldn't catch the king salmon. Otherwise, the meat from it might be able to cure your wife directly." Qinong shook his head and said, "You are thoughtful, Lord Chao Xing. But I know my wife's situation. Her physical condition is a bit complicated. Although the meat of the king salmon is magical, it can't completely cure my wife's illness. We still need to find a corresponding solution." Hearing Qinong say this, Chao Xing was thoughtful. But he did not ask any further. "Lord Qinong, let's go back today." "Okay." After that, the two sides walked towards the outside of Luoxua Lake. And just as they were about to leave, the entire Luoxua Lake began to emit a sacred light. They turned around suddenly and looked at the area in the center of the lake. In the shocked eyes of Chao Xing and others, the ice in the center began to melt rapidly. Hua la la. The sound of the lake water surging appeared. Everyone turned around and looked at the center of the lake. Then, a naked woman, covered with a few pieces of water plants and only covering her private parts, slowly rose from the lake. She had long green hair, which was scattered on her back, even covering her round buttocks, and crystal water droplets hung on her fair skin. When she raised her head, she saw a very charming and beautiful face with a weird style. Her beauty was different from Isabel and Hilda, like a combination of an angel and a devil. It makes people feel sacred and inviolable, but at the same time, they want to hold it down and ravage it at will. It is extremely contradictory. Chao Xing took a look at the other party's attributes. Spirit of the goddess of the lake, Yulia. Level? Attributes? Skills? Talents? Sure enough, another bunch of question marks? At this moment, the goddess of the lake raised her emerald eyes and looked at Chao Xing. Then, she opened her dark purple mouth and spoke slowly. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of flowing water. "My human friend, I am the goddess of the lake. Julia, you have passed one of the 5 virtues of the night through your actions and good character, mercy. If you can pass the other 4 trials, I will give you the legendary sword of the goddess of the lake Alondigit." "Excuse me, are you willing to accept the trial?" Chao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this, and he did not accept it directly, because he knew that he was not an upright knight. If he accepted this trial, he would most likely fail. So, Chao Xing replied, "To be honest, I am not a knight, but a lord. I don't know what the 5 virtues of a knight are, but I have a brave and upright knight among my men. I want him to take this test. Is that okay?" The goddess of the lake glanced at the people around Chao Xing, and then fixed her eyes on Assam. The voice like flowing water sounded again. "According to the rules, it should not be allowed. But I sense the breath of another legendary weapon from you. It seems that you are also the chosen one. In that case, I agree to your request." A smile appeared on the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. Another legendary weapon should be the Magdell in his backpack. "I didn't expect it to have such an effect," he said directly. "Assam, you go." Hearing Chao Xing's order, Assam was stunned for a moment. "Lord, can I do it? My talent is not strong. In the knight group I was in back then, I was just an ordinary knight." He seemed a little unconfident. After all, when Assam was first summoned by Chao Xing, he was indeed just an ordinary creature. It was through Chao Xing's step-by-step training that he gained his current strength. But Chao Xing said, "You are the most loyal knight under my command, and I believe you have the noblest chivalry. Through our previous interactions, you have proved your bravery to me. Go. Complete the remaining 4 trials. Hearing this, the hesitation on Assam's face disappeared. He said firmly, Yes, Lord. I will defend the honor of the knight with my sword and life. At this moment, Assam held the king's sword and walked step by step towards the goddess in the lake. The goddess of the lake nodded slightly, and then said in a cold voice, Now, please ask this knight to answer my question. What are the 5 virtues of a knight? Assam said solemnly, Honor, wisdom, generosity, courage and mercy. Hearing Assam's answer, the goddess of the lake nodded again slightly, and then continued, You have proved that you have the quality of mercy. Now, I need you to prove to me that you have the remaining 4 virtues. Knight, please give me the weapon that symbolizes honor in your hand. I will give you a more powerful weapon to help you complete the honor trial. After hearing this, Assam hesitated. After a full minute or 2, he still didn't answer. If it were anyone else, hearing the request of the goddess of the lake, they would probably give her the weapon without hesitation. Even Chao Xing, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask Assam to give it to her. However, this was Assam's trial, and Chao Xing would not interfere with him. The goddess of the lake said again, Knight, what's wrong? If you are unwilling to give me your honor, then the trial is declared a failure. Hearing this, Assam's eyes showed a strong struggle. After a moment, he shook his head firmly and said, No, I can't give you the weapon in my hand. This is the weapon given to me by the Lord, and it is the honor I want to defend with my life. The goddess of the lake sighed and said, Really? It's a pity. The night trial can only end here. Assam's eyes flashed with dejection. He turned around and was about to apologize to Chao Xing. At this moment, the goddess of the lake said again, This night, you are right. Honor cannot be sold or given, because its value is more precious than all the treasures in the world. People with true honor will stick to it, face all challenges, all temptations, never lie, and never give up. Congratulations. You have passed the honor trial. Hearing this, not only Assam, but also Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, this lake lady's trial is really weird. The first 2 trials are all testing people's character. If it were Chao Xing, he would have failed the honor trial. At this time, the lake lady continued, Next is the wisdom trial. Knight, please play a game of God's chess with me. If you can eat any of my legendary warriors, you will pass. In an instant, a chessboard appeared in front of Assam. There were a lot of chess pieces on it. However, these chess pieces all have different shapes. There are knights holding swords, dukes wearing armor, kings sitting on the throne, and even gods floating in the air. And a large number of ordinary soldiers, giant warriors, legendary swordsmen, etc. There are many races, and it is dazzling to see. At this time, Qinong Durant was surprised. It turned out to be this kind of chess of gods. Lord Chao Xing, your knight, probably will be in trouble. After hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, Sir Qinong, what do you say? Then, the old man began to explain to Chao Xing. After several minutes, Qinong finished explaining the rules. Chao Xing also roughly understood the rules of this so-called chess of gods. This chess of gods is similar to chess, but the number and name of the chess pieces are completely different, and the types are more diverse. In short, it is a war between several gods. They control their troops to fight against other gods. The chess pieces seem to have a bonus effect called formation, because of the different arrangements. In this way, a more powerful effect can be exerted or even a higher ranked chess piece can be used. And when the game reaches a certain stage, a new battlefield will be opened. That is, a new game will be played on a slightly smaller chessboard. Moreover, the battlefield environment corresponding to different chessboards will be different. That is, the chess pieces and tactics used on different chessboards need to be changed. At the same time, the players have to continue playing on the main battlefield. This is a game that can have infinite variables and chess paths as the game progresses. So it is obvious that this is a war chess game that tests the brain power extremely. Each step required a terrifying amount of calculation. Assam was only a 3rd level knight, and his brain power was definitely not as good as that of the goddess of the lake. Although the opponent only asked him to eat a legendary chess piece to pass the trial, it was an extremely severe challenge for everyone. Chao Xing couldn't help but get nervous, including others. They were also nervously watching the game between Assam and the goddess of the lake. They kept placing pieces and moving their chess pieces. As the game progressed, every few minutes, a new chessboard was opened up on the ice in front of them. On the new chessboard, they started a new round of battle. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, the game had lasted for 3 hours. The chessboard in front of them had expanded to hundreds of small battlefields. What does this mean? This is equivalent to them taking into account the battle in the main battlefield while calculating the battles in hundreds of other battlefields at the same time. Assam racked his brains for every step he took, and his whole body was shaking violently. His pupils gradually became dilated, and it became increasingly difficult to concentrate. But he still gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue calculating. Others could not help but clench their fists, worrying about Assam. After calculating for more than half an hour, Assam finally moved the king's chess in his hand. The corner of his mouth had been bitten by himself, and blood oozed out. On such a snowy day, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Qian on the side hurried over and said, "Lord Chaoxing, your night can't continue. The brain power required for the chess of gods is too terrifying. Even I can't fight for such a long time. If this continues, he may become a vegetable due to brain damage." Hearing this, Chaoxing was shocked. He said quickly, "Assam, stop now. We will not challenge this night's trial. We will come again when we are stronger next time." At this moment, a line of blood and tears appeared in Assam's pupils. He turned his head and looked at Chaoxing, as if he still wanted to persist. But Chaoxing said, "Knight Assam, obey the order." Hearing this, Assam was startled. He stood up from the ground in an instant, and wiped the blood and tears on his face. Then he looked at the goddess in the lake calmly and said, "I'm sorry. With my ability, I can't eat any of your legendary warriors. I can't fall for this challenge. I still have to use the long sword in my hand to defend the honor of the Lord." After saying that, Assam turned around without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the goddess of the lake did not look disappointed, but rather showed an admiring look. "My knight, although you did not defeat me in the chess of gods, you still proved your wisdom." Hearing this, Assam slowly turned around, with disbelief in his eyes. The goddess of the lake whispered, "Wisdom has no upper limit, just like the chess of gods. So we should cultivate this virtue throughout our lives. The wise know this very well. On the road of our lives, we should make wise choices, rather than blindly insist on it. My knight, you have passed the test of wisdom." After the goddess of the lake finished speaking, everyone on the field was surprised at first, and then smiled. They were all happy for Assam. After all, the knight's performance had been recognized by everyone. Bronze smiled and said, "Assam, you are the bravest and strongest knight I have ever seen. For your bravery, let's go back tonight and get drunk." Andrew put his hands together and said devoutly, "Knight Assam does have a noble character," including the two newly joined dragon blood fighters. They couldn't help but show admiration. Assam touched his head, and seemed to be a little embarrassed by the praise from everyone. Chaoxing was a little surprised. He had decided to wait for an opportunity in the future to study the so-called chess of gods and challenge the lake goddess trial again. Unexpectedly, giving up was actually equivalent to passing. At this moment, the lake goddess spoke again. "With 3 knightly virtues, you have become an outstanding knight. To reward your efforts, I decided to help you improve your potential." "Improve potential?" Hearing this, Chaoxing's eyes showed doubt. The goddess of the lake continued, "Knight, please come to me." Assam looked at Chaoxing. Chaoxing thought for a moment and nodded. After getting his permission, Assam turned around without hesitation and approached the goddess of the lake. When he was about 10 meters away from the goddess of the lake, Assam stopped. At the same time, the green hair on the goddess's head suddenly separated and stretched out like a spirit snake. Then a sacred breath was emitted and fell on Assam. Chapter 200, Glory Praise, Blacksmith Upgrades. A sacred breath fell on Assam. Chaoxing felt that the breath of this knight was growing rapidly. After a while, a strong momentum burst out from him. The system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Assam, accepted the blessing of the Lake Lady, successfully advanced to a 3rd level leader-level creature, all attributes increased by 30%, learned a new skill, Glory Praise." Glory Praise. After activating this skill, for the next 100 seconds, all attacks will be accompanied by 50% light attribute attack, and each attack will cause 5 negative states to the enemy in turn, armor -20%, attack power -20%, movement speed -20%, attack speed -20%, hit rate minus 20%. When a single enemy has 5 negative states at the same time, all negative states will be detonated, causing 150% light attribute damage to it. Skill cooldown time, 10 minutes. Fuck. Seeing the attributes of this glory tribute, Chaoxing exclaimed directly. He was shocked on the spot. Every 5 attacks, 150% explosion damage is caused, plus 50% light attribute attack. This is equivalent to directly increasing Assam's output capacity several times. The most important thing is that this skill is still a continuous state. In other words, it is very likely to be enhanced by eternal power and become a permanent existence. Isn't that too powerful? Chaoxing exclaimed. With this skill, Assam's output ability is likely to be on par with Andrew, or even surpass him. At this moment, the goddess of the lake continued, you have passed 3 of the 5 trials. There are 2 more, generosity and bravery. However, these 2 virtues cannot be proved by words, but only by actions. So next, please help 5 people who really need help to prove that you have the virtue of generosity. Then kill a beast that is 1 level stronger than you by yourself to prove that you have the virtue of bravery. The goddess of the lake looked at Chaoxing. As the lord of this night, you can help him complete this task. Of course, you can also choose to end it here. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you accept the trial task of the goddess of the lake? Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing sighed. This trial of the goddess of the lake is really troublesome. It took a lot of effort to complete the first 3 trials. For the last 2 trials, he had to do the task. However, Chaoxing also knew that this was normal. After all, this is about a complete legendary weapon, which is stronger than the broken Magdell in his hand. Speaking of which, the difficulty of the pre-tasks to start this night trial is off the charts. First of all, you need a snow demon tongue of at least the leader level. This alone has stumped countless people. Then the second difficulty is to catch the king salmon. You need a fishing rod of at least gold quality, and you must have enough strength. After all, the power of the king salmon in the water is too terrifying, and it will also spray out a water column with great lethality. If it weren't for Qinong, a strong man whose strength was unknown, they could only watch the king salmon break free, and they might even be wiped out. The third difficulty was to release the king salmon. This was also a test that was extremely challenging. Under normal circumstances, if Chaoxing hadn't known in advance, he would never have let the king salmon go. Chaoxing, after a series of coincidences, successfully started this night trial. Now, after Assam's efforts, he passed the first 3 trials. At this point, Chaoxing would definitely not give up. So, he directly clicked to accept. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Successfully received the task, the 5 virtues trial of the goddess of the lake. Compassion, honor, wisdom trial completed. Remaining, generosity. Heroic trial not completed. Generosity trial, help 5 people who really need help. Current progress, 0/5. Heroic trial, let the Assam Knight alone kill a creature of the same level with a strength of more than 10 levels. Current progress, 0/1. Seeing the task prompt, Chaoxing thought for a moment. Help 5 people who need help, and kill a leader creature that is 10 levels higher than Assam? These 2 trial tasks are difficult, but also easy. After all, with Chaoxing's various blessings, Assam should have the strength to fight against opponents of higher levels. The difficulty lies in how to find a suitable opponent. And this generosity trial, help 5 people who really need help. How does Chaoxing know who the hell is the one who really needs help? But at this point, we can only take it 1 step at a time. At the same time, the charming goddess of the lake whispered, after you complete the remaining 2 trials, you can come to Luoshua Lake to call me again, and I will give you the legendary weapon, Yalandijit. Good luck to you. After saying that, she sank into the lake again. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. After advancing to the leader, Assam also came back, and then stood respectfully beside Chaoxing. Chaoxing praised, Assam, you did a good job. Others also encouraged Assam. Assam said modestly, it was the encouragement of the Lord that gave me strong confidence. So I was able to pass these 2 trials. At this moment, Qinong said on the side, Lord Chaoxing, the knights chosen by the goddess of the lake in the past generations will become famous in the entire Ice Crystal Kingdom in the near future. And you are the lord of this night. I have a hunch that it won't be long before I will hear your name again. He looked at Chaoxing with a little emotion on his face. Chaoxing smiled. Lord Qinong, You are joking. It's getting late now. You should go back and take care of your wife as soon as possible. From the morning when they set out to fish in Luoxua Lake to the end of the trial, it took them more than 7 hours. There was only 1 hour left before dark. Qinong nodded and said, You are right, Lord Chaoxing. I will go back to take care of my wife next. With the golden salmon you gave me today, my wife should be able to recover her strength. Next, I will take her to Yongshuang main city, and I will probably settle there in the future. One day in the future. If Lord Chaoxing comes to Yongshuang main city, you can find me, and I will definitely drink a few cups with you. Hearing this, Chaoxing nodded and said, Okay. I also look forward to the day when I can meet Lord Qinong again. After that, both parties left. Looking at Qinong's old back, Chaoxing always had a premonition that one day in the future, they might meet again. When Qinong disappeared from everyone's sight, Chaoxing looked at the temperature and countdown above his head. Current temperature, -53°C. Countdown to nightfall, 1:13. Chaoxing chuckled and said, Let's go, it's getting dark, we should go back. Yes, Lord. The group marched towards the territory in a mighty manner. As for the wild beasts on the Luoxua Lake, they had all been scared away by the noise of the goddess coming out of the lake. This made Chaoxing's idea of killing some wild beasts and having an extra meal tonight go awry. However, his harvest today was already quite amazing. On the way, Chaoxing was also summarizing today. First of all, the biggest harvest was naturally the Mad King fishing rod in his hand. As an epic item, its value is almost limitless. This is also the third epic item Chaoxing has obtained. Then, there was the nearly 12-kilogram golden salmon, which had been killed by Chaoxing and decomposed into fish meat. A total of 11 pieces of golden salmon meat were obtained. It sounds small, but if it is sold at 100G, it can sell 110 portions. However, the price of this thing is too high. It is estimated that few survivors in the entire 174th area can afford it. After that, there were 11 silver salmon, which were about 92 kilograms. In total, 87 pieces of silver salmon meat were decomposed, which is a total of 870 portions, worth at least 170,000 ice dragon marks. The remaining blue and green quality fish meat are pretty good. Total can be sold for tens of thousands of ice dragon marks. That is to say, these fish alone are worth at least 2 gold treasure chests. Lu Muxua behind him also knew how much they had gained this time. She was a little excited and said, Axing, are we going to the market to trade this time? After thinking for a moment, Chaoxing smiled and said, Let's talk about it tomorrow. There are only more than 30,000 people in District 174 now, and I guess there are not many good things on hand. After the district is merged tomorrow, people from 10 districts will be together. At least hundreds of thousands of people, and the goods in my hand may be sold at a higher price. After listening to Chaoxing's analysis, Lu Muxua also felt that it made sense. Then he nodded and said, Yeah. During their conversation, they had already returned to the territory. As night fell, the people who were collecting resources were coming back one after another. The citizen Chao had been waiting here early and reported, Lord, today we have collected a total of 8,764 pieces of wood, 6,122 pieces of stone, 1,754 pieces of coal, 1,024 pieces of iron, for 33 pieces of copper. Chaoxing nodded and said, Yes, these mining sites around our territory, are the resources sufficient? My lord, a medium-sized iron mine and a small copper mine near the territory have been mined by us, and there is still a medium-sized coal mine left that can be mined for another 2 days. In the near future, we may need to find new resource sites, or suspend mining work. After hearing this, Chaoxing thought for a moment. Unexpectedly, several resource points near the territory were mined so quickly. Before new resource points are refreshed, we can only look for them in farther places. He does know the location of a resource point. It is the Mole Man mine cave that was discovered before. There are rich precious minerals there, such as mithril, magic crystal, etc. However, it is a bit far from the territory, a distance of 7 kilometers. With such a long distance, it is impossible to lay railroad tracks. However, tomorrow is the 7th day of the official period, and a new batch of resource points will be refreshed. First, take a look at the situation of the refreshed resource points, and then decide whether to mine the mine. So, Chaoxing nodded and said, Okay. I understand. Tomorrow, a new batch of resource points will appear near our territory. Let Cantel and Kandar explore them first. Then I will decide where to arrange you to collect resources. Hearing this, the leader Chao Yi nodded respectfully. As you command, Lord. Although refreshing resource points was beyond their comprehension, they had experienced it once before when the novice protection period ended, so Chao Yi was not surprised. At the same time, Cantel and Kandar also came over. They were on their horses, each carrying a cloth bag. After seeing Chao Xing, they said excitedly, Strong Lord, you are back. This is what we got from killing ice nest monsters in the past 2 days. Please take a look. After the two centaurs finished speaking, they put the bags on their backs on the ground. Chao Xing immediately saw a large pile of ice dragon marks and other materials on it. Obtained, Ice Dragon Mark * 8921. Obtained, Glacier Fragment * 4723. Obtained, Ice Dragon Horn Small * 4. Obtained, Ice Dragon Horn Medium * 1. Well done, Cantel Kandar. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Today's harvest is not bad. His Ice Dragon Mark reserve has exceeded 70,000 again. Chao Xing thought to himself, if I trade again tomorrow, my Ice Dragon Mark may exceed 300,000, and then I can exchange the remaining 2 gold treasure chests. Next, I will save another 300,000 Ice Dragon Marks, and let Mu Shui open 3 gold treasure chests, haha. Chao Xing thought happily. Then, he asked the 2 centaurs to continue patrolling. At this time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Harold Iceberg, is devoted to forging. Through unremitting efforts, he finally comprehended more advanced forging techniques and has acquired new skills, advanced forging mastery. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Oh my god, Harold has become a senior forger so quickly. It has been less than a week since he joined my territory. This time I have really found a treasure. Chao Xing was very excited, and then he could not wait to rush into the blacksmith shop. At the same time, Harold seemed to have a premonition that Chao Xing would come, with a happy smile on his face, waiting silently beside the forging table. Lord, you are here. Chao Xing smiled. Yes. Congratulations, Harold. You have an amazing talent for forging. Harold shook his head quickly and said modestly, Harold is stupid. Thanks to the help of the Lord, I was able to comprehend new forging techniques so quickly. Chao Xing laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then I started to check Harold's attributes. Seeker, Harold Iceberg. Race, Dwarf. Level 15, second level common creature. HP, 4140/4140. Attack power, 252 to 277. Skills, Thrust Hammer, Iceberg Smash. Advanced Forging Mastery, with rich forging experience, can forge rare quality equipment, and speed up the forging speed by 30% and the forging success rate by 10%. Talent, Craftsman, when forging equipment, the success rate increases by 10%. Great! It actually increased the forging speed by 10% and the forging success rate by 10%. Chao Xing exclaimed. Because in this way, Harold can also ensure a higher success rate when making purple equipment. Moreover, Chao Xing still remembers that Assam's golden weapon, King's Blade, has a note on it. You can ask the senior forger to remove the golden gem and earth gem on it and inlay them on the new weapon. Although the specific quality of these 2 gems is unknown, their properties must be strong. Very good. Assam is already level 25, and will soon be able to reach level 30. Then he can equip the broken legendary weapon, Magdel, and the King's Blade will be eliminated. Those 2 gems can be taken down by Harold and reused. Chao Xing thought with satisfaction. At this time, Harold continued to report, Lord, I have been forging that kind of large sickle these 2 days. Of the 8 sets of materials you gave me, 5 were successful in total, and the remaining 3 failed. I'm very sorry, he said apologetically. After all, 3 failures mean the loss of 3 rare quality materials. There is also a large amount of refined iron, and a small amount of mithril mixed in it. The loss is still relatively large. If it were an ordinary blacksmith, these 3 materials alone would be enough to make them bankrupt. Fortunately, Chao Xing was rich and could let Harold squander his money. Chao Xing didn't care. Don't mind, Harold. It's worth paying a little material to accelerate your breakthrough to a higher level. Besides, didn't you succeed in making 5 more? encouraged by Chao Xing. Harold also had a gentle smile on his face. Then he said gratefully, "Thank you for your support, Lord. Shall I give you these 5 sickles first? I am personally quite satisfied with these sickles." Hearing this, Chao Xing also became interested. Then, he followed Harold and came to the storage box. As the storage box opened, Chao Xing saw 5 black sickles lying inside, which were emitting a faint black aura, including the handle and the large hook at the front. The length was more than 1.7 meters, especially the sharp hook at the tip, which was faintly flashing with cold light, and the shape looked very ferocious. Chao Xing directly put away the 5 sickles. Obtained, Soul Eater Scythe, purple, *5. He looked at the attributes. Soul Eater Scythe, purple. Quality, rare. Level, above level 30. Attack power, 542 to 594. Additional effect 1. Strength plus 80, agility plus 50. Additional effect 2. Cutting blade, when attacking, increases attack power and disability effect by 20%. Additional effect 3. Soul suppression, when attacking spirit enemies, inflicts an additional 50% damage. Equipment introduction. A sickle made of the large claws of the Soul Eater, with some mithril added on it, has a significant suppression effect on spirit enemies. After reading the properties of this sickle, Chao Xing showed a look of joy on his face. Not bad. No wonder Harold is also satisfied with these sickles. Soul Eater Scythe. The properties are strong enough, and the level is high enough. The most important thing is that this sickle has another feature, which can suppress spirit enemies. Chapter 201 Sewing Shop. The 2 girls' exquisite craftsmanship. These Soul Eater Scythes, purple, have another feature, which is that they can suppress spirit enemies. At certain times, the effect they exert is even better than that of golden weapons. After putting away these 5 sickles, Chao Xing handed over several newly acquired books to Harold. In the other party's grateful eyes, he left the blacksmith shop. At this moment, night gradually fell. The people who went out to collect resources also returned to the territory under the escort of those Ascalon soldiers. Dahua and the new members of Hog Village prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone, with all kinds of seasonings. Each of their meals was extremely delicious. More importantly, Chao Xing took out 6 pieces of silver salmon meat and 2 pieces of golden salmon meat. They were divided into 80 portions in total for the combatants to eat. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Chao Xing distributed 60 portions of silver salmon meat to his core members: Assam, Andrew, Rennies, Sarah and others. Then, there were Elisa, Tong Chu Chu, Bolivar Dubai, etc. Each person got 3 pieces, which could increase their health by 900 points, and 20 portions of golden precious fish meat. Each person got 1 portion. After all, this thing can only be effective once, so 1 portion is enough. In addition, Chao Xing also cut 100 g of frost moose hind leg meat for Jonard, Josint, and Elisa and other ice-type strongmen. There was no other way. There were too many combatants in the territory. If everyone wants to enjoy the bonus of this precious fish and animal meat, then the things in Chao Xing's backpack may not be enough. This kind of resource can only be maximized if it is used well. Then, he cut a portion of scarlet snapper meat for each of the 20 people. This rare quality fish meat can increase agility by 15 points, and the bonus is still very strong. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua also naturally cut 2 portions of silver salmon meat and 1 portion of golden salmon meat, as well as 1 portion of frost moose hind leg meat and 1 portion of scarlet snapper meat. Put it in front of his dining table. Then, Chao Xing announced, "Everyone, you can start eating." The people in the territory said excitedly, "Praise the great Lord, you gave us abundant food every day. Praise the great Lord." All the people in the territory began to enjoy, and exclaimed from time to time. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua also began to enjoy the food in front of them. As the system noted before, the meat of silver salmon and golden salmon is extremely tender. There is no need for any extra processing. The moment you put it in your mouth, it's like eating a soft and glutinous pastry, and it has a little coolness and sweetness. Especially the golden salmon meat. The meat is light red, and the moment you eat it, it seems to melt directly, and it is extremely tender. Chao Xing and Lu Mushua finished all 3 portions of fish meat in front of them in a few bites. Successfully consumed silver salmon meat, life limit plus 300, population plus 3, number of times remaining, 1. Successfully consumed silver salmon meat, life limit plus 300, population plus 3, number of times remaining, 0. Successfully used golden salmon meat. Life limit plus 2000. Physique plus 20. Population plus 10. Number of times remaining, 0. Not only Chao Xing, Lu Muxua also received the same prompt. Chao Xing looked at his health, and it broke through to 14,000. This time, 3 portions of salmon meat increased his health by about 3,000 points. Physique plus 20 is equal to 400 points. Plus the life blessing of the pale tree. This is the biggest increase in history. In addition, the two of them together increased the population limit by 32, which is also a good benefit. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Wow! This fish is so tender. No wonder those nobles like to eat golden salmon. It is a rare delicacy in the world." He smacked his lips and seemed to be a little unsatisfied. If it weren't for the golden salmon meat that could add attributes, Chao Xing would have wanted to take it all out and eat it himself. Lu Muxua also covered her mouth lightly, with little stars in her eyes, and she agreed with this view. Braun and the others were shouting there, "Gods be with you! I have never eaten such tender fish in my life. This deliciousness is almost better than the food my mother cooks." The two centaurs echoed, "Yes. This fish is so tender that Candle's tongue almost melted." "Uh-huh. Thanks to the Lord. I can enjoy such delicious fish." Lab exclaimed, "Oh, these fish contain such strong vitality." Lab feels that the blood in his body is boiling, just listening to their description. Those who did not get the fish felt their saliva secreted crazily. However, they did not have any complaints in their hearts. After all, everyone knows that the people selected by Chao Xing are the real backbone of the territory. However, these people have also made up their minds in their hearts that they must work hard and strive to get the Lord to give them a piece of fish. Listening to the praises of the crowd, Chao Xing smiled. Then he glanced at their attributes. Now, the people who have eaten the fish, their health is basically not less than 10,000. And the health of the third level existence is basically more than 30,000. The blood volume of Assam and Sarah even broke through 40,000 directly. Certainly, the most exaggerated is the white outside the cafeteria. It is now level 26 creatures. The blood volume has reached 55,000. That is, wait for Dubai to level 30, the probability can exceed 60,000 blood volume. Then advance into 4th order creature, it is at least 110,000 blood. Can be called a real blood cow. No doubt, these salmon, let everyone's survivability soar again. Chao Xing admired it with satisfaction. Yes, and good. It seems that I will go to other waters in the future, find more varieties of fish fishing. This is the case. Just eat these fish. You can increase a lot of attributes. With Crazy King's fish ring, Chao Xing seemed confident. Then, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua finished the frost moose hind leg meat and scarlet snapper meat on the plate. Since it was not cooked, the moose meat tasted very chewy, and there was a hint of coldness in the meat. Chao Xing chewed several times before swallowing the hind leg meat. Then, he finished the scarlet snapper meat, which had a slight fishy smell. The system prompt appeared. Successfully consumed frost moose hind leg meat. Ice attack power plus 5%. Number of times remaining to consume, 0. Successfully consumed scarlet snapper meat. Agility plus 15. Number of times remaining to consume, 0. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was very good, since the area inside was not enough. The people ate in batches. About half an hour later, almost everyone had finished their meal and were full. Those who needed to rest rested. Those who needed to stand guard stood guard. And the scene gradually dispersed. Chao Xing continued to patrol his territory. Buildings passed by him. Now, in addition to the infrastructure of the territory, there were more than 40 residential houses. Moreover, Chao Xing also saw that the polar man Duan was leading people to work overtime to build the hot spring. It won't be long before Chao Xing can enjoy a comfortable hot spring. Looking at his territory, which has grown from a small bonfire to its current state, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before this territory will develop to a more prosperous level. At this moment, a little girl trotted over from outside the territory. Chao Xing looked closely and found that it was Tong Chu Chu. After seeing Chao Xing, Tong Chu Chu said with an innocent smile, Big brother. Mom asked me to tell you that the cloud yak coat you ordered today has been made by her and Aunt Elena. I want to ask if you have time to go over and try on the clothes." Hearing this, Chao Xing also became interested. "Okay, I'll go right over." "Yeah." Tong Chu Chu nodded her little head and was about to run out of the territory again. Seeing this, Chao asked in confusion. Choo Choo. Are you going out tonight? Tong Choo Choo smiled embarrassedly. Hee. Sister Elisa said that she would teach me how to fight in the future. I have been following her to deal with those ice nest monsters all day today. She asked me to call her Captain Elisa, and said that she would let me be the team leader in the future. Hearing this, Chao was speechless. This Elisa, she even fooled a child. She is really the worst. However, she doesn't have any bad intentions. Chao nodded and said, Go Choo Choo, be careful. Yeah, okay big brother. After that, Tong Choo Choo trotted out of the territory to deal with those ice nest monsters. And Chao went straight to the sewing shop. Pushing open the door, warm air came in. There was also a mixture of two different scents. Two mature and charming women, sitting dignifiedly on their respective workbenches, carefully sewing the armor on the soldiers. After seeing Chao both girls smiled with joy. Sir, you are here. Sir, I miss you so much. Compared to Xia Yanni, Elena is much bolder. Chao asked, Elena, are you used to it here? Elena chuckled, very used to it. Sister Yanni is very nice. She taught me a lot today. By the way, she also taught me some special positions. She said these are the positions that the Lord likes. Hearing this, not only Xia Yanni, but even Chao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This Elena is really too unrestrained. Especially after joining Chao territory. Less than a day later, she has let herself go. Xia Yanni, who is beside her, blushed like an apple, lowered her head and whispered, No, no. Elena covered her face and smiled softly. Of course, she did not go too far, but stopped at the right time. At this time, Xia Yanni said in a mosquito-like voice, My lord, the clothes of the Cloud Yak are ready. Do you need to try it? Chao nodded and said, Okay. Let me try it. Then, Elena and Xia Yanni stood up at the same time. Xia Yanni came to the locker behind her, took out a blue and white plush coat, and walked over with a rosy face. Then she gently put it on Chao shoulders. Elena stood in front of Chao tiptoeing to tidy up his clothes. The two women cooperated with each other, and the mature smell on their bodies kept drilling into Chao nose. Elena patted Chao chest, and said with a dazed look in her eyes, It's really good. Sister Yanni's hands are really clever, and she knows the adult size without measuring. Chao looked strange, and always felt that this sentence was a bit strange. Xia Yanni naturally understood the hint in Elena's words, and her face flushed. However, after putting on the clothes made of Cloud Yak hair, Chao really felt waves of warmth emanating from the clothes. His body temperature was rising rapidly. In the sewing shop, because of the 24-hour heating supply, the temperature was already very high. After a while, it even became a little hot. This was the first time he felt hot in this world. Chao looked at the properties of the clothes. Cloud Yak plush coat, special equipment. Quality, none. Armor, none. Additional special effects, thermal energy storage. Not bad. If this coat appears on the market, it will probably cause a frenzy among the survivors. Even the indigenous people will be willing to pay an astonishing price to buy it. But unfortunately, the output is a bit small. The hair of 19 yaks can only make 9 sets of clothes. Chao praised. The craftsmanship of these coats is very good. Thank you for your hard work. Don't work too late at night. Remember to go to bed early. Hearing Chao advice, the two women had happy smiles on their faces. Now, they all regard the men in front of them as their sustenance and support. Then, under Chao surprised eyes, the two girls, one in front and one behind, gently hugged him. In an instant, Chao felt softness covering him from front to back. Obviously, Elena and Xia Yanni both had plump and mature figures. Xia Yanni's round buttocks and Elena's exaggerated chest size were unique. This instantly ignited the fire in Chao heart. Elena felt it. While there was a smile of surprise in her eyes, there was also endless charm. Then, Elena knelt down on her own initiative. Hiss! Chao took a breath of cold air, and Xia Yanni behind him also came close to him. Chao felt that his soul was about to be seduced by the two mature women in front of him. At this time, Xia Yanni's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Then, she stood up with a blushing face and covered her mouth. Elena whispered, Oh Yanni sister, you are so awesome. Xia Yanni wiped the corner of her mouth and whispered, No, no. Sister, You are still more awesome. Elena smiled softly, and then licked the corner of her mouth. It's my turn now. They didn't wait for Xiaoxing to rest, until 2 hours later. They let Xiaoxing go. Elena and Xia Yani both had rosy faces. Then Elena chuckled and said, My lord, you should go and do your work first. Remember to come and see us when you have time. After hearing this, Xiaoxing quickly put on his clothes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and put away all the plush coats in the storage box. Obtained, Cloud Yak plush coat *9. Then, under the two girls' fiery gazes, Xiaoxing walked out of the sewing shop. When he came to the outside of the territory, the howling cold wind could not cool Xiaoxing's brain. The figures of the two mature women seemed to be lingering in front of him. Then, he remembered what he had promised Sarah before. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. There was nothing to do at night. Xiaoxing would be busy until the second system update tomorrow. So, he quietly sneaked into the Dark Elf's room again. After 2 hours of fighting, Xiaoxing fulfilled his promise. Then, he returned to his lord's hut. Under Lu Mushua's seductive gaze, Xiaoxing fought the third battle of the night again. Until late at night. The beautiful woman in his arms let out a heavy sigh of relief, then collapsed in Xiaoxing's arms, gradually fell asleep. And Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my strength has increased a lot recently, and I ate golden salmon today to strengthen my physique. I can already withstand their successive attacks. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing smiled. Then, he also fell into a deep sleep. While they were asleep, the chat channel 174 was still very lively. Fuyin, brothers, the districts will be merged tomorrow, and there will be a lot of system updates. Are you ready? Zheng Quaning, yes, this time. 10 districts will be merged into one. We are from District 171 to District 180. We will be called District 17 in the future. Wu Yuji, I looked around. Except for District 174, the other districts have 1 or 2 powerful people, and they have established legions, and they seem to be developing very well. See Kongqing. Yes, Jiang Qingyun from District 171 is said to have reached level 16, and has already started to sprint towards the 3rd level, and has threatened to become the first legion of District 17 within a week. Cheng Hui, yes, I also heard the news. Shou Ting from District 178 has also reached level 15, and seems to be competing for the position of the first legion. And Yang Zongwei from District 180. When the update prompt appeared, the survivors had already started to inquire about the situation in other districts. Now they began to reveal what they had obtained. Other survivors exclaimed, Oh my god, are all these regions so strong? Tian Jinshi, yes, there are still many top-level masters in each region, but apart from these top masters, it is very difficult for other survivors in these regions to survive. After hearing the above survivor's speech, a person named Hien asked, Oh? Why do you say that? Tian Jinshi explained, because these masters, they have established advantages in the early stage, they monopolize certain resources, offer all kinds of outrageous prices, and force those survivors to buy, thus plundering a large amount of supplies. So, this leads to the number of survivors in their several regions, dying 10,000 to 20,000 during the novice protection period. Until now, there are only a little over 20,000 people. Not only that, they have continued to use this development model, monopolizing other resources, and forcing those survivors to join their legion. In this way, those ordinary people will have a harder time surviving. Chapter 202 The First Merge of Districts. The ranking list is open. After listening to this person's explanation, the other survivors' eyes showed a look of realization. So that's it. Hearing what you said, the environment in these districts is too bad. Yes, there are several big guys in our district, but they didn't treat us like this, especially Big Boss Xiaoxing, who is very good to us. That's right, compared to this, Big Boss Xiaoxing is really a rare conscience. At this time, Ji Xinhua said in the chat channel, Everyone listen to me, it will definitely be very chaotic after the merger tomorrow. We must unite, and we can't be bullied by people from other districts. If they force us to join the Legion, everyone must not agree easily. After hearing what Ji Xinhua said, the survivors in District 174 all felt that what she said made sense. They all agreed, that's right. We must unite. Ha ha. I would rather wait for Wu Xinghu and his army to level up and join Bingyu than those people. Me too. I want to join Bingyu. Including Wu Xinghu, Zhou Bo, and Qiu Yiting, they also spoke, and promised that they would not be like the top masters in other districts, oppressing the living space of other survivors. Under the guidance of Ji Xinhua, the survivors of District 174 reached a consensus tonight. Time passed quietly. Soon, one night passed. The next day, a system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 7th day of the official period. The number of survivors after the end of the novice period is 5.085 billion. The number of deaths in the 7 days of the official period, 732 million. The remaining number, 4.353 billion. The overall mortality rate, 14.39%. Survivors who survived, you have further adapted to the survival rules of the new world. Please keep it up. Make more efforts. In this unknown world, build a new civilization. At this moment, I don't know how many people opened their eyes, including Chao Xing and Lu Muxue. They also woke up at the same time. When they saw the death toll, they looked thoughtful. In the 7 days of the official period, another 700 million people died. Compared with the 7 days of the novice period, more than 2 billion people died directly, which can be said to be a significant drop in the death rate. Next, if there is no major change, such as a major event that affects the entire world situation, the death rate will continue to decline. And those who survived are naturally elites, who have been screened through layers of screening. Then, the second system prompt continued to sound. The second update of the official period has been completed. Update content. 1. The first merge has officially started. Your Zone 174 is being merged with Zones 171 to 180. Please wait patiently. Axing, the merge has started. Lu Muxue said softly. Yes. Chao Xing nodded. At this time, not only Chao Xing, but all the survivors in the nearby area had a strange feeling. This feeling is very strange, and it is hard to describe. It was as if the world they were originally in had suddenly expanded. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. This merger has been completed, and the server you are in has been changed to District 17. At this moment, Chao Xing saw that the chat channel had changed. Online users in District 17, 229713/229713. It was about the same as he expected. The 10 districts added together had only 220,000 people. This was because District 174, where Chao Xing was, had raised the average value. Otherwise it would have been even lower. At the same time, a large number of speeches emerged in the chat channel of District 17. Xiao Liangdong, haha. Finally the districts have been merged. Second uncle, I can finally come to see you. Ruan, hubby. Listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to cheat on you. I was just young and ignorant. And I gave birth to 2 children for your brother without knowing why. I don't know why the system assigned me to them together. Meng Xingqiu, brothers. We all seem to be from Xiangjiang City. And the next time the district is merged, it will probably be merged with other cities. Right? Jiang Qingyun, the 1st Legion of District 171. Wangjiang Pavilion Legion is recruiting. As long as there are survivors above level 10, weak ones don't need to chat with me privately. I have limited time. You Luanyu, I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Does anyone want them? No one in my previous district can afford them. Looking at the large amount of information that suddenly burst out in the chat channel, it was almost the same as expected. After the map is expanded, you can go to farther places to find your relatives and friends. Some of the survivors have precious items in their hands, which no one could afford before. And now they are seeking transactions through the chat channel. Chao Xing also discovered something. That is, when these survivors speak, in addition to the number behind their names, there is also a small font. For example, 171, 172, etc. This should be used to distinguish which region they originally belonged to. Chao Xing nodded secretly. This function is pretty good. At this moment, the system prompt continued to appear. Update content 2, as the survivors' territories develop. The indigenous forces of this world will gradually notice your territories. A large number of indigenous people will go to explore the vicinity of the territories. Survivors, please properly handle the relationship with these indigenous people. Update content 3, new resource points have been refreshed. A small number of rare resource points have been released this time. Powerful monsters may appear in the resource points. Please deal with them with caution. Update content 4, as the survivors gradually form legions, large-scale battles increase, and the armor calculation method has changed. Originally, 1 point of armor offset 1 point of damage, and it has been changed to a division formula. Damage equals attack asterisk 1-1/1 1 plus attack/defense. These 3 updates. The first one was a little beyond Chaoxing's expectations. Chaoxing thought to himself, will the indigenous forces pay attention to our territory? That is to say, similar to those churches, kingdom forces, noble forces, etc., may send people to contact our territory. For the survivors, this may be an opportunity, or it may bring trouble. For example, those barons, dukes, if your territory is located within his territory, you need to force your territory to merge, then how to choose is a key thing. If you are not careful, a fight may provoke. And with the strength of the survivors, they are definitely not the opponents of these natives. Also, like Fan Long at the beginning, the territory was occupied by those hunters, and used as a new base. In general, this update is to allow the survivors to integrate into this world faster. The second update content, refresh new resource points, which is exactly what Chaoxing urgently needs. Very good, after finishing this, let the 2 centaurs explore the nearby resource points. As for the third update content, it is also very simple. This is also an update to take care of most ordinary survivors. Chaoxing thought to himself, the armor calculation method has changed. In this way, those ordinary survivors, when besieging some high-level beasts or monsters, will not cause the situation of not breaking the defense. For my legion, it is also a big improvement. Chaoxing smiled. System prompts continued to appear. Update content. 5. The Dragon Resurrection expansion pack opens a new chapter. The difficulty of survival is increased, and the Ice Nest has added boss-level monsters and a small number of leader-level monsters. Update content. 6. The Dragon Store has added a variety of props for redemption, blueprints. Please check it yourself. Are there new props added? Chaoxing glanced at it. I found that there were indeed some new things in the store. For example, the limited exchange Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. For example, the high-level material Dragon Rock Ore, and the limited exchange high-level gems. I looked at the prices of these new materials. Dragon Shop exchange page. Second level Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. Price 5,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 20 copies. Second level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. Price 20,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 5 copies. Second level Leader Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scroll. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. Dragon Rock Mine. Price 1,000 Ice Dragon Marks Intermediate Power Heart. Price 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks Glacier Magnet. Gold. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. Dragon Stone. Orange. Price 300,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. There are many new things added. In addition to the above, there are also some miscellaneous materials and the like. In addition, the exchange of intermediate power hearts has been newly added. Chaoxing looked at the properties of the 2 high-level gems. Glacier Magnet. Gold can be embedded in weapons or equipment, increases 50 points of strength, 50 points of spirit, and increases 100 points of attack when launching ice attacks. Magnet containing glacial power, requires expert blacksmith to embed. Dragon Stone. Orange can be embedded in equipment, increases 300 points of physical fitness, and at the moment of being attacked, there is a 15% chance of increasing armor by 100%. Gem containing weak dragon power, requires master blacksmith to embed. A bit powerful. Chaoxing sighed, the properties of these 2 gems are almost comparable to a piece of equipment. Of course, the price is outrageous. One costs 100,000, and the other costs 300,000. Chaoxing's primary goal now is to open the gold treasure chest, or to exchange the extra Ice Dragon Marks for the intermediate power heart. After all, this is the biggest way for him to improve. 6 consecutive updates are no less than the first system update. The chat channel has already triggered heated discussions. However, at this time, another system prompt appeared. Update content 7. Because the challenge of the level ranking list of each region has ended. A new ranking challenge is now launched. Point ranking list. Officially opened. Challenge rules, in the next 10 days. For each ice nest destroyed by the Survivor Lord, 1 point will be added. For each leader level ice nest monster killed, 1 point will be added. And for each leader level ice nest monster killed, 5 points will be added. After 10 days, the ranking rewards will be based on the final points. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing's eyes showed an interested look. Oh! A new leaderboard challenge? Let me see what the rewards are. Reward list. Rewards for 10,000 to 5,000 place. Primary Thrust Wall Construction Blueprint *1. First Level Imperial Soldier Recruitment Scroll *5. Random Purple Equipment *1. Ice Dragon Mark *1000. Rewards for 4,999 to 1,000 place. Primary Frost Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Intermediate Frost Wall Blueprint *1. Random Purple Weapon *1. First Level Imperial Soldier Recruitment Scroll *10. Ice Dragon Mark *2000. Rewards for 999 to 100th place. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Selected Level 20 Purple Weapons. Second Level Imperial Soldier Recruitment Scroll *10. Ice Dragon Mark *5000. 99 to 50th place. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Cold Cover. Equals 1 silver treasure chest covered with ice. 1 purple weapon of your choice at level 20. 10 second level Imperial Archer Recruitment Scrolls. 10 Ice Dragon Marks. 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks. 49 to 10th place. Primary Plus Intermediate Frost Wall Construction Blueprints. 1 silver treasure chest covered with ice. 1 purple weapon of your choice. 3 second level Elite Creature Recruitment Scrolls. 20,000 Ice Dragon Marks. 9th to 4th place. Primary Plus Intermediate Frost Wall Construction Blueprints. 1 Primary Plus Intermediate Frost Arrow Tower Construction Blueprints. 1 silver treasure chest covered with ice. 1 purple weapon of your choice. 3 second level Elite Creature Recruitment Scrolls. 30,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Seeing this series of reward prompts, Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. Oh my god, is the reward this time so generous? The top 10 will get 4 blueprints directly. There are also silver treasure chests, weapons, elite scrolls. Quite powerful. Even Lu Muxua next to him had a look of surprise in her eyes. This is only the reward for the top 10. When Chao Xing saw the reward for the top 3, he was even more stunned. Third place reward. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint *1. Golden Treasure Box with Cold Light Reflecting *1. Purple Weapon of your choice *1. Second level Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1. Ice Dragon Mark *50,000. Second place reward. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Primary Plus Intermediate Thrust Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint *1. Golden Treasure Box with Cold Light Reflecting *1. Golden Weapon of your choice *1. Second level Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1. Ice Dragon Mark *70,000. First place reward. Primary Plus Intermediate Frost Wall Construction Blueprint *1. Primary Plus Intermediate Frost Arrow Tower Construction Blueprint *1. Golden Treasure Box with Cold Light Reflecting *1. Golden Weapon of your choice *1. Second level Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1. Ice Dragon Mark *70,000. Drawing *1. Essential Plus Intermediate Frost Arrow Tower Construction Drawing *1. Golden Treasure Box with Cold Light *1. Selected Ice Dragon Suit Part *1. Second level Commander Level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *1. Ice Dragon Mark *100000. Damn. This reward is too exaggerated. The top 3 are at least 1 Golden Treasure Box, plus the Ice Dragon Mark reward, which is worth hundreds of thousands of Ice Dragon Marks. Plus the Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter, the Leader Level Dragon Blood Fighter Scroll. Even more exaggerated, the first place reward, actually rewarded with a Commander Level Recruitment Scroll. Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. You know, up to now, he has never encountered a Commander Level creature, let alone a Recruitment Scroll. It can be said that just the first place Recruitment Scroll is enough to trigger countless people to scramble for it. Lu Muxua said excitedly, "Oh my god. So many rewards. Axing. Can we take the first place this time?" Chao Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "I don't know the strength of other districts yet. I'm not sure. After all, there are more than 200,000 people competing this time. And these people are elites who have survived for half a month. If you want to take the first place, it's probably not that easy." Lu Muxua's eyes showed a look of realization. Although Chao Xing is confident in his own strength, but modesty is a good quality for Chinese people. So Chao Xing did not say too much. However, the chat channel at this time was completely detonated because of the rewards of the ranking list. Zheng Pai, brothers, did you see it? This ranking list reward is too scary. Li Dongmei, I saw it, it's really exaggerated, not to mention the top 3, The rewards for the top 10 alone are enough to drive people crazy. Fan Yendong. I thought the leader-level recruitment scroll was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that this time I was given a commander-level recruitment scroll. Mei Shi, yes. Yes, before. Our district's boss Chen Shi took the first place in the level ranking list, relying on that leader-level recruitment scroll, developed rapidly, and directly established the first legion. This time the commander-level recruitment scroll, I guess it's even more outrageous. The survivors sighed at the generous rewards of the ranking list. At the same time, they also decided to work hard to get a good ranking. At this time, someone said something. You said? Each of our districts has 2 or 3 top bosses. With so many people, how many can enter the top 10? After hearing this, the survivors thought for a moment and then spoke. Zhu Xiaokai, our boss Yang Wanli in District 180 is already level 18. And he also has a leader. With his strength, he can definitely enter the top 3. Miao Yang, our boss Chen Shi in District 173 is also very strong. It is estimated that he will not have any problem in the top 10. Xiao Jiu, and our boss Jiang Qingyun in District 171. I think he can take the first place this time. The survivors of each district spoke one after another, and listed the names of the strongest in their hearts. Finally, they counted some of the survivors with the highest voices. They were Jiang Qingyun from District 171, Gao Yi from District 172, Qin Feng from District 173, Nan Yimin from District 175. Almost every district had 1 or 2. However, no one in District 174 spoke, contrary to the norm. Gradually, the survivors from various districts also discovered this phenomenon. At this time, a survivor asked in confusion, strange. Why don't the brothers in District 174 talk? I also found that since the merger, people in District 174 rarely speak in the chat channel. Brothers in District 174. What's wrong with you? Are you born not talkative? Or is there no top powerhouse in your district? Ha ha ha. I think it's because they don't have many powerhouses. If not, you in District 174 should join our District 172 Legion as soon as possible. Facing these people's doubts, the survivors in District 174 looked strange. At this time, a survivor named Ding Liang couldn't help but say, we still have quite a lot of powerhouses in District 174. Wu Xinghu and Zhou Bo are both level 14 or 15, and are preparing to break through the 3rd level. They have also created a legion, and there are many powerhouses below them. And above them, there is a more powerful and mysterious boss Chao Xing. Hearing this, other survivors said one after another, I have heard of Wu Xinghu and Zhou Bo, but who is this Chao Xing? Yes, what mysterious Chao Xing? What level is he? Is he stronger than our leader? Chapter 203 The First Merge, Targetism from Other Districts. What mysterious Chao Xing? What level is he? Is he stronger than our leader? Hearing this question, Ding Liang pondered for a moment. Then he replied, we don't know much about Chao Xing's strength, I guess. He has already broken through the 3rd level? Hearing this, the chat channel was silent for a moment. Then, there was a questioning voice. How is it possible? Even Jiang Qingyun from District 171 has just reached level 16. It's still a while before he reaches level 20. That's right, each level up requires too much experience. At this time, Jiang Qingyun from District 171 jumped out. Said, you mean, Chao Xing in your district has broken through the 3rd level? This Jiang Qingyun, because of his high popularity. So as soon as he spoke, he attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. Others also questioned Ding Liang, questioning the truth of his words. Ding Liang replied, I don't know, but with the speed of Chao Xing, level 20 should be a very simple thing. A very simple thing? Jiang Qingyun replied with interest, really? Then tell me, this Chao Xing, what level is it now? There was a condescending tone in his voice, as if he was asking his subordinates. Ding Liang said, I don't know. Jiang Qingyun's tone suddenly became unhappy after hearing this. Don't you know what you are talking about? Do you know how much experience is needed for each level up? Even the leaders of our major regions have just reached level 16. And you actually said that Chao Xing has broken through the 3rd level. How shameless. Jiang Qingyun scolded him. And Ding Liang was speechless. He didn't know why he just mentioned Chao Xing. And it seemed to anger the other party. He was inexplicably scolded by Jiang Qingyun. But he didn't indulge Jiang Qingyun, and directly replied, why are you so excited? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. The strength of Chao Xing is recognized by our District 174. just a few days after the ranking list came out. He has already reached level 10. At the same time, seeing Jiang Qingyan questioning Chao Xing, the survivors of District 174 also echoed him. They spoke in the chat channel one after another. Brother Ding Liang is right. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. That's right. It's as if you are the best in the world, and no one can be higher than you. What's wrong with Chao Xing being stronger than you? The survivors of District 174, who had not spoken much before, rushed out at this moment. Even Jiang Qingyan's speech was drowned out in an instant. Seeing this scene, the survivors in other districts were immediately surprised. They discussed secretly in private. Who is this Chao Xing? His popularity seems a bit scary. Yes, he didn't say a word, but he made so many people in District 174 speak for him. It's really amazing. Indeed, this kind of cohesion. Even the Legion leaders, like Gao Yi, can't do it. At this time, facing the excited survivors in District 174, Jiang Qingyan didn't say a word, but directly took out something like a horn and clicked to use it. Then, a regional notice appeared. Regional notice. Survivor Lord, Jiang Qingyan used the Ice Dragon Horn small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the Ice Nest. Please arrange your development time reasonably. Seeing the above information, everyone was silent for a moment. It seemed that they didn't expect Jiang Qingyan to use this thing right away. He seemed to be showing off his strength. After a while, Jiang Qingyan said in the chat channel, "It's useless to talk more. Strength is not something that can be boasted. If this Chao Xing is really as powerful as you guys say, then let him come out and use the Ice Dragon Horn to show us. If he can withstand the large-scale attack of the Ice Nest monster, I will acknowledge his strength." Hearing this, the survivors in Area 174 looked strange again. Because many days ago, Chao Xing had already used the Ice Dragon Horn once, and this kind of challenge was no problem for him. Moreover, does Chao Xing's strength need his recognition? Jiang Qingyan saw that the survivors in District 174 were silent, and sneered. Do you know the difference? The real top lords, at this stage, have the strength to deal with large-scale Ice Nest monsters. If you can't do it, you can shut up. By the way, the Wangjiang Pavilion Corps will recruit a large number of strong men from today. Join us, and build the first corps in District 17 together. Of course, the weaklings in District 174 should not join. Since you admire Chao Xing so much, just follow him. Also, remember to tell Chao Xing, don't think that killing Fan Long is over. Hearing Jiang Qingyan's speech, the chat channel caused a strong sensation again. Oh my god! Jiang Qingyan is worthy of being the top strongman in our 171 district. He used the Ice Dragon Horn right away. Yes, he is so decisive and powerful. He directly suppressed so many people in the 174 district. This momentum is really the style of a strongman. By the way, what did Jiang Qingyan mean? Does he have any grudges with Chao Xing? Of course there are grudges. Didn't you hear him? This Chao Xing seems to have killed Fan Long. And Fan Long and Jiang Qingyan are both the bosses of the Three Heroes Association. Hearing this person's explanation, everyone's eyes showed a look of realization. No wonder Jiang Qingyan came out and scolded them the first time he heard them discussing the name Chao Xing. I see. It seems that Chao Xing is going to be in trouble. Yes, Chao Xing actually dared to provoke the huge organization of the Three Heroes Society and killed Fan Long. This is really a deadly enemy. Jiang Qingyan is worthy of being the boss. His aura is so strong that he directly suppressed so many people in District 174. In fact, it was not the survivors of District 174 whose momentum was suppressed, but there were too many people speaking in the regional channel, and their messages disappeared all at once. Many strong men in various regions also applied to join Jiang Qingyan's territory because of his Ice Dragon Horn. The leaders of other legions also realized this. The next moment, a system prompt appeared again. Regional notice. Survivor Lord, Gao Yi used the Ice Dragon Horn small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the Ice Nest. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange development time. The next moment after the regional notice appeared, Gao Yi also spoke in the chat channel. Gao Yi, the 1st Legion of District 172. The Gaoshan Lushui Legion is recruiting people. Survivors above level 2 can chat with me privately. We welcome all compatriots to join. At this moment, the survivors of other districts understood. Obviously, after using the Ice Dragon Horn, a regional notice will appear. This is equivalent to a free advertisement. At this time, the Legion leader stood up and issued a recruitment notice, which would definitely attract many strong people. After all, those who dare to use the ice dragon horn at the current stage must have strong strength. So, it didn't take long. Instantly, more than a dozen system prompts appeared. The top masters of each region, or the territories that have the strength to fight against a large number of ice nest monsters, all used the ice dragon horn, and then immediately issued a recruitment notice. As for Jiang Qingyun's actions against Chao Xing and the survivors of District 174, they quickly forgot about it. Compared with this kind of personal grudge, they are more concerned about their future development. Obviously, joining a powerful legion can give them a better living space. The enthusiasm of various regions was high, and system prompts sounded one after another. However, there was no movement in Region 174 as usual. No one used the ice dragon horn, or issued a recruitment notice. The survivors of Region 174 were naturally ridiculed by many people, especially the Wangjiang Pavilion Corps where Jiang Qingyun was. They ridiculed them in the chat channel. They said that they blew the ice dragon horn very loudly, but there was no one in Region 174 who used the ice dragon horn. This made everyone feel very depressed. At the same time, in an area about 300 kilometers away from Chao Xing's territory, a middle-aged man was standing on the edge of the territory, looking at the snow outside. He had a resolute expression on his square face, and a hint of ferocity between his eyebrows. This man was Wu Xinghu. Next to him, a young man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, asked, "Brother, the guys in other districts seem to be influenced by Jiang Qingyun, and there is a tendency to besiege our District 174. Should we not use the Ice Dragon mark, and take this opportunity to show our strength, or recruit some people?" Hearing this, Wu Xinghu turned around and took a look at his territory. There are hundreds of survivors who have surrendered to him, most of whom are above level 2. These survivors who have surrendered to him can be recruited as subjects, and they will also occupy the territory's population. It is similar to recruiting the natives of this world. The only difference is that there is no way to see their loyalty. In addition to these survivors, there are dozens of powerful recruiting creatures in Wu Xinghu's territory. The entire territory, including the staff, has as many as 200 or 300 people. Obviously, with their strength, they are enough to withstand the fierce attack of an ice nest monster. However, Wu Xinghu shook his head and said, "Although we have the strength to deal with a large number of ice nest monsters, but if we use the ice dragon horn, we can only destroy the ice nest as soon as it falls. There is no way to wait for the monsters inside to hatch, and then kill them to maximize the benefits, including those leaders and other districts. I guess they can only use this method." At this point, Wu Xinghu paused and continued, "I roughly investigated, and the strength of the survivors in other districts, whether in terms of level or equipment quality, is much worse than our District 174. Anyway, we have almost recruited enough people. Before the Legion level is upgraded, there is no need to advertise at this time and rush to recruit people from other districts. The most important thing is to protect our basic base." After hearing Wu Xinghu's analysis, the young man also nodded. The young man asked tentatively, "Boss, that person seems to be targeted by Jiang Qingyun. Should we take this opportunity to attack Jiang Qingyun and gain his favor?" Wu Xinghu thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "No need. That person didn't say anything, and we don't know what he means. It's better not to make a fuss about it. Some things are too much, and they will backfire." Hearing this, the young man next to him was moved, and then nodded respectfully. The person they were talking about was, of course, the most recognized strongest person in District 174, Chao Xing. However, he was very low-key. Except for speaking a few words during transactions, he could not be contacted at other times. Moreover, he did not set up a legion, but just focused on developing his own territory. Even in the chat channel, Jiang Qingyun from District 171 ridiculed him, but he did not come out to argue with him, including the other 3 legion leaders in District 174, Zhou Bo, Xiao Yuting and others. All remained silent. At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua had just finished washing up and walked out of the Lord's hut. He didn't know what Wu Xinghu and others were talking about him, but he saw the grand scene of the chat channel. "Oh, these guys are quite active. They seem to have a lot of resources. Then we can raise the price. And this Jiang Qingyun, he is actually another boss of the 3 Heroes Association. I didn't expect to meet him so soon." Chao Xing had a faint smile on his face. The so-called threat from Jiang Qingyun was not taken seriously by him at all. After all, in order to show his strength, this fool explained the situation of his territory clearly. Chao Xing learned it through chat information. Jiang Qingyun's current army, Wangjiang Pavilion. There are nearly 200 second-level survivors, more than 100 first and second-level recruited creatures, and a second-level leader-level creature rewarded in the first ranking. For the entire 17th district, this is indeed a very powerful force. However, for Chao Xing, this strength is not enough. Just send an Ascalon army, and it will be flattened. However, this guy's territory is at least 700 to 800 kilometers away from me, and it will take 1 or 2 days to travel. There should be no chance to push his territory away at present. Shaking his head, Chao Xing quickly put this guy's threat behind him. With his strength, he is no longer on the same level as the survivors. Thinking of this, Chao Xing came to the side of the market, with a relaxed smile on his face. As soon as the trading interface was opened, hundreds of thousands of consignment information appeared immediately. Compared with the consignment information last night, it directly skyrocketed more than 10 times. Sure enough, just as I expected, the quantity of various resources on the market has skyrocketed. In this case, the price of silver salmon meat can be raised a little bit. Then see the situation. Sell some golden salmon meat, and see if you can get all the treasures from these guys. Chao Xing made up his mind. But before that, it is necessary to understand the market situation first, and then decide how to price silver salmon meat. He first searched for the recent transaction price of beast meat, and then searched for the trading information of magical creature meat. Through rough statistics, he learned the recent market situation. Among them, the price of green-grade beast meat is about 100 G equals 3 to 4 ice dragon marks. The price of blue-grade beast meat is 100 G equals 8 to 10 ice dragon marks. And the price of purple-grade beast meat is outrageous, starting from 100 G equals 100 ice dragon marks. You know, the purple wild boar meat that Chao Xing had before could be sold at such a high price, because his meat was prefixed with the word purification. Its properties have completely surpassed ordinary purple meat. It is a bit outrageous that ordinary purple meat can be sold at such a high price. As for the meat of purple magic creatures, it is not even seen in the entire market. Chao Xing was secretly happy. Great. At present, it seems that there is no competitor for the fish meat in my hand, and I can double the price. 100 G of silver salmon meat. I can even offer a high price of 400 ice dragon marks. Chao Xing looked at his backpack with excitement. After last night's consumption, there are 81 pieces of silver salmon meat left, which can be divided into 810 pieces for trading. There are 9 pieces of gold salmon meat left. These 810 pieces of silver salmon meat alone can be sold at a high price of at least 320,000 ice dragon marks. Chao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy. This number can be said to be quite terrifying. It can even be directly exchanged for 3 gold treasure chests. Chapter 204 Chao Xing takes action for 100,000 ice dragon marks. Through this transaction, Chao Xing can even directly exchange for 3 gold treasure chests. Counting the ice dragon mark in his hand, maybe it can directly exceed 400,000. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to post the consignment information. Consignment item, silver salmon meat, purple. Stock reserve, small amount. Required item, ice dragon mark. Consigner, Chao Xing. Seller's note, silver salmon that can increase 300 health points and 3 population, and can take effect 3 times. 100 G equals 400 ice dragon marks. There is not much reserve. Pre-order as soon as possible. Survivors in Area 174 can trade with me first. Chao Xing also saw the ridicule of the survivors of the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion. So, Chao Xing added another sentence. P.S. If the Wangjiang Pavilion Corps in District 171 wants to trade, it needs 1,000 ice dragon marks for 10 G. Yes, that's 10 G. 1/10 of 1 portion. That is to say, if they want to get 1 portion of silver salmon meat, they need to pay 10,000 ice dragon marks. Chao Xing didn't want to sell it to them at all, but if there was such a sucker, he wouldn't mind ripping him off. At the same time, after the silver salmon meat was put on the shelves, survivors in other districts might not pay much attention to Chao Xing's name. However, the survivors in Area 174 were different. When the consignment information of the silver salmon appeared in the market, it attracted the attention of a large number of survivors, and people immediately started discussing the relevant information in the chat channel. Jiangdu, brothers. Boss Chao Xing has put new things on the shelves again. This time it is purple grade magic fish meat. Directly add 300 lives and 3 population. Duan Mingfei, damn it! Fish meat with so many attributes. Is it fake? Jiangdu, how could Boss Chaoxing sell fake things? You will know if you go and see it yourself. After hearing this, the survivors quickly opened the market and checked the properties of the silver salmon. They were also very curious about this big Boss Chaoxing, who didn't say a word but caused a stir in the chat channel. When they clicked on the trading channel, everyone was shocked. It's true. Such a strong fish attribute. Oh my god. Big Boss Chaoxing really made a move again. I was wondering why he didn't say anything. It turned out that he was preparing to put this strong fish on the shelf. What is silver salmon? Why haven't you heard of it? I haven't heard of it either. But the effect is too strong. It can increase so much health points. And it can be eaten 3 times, which is almost 1,000 health points in total. After hearing the discussion of the survivors in District 174, the survivors in other districts also realized the powerful effect of this silver salmon meat. Obviously, the upper limit of 900 health points is an irresistible temptation. More people clicked on market, and then began to check. More and more people clicked on market, and began to check. When they saw the consignment information above, they exclaimed in amazement. It's true. There is such a strong fish meat. This is too outrageous. Our district's boss Chen Feng has only sold purple level beast meat at most. This is the first time I have seen such a strong fish meat. It's the same in our 175th district. We have never seen such a strong fish meat. The survivors were amazed. At the same time, others also saw Chaoxing's remarks and started to discuss. What does Chaoxing's remarks mean? If the people of Wangjiang Pavilion want to buy this kind of fish, they need 10,000 ice dragon marks? It seems so. This may be some kind of counterattack by Chaoxing against Jiang Qingyun. Ha ha ha. Our brothers in District 174 can actually trade with Chaoxing first. That's great. Hearing this, the survivors in District 174 were immediately cheered up, and at the same time, they all showed joy on their faces. While the survivors in other districts were envious, they also felt very lucky. Ha ha. Fortunately, I didn't attack the brothers in District 174. What they said was true. Boss Chaoxing is really strong. Indeed, being able to find such a strong fish at this stage is enough to prove his ability. The public opinion in the chat channel instantly began to lean towards Chaoxing. At this time, at the edge of a forest thousands of kilometers away from Chaoxing, there is a large territory. This territory also has walls built, but they are all primary walls, and the territory is much smaller. A man with a sinister expression, who looks to be in his early 30s, is busy directing the battle below. He shouted in a gloomy voice. Lao He, take the brothers to the 7 o'clock direction, where 2 ice nests have landed. Remember to destroy them as soon as possible. Wang Yu, a leader-level ice nest hoof appears at the 12 o'clock direction. Take 10 brothers to lead it under the city wall, and shoot it with the arrow tower. Lao He, go to support Qinming and others, and destroy the ice nest over there. Under his command, although the situation is difficult, it can still be barely supported. This person is none other than the leader of the Wangjiang Pavilion Corps, Jiang Qingyun. At this moment, Jiang Qingyun looked up and saw a meteor streaking across his head. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly shouted a warning. Mr. Zhao, quickly lead your men to retreat. There is an ice nest falling on your head. Hearing the sound, in the snow in front of him, 4 or 5 survivors who were fighting the ice nest monster and the recruited creatures were about to retreat. However, they were still a step too late. Boom! A terrifying crashing sound appeared. The ice nest smashed down, directly smashing these survivors and 3 recruited creatures into a meat paste. On the snow in front of them, several pools of blood suddenly appeared, mixed with various human internal organs, flowing all over the ground in a colorful manner. The survivors next to them were so scared that a chill suddenly rose behind them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingyun's face turned pale, and there was a sense of pressure in his heart. Are you still taking it for granted? This is the first time I use the ice dragon horn. I thought I could easily handle it with my strength, but this difficulty is beyond my imagination. But it's okay, it's nothing more than making more sacrifices. If there are no more people, just recruit more. Anyway, there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the entire 17th district. They are all ready-made cannon fodder. Thinking of this, the solemnity on Jiang Qingyun's face gradually dissipated. He looked at his men who were gradually retreating below, and directly pulled the bowstring in his hand. and several arrows were ready to be fired. Jiang Qingyan said coldly with a fierce look on his face, "Continue to fight. No one is allowed to retreat. If anyone retreats one step further, I will shoot you on the spot, and your family will also suffer the same fate." Hearing this, the faces of the survivors below changed wildly. Under Jiang Qingyan's coercion, they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight those ice nest monsters. At this time, a young girl with a childish face quickly ran over and said, "Dad, there are many people discussing in the chat channel. The man named Chao Xing seems to be selling a kind of fish with strong properties. Do you want to go and have a look?" Looking at the little girl in front of him, the violent look on Jiang Qingyan's face disappeared and turned into a gentle look. "Okay, Ying. Dad knows. Stay in the territory. It's very dangerous here." Hearing this, the little girl in front of him nodded obediently. After the little girl left, Jiang Qingyan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Has Chao Xing started to attack? But it's not a counterattack against me, but an ordinary transaction? Anyway, he is the guy I want to deal with, and I still have to keep track of his situation. So, he glanced at his confidant next to him, and then said, "Mr. Liu, you come and command for me." After receiving the order, the confidant quickly took over the command position. Jiang Qingyan himself clicked on the chat channel. After seeing the consignment information above, Jiang Qingyan showed an interested smile on his face. Interesting, it can actually increase the upper limit of health and population. The effect of this fish meat is very good. It just so happens that I want to recruit more cannon fodder. The population of the territory is a little insufficient. This Chao Xing is indeed quite capable. He can kill Fan Long, so he should not be underestimated. Just when he was about to buy a few portions of fish meat, he saw the information in Chao Xing's note. Jiang Qingyan's face suddenly changed. He snorted coldly. "Humph! We, the people of Wangjiang Pavilion, actually want 10,000 ice dragon marks to buy one. It's really a lion's mouth. Only a fool would pay such a high price. However, silver salmon meat has very strong properties. If Jiang Qingyan cannot buy it, then his health will be higher than that of the legion leaders in other districts, and the gap will gradually widen." Thinking of this, Jiang Qingyan had a headache for a while. He originally wanted to give Chao Xing a warning right away, but now it seemed that Chao Xing gave him a warning. At the same time, the trading channel in the market had begun to swipe the screen frantically. The powerful effect of the silver salmon meat, it can be said that it directly caused a strong sensation. Moreover, Chao Xing did not trade anything else this time, only needed the ice dragon mark. Currently, there are 220,000 people in District 17, which averages out to more than 50,000 territories. Including the territories that have been annexed, there are almost 50,000 territories. The lord of a territory and the subordinate lords, through the development of these days, have only a few hundred to thousands of ice dragon marks in their hands. Therefore, if they want to buy 100 G, that is, one portion of fish meat, they have to take out almost all the ice dragon marks in the entire territory. But obviously, for the survivors, this is a good deal. The survivors shouted, "Brothers, hurry up and grab it. This time, Boss Chao Xing doesn't have much fish meat, and it will be gone if you are slow. Yes, 400 ice dragon marks for 300 points of health increase. This is so damn worth it." The chat channel was enthusiastic. On Chao Xing's side, in just 2 minutes, the 810 portions of silver salmon meat on the shelf were sold out. System prompts kept appearing. Transaction successful. You got ice dragon mark. Asterisk 800, you lost silver salmon meat. Asterisk 200 G. Transaction successful. You got ice dragon mark. Asterisk 400, you lost silver salmon meat. Asterisk 100 G. Transaction successful. The market was so hot that Chao Xing couldn't imagine it. Chao Xing almost watched his ice dragon mark grow at a terrifying speed. Finally, it was fixed at 398742. Almost broke through 400,000. Chao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. Great! Great! Now, I can not only exchange the remaining 2 gold treasure chests, I can even trade 200,000 ice dragon marks to Mu Shui, so that she can also exchange 2 gold treasure chests. If I'm lucky, maybe I can get a 3-piece suit directly, haha. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became more and more excited. However, this transaction is not over yet, because Chao Xing plans to take this opportunity to sell some golden salmon meat. Loot all the good stuff from the survivors. Glancing at the chat channel, the survivors' chats kept filling up the screen. Ha ha ha. I grabbed 1000 G of silver salmon meat, this wave of blood profit. I also grabbed 600 G, now my health can be greatly increased. Damn. You guys are too fast. Right? I just went to borrow some ice dragon marks from someone, and I turned around and found that they were sold out. The survivors who grabbed the silver salmon meat were very excited. The survivors who didn't get anything to grab felt very disappointed. They said regretfully, most of those who got the fish were from District 174. It turns out that Boss Chaoxing gave special care to the people in their district. I'm so envious. The survivors in District 174 had swept away their previous depressed emotions and became high-spirited. Seeing the envious tone of the survivors in other districts, they actually felt a sense of honor. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that they were assigned to District 174 at the beginning, and they could be in the same district with a big boss like Chaoxing. At the same time, the survivors of District 174 said proudly, "Brothers, did anyone from Wangjiang Pavilion send you private messages, saying that they are willing to pay double the price to buy these fish meat? I also received the private message. This kind of precious fish meat, I can't even use it for myself. How can I sell it to them? Ha ha ha. If you want to buy our fish meat, double the price is not enough. At least it has to be the same price as that set by Boss Chaoxing. 10,000 ice dragon marks can only buy 100 G. This Jiang Qingyun is also interesting. He targeted Boss Chaoxing right away. I didn't expect that Boss Chaoxing's sanctions would come so quickly. Now we can only secretly send us private messages. It's really embarrassing." This time, the survivors of District 174 finally found an opportunity. They had been ridiculed before, but now they were fighting back without mercy. Listening to the survivors' ridicule of Wangjiang Pavilion. In the entire chat channel, people from other districts were watching the show, wanting to see how the people from Wangjiang Pavilion would fight back. The survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion were livid. They asked in the Legion chat channel, "Boss, what should we do now? This Chaoxing sold most of the fish meat to people from District 174. Our private chats didn't work, and we were scolded by them. Damn it. It's too infuriating." Jiang Qingyun was also a little angry. But as the leader of a large group, he still kept his composure and asked, "What about the people who bought the fish meat in other districts? Try to start from them." Chapter 205 Selling Golden Salmon, Sensational Market. The effect of silver salmon meat is very strong. Jiang Qingyun does not want to give up. However, another survivor named Ding Jiaqing replied, "I asked, those guys also asked for a high price. Each of them asked for a price even more outrageous than that Chaoxing. It's like they had discussed it beforehand. They all wanted to rip us off." Hearing this, Jiang Qingyun's face became even gloomier. He had planned to use his own connections, using other methods to buy silver salmon meat. But in order to show his strength, he used the ice dragon horn. Right away, the attack of a large number of ice nest monsters distracted Jiang Qingyun. At this time, he could not be distracted to do anything else. At this time, the survivors noticed the changes in the market. A survivor named Wang Zuinxian explained, "Brothers, hurry up. Go to the market. Boss Chaoxing has made another big move. This time, it seems to be even more terrifying fish meat." "What? There is more?" The survivors all know how powerful the effect of silver salmon meat is. However, now, some people say that more powerful fish meat has appeared in the market. They all clicked on market at the first time, and when everyone saw the consignment information above, their pupils shrank immediately. Consignment item, golden salmon meat gold. Stock reserve, small amount. Required item, golden skill book of the same grade, magic plant seeds, or other items. Consigner, Chaoxing. Seller's note, extremely rare golden salmon meat, with very powerful attribute bonus. If you have golden items of the same grade, you can chat with me privately, PS, except for people from Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, the survivors were silent for a moment. Then there was a loud exclamation. "Damn! This is too outrageous. Directly increase 2,000 health points, 20 points of physical fitness, and 10 population. What kind of fairy fish meat is this? Yes, it's too outrageous. My current health points are only over 2,000, and this fish meat can almost double my health points. Brothers, I feel that 100 G of this fish meat is worth at least 10,000 ice dragon marks. I'm still short of 9,000 now. Who can lend me some? I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." Ha ha ha, don't even think about it. Such precious fish meat, how could Boss Chaoxing use it to exchange for ice dragon marks? Didn't you see what he said? You need a gold item of the same level. You guys go check your warehouse quickly, and see if you have any treasures to trade with Boss Chao-Shing. If you have treasures, go chat with Boss Chao-Shing privately. For a while, Chao-Shing received a large number of private chat messages. Chao-Shing began to check them one by one. Hu Qin, Boss Chao-Shing, I have a golden skill book for snow hunters, called Hunter's Perception. Do you need it? Fan Herong, hello, I have a golden fishing rod, called Black Dragonwood Fishing Rod. Can I exchange it for 5 portions of golden salmon meat? Hong Chaozhong, boy, you are targeting our Wangjiang pavilion. Right? You wait, you will see what's next. After spending more than 10 minutes, Chao-Shing roughly scanned the private chat messages. I did find a lot of good stuff in it. Of course, there were also some people who insulted me in private chat. Chao-Shing didn't care about these people at all, and then blocked them. When I meet them in the future, I will just pick them up. Chao-Shing, after patiently reading the private chat messages for half an hour, found a few items worth buying. Some of these things even made Chao-Shing feel excited. Really good. As expected, when there are more people, the survivors will definitely have some good things. Chao-Shing, after negotiating the price with these survivors, all clicked on the transaction. Transaction successful. You obtained primary mage tower construction drawings gold. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400G. Transaction successful. You obtained primary night hall construction drawings gold. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400G. Transaction successful. You obtained black dragonwood fishing rod gold. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 500G. Transaction successful. You obtained source of extreme ice skill book gold. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400G. Transaction successful. You obtained faith thought skill book gold. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 800G. Transaction successful. You obtained transport vehicle production drawings. You lost golden salmon meat. Asterisk 300G. A total of 6 items. Chao-Shing consumed 2,800 grams of golden salmon meat, which is nearly 3 pieces of fish meat. But it is obvious that this is an extremely cost-effective deal. It is better to say that Chao-Shing has made a lot of money. With an excited look, Chao-Shing looked at the properties of these things. Primary Mage Tower Construction Blueprint Gold. Blueprint Description. You can build a primary mage tower in the territory. Mages can meditate and practice in it. Experience points increase by 1,000 points per hour. You can also learn intermediate ice element control, ice cone, ice wall and other skills. Armor, 200. Durability, 5,000. Size, 172 square meters. Height, 18 meters. Construction requirements. Lord's Mansion Level 6, wood asterisk 10, 000, stone asterisk 5, 000, iron asterisk 3, 000, mithril asterisk 200, eternal gold ingot asterisk 40, magic pattern stone asterisk 20, advanced element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time, 63 hours and 17 minutes. The Mage Tower with magical aura, after construction. It can increase the prosperity of the territory, speed up the practice of mages, and increase the probability of attracting mage creatures to join the territory. Primary Night Hall Construction Drawings Gold. Drawing Description. A night hall can be built in the territory, night-related professions can be trained in it. 1,000 experience points are added every hour, and skills such as intermediate night swordsmanship, night slash, charge, etc. can be learned. Armor, 300. Durability, 6,000. Area of land, 294 square meters. Height, 8 meters. Construction requirements. Lord's Mansion Level 6, wood asterisk 10, 000, stone asterisk 10, 000, iron asterisk 3, 000, mithril asterisk 200, eternal gold ingot asterisk 40. Magic pattern stone asterisk 20, advanced element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time, 67 hours and 17 minutes. The Night Hall symbolizes honor, after construction. It can increase the prosperity of the territory, and will attract the probability of night-like creatures joining the territory. After reading these 2 drawings, Chao-Shing showed a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad, not bad, it can actually increase 1,000 experience points per hour. If you practice continuously, you can get 24,000 experience points a day. This speed is still very fast. However, increasing experience points is not the most powerful function of these 2 architectural drawings. Its main function is to allow mage creatures and knight creatures to learn skills in it. This function alone is worthy of its golden quality attribute. At this time, Chaoxing said with some regret, but it's a pity that I didn't find the golden drawings of warriors, otherwise I would have a lot of warriors in my territory. Like the Ascalon Legion, the Wild Boar Warrior Legion, etc. At that time, if I build a warrior tower, it will still be a great improvement for my strength. And Chaoxing also noticed that these two drawings require magic pattern stone, an eternal gold ingot, to build. In addition, Chaoxing remembered that he had a blueprint for the king's altar, and these two materials were also needed for construction. He looked at the reserves in his backpack. Eternal gold ingot * 64. Magic pattern stone * 31. Chaoxing shook his head. Not very good. These two materials are too different. It seems that I still need to collect some more. So, Chaoxing changed the consignment information. 100g golden salmon meat equals 20 eternal gold ingots. 10 magic pattern stones. Limited trading. Buy as soon as possible. After seeing the consignment information modified by Chaoxing, it immediately caused a sensation among the survivors again. Boss Chaoxing has changed the trading conditions. If anyone has this kind of material, go check it out. You want magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots? I only have 5 magic pattern stones. I can't exchange them for one. I have to find someone to borrow some, and then come to trade with Boss Chaoxing. Before, these two high-level materials in the hands of the survivors in Area 174 were almost all collected by Chaoxing. There may be some people who have treasured materials, but they haven't produced anything that makes them excited, so they are unwilling to trade. But now it is different. This golden salmon meat can be said to be a powerful fish meat that exceeds the current survivor level. It is enough for them to take out all their savings to trade with Chaoxing. Even the survivors who do not have enough materials began to mobilize their connections and borrow these two materials from everywhere. After collecting enough, they came to Chaoxing for trading. In less than a minute, the 20 golden salmon meats that Chaoxing put on the shelf were sold out. He looked at his own reserves of these two materials. Eternal gold ingot * 244. Magic pattern stone * 141. Great. Great. Now we have enough materials to build not only the king's altar, but also the mage tower and the knight's hall. Ha ha ha. Chaoxing was overjoyed. At the same time, then, he began to check the other things he had just obtained. Next was a fishing rod. This was a completely black fishing rod with a faint black snake scale pattern on it, and it also exuded a strange smell of aged wood. I looked at the properties. Black dragon wooden fishing rod gold. Quality, rare. Durability, 477/500. Fishing range, rare fish, golden salmon, emerald snapper, white silk fish. Maximum strength, 2,000 kilograms. Additional special effect 1. Black dragon power, when fishing, additional 100 points of strength. Additional special effect 2. Black dragon breath, when fishing, you can activate the breath on the fishing rod, shock underwater creatures, give them a 30% chance of losing their resistance. Equipment introduction. Since skills don't work, then use brute force. Fishing master, Toya Man. Not bad. Not bad. Although it is not as good as the Mad King fishing rod. This fishing rod is of golden quality. And it is also very powerful. And it can also catch magical creatures of the level of golden salmon. Next, I just need to get more snow demon tongues. Or more advanced baits. And I can catch more silver salmon and golden salmon. Chaoxing's heart was full of expectations. Then, the two skill books he was looking forward to the most. Source of Extreme Ice skill book. Goldfrost Mage exclusive skill book. Skill effect. Concentrate the power of extreme ice. Apply a layer of Source of Extreme Ice to yourself or friendly units. For the next 120 seconds, armor plus 100, and constantly emit icy breath, reducing the movement speed of enemy units within 5 meters by 30%. If the same target moves within the coverage of Source of Extreme Ice for more than 5 seconds, there is a high probability that it will be frozen for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this Source of Extreme Ice, Chaoxing's pupils suddenly shrank. What a powerful skill. Obviously, as long as a layer of Source of Extreme Ice is applied, for yourself or a friendly unit, it is equivalent to having a layer of Freezing Aura, which always affects the movement speed of the surrounding enemies, and also has a control effect. These two attributes alone are worthy of the gold quality skill book. Moreover, after the addition of eternal power, This skill will also usher in a qualitative change. Good. 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 Restraining his excitement, Chao Xing checked the attributes of the second gold skill book. Faith Thought skill book, Gold Aurora Night exclusive skill book. Skill effect, concentrate the power of faith. For all friendly units in the nearby area. Increase the mental resistance by 50%. And add an immune mental control effect. The duration is 150 seconds. And the cooling time is 4 minutes. This is a skill against mental attacks. It sounds like the effect is not very good. But its importance is no less than the skill book Holy Shield. Especially when encountering demonic creatures. This skill can be even more effective. For example, Isabel's Confession. Cannot work on creatures with the faith state. Not bad. Not bad. Although this skill book cost me 800 G of golden salmon meat. Its effect is also very powerful. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Then, he took out the last blueprint. Transporter production drawing. Drawing introduction, you can use the mechanical factory to build a transporter that can transport ore or personnel. It needs magic crystals to provide power. Armor, 200. Durability, 4000. Maximum moving speed, 60 km per hour. Maximum number of people, 30 to 80. Production requirements, intermediate mechanical factory, iron asterisk 1500, copper asterisk 500, refined iron asterisk 300, electronic components asterisk 20, mithril asterisk 50, intermediate element crystal asterisk 10. Seeing the introduction on the drawing, Chao Xing smiled. Very good, with a transport vehicle, the problem of moving the army can be solved, and I can lead the army to a farther place. Not only that, the transport vehicle can also be used to collect resources, transport ore, and that Mole Man Mine Cave can be put into mining. Moreover, Chao Xing still remembers that he has an orange item, Shining Throne. This throne can release a shining star every 7 days, and find an area with precious resources for Chao Xing. With the transport vehicle, these areas with precious resources can be put into mining. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became more and more excited. However, the transport vehicle needs an intermediate machinery factory to make it. Chao Xing remembered that he had 2 more drawings, which also required an intermediate machinery factory. After searching the entire market, he did not find any relevant drawings. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems that I also need to find a way to get a drawing from an intermediate machinery factory. Thinking of this, he directly clicked on all 3 drawings to study. All the gains have been reviewed. Just as he was about to end the deal, a private message caught his attention. The sender was a survivor named Yu Luanyu. Yu Luanyu, hello. Boss Chao Xing. I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Can I exchange them for your golden salmon meat? Chapter 206 Saint Maiden Guard, Powerful Female Dragon Blood Fighter. Yu Luanyu, hello, Boss Chao Xing. I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Can I exchange them for your golden salmon meat? She seemed a little afraid to communicate with Chao Xing. However, Chao Xing had never encountered golden quality magic plant seeds. So, he replied, what seeds? Send them to me. After hearing this, Yu Luanyu quickly replied, okay, okay. After that, she posted the properties of the seeds. Chao Xing took a look. Rattan Head Turret Plant Seed, Gold Magic Plant. Affiliate, Mordremo Vine. Seed effect, planted in soil with a strong smell of plague, watered with beast blood regularly, can quickly grow a rattan head turret plant with the strength of a level 25 liter. Note, rattan head turret has strong defensive capabilities, can fire plague shells, entangle vines and other abilities, but needs to be fed with fresh beasts regularly, and cannot move. After reading the introduction of these 2 seeds, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Obviously, this plant seed is very powerful, and it can actually grow a level 25 defensive plant turret. However, this vine head turret sounds a bit evil. It not only needs to be planted in soil with a strong smell of plague, but also needs to be watered with beast blood. This may be why Yu Luanyu did not plant it herself, but took it out for trading. But no matter what, this is at least a gold quality plant seed. Chao Xing decided to change it first, and then asked Juliet if he could plant it in the territory. So he said directly, I can take these 2 seeds, but I can only give you 200 G of golden salmon meat. When Yu Luanyu heard the price, she replied in disbelief, ah, so little? I can't help it. The properties of your 2 seeds look a bit strange. I'm not sure if they can be planted. Hearing this, Yu Luanyu replied, then, can you add a little more? After listening, Chao Xing thought for a moment, then said, at most 100 G, no more. Okay, thank you. After agreeing on the price, Chao Xing made the deal with him. Transaction successful, you get Tingsho Fort plant seeds gold. Asterisk 2, you lose golden salmon meat. Asterisk 300G. Then, Chao Xing read the private chat message again. After confirming that there was nothing worth trading, he also closed the market and removed the consignment information of fish meat. So far, this transaction has come to an end. The survivors in the chat channel still seem to be reluctant to leave. And those Legion leaders, who had gritted their teeth and used Ice Dragon Horn to show their strength, are struggling to resist the attacks of the Ice Nest monsters. Especially the people of Wangjiang Pavilion at this time. They were anxiously watching others frantically trading golden salmon meat, but they were blacklisted by Chao Xing. However, this had nothing to do with Chao Xing. He looked at his backpack with a satisfied look on his face. This transaction, I gained a lot. Wait until I digest this gain, I will definitely be able to greatly improve my strength. Thinking of this, Chao Xing called Lu Muxua over. Then he handed her the Aurora Thoughts skill book. Lu Muxua looked at the golden skill book in her hand, and clicked on the learning button without hesitation. Then she asked softly, Axing, do you want me to try the effect of this skill? Okay. Try it. After getting Chao Xing's permission, Lu Muxua raised the long sword in her hand, and pointed the tip of the sword at the sky. At the same time, a dazzling aurora began to gather at the tip of her sword. Loving God, please give me the perseverance to cut through thorns, the wisdom to get rid of adversity, the spirit to resist temptation, and the power to protect my compatriots. The next moment, the aurora fell on Chao Xing. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua cast the skill Aurora Thought. On you, mental resistance plus 50%, and there will be a chance to be immune to mental attacks, affected by the talent Eternal Power. This skill has become permanent. Note, after the number of immune mental attacks is triggered, it will be refreshed again after 60 seconds. Chao Xing felt that. His brain suddenly became clearer, as if a layer of invisible protection was applied, and he felt very safe. At the same time, he also saw the notes at the back. Sure enough, just like the Holy Shield, after triggering the immune attack special effect once, it will continue to refresh after a certain period of time. That's not bad. Chao Xing nodded secretly. Then, he took out another golden skill book, and clapped his hands directly, and clicked to learn. At this moment, Chao Xing felt a lot of memories pouring into his mind, and it took a full minute or two to digest. Successfully learned skills. Source of Extreme Ice. After seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing opened his eyes. Then, he raised his staff, and began to condense a terrifying icy aura. The temperature around him suddenly dropped by many degrees. The next moment, this icy aura fell into Chao Xing's body. Successfully cast the skill Source of Extreme Ice. Armor plus 100. Affected by the talent Eternal Power. This skill has become permanent. As expected, Source of Extreme Ice also became permanent. And with Chao Xing himself as the center, waves of white cold air were continuously released within 5 meters around him. Even every time he moved, a thick layer of white frost would appear on the ground. The temperature dropped sharply, dropping by more than 10 or 20 degrees. However, this cold air had no effect on Chao Xing. Not only that, the white frost that continued to spread made Chao Xing look like an ice and snow emperor. And his temperament was greatly improved. Good. This skill is really powerful. And it's really cool. In this way, anyone who is 5 meters away from my body will be severely slowed down. At this time, Chao Xing seemed to have thought of something. He directly activated the cold air eruption effect of the Frost Magic Shield in his body. The next moment, an astonishing cold air suddenly erupted from Chao Xing's body. The moment this cold air came into contact with the white frost released by the Source of Extreme Ice, a large number of ice crystals suddenly condensed in the air. Even Lu Muxua, who was next to him, was instantly covered with a layer of ice crystals. If she was not a friendly unit, she would have been frozen in place at this time. The two looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Chao Xing said happily, I didn't expect it. Frost Magic Shield combined with the Source of Extreme Ice can actually produce such a powerful combination effect. This is just like Frost Magic Shield combined with Brahm's Ice Bloodline, which can put the surrounding enemies into a deep frozen state. Including Lu Muxua was also delighted. And the most important thing is that these two skills of Chao Xing are both status skills, which can be added to all friendly units. In this way, almost everyone can have this powerful control effect. If the enemy has no resistance to freezing, They only need to stand still, and they can freeze the opponent to death. Ha ha ha, too strong. Chao Xing was very surprised. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. Source of extreme ice. Although this skill is powerful, Chao Xing still has a lot to digest. At this time, he glanced at his backpack. The current Ice Dragon mark is about to exceed 400,000. He and Lu Muxue could even exchange 2 gold treasure chests each. However, Chao Xing was still planning to keep some of the Ice Dragon marks to exchange for the intermediate power heart. So he decided to spend 200,000 Ice Dragon marks first to exchange the remaining 2 gold treasure chests. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 200,000 Ice Dragon marks to exchange for 2 gold treasure chests with cold light reflections? And the number of exchanges remaining, 2. Yes. Exchange successful. Ice Dragon mark 200,000. At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue looked at the 2 golden treasure chests that exuded cold air and had a gorgeous appearance. Both of them showed excitement. Chao Xing walked over and directly clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained. Ice Dragon Fang Gold. Obtained. Ice Dragon Boots Gold. Obtained. Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll, Purple, *3. Obtained. Large Anti-Corruption Potion, Purple, *6. Obtained. Ice Dragon Horn Small, *2. Obtained. Ice Dragon Horn Medium, *1. Obtained. Dragon Rock War Gold, *7. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing showed strong joy in his eyes. Ha ha. There are actually 2 pieces of gold equipment. This wave of opening the box is quite lucky. He couldn't wait to look at the properties of the 2 gold equipment. Ice Dragon Fawn Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment Part, Necklace. Equipment Requirements, Level 20 and above. Attached Special Effect 1. Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 20, Attack Speed plus 20%. Attached Special Effect 2. Ice Bite. When launching an attack, there is a 20% chance of causing the enemy to enter a bleeding effect, including magic attacks. Attached Special Effect 3. Tooth Bite. Bleeding probability increases by 30%, and the bleeding limit increases by an additional 5 layers. Note: Ice Dragon Soul Set 2/3 can be combined with Ice Dragon Crown, Ice Dragon Ring to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect can be activated. Ice Dragon Blood Drain. Obviously, this necklace is a boon for the bleeding profession. It can greatly increase the bleeding probability, and can also break through the 10-layer bleeding limit, reaching the highest 15 layers. What is the concept? According to the calculation method of bleeding damage in this world, 1 layer of bleeding equals reducing the enemy's health by 1 plus survivor's agility *0.3 per second. According to a normal 3rd level survivor, 300 points of agility. That means an additional 101 points of health loss per second. If 15 layers are stacked, it is equivalent to more than 1,500 bleeding damage per second. In addition, there are some props in this world that enhance bleeding damage, which is still very powerful. However, this necklace is not very suitable for Chao Xing. But it is much better than the necklace he is wearing now. So, Chao Xing took off the shaman necklace from his neck and replaced it with the Ice Dragon Fang. Instantly, he felt a chill on his neck. And at the same time, he felt that his physique and agility had improved a lot. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, "Very good. Now 2 of the 3 sets are complete. We only need to find the last piece, the Ice Dragon Ring, to activate the effect of this set." At the same time, Han Xing checked the properties of another golden equipment. Ice Dragon Boots Gold. Quality, Rare. Equipment Requirements, Level 20 and above. Armor, 57 to 63. Additional Special Effects 1. Agility plus 30, Constitution plus 40, Movement Speed increased by 20%. Additional Special Effects 2. Frost Feet. When attacked, there is a 30% chance of activating the effect, covering your legs with a thick layer of frost, and an additional 50% increase in kick damage, lasting 10 seconds. Additional Special Effects 3. Abnormal Immunity. When affected by negative states such as disability, slowdown, etc., there is a 50% chance of being immune to this negative state. Note: Ice Dragon Set 1/3 can be combined with Ice Dragon Helmet and Ice Dragon Armor to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, you can activate the set effect, Ice Dragon Guardian. Seeing the above attributes, Chao Xing thought, this should be a set for warriors or knights. The attributes are very good, and can greatly improve survivability. Thinking of this, Chao Xing directly gave the pair of combat boots to Lu Muxue. Try them on. Muxue. Okay. The beauty in front of him had a quiet and elegant smile on her face. And then she put on new combat boots. This pair of Ice Dragon combat boots is a long boot, which almost covers the knees, and completely wraps Lu Muxue's slender calves. The pure white appearance looks like a pair of crystal boots, which is full of beauty. After Lu Muxue put them on, not only did they not look out of place, but they also added a bit of graceful temperament to her. So far, in the 2 gold treasure chests, the biggest gains have been distributed. In addition, there are several bottles of potions and advanced materials, and 3 dragon blood fighter recruitment scrolls. Chao Xing knows how strong this type of soldiers is. Chao Xing decided to recruit them now. However, before that, Chao Xing called Jonard and Joseon over. Soon, 2 tall dragon blood fighters holding spears appeared beside Chao Xing. They said respectfully, "Lord, are you summoning us?" Chao Xing nodded. "Yes, several new dragon blood fighters will join our territory in a while. You can lead these newcomers." Jonard and Joseon looked at each other, and then there was a look of joy on their faces. "Yes, Lord. We, the Norn, are a race that worships strength. We will definitely feel honored to join your territory." Chao Xing also smiled. Then, he took out the scroll from his backpack and directly clicked to use it. Suddenly, 3 meteors streaked across the sky. Boom! Boom! There was a violent vibration under his feet. After a dull crash, it turned into 3 huge ice blocks and smashed in front of Chao Xing. In the ice, Chao Xing saw 3 figures that were different from Jonard and others. These were actually 3 female dragon blood fighters. They all closed their eyes at this time, with a resolute look on their cold white skin. Their facial features were not so stunning, but they were definitely not ugly, equivalent to the level of ordinary beauties. Huh? 3 female fighters were recruited this time? Jonard and Joseon were a little surprised. They explained beside him, "Lord, in our Norn clan, there are relatively few female dragon blood fighters, and they are generally the personal guards of the Saint Lady." Chao Xing asked with interest, "Oh? Then these female dragon blood fighters, are they different from you?" Jonard replied, "Yes, because of their physical constitution. After they are injected with ice dragon blood, the activated power is also different, and our fighting methods are also different." Hearing this, Chao Xing became more interested. He looked expectantly at the 3 female dragon blood fighters sealed in the ice. The next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, revealing 3 pairs of dark blue pupils. Buzz! A powerful aura burst out, as if 3 tigers had awakened. Crack! Crack! The ice broke, and 3 tall female dragon blood fighters in armor walked out. The cold and resolute voice reappeared in Chao Xing's ears. "I feel it. The power of the dragon has revived again. Lady Saint, we will not let you fight alone this time. In the name of Saint Norn Zora, blood fighters of the Ice Dragon, Alice Janice Phoenix, report to you." Chao Xing also stepped forward and said, "Welcome, Alice, Janice, Phoenix. Let us work together to fight the threat from the dragon." These 3 women, who were 1.9 meters tall and vigorous, looked at Chao Xing and nodded slightly. Their proud personalities made them not swear allegiance just because of Chao Xing's words. Then, they looked at Jonard and Joseon. Among them, the female fighter named Alice said, "I feel a strong breath on you, which does not belong to our Norn family. But, the mystery and power of this breath even surpass the power of the Ice Dragon blood and our Norn bloodline." The 2 dragon blood fighters immediately raised their heads and said proudly, "Yes. This is the blessing of our Lord. He has the power to fight against the dragon." Hearing this, the pupils of the 3 tall women in front of them suddenly shrank. "What did you say? This human lord has the power to fight against the dragon?" They thought that Chao Xing's words just now were just casual talk, so they didn't react much. But the 2 dragon blood fighters said, "This is true." Jonard said solemnly, "Yes, maybe this territory looks very weak now, and it is far from being able to compete with the power of the dragon. But with the power of the Lord, it won't be long before we will rise strongly, and even be able to restore the glory of the Norn clan." The 3 female fighters looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Jonard's words made them feel unbelievable, but they also knew that the Norn people never lied. Joseon next to him also said solemnly, "Several of the saints' personal guards, maybe you find it hard to believe, but this is the fact. Our Lord is very powerful, and treats our Norn people well. In my opinion, Whether it is his character or strength, he is not inferior to our saint. Not inferior to the saint, this is almost the highest evaluation of the Norn people. From this, we can imagine how much Jonard and Joseph admire Cao Xing. The three dragon-blooded female fighters stood there in a daze. Jonard struck while the iron was hot and said, "Several Saint Lady's personal guards. Our mission is to fight against dragons for life. Now, please salute our lord, and then join the team to fight against the dragon." Hearing this, the three tall women in front of them looked at each other, then knelt on one knee at the same time, and looked at Cao Xing respectfully. "Respected lord, please give us the power to fight against the dragon. As long as you can give us the power, we are willing to give everything." Hearing this, Cao Xing did not say much. He directly called Elena, Hilda, Blot and others over, and then added various states to the three newly joined dragon-blooded female fighters. Various powerful states fell on them, and the aura of the three female fighters began to surge. Not only that, Cao Xing also added the newly learned source of extreme ice skill to them. At this moment, Alice, Phoenix and others looked at their bodies in shock. The cold air that was constantly erupting from their bodies. Their eyes were filled with strong shock. Now, they have completely believed what Jonard, Joseph and others said. This lord has enough power to fight against the dragon. Then, the three female fighters knelt down at the same time and saluted solemnly. "Saint, your power is the only one I have ever seen in my life. Alice expresses her sincere respect to you. Because you help the people, Phoenix improved their strength. Loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 73. Because you help the people, Alice improved their strength. Loyalty has been greatly improved. Current loyalty, 74. Because you." After 3 system prompts, the 3 new female fighters all have loyalty above 70. Cao Xinghao also smiled. Then he quickly glanced at their attributes. Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Alice. Race, Norn. Level 25-21931/200000. Level 3 Elite Creature. HP, 18372/18372. Attack Power, 1318 to 1369. Skills, Dragon Slaying Spear, increases attack power by 20% when attacking dragon creatures and their minions, additionally increases attack damage by 30%, Chain Dragon Thorn, instantly rushes forward 3 to 10 meters, and attacks all enemies along the way, causing damage of attack power asterisk 143%. Can charge up to 3 times in a row, cooling time 90 seconds, Ice Dragon Spear Stab, concentrate the dragon power in the body, continuously stab forward 5 to 8 terrifying ice spears. Cause 157% piercing damage to the enemy in front, and make it fall into a blood-freezing state, cooling time, 300 seconds. Talent 1. Norn Body. Talent 2. Ice Dragon Blood. Bond, Dragon Blood Fighter. Satiation, 68. Loyalty, 74. Character Introduction. Female Dragon Blood Fighters were once the personal guards of the Norn Saint Zora. They have undergone cruel and strict training since childhood, possess extremely strong combat awareness and indomitable character, and will be loyal to the existence they are loyal to. Strong. Not inferior to Jonard and Josent. Although the skills are different, they also have extremely strong combat power. Especially the skill Ice Dragon Spear Stab. The damage coefficient of one dragon spear is 157%. And if all 5 dragon spears hit, the damage coefficient is at least 785%. Chapter 207 Giant Chamber of Commerce Visit, Heavy Taste Nobles. The 3 dragon-blooded female fighters were terrifyingly strong. Cao Xing was very satisfied with their attributes. Then, he stepped forward and helped all 3 female fighters up. The moment their palms touched Cao Xing's, their bodies trembled, and their muscles instantly tightened together. However, the 3 female fighters did not resist, but gradually stood up, including Jonard and Josent. They also looked at this scene with some surprise, because in their cognition, the personal guards of the Saint Lady would never have contact with any opposite sex. And now, they actually let Cao Xing touch their bodies. Cao Xing didn't know this. He said directly, "No matter what you have experienced in the past, as long as you come to my territory, you will be my subjects from now on. In the future, you will fight against the dragon together under my command." The 3 female fighters said solemnly, "Your order is where our guns point." Cao Xing nodded, and then said, "Jonard, Josent, take our newcomers now to familiarize yourself with the new environment and power. The two replied at the same time, "Yes, Lord." Then, Jonard and Joseon led the three female fighters to the outside of the territory. The others also gradually dispersed. Chao Xing himself called the polar man Duan. He asked, "Duan, how is the progress of the Lord's hut?" Duan replied respectfully, "Dear Lord, the construction of the level 6 Lord's mansion takes a long time. According to estimates, it may take another day or two to complete the construction." Chao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this, but he was not surprised. After all, he had obtained a lot of new drawings in the past few days, and many new buildings had not been completed. Chao Xing continued, "I recently obtained 3 high-level building blueprints, and I need you to lead people to build them. Build the king's altar first, and the mage tower and the knight's hall can be built later. If you don't have enough manpower, you can ask Chao Yi to send a few people to support you." Hearing this, the polar man Duan immediately replied respectfully, "My lord, there are enough manpower, and there is no need to trouble Chao Yi and others." "Very good. Then do it." "Yes, my lord." After that, the polar man Duan also left here. At this point, the gains from this transaction were almost digested. In Chao Xing's hand, there were still 2 golden seeds left. He took them out of his backpack and observed them in his hand. Chao Xing saw that the 2 seeds were the size of a thumb, covered with purple lines on the outside, and there seemed to be tiny tentacles wriggling inside, full of evil breath. Just one look at it, you can tell that these 2 seeds are definitely an evil plant. Just when Chao Xing was about to find his own plant encyclopedia, Juliet asked, a system prompt appeared. "Giant Chamber of Commerce. Orkin has requested to visit your territory. Do you accept?" Hearing this prompt, Chao Xing was stunned for a moment. "Oh, people from the Giant Chamber of Commerce are coming to visit my territory?" At this moment, Chao Xing's face showed a look of surprise. "Great. I was just about to find those chambers of commerce." You know, Chao Xing had already met the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce before this. As the 3 most famous chambers of commerce in the Western continent, he only hadn't met the Giant Chamber of Commerce. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's mouth, and he secretly said in his heart, "I wonder, what does this Giant Chamber of Commerce sell? Will there be more advanced pet food or something like that?" In Chao Xing's territory storage box, there are still a lot of gold, silver and copper jewelry. In addition, Chao Xing also stored dozens of kilograms of cloud yak milk, which can be sold for money. Add to that the millions of crowns in his backpack. With his current financial resources, even gold-level equipment can be purchased directly. Thinking of this, Chao Xing became more excited. Then, he directly clicked "Agree." After getting Chao Xing's approval, about 2 kilometers away from the territory, a caravan with more than a dozen carriages slowly approached Chao Xing's territory. Chao Xing also came to the city wall as soon as possible. From a distance, he saw dozens of figures coming. Among them, there were more than a dozen carriages covered with black cloth. There was a fist mark on each of these carriages, which was also the symbol of the Giant Chamber of Commerce. The other side had a large number of people. It looked like there were at least 30 or 40 people. Among them, Chao Xing also felt some fierce aura. Obviously, the guards of the Giant Chamber of Commerce were much stronger than those of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce and the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Chao Xing also quickly brought Assam, Blot, Andrew, and other generals to the outside of the territory. Sarah was secretly waiting on the side. And inside the territory, there were hundreds of wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors. As long as Chao Xing gave an order, these powerful warriors would rush out instantly and then flood the Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, both sides stopped and looked at each other. Chao Xing first stopped his eyes on the guards wearing armor and holding different weapons. Captain of the Giant Chamber of Commerce Guard, Wahag LV-27. Race, human. Level, Tier 3 boss level creature. HP, 29840/29840. Attack power, 1874 to 1953. Armor, 372 to 393. Skills, Intermediate Battle Axe Mastery, Deadly Throwing Axe, Triple Hit, Madness Burst. Talent, none. Giant Chamber of Commerce Guard, Kirby LV-28. Race, human. Level, Tier 3 Ordinary Creature. HP, 13794/13794. Attack power, 1115 to 1138. Armor, 207 to 249. Skills, Intermediate Fighting Mastery, Hurricane Fist Jab. Talent, none. Just as Chao Xing expected. The giant Chamber of Commerce's guard team is much stronger than the other two caravans. There is even a leader-level guard captain. In addition, there are several elite-level captains, plus more than 20 other third-level ordinary guards. This strength is basically unimpeded in the snowy plains. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white cotton clothes, who looks about 40 years old, walked down from one of the carriages. His cone-like thin face had a faint smile, seemingly gentle, but hiding a sharp gaze. Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time, he finally met a businessman with a big belly and beer belly. However, looking at this guy, he is also a difficult person. He has a high nose bridge, a pointed chin, a long goatee, and a pair of hawk-like eyes, which intentionally or unintentionally swept behind Chao Xing. When he saw the large population in Chao Xing's territory, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. In particular, when this businessman noticed the beauties such as Lu Muxua and Rennies around Chao Xing, his pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with strong surprise and greed. However, he quickly suppressed these expressions. Then he said respectfully, "Hello, Lord Chosen. I am Orkin from the Giant Chamber of Commerce. I accidentally passed by here, so I came to visit you." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then shook his hand politely and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Orkin." The two sides separated, keeping a distance of about 1 meter. At this time, Orkin said straight to the point, "Lord Chosen, I see that your territory is well developed and has a large population. I wonder if you are interested in making a deal with us." Chao Xing's heart moved after hearing this. He was waiting for this sentence. So, it smiled and said, "Of course. I also want to see your goods." Hearing this, Orkin smiled again. Then he waved his hand behind him. The guards immediately understood what he meant and directly lifted the black cloth covering the carriages. The black cloth was lifted. The goods on more than a dozen carriages were revealed. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, because the goods on it seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Under the black cloth, there were prisoner carriages. In these prisoner cars, they saw groups of half-naked creatures with chains on their hands and feet. These were slaves. The eyes of Rennies, Lu Muxua and others behind them moved slightly. Chao Xing seemed to understand why this Orkin looked at the soldiers in his territory with such greed. Chao Xing asked, "Mr. Orkin, are these your goods?" Orkin chuckled and said in a shrill voice, "Yes, my lord. The main business of our giant chamber of commerce is the slave trade. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce have already included most of the industrial transactions in the Western continent. These hateful guys have almost squeezed all our living space. If our giant chamber of commerce wants to survive, we can only do this kind of business." At this point, Orkin seemed very angry, and the goatee on his chin was shaking slightly. However, the next moment, he returned to a flattering smile. "But please rest assured, Lord, our transactions are all legal and compliant." Hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Legal?" "Yes." Merchant Orkin explained slowly, "There are too many principalities and kingdoms of all sizes in the Western continent, and wars of various sizes break out almost every month. And those defeated countries, everything they have belongs to the victorious country, including land, resources, population, etc. The victorious country has received too many people at once, and does not want to spend too much resources to support these people. So, they are either sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, or killed directly and buried on the spot. And our giant chamber of commerce will buy these captives, which will not only reduce their population pressure, but also the victorious country can obtain a considerable amount of resources." Orkin stroked his goatee while talking incessantly. "Of course, in addition to these, our sources of slaves also include many channels. Basically, whatever you want, you can buy in our giant chamber of commerce, even as long as you can pay enough money. Even those beautiful elves in the southern continent, the mysterious dragon eggs in the eastern continent, we can get them for you." At this point, a hidden smile appeared on his face. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Even elves can be obtained? Speaking of which, he was also very curious about the elves. The beauty of the elves is well known in any world. Of course, Chao Xing did not have any special ideas, but was simply curious about what the elves in this world looked like and how capable they were in combat. Orkin chuckled. "Of course, our giant chamber of commerce is still very powerful. However, the price will definitely be a bit high. After all, we have to pay a huge price to capture these slaves. Chao seemed to be thinking. According to the giant chamber of commerce, as long as you have money, they can get you any species of creatures. Even dragon eggs are one of their targets. This is indeed in line with the nature of these merchants. As long as there is enough profit, they dare to trample on everything. Although it sounds very realistic. In this world where force is supreme, buying and selling slaves is a very normal thing. Moreover, buying slaves is also one of the main ways for the survivor lords to expand their population. Chao would also check the world channel when he had nothing to do. Some survivor lords would share their purchases of slaves in the chat channel. Among them, many people also bought good slaves. For example, a Middle Eastern man named Abdul bought a poor knight with advanced riding skills, and gave him a mount, which made the knight show his strong combat power. And the strength of the territory increased greatly. Another islander named Takasuji Kaori bought a hunter with advanced hunting skills. With the help of that hunter, her territory was able to obtain a large amount of beast meat in a short period of time. There was also a lord named Katrina, who even bought a third-level leader-level slave. She made a big fuss about it in the chat channel at that time, which made others envious and sighed at her good luck. However, because the survivor lord was not strong enough, he could not keep anyone. The leader-level slave just joined her territory and ran away the next day. Therefore, Chao had no resistance to buying slaves. At this time, the merchant Orkan said, "This chosen lord, if you have any ideas, you can take a look first. You can check these slaves at will and choose them at will." Hearing this, Chao Xing's heart moved slightly. Then he thought to himself, the natives of this world don't know that we, the survivor lords, have our own system panel, which allows us to see the attributes of the other party. I don't know. Can I use the system panel function to let me pick up a loophole like the survivors in the world channel? However, when he looked at these slaves, he found that all he got were a bunch of question marks. Not only could he not see their levels, but he couldn't even see their names. Chao Xing showed a slight surprise in his eyes, and then looked at Orkan. But he found that this guy had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly understood something. Interesting, it seems that the giant chamber of commerce has some preliminary understanding of us, the chosen lords. Knowing that we have some strange abilities, we can see through the information of these slaves, so they developed a special item to cover up the breath of these slaves? Chao Xing was not surprised, after all. He had encountered this kind of thing before. For example, the shadow cloak, developed by the Church of Light, also has the ability to cover up the breath. What a trouble! The giant chamber of commerce has found a way to target our survivor lords. So I can't get a bargain. Chao Xing looked at the dozens of slaves of different races on the dozen carriages in front of him, and felt that each one was mediocre and not worth buying. However, you can't tell anything just by looking at the appearance. After all, some natives have some special abilities, and only through the system panel can you get detailed information. At this time, Chao Xing suddenly remembered that he had obtained a bottle of magic potion in the camp of the white-robed priest. It's called Leah Medina's True Vision Potion. After drinking this potion, you can get true vision eyes, which can see through the target's camouflage. I just don't know if you can see through the giant chamber of commerce's tricks. At the same time, the merchant Orkan next to him smiled slightly and said generously, "Sir, please check it out. If necessary, we can open the iron cage and let you observe the slaves up close. Which one do you like? Tell me directly, and I will give you a fair price." He seemed confident and didn't seem to worry at all that Chao Xing would take advantage of him. Chao Xing nodded without changing his expression. He slowly came to the front of the prison cars. The slaves imprisoned inside, when they saw Chao Xing, had different looks in their eyes. There was disgust, desire, flattery, and scrutiny. Chao Xing naturally ignored all these looks. He did find some interesting creatures among them. For example, several men with rock-like skin and large bodies. There were also several women with thick limbs and broad waists. In this kind of chamber of commerce, there are naturally no good goods, like those beauties or powerful warriors. As soon as they fell into the hands of the giant chamber of commerce, they were either privately ordered by some nobles, or auctioned off. So what Chao Xing saw were some thin slaves with ordinary looks, and most of them were human. Among them, Chao Xing even found some mole people and cave dweller slaves. The most important thing is that these mole people and cave dwellers are all females. Some of them even have big bellies. It must be said that the giant chamber of commerce's slave business is really extensive. And there are slaves of all races. Seeing Chaoxing's eyes stop on these female mole people, Merchant Orkin came over and said with a smile, "Lord, are you interested in these mole people? I'll tell you secretly. Although these alien races look disgusting, they taste really good. However, this batch of goods was ordered by the noble grandfather of Malign City, and they paid a large sum of money in order to catch these pregnant mole people and cave dwellers. It took me a lot of effort." Hearing this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a chill, and goosebumps appeared on his back. He couldn't help sighing again. Damn, these nobles are really good at playing, and their tastes are really strong. They don't even let the mole man go. Chaoxing shook his head and said, "Let me take a look myself, Mr. Alkin." Hearing this, the merchant with a goatee also stood still tactfully. However, he watched Chaoxing's actions, and didn't seem to worry about any omissions among these slaves. And just as Chaoxing passed the corner, he silently took out a bottle of magic potion with a little starlight from his backpack, and drank it directly. The next moment, Chaoxing only felt a warm current in his stomach, and this warm current rushed into his head instantly, making his brain instantly warm. Chaoxing felt that his vision became clearer. Not only that, this effect seemed to stay in his body forever. You have taken Leah Medina's true vision potion, and you have gained the effect of seeing through disguises below level 5. With the blessing of the talent Eternal Power, this effect has become permanent. Seeing the system prompt, Chaoxing smiled again. Sure enough, the effect of this potion will also be enhanced by the power of eternity. In this way, stalkers below level 5 will basically be unable to hide in front of me. Chaoxing looked at the slaves in front of him. At this moment, the system interface that originally displayed a lot of question marks changed. Chaoxing looked at one of the slaves with a relatively sturdy figure. Slave, Ivanchuk. Race, human. Level 7. HP, 570/570. Attack power, 47 to 49. Skills, primary mining skills, increases 10% efficiency when mining ore. Talent, hard work, increases 10% upper limit of physical strength, and speeds up the recovery of physical strength by 20%. At this moment, Chaoxing's heart was filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, his true vision could see through the disguises of these slaves. In this way, I can use the system's functions to check the information of these slaves in detail. Although the giant chamber of commerce has some knowledge of these chosen lords, and has developed a way to hide the aura of these slaves, but they certainly didn't expect that someone could get something of the level of true vision potion at this stage. At the same time, Chaoxing began to check them one by one. Among them, he really found some talents. For example, a young woman with a level of only 13, she is an ordinary person, but she has the skill of intermediate medical skills mastery. Another middle-aged woman at level 5 also has intermediate cooking skills. In addition, some slaves have special skills, such as primary brewing skills, primary gathering skills, etc. Chaoxing even found a third-level elite. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Chaoxing's expression was still very calm. He pointed to a middle-aged man in the prison car and said, "How much is this?" Seeing the direction Chaoxing pointed, Alkin's hawk-like eyes turned around a few times. Then he said, "His name is DeLeo. He was originally a brewer at the White Owl Brewery, and he has superb brewing skills. You have a good eye, sir." Chapter 208 The Suspicious Peasant Woman and the Queen of Mind. Alkin said with a smile, "You have a good eye, sir." Hearing this, Chaoxing's mouth twitched. He boasted that the basic winemaking technology was advanced winemaking technology. These merchants really did everything they could to raise the price. Chaoxing was speechless. "Just tell me how much it costs." Alkin thought for a moment and quoted a price. 20,000 crowns. "Sir." Hearing this number, Chaoxing rolled his eyes again. He said directly, 2,000 crowns. Alkin was also a little confused when he saw him bargain so hard. He had praised the slave so much, but the other party didn't seem to be interested at all. He said with a look of embarrassment on his face, "Sir, your price is a bit difficult to deal with. In our giant chamber of commerce, the cheapest slaves are thousands of crowns. Although DeLeo has little fighting power, he is still hard-working and can make wine. Would you like to increase the price?" After hearing this, Chaoxing offered another price. 2,500 kronor. No more. Hearing this price, Alkin's eyes showed hesitation again. After a moment, he slowly said, "Deal." Chao Xing's face gradually showed joy. After paying 2,500 kronor, Alkin blew his goatee. Then he looked at the guard next to him and winked. The slave named DeLeo was escorted behind Chao Xing. In the first transaction, Chao Xing picked up a talent, which made him feel quite good. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at a level 13 woman named Sabina next to him. She had a skill of intermediate medical proficiency, and her level 13 physique gave her a little bit of combat power. Chao Xing asked, "How much is this?" Orkin looked at her carefully, and then said, Sabina was originally a famous doctor in the Principality of Palace, with superb medical skills. But for some reason, one day she murdered a baron while treating a patient, and was then captured by the knights. Sabina should have been hanged on the spot, but she was rescued by a knight she had treated before, and fled all the way to the Principality of Palace. After being hunted down, she fell into the hands of our giant chamber of commerce. Hearing this, the woman in the prison car had an indifferent expression, and her eyes looking at Orkin were also full of coldness. Alkin remained unmoved, still with a faint smile on his face, and said, "Sir, this price is a little bit higher. It needs 50,000 crowns. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Obviously, Alkin should have almost figured out the details and abilities of these slaves. He even knew the origin of Sabina. Of course, he must have exaggerated. Sabina was only proficient in intermediate medical skills, but was praised by the businessman Alkin as having superb medical skills. However, what Alkin didn't know was that Sabina had a more superb skill in addition to medical skills. That is advanced poison mastery. This skill allows Sabina to master various methods of poisoning, and can also develop various powerful poisons, which can be applied to weapons or arrows, greatly enhancing the attack ability. I am afraid that Sabina relied on this method to poison the baron to death and escape the pursuit of the knights all the way. Chao Xing even wanted to buy this woman on the spot. Not to mention 50,000, even 100,000 crowns is worth it. However, he was not impetuous, but continued to bargain. I can only offer 5,000 crowns, Sir Orkin. Hearing this price, Orkin's goatee twitched again. He found that the lord was really patient. He had boasted so much, but the other party was completely unmoved. This made Orkin wonder if the method of hiding the aura of the giant chamber of commerce had failed. However, he carefully confirmed it, and found that the aura of these slaves was well hidden. So he gradually put his mind at ease. After some bargaining, Chao Xing finally bought Sabina for 12,000 yuan. Both parties had satisfied smiles on their faces. After that, Chao Xing picked and chose again, and bought a few slaves with good physique, who could be used as coolies. 2 of them were proficient in intermediate cooking and elementary fishing. There were 7 people in total. After Chao Xing bargained, he spent a total of 20,000 crowns to buy them all. Orkin narrowed his eyes, with a smile from the heart on his face. Chao Xing had already bought 9 slaves from him, and he was already a good customer. "Sir, do you see if you need anything else?" Chao Xing did not speak, but looked again, and checked them one by one. "I hope to find someone like Sabina again, someone with advanced skills." However, after looking through them, Chao Xing felt a little disappointed. The remaining slaves were all ordinary people, and they were not very useful, and the price of those warriors was too high. A second-level warrior had to start at a minimum price of 20,000 crowns. For Chao Xing, these ordinary warriors were not very useful. Just as he was about to end the transaction, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly fixed on one of the prisoner cars. In the corner squatted a peasant woman wearing dirty cloth, with big shoulders and waist. Seeing Chao Xing's gaze, the peasant woman opened her mouth and made a sound of ya. She looked at Chao Xing. Her pupils turned white. A silly smile appeared on her face, and fishy yellow saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. If it were a normal person, seeing her like this, they would subconsciously choose to stay away. However, when Chao Xing looked at her carefully, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pointed at the peasant woman and said, "Mr. Alkin, how much is this?" Alkin was stunned, as if he didn't expect Chao Xing to be interested in this silly peasant woman. At this time, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Alkin's mouth, showing an expression of, "I understand," he said slowly. "This is MPO, originally an acrobat in the Vermont Circus. Later the Vermont Circus encountered bandits, and everyone was killed. Only this MPO, the bandits thought she was really stupid, so they let her go, and later she was picked up by our giant chamber of commerce. If this lord wants it, I can give you a base price. How about 1,500 crowns? It can be seen that Alkin is eager to sell this peasant woman. After all, such a simple-minded peasant woman, basically no one would be willing to buy her. So Orkin offered a very low price right away. At this time, Chao Xing saw a hint of anxiety in the peasant woman's eyes. She didn't seem to want to be bought by Chao Xing. However, Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, deal." Smiles appeared on both of their faces at the same time. Then, Chao Xing paid 1,500 kronor. The peasant woman was forcibly captured by 2 strong guards. After completing this wave of transactions, Orkin looked at Chao Xing and said, "Lord, do you have any slaves that need to be purchased?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Not yet." He looked carefully. Except for the peasant woman and the doctor, there was basically nothing missing. Hearing this, Orkin said, "Then I wonder, do you have any people that need to be sold? For example, these warriors in your territory, I see that they are powerful, at least with the strength of the 2nd level. If you are willing to sell, how about I give you a minimum price of 20,000 crowns? It can be seen that this Orkin has taken a fancy to Chao Xing's Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors. But his eyes, from time to time, lingered on Lu Muxua and Rennie's beside him. However, Chao Xing shook his head and said, "Sir Orkin, they are all my subjects, my loyal subordinates, I will not sell them." Hearing this, Orkin said with some regret, "Well, okay." He did not continue to pester. After all, as a businessman, he knew how strong the territory in front of him was. Compared to those wild boar warriors, Orkin actually wanted Chao Xing to sell Rennie's, Lu Muxua and other beauties to him. When he first saw Lu Muxua's appearance, Orkin was already astonished in his heart. With her oriental face, as long as she appeared at the auction, her value would even surpass those elves. But what Orkin didn't know was that there were many beauties in Chao Xing's territory who were as beautiful as Lu Muxua, but with different styles. For example, Isabel, the Tree Spirit Sisters, Eilena and Hilda, etc. It's just that these beauties were resting in the territory, and were not brought out by Chao Xing. Orkin didn't dare to ask for this, fearing that he would anger the lord in front of him. In fact, his decision was right. If he dared to ask, Chao Xing would probably make him suffer. Orkin suppressed all the thoughts in his mind and continued, "Lord, we still need to find the next place to stay before dark. To be honest, we have been to many territories of the chosen lords before, but your territory is the largest I have ever seen. Next time I have a chance, I will visit you again. At that time, I will definitely leave you some good stuff." It can be seen that he still wants to have a good relationship with Chao Xing. After hearing this, Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Lord Orkin." The 2 sides parted ways. Orkin led the giant chamber of commerce's convoy away, and gradually disappeared from Chao Xing's sight. At this time, Rennie's next to him said with an unnatural look on his face, "Lord, this merchant's eyes make me uncomfortable, and I want to shoot his eyes through with an arrow." Chao Xing smiled. "Don't think too much, Rennie's. With your and Mushua's beauty, it is normal to attract the attention of these guys. Rather, this just shows that you have a stunning face that makes people salivate." Hearing Chao Xing praising their looks, Rennie's and Lu Muxua blushed at the same time. The discomfort in her heart disappeared, and she became very happy. After all, which woman doesn't want to be praised by the person she likes? At this moment, Rennie's lost some of her elegance and became more shy like a little woman. I'm not as beautiful as you said. And I only let the Lord see me." Lu Muxua next to her also replied, axing, "Me too." Chao Xing smiled and nodded. Although there are more female combatants in his territory, but these women are very sensible and easy to coax, especially when their loyalty is 100%. They will basically agree with Chao Xing 100% of what he says. At this time, a petite figure wrapped in a cotton coat came out. It was Elisa. She said, "Lord, what about me? Is Elisa pretty?" Chao Xing was stunned. He hadn't noticed Elisa. She was short and was hiding behind the tall Assam. At this moment, the little girl looked at Chao Xing expectantly with her eyes as bright as gems. Chao Xing looked at her fair face, her round jaw, delicate features, and a strong sweet girl style. I have to say, Elisa is also a rare little beauty. After a moment, Chao Xing said, "You are also beautiful." After receiving Chao Xing's praise, Elisa laughed foolishly. After coaxing these women, Chao Xing turned around and looked behind him. At this moment, In the snow in front of him, 10 ragged figures stood respectfully. These were the slaves he bought for more than 30,000 crowns. Chaoxing also looked at the group of slaves in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. Then, he said directly, no matter what you have experienced in the past, you have come to my territory now. From now on, everything you have will belong to me, and you must obey my orders in the future. Do you understand? The slaves looked at each other, and then nodded. Most of the people here, after knowing that they have become slaves, have already understood that they no longer have the right to choose their lives. The only wish in their hearts is that the new master in front of them can treat them better. Chaoxing did not say anything more. These people had already experienced all kinds of deception and lies in their slave life. Simple words could not impress them. Only actions could make them feel a sense of belonging. Then, Chaoxing directly posted a recruitment message to them. All the ordinary slaves clicked to accept. Only the peasant woman MPO and the Dr. Sabina were still a little reluctant, with a look of struggle in their eyes. Even the two women secretly glanced around, as if they wanted to escape. However, when they saw the powerful guards around Chaoxing, and the Ascalon Legion and the Boar Warrior Legion behind him, finally, they clicked to accept. Recruitment successful. Sabina Michaela Freddy joined your territory. Territory population plus 15. There are only 10 people, but they took up 15 people of Chaoxing. Chaoxing did not say much, but directly said, Assam, take them to familiarize themselves with the environment. The loyalty of these newcomers is very low, only in their early 50s. Especially the peasant woman, whose loyalty is only 42. This means she will run away at any time. Therefore, even if Chaoxing blesses her, it will be useless. She needs to be locked up in the territory first, and her loyalty needs to be cultivated for a period of time, so that she can further develop a sense of belonging to the territory. Assam came over respectfully, and then led the newcomers into the territory. Looking at their backs, Chaoxing finally couldn't suppress the joy in his heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, he picked up 2 big leeks. Sabina, who has advanced poison skills mastery, is not the most important. The most important thing is the identity of the peasant woman. Her background seems a bit surprising. Chaoxing stared at her sturdy back, and glanced at her attributes. Queen Renoir, Victoria Santa Cruz. Race, human. Level 38, 4th level commander. HP, 673/193644, Pale Tree Blessing plus Sealed State. Attack power, 54 to 6278, Sealed State. Armor, 11 to 872, Sealed State. Skills, Expert level Mind Control, masters advanced mind methods, increases damage by 40% when mind attacks, mind surround, condenses 4 groups of mind, attaches to oneself or friendly units, and rotates at high speed, causes 100 to nearby enemies. Percent of the mind energy damage, duration, 100 seconds, cooling time, 150 seconds, mind energy phantom step, concentrate the mind energy and gather it under your feet, speed up your own movement speed by 50%, and in the process of moving forward, create up to 5 mind energy clones, interfere with the enemy's judgment. The health of the mind energy clone is 10% of its own. After the clone is exploded, it will cause damage to nearby enemies by attack power asterisk 54%, duration, 120 seconds, cooling time, 300 seconds, mind energy shield, concentrate the mind energy, form a huge mind energy shield around itself, protect all friendly units within the range. Damage, the maximum diameter of the mind shield is 50 meters, durability is 120% of health value, duration is 30 seconds, cooling time is 120 seconds, energy gathering shock wave, concentrates the power of mind, charges for 1 to 3 seconds. Causes impact damage of attack power asterisk 300% to all enemies within 3 by 100 meters in front. Every 1 second of charging, the damage coefficient increases by 100%, cooling time is 120 seconds. Commander skill, Random Dance Chiba Flower, increases the release speed of mind skills by 50%, and adds 1 layer of Chiba Flower marked to up to 1 enemy, each subsequent attack will cause. Send out a Mind Chi Explosion effect, mark duration, 60 seconds, cooling time 300 seconds. Talent, Mind Chi Perception, can clearly perceive the Mind Chi in the air, speed up the training speed of Mind Chi skills by 30%. Talent 2, Mind Chi Queen, increases the movement speed of all friendly units by 20%, and adds a layer of Mind Chi shield with a durability of 10% of health value. Status: Domination Seal, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Character Introduction. Victoria has an amazing Mind Chi talent since she was a child. After being spotted by a master-level strongman in the kingdom, she was accepted as a disciple. Victoria followed this master and practiced diligently, and soon broke through to the 4th level. Later, she was favored by King Renoir, and was crowned queen. During her time as Queen Renoir, Victoria not only showed amazing combat power, but also showed strong political talent. With her help in governance, the kingdom of Renoir prospered, and Victoria also had a large number of supporters. Her voice in the kingdom reached an unprecedented level. More than 10 years later, King Renoir was getting old, and announced that Victoria would become the new ruler of the kingdom, which caused a sensation throughout the country. When Victoria was about to be crowned as the first queen of the kingdom of Renoir, the enemy country Ostia launched a full-scale war. In the war, the kingdom of Renoir was defeated. The king died, and Victoria, who had not yet become the new queen, was hunted down. In order to avoid the hunt of the enemy country, Victoria took the initiative to accept the domination seal, completely concealed all her aura, and after a series of twists and turns, she successfully escaped from the kingdom of Renoir. After that, she fled all the way, hiding her identity, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on the kingdom of Ostia. Later, by chance, she fell into the hands of the giant chamber of commerce. After reading the hidden attributes and character introduction of this peasant woman, Chao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. Oh my god! It's just as I thought, this peasant woman has a surprising background. Through the other party's introduction, Chao Xing also roughly understood her experience. It turned out that she was once the queen of the kingdom of Renoir. But because the kingdom was defeated and the king died in the battle, she chose to accept the domination seal in order to survive, and then fled all the way. And Victoria's enemies also learned the news of the queen's escape, and began to hunt her down in the western continent. Therefore, Victoria could only hide her identity and travel the continent as Mbo. But she didn't expect that her disguise was seen through by the lord of another world and bought at a very low price. However, for Chao Xing, Victoria's identity was not the most important. The most important thing was that she was actually a commander-level strongman. This was the first time he saw clearly the attribute panel of a commander-level creature. Terribly powerful. Each skill had various powerful effects, especially her Mind Surround and Mind Shield, which can bring great help to Chao Xing and his territory. Moreover, she also has a commander-level skill, Rampage Thousand Leaf Flower. The description of this skill is a bit vague, and the specific effect can only be known through actual combat. However, since it is a commander-level skill, it must have its unique features. The peasant woman MPO seemed to notice Chao Xing's gaze, and turned her head to secretly glance at him. And Chao Xing saw a trace of scrutiny and consideration in her eyes. A faint smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Obviously, as the queen, Victoria definitely wanted to continue to run away. However, coming to his own territory, how could Chao Xing easily let this commander-level existence go? So Chao Xing came to Sarah and whispered, "Sarah, you secretly keep an eye on the peasant woman from behind. If she shows any signs of running away, stop her immediately. Be careful, this woman may be very strong." Although the 4th level commander is powerful, with Sarah's ability, Chao Xing is still confident that he can keep her. Even if we can't beat them, we can hold them off for a while. Hearing this, Sarah waved the shadow blade in her hand, and then nodded slightly. She didn't look at Victoria, because she knew that powerful people of this level were extremely sensitive to sight, and could instantly realize that someone was staring at them. Sarah disappeared silently. After everyone left, Chao Xing also led people back to the territory. Lu Muxua asked softly at this time, "Axing, are we going out this afternoon?" Chapter 209, Battle of the Ranking List, Meet the Challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn. "Axing, are we going out in the afternoon?" Hearing this question, Chao Xing thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Not going out for the time being, in the afternoon. We will continue to refresh the status of the Wild Boar Warrior and the Ascalon Warrior. At night, I plan to use the Ice Dragon Horn to level up. It happens that we are in the ranking list period now, and there is a small probability that the leader-level creatures and the chief-level creatures will appear in the ice nest. Let's see if we can rush to the ranking list." Hearing this, Lu Muxua showed a peaceful smile on her face. "Okay, I'll fight with you." She wasn't worried. After all, They had used ice dragon horns small once before. Although there were many ice nests that fell at the same time, they were completely borne down. Moreover, during this period, the strength of the territory has once again ushered in a qualitative surge, and it is no problem to deal with more ice nest monsters. However, what Lu Muxua didn't know was that this time Chao Xing was going to use the medium-sized ice dragon horn, which was several times more difficult than the last time. Of course, high difficulty means high returns. Last time, Chao Xing killed tens of thousands of ice nest monsters in 6 hours, and gained a lot of experience points and more than 40,000 ice dragon marks. This time, it is conservatively estimated that the number of monsters is at least 4 times. In other words, if Chao Xing wants to maximize the benefits of each ice nest like last time, he must kill at least 300,000 ice nest monsters. This is a terrifying number. Although these ice nest monsters will not appear at the same time, it is still very scary. Then, Chao Xing and Lu Muxua began to add various statuses to those warriors. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. After the efforts of the two, all the combatants and staff in the territory were given a new group state faith. And Chao Xing also continuously used Source of Extreme Ice, adding this powerful golden state to all the core members and 60 Ascalon warriors. There was no other way. Source of Extreme Ice had a 5-minute cooling time, and it was still a single state. If Chao Xing wanted to add it to all the hundreds of people in the territory, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. At the same time, it was getting dark. After all the staff returned to the territory, Chao Xing looked at the fighters and said, "Get ready, I will summon the power of the dragon again tonight. A large number of ice nests will descend on our territory. This is a tough battle." Hearing this, hundreds of fighters looked stern. The 3 newly joined female dragon blood fighters instantly raised their spears. Alice said solemnly, "Is it those damn ice nest monsters again? These minions of dragons have destroyed countless cities and killed the lives of many of our people. This time, I must smash them all." Phoenix next to him also said, "That's right, we must drive the power of the dragon out of this continent, at all costs." Looking at their serious expressions, Jonard stepped forward and comforted them. "Several Saint Lady's personal guards, don't be so nervous, relax a little." Hearing this, the 3 female dragon blood fighters looked at him with some doubts. Alice said solemnly, "How can we relax? That's the power of the dragon. Have you forgotten the damage that Shuima has caused to our homeland? Even if it's those weak ice nest monsters, they will soon reach a terrifying number when they gather together. Enough to destroy a huge city. This territory is too weak now, and it will be overwhelmed by those monsters in an instant." Jonard was stunned, and then shook his head. "I naturally know that the power of the dragon cannot be underestimated. But now the dragon is still in the recovery stage, and its claws are not that strong. As for you saying that this territory is weak, but they don't think so. You can see the reaction of these warriors." Hearing this, the 3 female fighters looked at the wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors at the same time. At this moment, the wild boar warriors had excited expressions on their faces. The boar leader Lab stood up and said, "Come on, everyone, cheer up. Tonight we will kill more enemies than those Ascalon warriors." The other boar warriors said excitedly, "Oh, we will show our skills tonight. We will definitely perform better than those Ascalon warriors." "Haha. You are right. The power given to me by the Lord makes me feel my blood boiling. God of beasts. He will see my heroic figure killing people everywhere." The Ascalon warriors next to him also looked excited. The warrior captain Yaskin ordered, "Attention everyone. Last time, we only fought for a few hours before we ran out of energy and had to withdraw, which brought shame on the Lord. This time, we must fight to the end. By the way, we must not lose to those wild boar warriors." Hearing this, the other Ascalon warriors immediately grabbed their weapons and shouted, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" They had already experienced a large-scale attack by the ice nest, and were still upset about their withdrawal last time. Everyone began to get ready. These fighters were not afraid of the battle in the evening, but looked forward to it, including Elisa and other archers. They did not say much, but started to check the arrows in their quivers. The 3 dragon-blooded female fighters looked confused. Jonard said, "You should have seen it. The warriors in this territory are not afraid of dragons at all. In comparison, they are more afraid of not showing enough strength and not killing more enemies. Even when facing dragons, they maintain an optimistic attitude. This mentality makes them more comfortable in fighting." Although we Norns are a fighting nation, we also need to learn this spirit. The three dragon-blooded female fighters thought about it, and then nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you for your advice. At the same time, the combatants all entered the cafeteria to enjoy today's dinner and replenish their physical strength before the battle. Chao Xing, on the other hand, opened the chat channel to see what major events had happened after the first day of the merger. After looking through the chat records, he roughly understood the situation in District 17. After a day, the survivors had adapted to their new companions. The leaders of various districts also survived the large-scale attack of the ice nest monsters. Although, it was a bit difficult to fight. In order to show their strength, these leaders of the large groups followed Jiang Qingyun to use the ice dragon horn. However, they all underestimated the power of the ice dragon horn. The ice nests kept falling, and more ice nest monsters kept hatching. As time went on, the difficulty kept rising. Later, even if they tried their best to destroy the ice nests, they couldn't keep up with the speed of the monsters appearing. Moreover, in the current ice nests, the monsters hatched were all second-level ice nest monsters, among which there were a large number of elites. And occasionally some leaders would appear. There were even leader-level ice nest monsters. So this led to a lot of casualties on the first day. Many survivors and recruits died in all the major legions. However, these casualties, the level and points of the survivors increased. Those leaders killed a large number of ice nest monsters, and participated in the last hit, and each of them gained a lot of experience. The lowest level was 2 levels, and the highest level was even 4 levels. Now, among the more than 200,000 survivors in Zone 17, the first echelon has reached level 18 or 19, and the third-level survivors are about to appear. After glancing at the information in the chat channel, Chao Xing almost understood the general situation. Yes, although the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn is very difficult, the benefits are also very high. These people are upgrading very quickly. Although compared with Chao Xing, their upgrade speed is not good enough. But compared with other survivors, this speed is skyrocketing. In addition to the soaring levels of the leaders of the major legions, another thing that attracted the attention of the survivors was the current score ranking. Rules. They found that the calculation method of this score ranking is based on the entire territory. In other words, the arrow towers in a territory, recruiting creatures, and other survivors destroying ice nests, or killing the leader-level ice nest monster. All the points obtained will only be counted on the Lord's head. Seeing this rule, Chao Xing was thoughtful. If it is calculated in this way, it will be a bit troublesome. Because in this way, I want Mu Shui to get points, and win the first place with me, the idea of the second place reward is probably not feasible. Unless, let Mu Shui go out and develop a new territory now. Chao Xing shook his head, and quickly rejected this idea. Obviously, letting Lu Mushui develop a territory now is equivalent to starting all over again, even with Chao Xing's help. It will waste a lot of time. In addition to this method, there is another way, which is to cooperate with other survivor lords. I will provide him with military support, help him win the ranking, and then let him give me the reward. Of course, this requires a trustworthy person, and I don't know anyone, so forget it. After thinking about it, Chao Xing couldn't think of any suitable way. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this issue for now. After all, there were still 9 days left for the ranking challenge, so there was no need to rush. He glanced at the current ranking. 17th District Points Ranking. First place, Jiang Qingyun 227 points. Second place, Qin Feng 213 points. Third place, Gao Yi 207 points. Fourth place, Wang Xinhai 202 points. 10th place, Nan Yiman 183 points. Obviously, the top 10 of the current rankings have been occupied by the legion leaders of various regions. They all start with a minimum of 180 points. Because the number of Ice Dragon Horns small that fell in 6 hours was at least 160. In addition, the leaders and bosses that were hatched inside would be given a few points after being killed. Therefore, using an Ice Dragon Horn small, the minimum score can be 160 points. After looking at the ranking list, Chao Xing nodded. The leaders of these regions are still quite powerful. They have all completed the first wave of the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. However, the casualties of these legions are quite serious. In the 6-hour Ice Nest battle, each legion lost more than 100 people. This casualty ratio is still very high, almost equivalent to 1/3 of the combat personnel in a territory. In a short period of time, they should not be able to use the second Ice Dragon Horn challenge. As Chaoxing expected, most of the legions at this time were exhausted and seriously injured. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground outside the territory, everyone had a heavy look in their eyes. However, the most dead were from the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion. In order to maximize the benefits, Jiang Qingyun also wanted to follow Chaoxing's example and wait for some of the monsters inside to hatch before destroying the ice nest. However, when he found that the number of ice nest monsters that appeared at the same time was beyond his imagination, it was too late. At this moment, he looked at the more than 150 mutilated corpses in the territory, and regret flashed in his eyes. He didn't feel sorry for the death of these people, but because the loss this time was so great, it would be a bit troublesome to recruit more people. Jiang Qingyun pretended to be sad and comforted them for a few words, and then asked his men to deal with these bodies. As for how to deal with them, it was unknown. Jiang Qingyun came to the edge of the territory, and then clicked on the score ranking. When he saw that he was firmly ranked first, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although it cost a lot of sacrifice, at least I won the first place, and that Chaoxing did not enter the ranking. It seems that this kid is just lucky, and he accidentally got that kind of powerful fish meat. His real strength is not strong. During the day, Jiang Qingyun was targeted by Chaoxing, which resulted in him not buying the two precious fish meats, and his attributes were worse than those of other leaders. He even sent people to privately find other survivors to buy. However, the other party decisively refused the deal after seeing that they were from District 171. This made Jiang Qingyun very angry. At the same time, a sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Now through the rankings, Jiang Qingyun deduced that Chaoxing's strength was not strong, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Qingyun thought to himself, next, as long as I continue to maintain this momentum, it is also a sure thing to take the first place. Then, use the recruitment scroll again, summon the commander-level creature, and go directly to find this Chaoxing's territory. At that time, I will make him wish for life but not death, and let him know what the fate of those who offend me is. At this point, Jiang Qingyun had a grim smile on his face. He looked at an old man with the vicissitudes of life and short gray hair next to him, and then said, "Old Lu, notify them that we will continue to use the Ice Dragon Horn to start the second round of battle." But the old man named Lu Lao, he shook his head and said, "Mr. Jiang, I think we need to pause for a while, and we can't continue to use the Ice Dragon Horn." "Huh? Why?" Jiang Qingyun asked doubtfully. "I am now a level 4 Lord's Hut, with a population of more than 400. Even if more than 100 people died today, don't we still have nearly 200 combatants?" Hearing this, the old man in front of him sighed. "Yes, there are still 200 combatants. But they have been fighting intensively for a day, and they can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Jiang Qingyun's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He asked again, after the first wave of the Ice Dragon Horns lasted, "Didn't I let them take turns to fight? And the others rested in the territory? How could they not hold on?" The old man sighed. "They rested for almost 2 hours today. And the rest of the time, they were fighting non-stop. Their bodies and spirits have reached their limits. Currently, the combat status of these team members is getting worse and worse. And the casualty rate is also starting to increase. Mr. Jiang, let them rest for a while. And your condition is already a little abnormal," the old man said in a heavy tone. He had seen the bloodshot in Jiang Qingyun's eyes. However, Jiang Qingyun's face gradually became gloomy. "Rest? How can you rest at this time? We finally won the first place, and we must maintain it now. And you all saw how terrible the benefits are after using this Ice Dragon Horn, a full 50% experience bonus. Today, most of the combatants on the field have upgraded 1 or 2 levels, and I have also rushed directly to level 19. It will not take long to upgrade to level 20, and then complete the 3rd level advancement. The Ice Dragon Horn can choose experience bonus, or material bonus. For Jiang Qingyun, experience bonus is naturally more important. Although most of the ice nests were directly destroyed by them, they still killed a large number of ice nest monsters. However, Jiang Qingyun does not have Chaoxing's eternal power, talent, and cannot share everyone's experience. But he can also share some of his subordinates' experience, just by contributing some output. For example, if an ice nest monster has 1,000 health points, he can get 50% of the experience by just touching it. Therefore, Jiang Qingyun's level soared very fast, including the strong men in other regions. They all tasted the sweetness of Ice Dragon Horn. With this thing, if they can use it continuously, they can rush to level 20 or even level 30 in a short time. Of course, this requires extremely strong strength. Even Chao Xing couldn't do it before. Just when Jiang Qingyun decided to let these members continue to fight, the little girl next to him said, "Dad, those uncles look so pitiful. They have many wounds on their bodies from the bites of those monsters. And they still have to continue to fight. Can you let them rest for a while?" The little girl in front of him looked innocent, with a pair of pure big eyes looking at the man in front of him with a pleading look. Hearing the girl's clear voice, the anger on Jiang Qingyun's face gradually disappeared. He said in a gentle tone, "Okay, Ying, Dad will listen to you. Then let them rest for a while." The little girl in front of him smiled happily, and then hugged Jiang Qingyun's waist. "Thank you, Dad. Dad is the best." Jiang Qingyun also had a doting smile on his face and touched the girl's head. At this time, he turned around and looked at the old man next to him and asked, "Mr. Liu, where are the second batch of members I recruited from the nearby territory today? How long will it take for them to arrive near my territory?" The old man said respectfully, "Mr. Jiang, the second batch of members are on the way. There were some accidents on the way, and a few people died. There are still more than 200 people. It will take about half an hour to arrive at the territory." Jiang Qingyun nodded and said, "Okay. Then wait another half an hour. After these newcomers come, drive the old members out of the territory and let them rest nearby." At this point, Jiang Qingyun added a sentence. "My territory is underpopulated, and I can't recruit everyone." Hearing this, the old man said, "Okay, young Master Jiang." Half an hour later, the second group of survivors from Wangjiang Pavilion arrived at Jiang Qingyun's territory. Jiang Qingyun looked at the survivors below who were excited. Through today's battle report, they knew that the members who followed Jiang Qingyun in the battle had all risen several levels. However, Jiang Qingyun only reported good news and not bad news, and did not tell other members about the casualty rate in the battle. These survivors thought that coming to participate in the battle was a benefit given to them by Jiang Qingyun. Seeing their excitement, Jiang Qingyun also smiled. Then, he took out an Ice Dragon Horn and directly clicked to use it. The system prompt appeared. Regional notice: Survivor Lord, Jiang Qingyun used the Ice Dragon Horn small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the ice nest. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange the development time. At this moment, there was a lot of cheers in the chat channel. "Fans of you, fuck. Jiang Qingyun actually used the Ice Dragon Horn again. Didn't he just use one this morning?" Zhao Yandong, "Yeah. This is too strong. What kind of existence can use the Ice Dragon Horn continuously?" Yizheng, "It's worthy of being the first on the list. It seems that Jiang Qingyun will definitely win the reward for the first place in the scoreboard this time." Listening to everyone's praise for Jiang Qingyun, the survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion, sweeping away the depression of the day, said proudly in the chat channel, "That's for sure. Our boss Jiang Qingyun is a man of action. He will definitely get the first place in the ranking this time. Unlike someone else, he only uses some secret means. That's right. Don't think you can do anything to us if you don't trade with Wangjiang Pavilion. Even if you don't have your prey, it won't have any impact on us." However, this time, the weirdness of the people in Wangjiang Pavilion did not get the support of others. After all, they saw the situation during the day. If Chao Xing does the same thing as he did to the people of Wangjiang Pavilion and doesn't trade with them, then it will be a lot of fun. The survivors of District 174 retorted, "Using the Ice Dragon Horn is nothing. Our boss Chao Xing has already used it a few days ago." That's right. Chao Xing just hasn't used his strength yet. The people of Wangjiang Pavilion counterattacked. "Just listen to you bragging about how strong he is. If you have the ability, let him use the Ice Dragon Horn and see." That's right. He can't even make it to the leaderboard. What are you bragging about here? The survivors of District 174 were speechless. After all, the people in Wangjiang Pavilion were telling the truth. And just at this moment, a regional notice appeared. Regional notice: Survivor Lord, Chao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn middle. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the ice nest. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange the development time. The chat channel was silent for a moment, and then there was a strong sensation. Chapter 210: A huge number of monsters, soaring levels. The chat channel was silent for a moment, and then there was a strong sensation. Huang Dongwei, fuck. Boss Chaoxing also used the Ice Dragon Horn, and it was a medium Ice Dragon Horn. Chin Qian, how terrifying. The range of the medium Ice Dragon Horn is 4 times larger than that of the ordinary Ice Dragon Horn, isn't it? Can Boss Chaoxing withstand it? Sure, Wulin. I don't know, but since Boss Chaoxing dared to use it, it means he should have the corresponding strength. At this time, the survivors in Area 174 who saw the system prompts became excited. They spoke up in the chat channel. Damn it! Where are the people from Wangjiang Pavilion? Stand up and speak. Who said that Chaoxing didn't dare to use the Ice Dragon Horn? Did you see it now? He directly used the medium horn. Would your leader Jiang Qingyun dare to do that? That's right. If you have the ability, use a medium horn and let me see. The people from Wangjiang Pavilion were instantly speechless. In the chat channel, the people from District 174 began to attack the people from Wangjiang Pavilion. At this time, several survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion said in the Legion channel, Captain, did you see that? This Chaoxing actually used the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn. Jiang Qingyun comforted him in the chat channel. It doesn't matter. I think you all know the power of the Ice Dragon Horn. There are at least 30 ice nests that appear in an hour. This Chaoxing actually used the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn, which means that he has to face more than 100 ice nests in an hour. At this stage, no Legion can withstand this kind of pressure. I guess he is just trying to show off. After tonight, maybe we don't need to do anything, and this Chaoxing will be killed by himself. Hearing this, the survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion also realized something. Yes, even so many people in our Wangjiang Pavilion can't do it. How can this Chaoxing do it? That's right, and I also heard that. Chaoxing didn't form a legion, relying on the power of a territory alone. It is impossible to resist so many ice nest attacks. Thinking of this, they gradually felt relieved. At the same time, Wu Xinghu was talking to another captain. After seeing the system prompt, his expression changed slightly. Then he chuckled and said, that person has made a move. Let's try to use a wave of Ice Dragon Horns to see. The other side sent back a concise message. Okay. Then, 2 system prompts appeared again. They were Wu Xinghu and Zhou Bo. They also used Ice Dragon Horns small. At the same time. At this moment, the chat channel was completely blown up. They had said before that there were no top masters in District 174. However, now, with Chaoxing's actions, it seemed to have set off a chain reaction. And 2 more territories that were capable of dealing with the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn appeared. You know, even in other districts, there was only 1 legion that had the strength to use the Ice Dragon Horn. You can imagine how shocked the survivors were. At the same time, Chaoxing and Lu Muxue stood on the city wall, looking at the scene outside the territory. Just like before, hundreds of Ascalon warriors were divided into 5 teams, defending 5 directions, and led by 5 dragon blood fighters respectively. And backbones such as Assam and Andrew are in the territory, ready to support at any time. Chaoxing praised, not bad, I have more and more strong men under my command now. Just relying on these 5 dragon blood fighters can be independent. At this moment, in each Ascalon warrior team, there are 3 or 4 warriors who are constantly emitting terrifying cold air. With a frost magic shield, the sound of ice crystals breaking continued to sound around, and even the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. It was the effect of source of extreme ice. Everyone was ready for battle. At this time, Chaoxing felt the sound of wind coming from above his head. He raised his head and saw huge ice nests, like meteors at night, whizzing past his head, and suddenly smashed on the surrounding snow. Boom! The first wave of ice nests that came down. There were as many as 11. The strong vibration frightened the people in the entire territory. But they did not panic, because most people here have experienced the same scene once, and they believe that Chaoxing's power is enough to destroy all these ice nests. However, the newly joined slaves looked outside the territory with some fear, including the Dr. Sabina. When she saw so many ice nests falling at the same time, there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She looked around. Seemingly she had already thought about escaping at any time. Only the peasant woman, still with a silly expression, looked blankly outside the territory. At the same time, as the first wave of ice nests fell, Chaoxing quickly commanded, Alice, this wave of ice nests appears on your side. You should lead people to fight immediately. Don't destroy these ice nests. Just kill the monsters hatched in them. After receiving Chaoxing's order, the dragon blood fighter Alice swung her spear. Then, like an elegant cheetah, she led 20 Ascalon warriors and rushed over at the first time. At the same time, these 11 falling ice nests exuded amazing coldness. With a tremor. Then more than 100 terrifying creatures with a body size of more than 1 meter, covered with ice spikes, and shaped like hyenas emerged from inside. Roar! Roar! A dull roar appeared. Chaoxing took a casual glance. He found that the level of these ice nest monsters was above level 10, which is the second level. However, the moment the dragon blood fighter Alice saw these ice nest monsters, her pupils shrank, and a raging anger instantly ignited. You, the minions of Zwima, all deserve to die. The next moment, Alice pointed her spear, and her whole body disappeared from the spot like an arrow from a bow. Her graceful figure passed through the group of ice nest monsters, causing a lot of damage. Minus 2,937. Minus 2,863. Minus 3,124. Minus 2,862. Minus 2,937. Although the ice nest monsters in front of them were second level, their health was only over 2,000. In an instant, more than a dozen ice nest monsters were killed on the spot. This move was the second skill of the Dragon Blood Fighter, Dragon Spear Assault. 147% damage coefficient, plus Lu Mushua's Honor Blessing, plus the extra 30% damage bonus from Dragon Slaying Spear. That's why such a terrifying damage number was created. Your territory member, Alice killed Ice Nest Monster LV-15, gained experience value, 30. Combatant gained experience value, 15. Your territory member, Alice killed Ice Nest Monster LV-16, gained experience value, 32. Combatant gained experience value, 16. Seeing the killing prompts in a row, Chaoxing nodded secretly. Not bad, the combat power of the female Dragon Blood Fighter is not weaker than Jonard and the others. But because I chose the burst rate bonus, the experience given by these ice nest monsters is not much. But it doesn't matter, there will be thousands of ice nest monsters here soon. Thinking of this, Chaoxing not only did not feel the slightest fear, but was looking forward to it. At the same time, those ice nest monsters also saw Alice rushing over. Before they could pounce, Alice's figure disappeared from the spot again. Swish. Crack. Crack. The sound of ice crystals breaking continued to appear. The female Dragon Blood Fighter's Dragon Spear Assault skill is not limited to one time. They can attack 3 times in a row. 3 afterimages passed by. At least 50 ice nest monsters in the original place died on the spot. And at this moment, the 11 ice nests in front of them trembled. More ferocious ice nest monsters emerged from it. Among them was an elite ice nest howler. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing's heart was moved. According to previous experience, it will take 2 or 3 minutes for the ice nest to hatch the second wave of ice nest monsters. And now, in less than a minute, the second wave of monsters has appeared. So, because I used the medium ice dragon horn, the frequency of monster appearance has also increased. And at this moment, Alice saw hundreds of ice nest monsters rushing towards her, without fear at all. She swung her spear and snorted coldly. I am willing to give up pain, life, faith, in exchange for the power to fight against the dragon. Ice Dragon Spear. Stab. At this moment, with Alice's thrust, a 4 or 5 meter long ice spear appeared. Then, with extremely terrifying power, it rushed out in an instant. Swish. A violent wind sounded, and snowflakes were stirred up in the snow. At least a dozen ice nest monsters were pierced by this ice spear. Minus 3,542. Minus 3,376. Minus 5,285. Minus 3,421. Minus 3,371. More than a dozen terrifying damage numbers appeared. Before the group of ice nest monsters could react, the second ice spear condensed again. Swish. 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 5 consecutive ice spears were shot out. The hundreds of ice nest monsters that rushed over were directly wiped out. With her alone, she killed more than 100 ice nest monsters within a minute. And those Ascalon warriors, because they had no opponents, stood there in a daze. They sighed. The strength of this female fighter is really strong. Indeed, I feel that she alone is enough to deal with a team of hundreds of ice nests. At this moment, the powerful fighting power of the Dragon Blood Fighter was undoubtedly revealed. Especially when dealing with the dragon and its minions, it can exert even stronger power. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing also showed joy on his face. Very good. Worthy of being the saint's personal guard. This fighting power is really off the charts. In the future, we will form a dragon blood fighter army and cooperate with my various states. Even if we encounter more ice nest monsters, we can push them through. However, this state of the dragon blood fighter cannot last long. They are the same as Jonard and Josint. After using the power of the dragon blood in their bodies, their faces instantly turned pale. She bit her lower lip lightly. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be in great pain. Only by letting them break through to the leader level, activating the skill dragon blood extraction, and cooperating with Chao Xing's eternal power, can this pain be suppressed. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing directly ordered, Alice, go back and rest for a few minutes. Leave the battle here to other warriors. Don't fight too hard. Hearing Chao Xing's concerned words, Alice's eyes showed a touch of emotion. She nodded slightly, and then retreated. The battlefield here was quickly taken over by the Ascalon warriors. 5 minutes later, another 10 meteors streaked across the sky. Then, they suddenly hit the other side of the territory. Jonard led the Ascalon warriors to welcome the hatched ice nest monsters. Chao Xing calculated the frequency of the ice nests, and thought to himself, so it seems that the frequency of the ice nests is one wave every 5 minutes. There are about 10 to 11 ice nests at a time. That is to say, there will be more than 120 ice nests landing near my territory in an hour. The first hour passed quickly. As he expected, the number of ice nests that had descended near the territory had reached 129. This was an extremely terrifying number, even exceeding the number of ice nests in the previous 4 hours. Moreover, because Chao Xing wanted to maximize his profits, he did not destroy these ice nests. As a result, more and more monsters began to appear. Now, thousands of ice nest monsters attack his territory every minute. Chao Xing continued to calculate in his mind, while measuring his own strength. 129 ice nests descended in an hour, and each ice nest can hatch more than 10 monsters per minute. That is to say, in just 3 more hours, the number of ice nest monsters attacking the territory every minute will exceed 3,000. Just by listening to this number, you can know how severe the battle to be faced next is. Moreover, the ice nest monsters that appeared in them were already second-level creatures, and these Ascalon warriors could not kill them instantly with one sword. However, at most 2 or 3 swords can solve the battle. Of course, high difficulty also means high returns. 129 ice nests in 1 hour. More than 700 ice nests in 6 hours. Calculated in this way, there are at least more than 300,000 ice nest monsters. If all can be killed, even if only 20% of the experience value, Chao Xing can gain millions of experience in one fell swoop. It can directly increase his level to 30. The maximum level. The levels of other members can also almost reach the maximum level of the current stage. In addition, there are a large number of ice dragon marks and other rewards. This time, Chao Xing estimated that just by killing the ice nest monsters tonight, he could exchange for a gold treasure chest. Of course, this is just an ideal situation. In the process, Chao Xing must destroy some ice nests to share the pressure for the combatants. After all, the scene of 3 or 4,000 ice nest monsters attacking at the same time every minute is still a bit too scary. Time keeps passing. Boom! Boom! The sound of violent collisions continues. A large number of ice nest monsters continue to pour out from below. As the number of monsters increased, Chao Xing sent Assam, Andrew, and the others out as well. At the same time, Chao Xing had already been madly bombarded with various upgrade prompts. Your territory member, Assam's level has been upgraded, current level, level 19. Your territory member, Assam's level has been upgraded, current level, level 26. Your territory member, Git's level has been upgraded, current level, level 16. Those Ascalon warriors below, almost every moment. There were white lights rising from their bodies. Not only are their levels increasing, their attributes are also increasing like crazy. The warriors are very excited. God is above. I can feel my strength growing. What a terrifying speed of getting stronger. All the warriors have excited smiles in their eyes. So far, they have been fighting for an hour straight. However, not only did they not feel tired, but they became more and more courageous. And Chao Xing also showed a look of joy on his face. This feeling of level soaring is really great. As he spoke, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded, current level, Level 24. Attributes upgraded in this upgrade: Strength plus 5, Agility plus 7, Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 7, Health plus 500. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, at this rate, I can reach level 30 in no time." Then, another half an hour passed. The number of ice nest monsters in each wave of attack increased. The number of ice nests that hit Chaoxing's territory has exceeded 200. This number, which is equivalent to more than 2,000 ice nest monsters attacking their territory every minute. When Braum also brought people to join the battlefield. Basically all the Ascalon warriors have all been upgraded to level 20. That is, the second level is full. The continuous upgrades let their strength soar again. The battle is still going on. Time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. That is, the second hour of Chaoxing using Ice Dragon Horn middle. Currently, there are 257 ice nests outside the territory. The number of ice nest monsters rushing out every minute has exceeded 3,000. The ice nests that descended in the first hour, because the number of hatching reached the upper limit, no new ice nest monsters were sent out. From Chaoxing's perspective, a large number of monsters were pouring in from all directions in the snow. Among them were a large number of elites and leaders. This scene, if it were any other survivor, would probably scare them to death. At the same time, Chaoxing also noticed that the Ascalon warriors could no longer take care of all the battlefields. Some of the ice nest monsters rushed to the bottom of the city wall, but they were immediately attacked by archers such as Elisa, as well as the elemental arrow tower and the ancient war tree. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows were shot one after another. Before the ice nest monsters approached the city wall, they were shot and killed by them. Seeing the scene, Chaoxing continued to order, "Everyone attack. Lab, lead your wild boar warriors to go up. Brunhilde, you also go to join the battle." After receiving Chaoxing's order, the wild boar warriors raised their swords, and were very excited. "Oh! It's finally our turn, I can't wait. Wild boar warriors, attack." Braun raised his shield high, jumped directly into the monster group, and began to slap those monsters away. The blood spider Queen Hilda also hatched a large number of blood spiders, and rushed into the monster group to self-destruct. They quickly divided into 6 or 7 teams, and began to fight against the ice nest monsters. This was the first time that Chaoxing went out with all his men. Soon, all the gaps were blocked. At the same time, white light continued to appear. Chaoxing almost watched his level skyrocket. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 25. This upgrade gains attribute upgrades: Strength plus 7, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 12, Constitution plus 6, Health plus 500. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 26. This upgrade gains attribute upgrades: Strength plus 5, Agility plus 6, Spirit plus 9, Constitution plus 8, Health plus 500. You're in the continuous upgrade prompts. Time flies, and it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. This is the 4th hour after using Ice Dragon Horn Medium. Chaoxing and Lu Muxua have successfully reached level 30, which is the maximum level of level 3. The attributes of the two have increased significantly again. At this time, Chaoxing also noticed that the Ascalon warriors below were a little slow. For hours of continuous fighting made them a little exhausted. Chaoxing directly ordered all Ascalon warriors, "Go back and rest for half an hour. Other wild boar warriors, take their place." After hearing Chaoxing's order, the battlefield below fell into a moment of stagnation. Although the Ascalon warriors wanted to continue fighting, they still obeyed the order and quickly retreated to the territory. At this moment, 101 Ascalon warriors returned to the territory unscathed. This scene not only shocked the newcomers, even the peasant woman, Victoria, showed surprise in her eyes. As the queen of a kingdom, Victoria naturally understood how amazing it was to create such a result on such a large battlefield. As long as it is a war, there will be no casualties. Moreover, this is when the number of enemies is several times that of itself. Victoria couldn't even think of any explanation for this phenomenon, and could only describe it as a miracle. She looked at the figure standing on the city wall, planning and strategizing. Curiosity in her heart urged her to ask, how did Chaoxing do it? If he had such ability, the war with the kingdom of Ostia might not have been lost. However, Victoria hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea and turned into her silly look again. At this moment, The vicissitudes and steady voice of the leader Chow sounded. Our new family. I think everyone has seen that those soldiers have the ability to be immortal, which is the magical power of our territory. The moment you joined, you were blessed by a sacred tree, which greatly increased our vitality. Hearing this, the newcomers on the field nodded, because they all felt that a strong vitality appeared in their bodies. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the center of the territory, the more than 10 meters high pale tree. They also knew that it was the effect of this sacred tree. With a faint smile on his face, the citizen Chow continued, this sacred tree was cultivated by the Lord from a seed. Bit by bit, this territory was also established by the Lord. And we, when we were the most destitute and helpless, accepted the help of the Lord and became his citizens. No matter what your past identities were, coming here is equivalent to starting all over again. The Lord treats all of us equally. He began to exert his primary speech talent, and began to educate these newcomers, to convey ideas to these newcomers. And at this moment, a system prompt appeared in Chao Xing's ears. Your citizen Chow has a deeper understanding of linguistics through continuous speeches, and his primary speech talent has been advanced to intermediate speech talent. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes lit up instantly.